shapes and clothes, and there were all kinds of them. However, each of them looked ferocious and terrifying, but the aura on their bodies was also very shocking. They were actually all high-level deities. The demonic dragon king looked at the few of them and said in a deep voice, "I think everyone knows why you were called here. What do you think?" "We're going to fight no matter what," one of the fiend clansmen said in a deep voice. "But how we're going to fight, we'll have to think carefully." The other man nodded and said, "We've been waiting for so many days to see the Protoss and the people of the Ark continent fight to the death. We didn't expect them to not have much conflict. This is not good for us. Now that they've come to our doorstep, we have no choice but to fight. Once our morale is down, it'll be difficult to meet again." The demonic dragon king nodded and let out a long sigh. The Ark continent and the God race didn't start a large-scale war, which is within my expectations. I'm afraid the God race has the same idea as us. I don't think the people on the Ark continent will join forces with the God race. I heard that in order to change the laws of the world on the Ark continent, the God race sacrificed the entire Ark continent's people. They were even more ruthless than us, but because of this, they have formed an unforgivable hatred with the Ark continent's humans. It's only a matter of time before they start a large-scale war. The other demons also nodded. They knew this was the case, but they were also curious as to why Zhao Hai had not made a move against the God race yet. The demonic dragon king looked at the few of them and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai's methods are extraordinary. I didn't manage to get away with it the last few times I fought him. Even though we hadn't fully recovered our strength at the time, Zhao Hai was quite an extraordinary person. When we first met, he was only a pseudo-god tier expert. By the time we fought him, he had somehow become a high-level god tier. Moreover, his combat strength was extremely strong. At that time, we were fighting 5 against 1, but we only managed to injure him. Thorny Shadow was even snatched away. I heard that he has killed Thorny Shadow and turned him into an undead creature. What makes me feel uneasy is that Thorny Shadow seems to have turned into a god-tier undead creature, which is no different from his strength when he was alive. It's precisely because of this that I'm so afraid of Zhao Hai." Upon hearing the Devil Dragon King's words, the people from the devil race in the room were all stunned. They had never thought that the previous incident would actually be like this. No wonder the Devil Dragon King had a look of fear on his face when he mentioned Zhao Hai, so this was the root of it all. The demonic Dragon King looked at the people in the room and said, "We can't underestimate Zhao Hai's methods. If he dares to come to us this time, he must have some confidence. Everyone be careful. Also, Zhao Hai seems to be very familiar with the devil world. I don't know why. Alright, now's not the time to talk about this. Go and gather everyone. No matter what, let's beat Zhao Hai back first. We can also see Zhao Hai's background." The few of them responded, turned around, and left. The demon Dragon King also came out of the house. His subordinates had already prepared a ride for him. He boarded the black dragon carriage and flew straight to the sky above the demon capital. At this time, the strength demon race and the other demons were all ready. They flew out of the city. The demon Dragon King led the large group and slowly arrived outside the city. They looked in the direction where Zhao Hai had come from. Zhao Hai didn't make them wait for too long. His undead army wasn't slow. A huge Rubik's Cube made up of undead creatures slowly moved to the other side of the Devil Dragon King's army. Zhao Hai and the other two stood on the head of the bone dragon and slowly flew to a place not far from the demonic Dragon King. Many of the demons behind the demonic Dragon King looked at this ordinary-looking young man curiously. They really did not expect that the person who gave the demonic Dragon King such a headache would look so ordinary. Most importantly, there was a succubus following him. Zhao Hai bowed to the demonic Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty, Devil Dragon King, we meet again. It seems that your Majesty has fully recovered your strength. I don't know whether I should congratulate you or be worried." The demonic Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "It's the same for you, sir. Long time no see. I wonder if you've come into contact with people from the God race. I don't know if the God race is stronger or if my demon race is stronger." The demonic Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "To be honest, the person I admire the most on this Ark continent is Mr. Zhao Hai. Only Mr. Zhao Hai can stop the demonic army. However, do you think you can stop the combined attack of the demonic and celestial races?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Hee, let's not talk about whether I can withstand the combined attack of the celestials and demons. I just want to ask your Majesty, Demon Dragon King, even if you and the celestials can work together to defeat me and take over the Ark continent, how are you going to split the Ark continent? Should we split it equally between the two families or not? If we do, I wonder if you'll agree. Even if you agree, I don't know if the God clan will agree or not." From the moment the two of them met, they had been fighting with their words. The demonic Dragon King was a veteran in this area, and Zhao Hai was not weak either. This had really opened the eyes of the people around them. The demonic Dragon King seemed to have lost his cool. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then there's no need for Mr. to worry. Mister, you're here today to have a heart-to-heart talk with me, right? Let's not waste time talking and show it with our hands." Zhao Hai smiled. "Your Majesty, the demonic Dragon King is in a hurry. I won't be polite then." After saying that, his figure flashed, and he, Bailey, Su Wanying, and the bone dragon under his feet all disappeared before the demonic Dragon King. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the undead army. The demonic Dragon King and the others were ready. They had already activated their domains. The people behind him also activated their domains. In an instant, all sorts of domains appeared in front of Zhao Hai. At this moment, hundreds of blue light beams suddenly shot out from the undead creature's array and hit the domains of the demon race's people, causing their domains to shake and become somewhat unstable. Then, another blue light beam shot out. Two blue light beams hit the domain of a demon race's people at the same time. The demon race's people who were hit by the blue light let out a strange cry as their domains were broken. At this time, the demon race people around him also reacted and immediately moved in front of these people, blocking the blue light for them. The demonic Dragon King looked at the blue light in a daze. He had never expected Zhao Hai to have a new technique this time. What exactly was this blue light? How could it break through the domain of a god-grade powerhouse? The demonic Dragon King knew that they could not wait any longer. The thing that was emitting the blue light was too powerful. If they continued to wait, it would not benefit them at all. On the contrary, they would always be in a passive situation. It was no wonder that the demonic Dragon King would think that way. The magic cannons that Zhao Hai was using now were all mounted on the undead creatures. After the undead creature's cover, the demonic Dragon King really couldn't tell that the blue light was emitted from the magic cannons. "Kill!" the demonic Dragon King immediately shouted. After he finished speaking, he drove the black dragon war chariot, supported his domain, and took the lead to attack. At this moment, a large number of undead creatures rushed out from Zhao Hai's formation. They went straight for the devil Dragon King and the others. These undead creatures were all at the pseudo-god level, and there were quite a number of them. There were about 500,000 of them. The devil Dragon King felt that something was wrong when he saw the undead creatures pouncing toward him. These undead creatures were too fast and their auras were too strong. They had actually reached the pseudo-god level. The demonic Dragon King could not help but feel a chill in her heart. She immediately shouted, "Everyone, be careful. These are pseudo-god level undead creatures. There are too many of them. Get into formation and face the enemy." The demon race's people were indeed worthy of being called out to by the demon Dragon King as they had grown up in war. They immediately reacted and gathered together. Each of them formed a large formation with their domains and joined forces to fight the enemy. Zhao Hai was watching from behind. He couldn't help but be impressed by the demonic Dragon King's experience. He had actually changed his fighting style immediately when he saw that something was wrong. This person was truly a formidable opponent. The pseudo-god undead creatures quickly came into contact with the god-devil formation. These pseudo-god undead creatures weren't strange. They also formed a battle formation, and this battle formation was commanded by Lies and Meljan. Now, the cooperation between Lies and Meljan was getting better and better. Currently, Lies was commanding a large group of undead creatures to fight against the demons, while Meljan was commanding the pseudo-god level undead creatures to fight against the demons. At this time, the battle in the sky was very lively, but Zhao Hai's side didn't have the upper hand and didn't get any benefits. The Orc King, who was standing among the undead creatures, looked at the battlefield with an ugly expression. The Orcs thought that their combat strength was extraordinary and that they were the best and most daring on the continent. When the Orcs were at war with other races, they rarely captured their prisoners, as they were ashamed of being captured. During the battle just now, the Beast King had clearly seen a few heavily injured demon race people self-destruct on the spot. Not only did they not have any corpses, but even the undead creatures that attacked them were also blown to ashes. The Beast King had heard it clearly. Zhao Hai's undead creatures were all level 9 experts. A demon's self-destruction actually blew up a level 9 expert into ashes. The undead creatures nearby were also hit by the shockwave and suffered heavy losses. They were killed by the demons in no time. Such a situation was not uncommon on the battlefield. As long as a demon was seriously injured, they would choose to self-destruct at the first moment, and the power would be very great. The Beast King was extremely shocked to see such a demon race member. He knew that the Beastmen could not do this, but what made him even more fearful was the fighting strength of these demon race people. If a person and an undead creature were on the same level, the person would usually be at a disadvantage because the undead creatures weren't afraid of death and didn't feel pain. If you slashed at them, they might not even dodge and would directly slash at you. It was a one-for-one exchange, and the undead creatures would be the ones who would gain the upper hand in the end. That was why no one was willing to fight with the undead creatures unless the difference in strength was too great. However, not only were the demons fighting the undead creatures, but they also didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Unless they were killed on the spot, they would definitely self-destruct and bury a few undead creatures. Such combat power was really chilling. Not only the Beast King, but the other kings and clan chiefs had similar thoughts. It was the first time they had seen the demons fight in such a brutal and terrifying way. They were sure that even if the soldiers on the Ark continent were all level 9 experts, only a few of them would be able to withstand the demons' attack. Other than Zhao Hai's undead army, it would be too difficult for the other armies to withstand the demons' attack. Zhao Hai looked at the battlefield calmly. To be honest, he really didn't want to start a war with the Nephilims because he wouldn't be able to replenish his energy. Unlike the Celestials, who wouldn't self-destruct at the very least, the Nephilims couldn't. They had strong vitality and would self-destruct at any moment. This would make Zhao Hai lose all his energy and many undead creatures would die. However, Zhao Hai couldn't just choose not to fight this battle. He had been forced to do so. The main reason why Zhao Hai didn't participate in the battle today was to see if the demon race had any vital points in the battle, the kind that would kill them instantly. However, Zhao Hai didn't realize that the devil's vitality was too strong. Unless their heads were chopped off immediately, they wouldn't die immediately no matter where they were injured. They would self-destruct immediately. It would take a lot of effort to behead a demon in the first place. Anyway, Zhao Hai's undead creatures couldn't do it, so he lost a lot of undead creatures in this battle. The demonic Dragon King and the others were entangled with the pseudo-god level undead creatures, but they weren't at a disadvantage. They were having a great time fighting the pseudo-god level undead creatures. If it weren't for the fact that the skeletons of the undead creatures were extremely hard, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the demonic Dragon King and the others' attacks. Zhao Hai looked at the battlefield and frowned. The same was true for the demonic Dragon King. To be honest, Zhao Hai's army of undead creatures gave him a headache. Even the undead creatures summoned by the Lick tribe of the demonic race weren't as difficult to deal with as Zhao Hai's army. There were too few troops that could withstand the demonic army's attack, and Zhao Hai's army of undead creatures was one of them. Both sides fought for more than 2 hours, and both sides suffered losses. Zhao Hai waved his hand gently, and Meljin and Becky immediately commanded the undead creatures to form a formation and retreat slowly. Zhao Hai walked to the front of the formation. The demon Dragon King knew that they would stop fighting here when he saw Zhao Hai's appearance. He also waved his hand, and the demon army stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the demonic Dragon King and said softly, "Your Majesty Demon Dragon King, I just want to give you a piece of advice. The Ark continent may not be suitable for the survival of the Nephilims. Now that the space crack has opened, the god race has also come to the Ark continent. They are greedy by nature, and I'm afraid they have conquered a few small planes by now. If the Nephilims and the god race really work together to destroy our Ark continent, I'm afraid the god race will immediately turn against the Nephilims. To be honest, I have fought both the god race and the Nephilims, and the god race is not weak. By then, I'm afraid that the demon race will also suffer heavy casualties. That's all I have to say. Please consider it carefully, Demon Dragon King. I'll take my leave today." After saying that, he commanded the undead army and retreated slowly. However, the demons did not give chase. They did not dare to. Now they finally understood why the Demon Dragon King had been suppressing them. He did not allow them to attack the Ark continent easily. With Zhao Hai around, they would have to think carefully before they attacked the Ark continent. The demonic Dragon King looked in the direction that Zhao Hai had left and sighed. To be honest, he agreed with Zhao Hai. The Ark continent was a good place, but it might not be suitable for the demonic race to live. Why were the demons so powerful? It was precisely because they grew up in the devil world, where if one's strength was not strong, then one would have no food and could only become other people's slaves or food. Under such circumstances, the devil race had no choice but to desperately improve their strength, which was why they had the devil race today. However, the Ark continent was different. The environment here was too good. For the demons, there was food everywhere, and there were not many dangers. If they slowly relaxed, they would not be able to survive. It was really hard to say. However, they were really reluctant to give up the Ark continent. The Ark continent was too good for the demon race. It would be a pity to give it up. Even the Demon Dragon King was reluctant to give it up. Although he knew that staying on the Ark continent might make the demon race less eager to fight, he was still reluctant to give it up. The Demon Dragon King commanded the army to slowly retreat back to the demon capital. Once they reached the demon capital, the Demon Dragon King called all his subordinates over. This time, the Demon Dragon King had also called the power demons over. He wanted to see the power demons' attitude. Although the strength devil race was the most aggressive and daring race in the devil race, they were not fools. They would make the right choice in the face of a powerful enemy. Even when facing the great Devil King, they would choose to surrender. Every race had their own abilities to survive, especially in the devil race. Not only did the strength devil race survive, but they also slowly grew stronger. It was impossible. The demonic Dragon King sat in the hall and looked at the people in the hall. She said in a deep voice, "Everyone, what do you think of today's battle?" The people in the hall looked at each other, but no one said anything. After a long while, a demon said in a deep voice, "Strong. This Zhao Hai is stronger than I expected. It seems like the Ark continent will not be easy to fight. Following this person's words, the other people in the hall also spoke up. One of them said, "I don't understand how a person from the Ark continent managed to create so many powerful undead creatures. This is too unbelievable." Another devil clansman said, "That's right. Today, this person didn't make a move. He just dragged us here." This person is really not easy to deal with. When a power demon heard this, he glared and said, "What's wrong? Are you guys afraid? Are you still demons?" No matter how strong Zhao Hai was, he was just one person. Was everyone on the Ark continent as strong as him? If that's the case, we won't be the ones fighting them, they'll be the ones fighting us. The demonic dragon king looked at the force demon and nodded. Liba is right. The only person I fear the most on the Ark continent is Zhao Hai. After watching for so long, I'm sure that the Ark continent is supported by Zhao Hai. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, we would have destroyed the Ark continent a long time ago. That's why I didn't ask everyone to attack when I found out that the Protoss were coming. First, we can use this time to build the city. Second, we can see the strength of the Protoss. If we face them in the future, we'll have the confidence to deal with them. Third, we want the Protoss and Zhao Hai to fight each other. It's best if both sides suffer, so that there will be fewer casualties. Now, does anyone have any objections? After he finished speaking, the demonic dragon king's eyes emitted a cold light as he swept his gaze across the people in the room. Everyone in the room lowered their heads subconsciously. To be honest, they were also the ones who had their own opinions about the demonic dragon king not fighting with Zhao Hai. Now, they were truly a little embarrassed. When the demon dragon king saw everyone's reaction, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The relationship between the various races in the demon race was very complicated, and now these people were all considered important figures in their race. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to manage them. Even the great demon king sometimes had to think about how to balance things out, let alone him. Originally, it was very difficult for the devil dragon king to command them. However, after Zhao Hai's disturbance today, these people had become obedient. He believed that in the future, these people would be obedient. This was definitely a good thing for the devil dragon king. When the demonic dragon king saw everyone's reaction, she continued, "All right, a lot has happened today. Everyone go back and calculate the casualties in your own clans. Those who are injured must be treated quickly and be prepared. I don't know why this Zhao Hai suddenly came here and caused such a scene. We must be careful." The demon race people responded, turned around and left. The situation in Modu City gradually calmed down, but it wasn't so peaceful in Yongping City. Zhao Hai didn't gain any advantage in today's battle and even lost a lot of undead creatures. However, Zhao Hai had already thought of this, so he didn't take any excessive actions. On the contrary, the kings and patriarchs of various countries all had unsightly expressions. Zhao Hai invited them to the city lord's residence in Yongping City. After everyone was seated, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone has seen the combat strength of those demons. I won't hide it from you. The undead creatures that are fighting with the god-grade experts of the demon race are all god-grade experts, but they are pseudo-god level experts, the lowest level of god-grade experts. Their strength is about the same as the current primordial sword saint. I used 500,000 pseudo-god level experts to hold back those demons. Everyone should be able to imagine their combat strength, right?" The kings and patriarchs fell silent. Before they had seen the demons' combat power, they could not believe that this was true. However, after seeing the demons' combat power, they realized that Zhao Hai had not lied to them. The Ark continent was indeed in a very dangerous situation. Zhao Hai looked at them and continued, "The god race's combat power is not any weaker than the demon race's. In terms of the number of divine-level experts, they have even more than the demon race. The lowest level in the god race's army is the heavy armored cavalry. They have an average strength of level 8. However, even so, other than being unable to fly, these heavy armored cavalry's offensive power is not any weaker than that of a level 9 expert. They are born with divine strength, have astonishing defensive power, and are able to attack head-on. I'm afraid that only the elephant cavalry of the Orc tribe and the Herculean cavalry of the Tauran tribe can't defeat the rhinoceros cavalry. The other races won't have any advantage against them. Moreover, the races I'm talking about have to improve their strength and reach level 9 before they can fight them. Even level 8 might not be able to defeat them." Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued. "Other than the heavy cavalrymen, there are the light cavalrymen. The weakest of these light cavalrymen are at the 9th rank, and the ones after that are the divine rank. Their attacks are also very strong, and they can fly very fast. I'm afraid only the elves who have leveled up and use blood thunder beads can fight them in the sky. It's too difficult for other races to deal with them." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the faces of the kings and patriarchs turned ugly. Zhao Hai looked at them and continued, "I suspect that these light and heavy cavalrymen aren't the real Protoss. They're just people who came here after the Protoss conquered a small plane like the Ark continent. They're obviously just cannon fodder among the Nephilims. They're always at the front of the army in every battle, while the regular Protoss army is behind them. The regular Protoss army is very strong, too. They don't have many powerful beings, and they're all god-level masters. They're very powerful. If it wasn't for the power of the magic cannon, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. Zhao Hai sighed. This is the biggest disaster the Ark continent has faced in tens of thousands of years. Just one of the Celestials and Nephilims is enough to tire us out. Now that there are two of them, it's even more difficult to deal with. The reason I'm asking you to train the civilians is that I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle the armies of the Celestials and Nephilims when they come. I'll have to mobilize the army from the back. Everyone fell silent. Even though they had never seen the god race before, it was clear that Zhao Hai valued the god race more than the demon race. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Hai was not lying. Zhao Hai looked at them and said with a bitter smile, "Actually, there's one more thing that I haven't told you. I was afraid that this matter would be too scary and scare you." When the old king of the Rasen Empire heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned for a moment before he widened his eyes and said, "What else do you want to say? Say it quickly. Do you think I can't stand being scared when I'm old? Say it. What is more terrifying than the arrival of the god clan and demon clan?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Father-in-law, this matter is really, let's put it this way. I only fought with the god race twice in the past few days. Each time, it was their vanguard army, which was made up of the god race's army. Their combat power was very strong. I used magic cannons, a large number of magic crystals, and the fearless reaction of the undead creatures to attack and repel the god race. The second time, I encountered the god race's regular army, which was made up of the heavy armored cavalry of the demon race, the light cavalry, infantry, and summoners. I've already told everyone about the strength of the heavy cavalry and light cavalry. The infantry are made up of real Protoss, and the summoners are also trained by the Protoss themselves. These summoners can summon a large number of magic beasts, which are very powerful. These summoners gather everyone's power and summon a person at the beginning. Everyone was taken aback. Summoning a human, this was the first time they had heard of this. They had heard that some powerful summoners could summon humanoid magical beasts. However, from Zhao Hai's tone, it was obvious that the god race had summoned a human this time and not a humanoid magical beast. What was going on? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, to be exact, it was just a projection of a person. The god race called that person a high god, and the god race called him a high god. This was very strange in itself. Later on, this projection was very similar to me. He was only a projection, but he put me at a disadvantage. His last attack even injured me and I fell to the ground. My divine level was almost in disorder and I was almost killed by him. Everyone was stunned. Even though they did not understand what a projection meant, they knew that it was not a human. It might be something like a shadow. A shadow almost killed Zhao Hai. Everyone was panicking in their hearts. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly. To be honest, this was the most dangerous time I've been in. If it wasn't for Lies and the others, I would have been in danger. Fortunately, I had some potions with me that helped me recover immediately. That person didn't expect me to recover so quickly. I finally broke his weapon and killed the projection. Everyone in the room heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they didn't believe Zhao Hai's words, they had no doubts about his strength. Although they saw Zhao Hai standing there in one piece, they couldn't help but worry when they heard the danger. After killing the person's projection, I used a secret technique from black magic to obtain some information from the person's mouth. This information was what shocked me the most. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, the kings and patriarchs all looked at Zhao Hai, waiting for him to continue. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai said in a low voice, from that person's memory, I learned that there are many other planes like the Ark continent, the God world, and the Demon world. Our Ark continent, the God world, and the Demon world are just the most inconspicuous ones among all these planes. They're only considered a big plane when added together. That person was assigned to this plane to collect the power of faith from our small planes. In other words, in the eyes of those people, our use. It's a place that provides them with power of faith. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. The old king even asked, Little Hai, what is that power of belief you were talking about? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled bitterly. The power of faith is actually something invisible. Let me put it this way. It's just like those people on the continent who believed in the Church of Light. As long as they believed in the Church of Light wholeheartedly and were willing to sacrifice themselves for it, they would produce a trace of power of faith. This trace of power of faith does not have much effect on humans, but it is very useful to those who are called high gods by the Protoss. In the eyes of those people, their only use is to provide them with the power of faith. It's just like how we raise sheep to eat and trim the sheep. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Who were these people? They were all people who could shake the entire Ark continent with a stomp of their feet. However, they were just like sheep in the eyes of the people summoned by the Protoss. How was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly. The king and patriarch couldn't accept the news either. They were usually high and mighty, but now they had become sheep in other people's eyes. How could they accept this? It took a while for everyone to calm down, but their faces were all ugly. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly. I know that everyone is feeling bad, but it's no wonder that people would say that about us. You may not know what I meant by the projection just now. Although the projection was just a shadow, it looked exactly the same as that person, and this shadow could only use about 1% of that person's strength. In this case, that person was still afraid of being killed by me. You can imagine how powerful his original body is, and that person was just an ordinary master in their space. They're equivalent to the level 6 powerhouses on the Ark continent. Do you think they'll take us seriously in such a situation? When Zhao Hai said this, everyone in the hall paled. They never thought that it would be like this. If the other party could send one person to fight against 100 Zhao Hais, that would be too terrifying. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "But don't worry too much. Those people can't come to the Ark continent easily, just like how the Protoss couldn't come easily in the past. Although they are strong, it is more difficult for them to come to the Ark continent than the Protoss, so they can only send a projection here. They can't come here in person." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Hai continued, "But even if they can't come, they'll still be a great help to the god race." The magic array that the god race used to break through the spatial barrier this time was taught by them. Also, who knows how many benefits they've given the god race over the years. That's why I value the god race so much. Everyone nodded. After Zhao Hai had said so much, they didn't dare to look down on the Protoss anymore. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I'm afraid that the people summoned by the god race have the same method as the god race. They can break through the space and come here. If that's the case, we're really done for. However, this is almost impossible. If the other party has such an ability, I'm afraid that they would have come a long time ago. I'm not trying to scare everyone. I just want to tell everyone to be mentally prepared. If the army of the god race and the demon race really comes after a period of time, I will have no choice but to give up the territory of the Stupa Empire. We'll retreat to the Akaya Mountains and put up a full defense. If we can defend the Akaya Mountains against the attacks of the gods and demons, then the Ark continent will have a chance of survival. When I develop a divine potion and let the people of the Ark continent become divine, we might be able to fight back. As long as we block the attacks of the gods and demons, they might start fighting first, which is very good for us. So after we go back, we'll say, we must first train the reserve players. In the future, we may need them in the big war. Even if we don't need them, we must be prepared." All the patriarchs and the king nodded. After seeing the strength of the demon race today, their previous disdainful thoughts had disappeared completely. To be honest, they couldn't wait to go back and train all the civilians into warriors. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly. "I know that you are all very busy, so I won't keep you. I only hope that you can train the army well after you go back." The god race has turned the entire kingdom of the Church of Light into a huge military camp, just to wait for their follow-up troops to arrive. Meanwhile, the demon race is also constantly sending troops. It can be said that the forces of the two races combined are much more than our forces. If it weren't for the undead creatures in my hands, they wouldn't be enough. In the future, we'll be competing in numbers. Everyone's hearts were heavy, but just as Zhao Hai had said, they were all of special status and couldn't be out for too long. They didn't say anything and let Zhao Hai use the space to send them back. After sending off the kings and patriarchs, Zhao Hai let out a long sigh of relief. He returned to the medium and sat down quietly. Meg walked in with a cup of cocoa and placed it on the table. Laura and the others also sat down. Although Zhao Hai didn't tell them the whole truth, Laura and the others understood what he meant. There were some things that couldn't be said, especially since it might expose the existence of the realm. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, I believe that after this, the kings and patriarchs will pay more attention to this matter. We won't have to work so hard. That's right. I hope they'll take it seriously. Otherwise, everything we've done will be in vain," Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. "Big brother Hai," she said, confused. "Why don't we go and fight the God clan? Let them know how powerful they are. Let my father know too. It'll save us the trouble of talking to them." Zhao Hai smiled wryly. "Fighting the Celestials is different from the Nephilims. The Nephilims are now wary of us, and they've made up their mind to have us fight the Celestials. So before we start a full-scale war with the Celestials, they won't make any big moves, but the Celestials are different. Haven't you noticed that we've been fighting them for the past few days and monitoring them for so long? The gods are all very arrogant. If we really attack them, they will dare to fight us with all their forces. By then, the Nephilims might also move. The Demon Dragon King is not a simple character. In addition, the Nephilims don't have magic cannons, but the gods have a magic cannon that is bigger than the ones we use. Although we have not seen the power of the magic cannon, the gods have shown them. This proves that this thing is a threat to the gods. If the gods feel threatened, it's naturally not easy to deal with. If we attack the gods, the undead will suffer even more losses." Li Jai understood what Zhao Hai meant. If they attacked the Nephilims would not have any city defense, so they could only fight them in the open. The god race was different. The god race's city defense was very good, and those magic cannons were not just for show. If Zhao Hai really attacked the god race, he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, he could not afford to lose the forces he had. "Brother Hai, you've been working so hard," she said. You've even considered all these things. Why do I feel so useless? I can't help at all. Zhao Hai looked at her and smiled. Who said you can't help? Aren't you and Meljin the ones who command the undead creatures? I can only do these things because Laura, Ryan, and Meg are helping me with the distribution of supplies. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my time would be used to deal with these things. Besides, it's not like you don't know the level of my command of the army. If I were to command them, I'm afraid that I'll lose all of the undead creatures. When Li Jai and Meljin heard Zhao Hai's words, they all laughed. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do you think the immortal cultivator will really not come to the Ark continent? What if he comes again? Zhao Hai smiled wryly. No one knows. However, Lu Wei's status is not high. In addition, if they want to come to us from the world of cultivators, they will definitely pay a high price. Just like how the Protos wanted to come to the Ark on land, didn't they sacrifice all the people of the Church of Light? I think those cultivators must have paid a greater price than the gods' race to come here, so they can't come easily. Even if they can, I'm afraid that Lu Wei can't afford the price, so we don't have to worry too much. What I'm worried about now is that if we become stronger in the future and really ascend to the immortal cultivation world, we may have to face that Lu Wei. That will be our most troublesome time. Don't worry, Big Brother Hai, said Li Jai with a smile. Even if we do ascend, we don't know how long we will have to wait. Plus, we have the space, so we don't have to be afraid of him. Big Brother Hai, when do you think the God clan will attack? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know yet. No matter how I look at it, the Protos don't seem to be in a hurry. I really can't tell what they're thinking right now. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In a few days, this bottle of God-ranked medicine will be ready. When the time comes, we'll let him take it and train a little. Then he'll quickly form his domain. That way our combat power will be even higher. Kai-Er, how much more time do we have left? Can we use the medicinal herbs in the fantasy background? Kai-Er smiled and said, Don't worry, young master. It will be fine in a few days. Originally, many medicinal herbs could already be used, but they haven't mutated yet. So I want to wait until these medicinal herbs have mutated before using them. This way, the effect will be even better. Moreover, with these mutated medicinal herbs, it will be much easier for us to produce God-ranked potions in the future. Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, you did the right thing. I'll leave the matter of these herbs to you. I won't care. I'm tired today. I'm going to rest. After saying that, he stood up and returned to his room. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After breakfast, he went to the living room and looked at the screen. The commotion caused by the Protos was not small. The dwarf slaves that they had sent out had officially started farming the land. Furthermore, reinforcements had arrived from the New World. Zhao Hai's face darkened when he saw this. He knew that the Protos were about to attack when the reinforcements arrived. This time, it would be a violent storm. Laura and the others were also looking at the screen with ugly expressions. Although they had expected this situation, they still felt a chill in their hearts when the day really came. Zhao Hai heaved a long sigh and said, It seems like we're really going to fight a big war this time. I wonder how many days it'll take for the Protos to attack. These guys really don't care about the demonic race at all. They know that doing this will give the demonic race a good reputation, but they still did it. How arrogant. Laura and the others also sighed and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai turned the screen again to look at the current situation on the continent. He was finally relieved. All the races on the continent had given the order to start training civilians. Although it was only the beginning, it was a good start. After taking a look, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, Send letters to all the countries and races immediately, telling them that the Protos reinforcements have arrived and may attack in a few days. Give them the level 9 medicine, and let all the soldiers in the army become level 9 powerhouses. Yes, replied Laura. She immediately went to do it. Liz and the others also went to help. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was still worried. It was naturally a good thing to have so many level 9 experts. However, he did not know how much help these level 9 experts could provide in the war against the Protos. Shaking his head, Zhao Hai cast these thoughts out of his mind. He then released Fua and asked about the situation of the dragons in the pagoda. Fua told him that there were still a few days left. Zhao Hai had no other choice. There was still no time for battle. If there was a battle, he would be even more afraid. This god-grade expert was truly difficult to deal with. The next day, the god-tier potion was finally completed. Zhao Hai immediately called Shunny in and let him consume the potion. Shunny had also successfully become a god-tier powerhouse. The only thing he lacked now was the ability to use his domain. However, Zhao Hai did not intentionally bring him along to cause trouble for the gods and demons. This was an extremely dangerous time, so it was better to let Shunny familiarize himself with his own power first. Zhao Hai had made the right move. Although Shunny couldn't create so many clones like Su Weiniang, he was still a death warrior. With his hidden weapon skills, he had reached god-tier power and was even more powerful. Zhao Hai calculated that even 10 pseudo-god powerhouses might not be a match for Shunny. His hidden weapons were hard to defend against. Shunny and Su Weiniang, the two old friends, were finally together again. Zhao Hai was going to upgrade stone and wood to divine level. Their joint attack technique was very powerful. If they were turned into divine-level experts, their combined attack power would definitely be even more powerful. Now, Zhao Hai was like a businessman. He wanted to make the best use of what he had in his hands, so he made careful calculations at every step. Zhao Hai and Su Weiniang helped Shunyi familiarize himself with his current strength. In order to allow Shunyi to display his strength to the fullest, Zhao Hai had spent some gold coins to have the all-powerful machine make a batch of hidden weapons. At the same time, he had also given Shunyi 2 interspatial bags filled with hidden weapons, enough for Shunyi to use for decades. With Shunyi and Su Weiniang by his side, Zhao Hai felt even more relaxed. In the past, Shunyi and Su Weiniang had always been following him. They knew what he wanted to do, so now that they were following him, there were many things that Zhao Hai didn't have to do. He could just leave them to the two of them. It was as if he had left staring at the screen to the two of them, while Hai found a place to familiarize himself with Lil Pagoda's attack patterns. Originally, Zhao Hai was planning to test out Lil Tower's offensive and defensive abilities after the first batch of undead creatures were upgraded. However, it seemed like that wasn't possible now. He didn't know when the Protoss would attack, and Zhao Hai wasn't very familiar with Lil Tower's offensive and defensive abilities. If he couldn't let Lil Tower use 100 of its strength, it would definitely be a loss. This was even more important than increasing the strength of some god-grade powerhouses. Small Tower had only promoted one pseudo-god tier elite. If he could use 100 of his power, his attack power would not be lower than that of several hundred pseudo-god tier elites. Zhao Hai naturally had to first familiarize himself with Small Tower. He needed energy to become familiar with Lil Pagoda. This way, Lil Pagoda would take even longer to upgrade to pseudo-divine level, but Zhao Hai didn't care about that right now. Just 2 days after Shunyi became a pseudo-god tier master, a larger scale of Protoss reinforcements arrived on the Ark continent, and the war was about to start. Zhao Hai looked at the Protoss on the screen. This time, the Protoss reinforcements were mainly infantry, which meant that most of the people who came were true Protoss. Other than the Protoss foot soldiers, there were also some summoners and other races that Zhao Hai had never seen before. There was nothing strange about the appearance of these races. The strange thing was their height. They were more than 6 meters tall, no shorter than the orcs' elephants. They were well built and wore clothes made of animal skin. The weapon in their hands was a huge club, which was engraved with strange patterns. These people were dressed like savages, which puzzled Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai had no doubts about their combat strength. Each of them had the strength of a god, and there were quite a few of them, around 100,000 of them. 100,000 people might not seem like a lot in front of an army of 10 million, but their figures could not be forgotten. When these 100,000 tall and strong men stood together, they were still quite shocking. Laura and the others sat beside Zhao Hai and looked at the Protoss reinforcements. The total number of Protoss reinforcements this time was around 20 million. In addition to the troops they had sent to the Ark continent, they now had a total of 30 million soldiers. What kind of concept was an army of 30 million? In addition to the slave dwarves used by the God clan for farming, they had almost occupied all the cities in the kingdom of the Church of Light. Lola frowned and said, "It seems that the gods' race is serious this time. Brother Hai, what should we do? These guys aren't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. This time the Protoss won't be easy to deal with, but we have to deal with them anyway. Most of the soldiers in the army have advanced to level 9. What we have to do is to fight the Protoss to the end. To be honest, we're not afraid of the Protoss. The realm can produce undead creatures and we can replenish our energy. We're not like the Nephilims. Those Nephilims go all out when they come and self-destruct when they can't handle it. They're the real tough guys." Lola nodded. "Shouldn't we also give those people some magical beasts? It's best if they're fast. Do it now. This is the only way we can fight our enemies in the future," Zhao Hai said with a nod. "Okay," Lola replied and led the others to make the arrangements. This was the plan they had discussed earlier. They would equip all the troops on the Ark continent with fast magical beasts and make full use of the beasts' mobility. As long as the Protoss dared to attack, they would harass them. They would use blood thunder beads to harass them, so they could not let the Protoss have an easy time. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was the same as what the chief had done in the past. He wanted to use guerrilla tactics to stall the Protoss so that they wouldn't be able to rest. Zhao Hai could use this method. With the space, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that the Protoss would ambush the soldiers. This was the best method. Zhao Hai had no other choice. The enemy was stronger and they were weaker. Under such circumstances, they could only use this tactic to deal with the Protoss. With Zhao Hai's command, a large number of demonic beasts were distributed to the armies of the various races. The orcs had their own mounts, so they didn't need to be distributed. Although the orcs had iron-armored beasts as mounts, they didn't have many cavalrymen. Moreover, the iron-armored beasts were mainly used to dig holes. Their normal running speed wasn't very fast, so they weren't suitable as mounts. The elves had now completely transformed into space, so their mounts were very unified, all of them blood eagles. This time, the human army was mainly assigned mounts. Because of the special body of the sea folk, although they had reached level 9 and could leave the water for a long time, they still needed some time to test out their skills on land. The Protoss army had just arrived on the Ark continent, so they had to rest for a few days. They were not in a hurry anyway. In their opinion, the Ark continent was already in their grasp, so there was nothing to worry about. During this period of time, Zhao Hai quickly divided the speedy magical beasts in his space. These magical beasts had reached the standard of grade 9 and were extremely fast. He believed that even the fastest celestial cavalry would not be able to catch up to them. After distributing the demonic beasts to the army, Zhao Hai immediately led the army to the designated battle points, which were the various cities in the Stupa Empire. Zhao Hai had already prepared all kinds of resources there. As long as these people arrived there, they would be able to use the resources. Once they left, they would immediately retrieve the resources in the space. With the space as a killing weapon, Zhao Hai was completely confident that he could deal with the Protoss. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't very good at using the realm in the past. After all, he wasn't very good at commanding in battle. In the past few days, he had been following Lies and the others to discuss how to deal with the celestial race and demon race, and he had gained some insights. Although Zhao Hai didn't know how to command an army in battle, he had lived in a brave era of information explosion. Even if he didn't know how to command an army, he had heard of those classic tactics. Therefore, he proposed guerrilla warfare, but he was immediately shocked by Lies and Meljan. They thought that this was the best tactic combined with space. After hearing their words, Zhao Hai realized that he had underestimated the effect of the space. It was the best way to combine guerrilla warfare with the space. He didn't want the soldiers to know about the space yet. If he wanted them to know about it, he could use the space and send his troops to any place on the continent and let them come back at any time. This was definitely a more powerful guerrilla tactic than guerrilla warfare. Since he did not want the soldiers to know about the existence of the space, there was only one way left. He had to give the soldiers a fast mount so that they could use the speed of the magical beasts to deal with the enemy. Since they were going to use guerrilla tactics, Zhao Hai didn't care about the gains and losses of the city. Hence, the magic cannons that were supposed to be placed on the city walls were put away by Zhao Hai and installed on the undead creatures. The corpses of the magical beasts on the Aklea Mountains were originally meant to be used as food for the people. However, most of them were turned into undead creatures by Zhao Hai. The larger ones were even chosen by Zhao Hai to be made into mobile artilleries. The main purpose of these mobile artilleries was to help the army to increase their offensive capabilities. Zhao Hai was prepared to assign a few undead mobile artilleries to any troops that were sent to harass the Protoss. He wanted them to cooperate with the other troops to cause more damage to the Protoss and obtain more undead creatures for Zhao Hai. The power of the Blood Thunderbeads was too overbearing. Almost all the undead creatures that were hit by the Blood Thunderbeads were vaporized. Zhao Hai couldn't retrieve any undead creatures at all, which was why he had ordered the magic cannons to move. It could be said that even if Zhao Hai ordered them to kill their king, the human army would do it. After all, the entire human race was relying on Zhao Hai to resist. The kings did not seem as reliable as Zhao Hai. The alien races didn't have this kind of situation, but Zhao Hai's reputation among them was also very high. The alien races might not listen to others, but they would definitely listen to Zhao Hai. The Ark continent was fully prepared for war, and the defense line at Mount Acrea was also being built. However, at this time, the demons also made a move. The Nephilims had been keeping a close eye on Zhao Hai and the Protoss. They knew that the Protoss had sent so many reinforcements, and the commotion on the Ark continent was not small either. It looked like a war was about to break out, so how could the Nephilims let this opportunity go? The demons were very clear about the combat power of the army on the continent. They knew that Zhao Hai had a potion that could turn a person into a LV9 powerhouse in a short time. They had even obtained some potions and were ready to study them. However, space water was not that easy to study. The reason the demons knew about this was because they had eyes on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai had not been able to find out how many people there were in the engraving organization. Even if he had the inner space, he could not find all the engravers, especially at a time like this. Once the Infernals made their move, Zhao Hai knew that the real war was coming. Once the Celestials started their attack, the Infernals would not sit around either. If they did not take this opportunity to attack, they would not be the Infernals. Facing such a situation, Zhao Hai could only turn the entire Stupa Empire into a huge guerrilla battlefield and stall for as long as he could. The Protoss army did not make Zhao Hai wait. 5 days after the Protoss army arrived on the Ark continent, the Protoss finally made their move. They gathered a large group of 20 million people, mainly the Protoss infantry and the giants. They charged straight at Shangcheng, while the heavy armored cavalrymen and the Pegasus light cavalrymen formed the second and third groups. They attacked the heart of the Stupa Empire directly. After all, they had enough troops, and they believed that their combat power was much stronger than the human army. With the first army keeping Zhao Hai at Shangru City, the second and third armies would be able to clear out all the troops in the other cities in the hinterlands of the Stupa Empire. Then they would be able to easily wipe out Zhao Hai's army at Shangru City. Even if they couldn't kill Zhao Hai, they would be able to let him escape from Shangru City and take control of the entire Stupa Empire. It was a good idea, but what they did not know was that the army on the Ark continent had improved their strength and changed their tactics. They were no longer fighting to the death in the same city. Yun Tianlai was the most famous battle general in the god race. He was known as the Thunder God. One reason was that he was a thunder-type sorcerer, and his thunder-type sorcery was very powerful. The second reason was that he had a very loud voice, and his words sounded like thunder. The third reason was that he had established the Thunder God Army. The Thunder God Army was a very famous army among the Protoss. There were a large number of foreign races in the army. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, these foreign races had been subdued by the Protoss when they had conquered other small planes. The heavy cavalry, the Pegasus light cavalry, and the giant army all belonged to foreign races. These people did not have a high status among the Protoss. Just like the heavy armored cavalry, their status was only slightly higher than the green-skinned dwarves who were used for farming. According to the human language, the green-skinned dwarves were slaves, while the heavy armored cavalry were war slaves. Although their status was higher than the green-skinned dwarves, they were still considered slaves, and among these slaves there were also differences in status. The heavy armored cavalrymen were lower in status than the light Pegasus cavalry, and the light Pegasus cavalry were lower in status than the giant army. The status of the giant army was almost no lower than the god race. The giant army was one of the divisions of the Thunder God Army. It was called the Teuton Division and was one of the most powerful combat forces in the Thunder God Army. The Teuton pillars in the hands of the giant army were not only used for close combat, but also for long-distance attacks. They could use the Teuton pillars in their hands to summon their Teuton to fight for them. Their Teuton was a thunder beast, which was very powerful. Over the years, Yun Tianlai had fought wars everywhere for the God Clan. With the Thunder God Army under his command, he had fought countless battles. The God Clan had not treated him badly. They had rewarded him with a plain as his territory. That plain was the plain where the Teuton tribe was located. The Thunder God had named that plain the Thunder God Territory. The original name of that plain was the Thunder God Continent because the people there used the thunder beasts as their Teuton. Yun Tianlai was over 400 years old. He was not very old among the Celestials. He was only as old as a middle-aged man in the human race. He had a head of beautiful silver hair. His hair was very strange. It was messy and bunched on his head, making him look like a man who had just been struck by an electric current. His hair seemed to be standing up, but it was also a little burnt. It had a big silver beard, which was also silver in color. It was wearing silver armor, and its weapon was also a silver-white totem root. It was riding a silver-white horse, but this horse was different from ordinary horses. It had a single silver horn on its head, but it did not have wings. However, there were flashes of lightning on the horn from time to time. It was a lightning-type beast. Although Yun Tianlai didn't think that the people on the Ark continent would cause him any trouble, he had developed a habit of collecting information after years of fighting. So when he first arrived on the Ark continent, he had collected some information about Zhao Hai from Yun Ying and the silver-bearded man. In the past, the Church of Light had collected a lot of information about Zhao Hai. However, the information was clearly inaccurate. When the Protoss and Zhao Hai really went to war, they realized that Zhao Hai's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. Under such circumstances, the information they had collected before was almost useless. The information they had gathered now was only some impression information that they had gathered from 2 battles. It was not very useful. However, it could also let Yun Tianlai know Zhao Hai's current strength. When Yun Tianlai saw Zhao Hai's current strength, he was very surprised. He had never thought that Zhao Hai would be so powerful that he could repel their retreat attack twice and even cause them to suffer heavy losses. Although this made Yun Tianlai look down on the silver-bearded soldier and Yun Ying, he still paid attention to Zhao Hai. He was very clear about the strength of the silver-bearded soldier and the Cloud Shadow Legion. Only the silver-bearded soldier could be used as a vanguard. This in itself was a proof of their strength. The Cloud Shadow Legion had a summoner who could summon gods. Together with the heavy armored cavalry and the flying horse-like cavalry, their strength could not be underestimated. The fact that these 2 regiments had been defeated by Zhao Hai was a clear indication of Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, although Yun Tianlai believed that the silver-bearded man and Yun Ying's failure to take down Shang Rucheng was due to their command, he still paid a lot of attention to Zhao Hai. He was very clear that even if the silver-bearded man and Cloud Shadow had some problems with their leadership, the combat power of these 2 legions was still there. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai was still able to force them back. This was enough to prove Zhao Hai's strength. Yun Tianlai was sitting on his cloud beast. Beside him, some god clansmen were looking for his long silver stick. This man was very tall, about 4 meters in height. In addition to carrying his big stick for Yun Tianlei, he also carried a rattan stick for himself. This man was a giant clansman in Yun Tianlei's Thunder God territory. Although this man was not as tall as an ordinary giant, he had the divine power of a heavenly god. Coupled with his natural flying feet, he could run very fast. Now that he had become a god-grade expert, his speed was not slow at all. Even if he was following Yun Tianlei, he could still keep up with Yun Tianlei's mount. Therefore, he was chosen to be Yun Tianlei's guard. Yun Tianlei walked forward unhurriedly. In front of him was the army of the god clan, and behind him was the army of the giant clan. To be honest, the totem army of the giant tribe was Yun Tianlei's most trusted army, because these people were from his Thunder God territory. Their families lived in the Thunder God territory. They were absolutely loyal to him. Moreover, they were very strong in fighting. One of them was even fearless in battle. They were his most capable subordinates. In the previous battles, it was the totem tribe who had delivered the most fatal blow and secured the victory. Therefore, Yun Tianlei had a high opinion of these giants. It could be said that in the Thunder God army, these giants had a higher status than the god race. Yun Tianlei, who was walking forward, suddenly murmured, "It's been a long time since we've met such an interesting opponent. Fei-er, what do you think that Zhao Hai will do to us?" Fei-er was the man from the giant tribe who had been with Yun Tianlei. Although he looked stupid, he was not stupid at all. He was also Yun Tianlei's most trusted man. He liked to discuss everything with him. Fei-er looked in the direction of Shang Rucheng and said, "If I were Zhao Hai, I wouldn't fight you head-on. According to the information we've collected, the only person on the Arc Continent who can fight you is Zhao Hai. He suffers too many losses, the Arc Continent will lose all ability to resist. Under such circumstances, as long as Zhao Hai knows how to lead the army, he won't fight you head-on. He will either retreat or change the army. From the information we've gathered over the past few days, Zhao Hai is doing the same thing." Yun Tianlei nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, dear Fei. You're a fast learner. Hee, but have you ever thought that Zhao Hai would send a small group of troops to harass us?" Hiko nodded. "I've thought about it. However, this kind of harassment is almost meaningless to an army of tens of millions. It shouldn't be worth the Lord's attention." Yun Tianlei laughed and said with great joy, "That's right, Hiko. You're right. It's a good tactic to use a small force to harass us, but in the face of an army of tens of millions, this kind of harassment is simple and insignificant. I hope Zhao Hai can send someone to harass us. That way, we can better understand the strength of the Arc Continent." Fei-er didn't say anything else. He just glanced at Shang Rucheng. He was wondering what Zhao Hai was going to do. Fei-er knew about Zhao Hai's situation. Because he had been by Yun Tianlei's side every day, he knew that Zhao Hai had defeated the silver-bearded man and Yun Ying. This made him curious about Zhao Hai. Fei-er didn't have a high status like Yun Tianlei, nor did he have any outstanding military achievements like Yun Tianlei. Therefore, he admired Silverbeard and Yun Ying very much. To be honest, in the god race, any general who could lead an army by himself was not simple. Back in the day, the Thunder God continent had tried to defend against the gods' attack, but they had failed in the end. The people who had tried to deal with them were Yun Ying and Silverbeard. Many of the giants knew how powerful these two were. Back then, they had made the Thunder God continent suffer a lot. However, they did not expect to be defeated by Zhao Hai as soon as they arrived on the Arc Continent. Although they were not completely defeated, it was still a disgrace to the two giants. Neither Fei-er nor Yun Tianlei could have imagined that the harassment tactics they thought were useless were actually Zhao Hai's strategy. As soon as their army left the territory of the Church of Light, they were targeted by Zhao Hai's army. This time, Zhao Hai's soldiers were not elves or a foreign race, but a few pure human troops. Zhao Hai's goal in sending the human army was to let them get used to this tactic. At the same time, he wanted to show the foreign races that he was fair to all races. Although Zhao Hai's actions were a little unnecessary, he still did it. He knew very well that if he did not let the human army go to war, the alien races would be dissatisfied with him. They would think that he was too protective of the human army. They would also want to use the celestial race and demon race to inform the alien races. Zhao Hai could not let that happen, because if that happened, his status among the alien races would plummet. The entire Arc Continent would lose their unified commander. It would truly be the end of the world there. Fairness was what a superior should do, especially in a situation where the composition of the races was very complicated. If Zhao Hai could not be fair, the Arc Continent would immediately become a pile of loose sand. By then, even if he raised everyone to level 9, they would not be able to stop the attack of the god race and demon race. Eichner was a major general in the Rasen Empire. The army he used to command was the most elite heavy infantry in the Rasen Empire. Although he was a major general, his position in the Rasen Empire was not low. He was comparable to the commander of a local army. In the Rosen Empire, the commander of a local army usually commanded an army of 100,000 to 150,000 soldiers. As a major in heavy infantry, he was almost on the same level as the commander of a local army. Eichner really admired Zhao Hai. In such a short time, Zhao Hai was able to turn the Buda family into the most famous family on the continent. This was already very impressive. Later on, he even married a few beautiful women in a row. This really made people envious. However, the most admirable thing about him was his combat power. His combat power was really too strong. Not only did he annihilate the dragon race, but he also blocked the attacks of the god race and demon race with his own power. Eichner was one of the first people to be transferred to Shangru City, so he was very clear about the strength of the Protoss. He was already very impressed by Zhao Hai's ability to repel the Protoss. On top of that, Zhao Hai had also promoted him to a level 9 expert. His gratitude for Zhao Hai was beyond words. This time, Zhao Hai's strategy was very clear to Eichner. The magical beasts that Zhao Hai gave them were all horse-shaped, and they had taken off their heavy metal armor and put on light leather armor instead. The weapons in their hands were no longer heavy spears and shields, but javelins. These javelins were made very simply, looking like sharpened wooden sticks. However, Eichner didn't underestimate the power of this spear, because he knew very well that it only looked simple on the surface. In fact, there was a blood thunder bead hidden in the projection, but now he wasn't in the mood to think about this. Instead, he touched a very ordinary-looking small cloth bag on his waist from time to time. The people around him looked at the small cloth bag with envy, as if it was a rare treasure. This small bag was really a treasure. It was an interspatial bag, but it was the smallest kind. It only had 10 cubic meters of space and couldn't hold too many things. However, there was something good in the interspatial bag. To be exact, it contained a fish, a message fish in a bottle. Zhao Hai had a lot of messenger fish in his Q-zone. He took them all out and gave each team leader a messenger fish. For example, Lady Wan Eichner led a 10,000-man team to harass the Protoss. In the entire team, only he had a messenger fish. Although Eichner and the others were at level 9, their flying speed was not very fast. However, the magical beast that Zhao Hai gave them was very good. It was not a magical beast that he had obtained from the Ark continent. Instead, it was a magical beast that was already in his shop, the Fergana horse. The Fergana horse was originally a horse breed on Earth. It was the most expensive horse breed on Earth. Not only were these horses fast, but they also had great endurance. However, these Fergana horses were completely different from those on Earth. These Fergana horses were now level 9 magic beasts and could fly in the sky. They had also inherited the two advantages from Earth, high speed and strong endurance. They were the most suitable mounts, especially for these kinds of rangers. The place where they had stopped was not far from the border of the Church of Light. However, they could not see the army of the god race from where they were. If they could see the army of the god race, it would be the same as letting the army of the god race see them. By then, they would not be able to launch an assault. However, they had sent people to spy on the Protoss army. This did not arouse the dissatisfaction of the Protoss army. The Protoss army had known that Zhao Hai would send people to spy on them. If they did not do so, it would instead arouse the suspicion of the Protoss. Eichner stood there with an excited expression. He knew that they were the first army to go against the Protoss. This was a great honor for them, and it also represented Zhao Hai's trust in them. Eichner was also a valiant general. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of Major General of the Heavy Armored Infantry. His family didn't have a deep background, just an ordinary middle-class noble family in the Rossen Empire. He had relied on his military merits to slowly become the captain of the Rossen Empire, so he was not afraid of war. On the contrary, he liked war. Only in war would martial artists like him have military merits. Eichner touched the portal bag on his waist and muttered, "Should be soon." One of the guards beside him heard what Eichner said and said calmly, "My lord, it should be soon. I've thought about it, and sir is about to send a letter to my lord." As soon as he said that, Eichner's eyes lit up. He slapped his portal bag and a small glass bottle appeared in his hand. As soon as he took out the glass bottle, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Eichner, they're heading to the left. If they see anyone from the Protoss continent, retreat immediately after one attack." "Yes, sir," Eichner replied. "We'll set off immediately." Zhao Hai's voice once again sounded, "And be careful, don't get too close. I don't care how many you kill, I want you all to live." "Yes, sir," Eichner replied and put the message fish back into the portal bag. After putting down the message fish, Eichner turned to his men and said loudly, "Brothers, sir has ordered us to attack. Raise our flags." Now each of us has 12 javelins. We are the best at playing with javelins. When we rush up and see those Protoss, we must throw all our javelins in the shortest time possible. After that, we must retreat immediately. Don't hesitate. Don't forget sir's words. Yes, everyone responded. Zhao Hai's prestige was the highest among the frontline soldiers. As long as it was Zhao Hai, they would not respond. A man beside Eichner raised a large flag with a bull embroidered on it. It was the flag of Eichner and the others. Seeing that the flag had been raised, Eichner immediately said, "Let's go." After that, they patted their mounts and galloped forward. Although they used to be heavy infantry, they knew how to ride horses. On the Ark continent, there were many magical beasts, and most families kept some low-level magical beasts. They could be used to transport goods or to cultivate land. Eichner was born in a noble family, so it was impossible for him not to know how to ride a horse. It was a compulsory course for nobles. The rest of the soldiers were similar. Some of them had been cavalrymen before and later became heavy infantrymen. As the heavy infantrymen were the most elite army in the Rossan Empire and were treated the best, many soldiers with outstanding performance would find ways to join the heavy infantrymen. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai handed the mounts to them without any worry. These people could become qualified cavalrymen without much training. The speed of Eichner and the others was extremely fast. The Fergana horses they were riding on galloped as if they were riding on clouds, but their speed was beyond imagination. Soon they saw the army of the god race. The army of the god race was made up of 20 million people. It could be said that it was overwhelming. People said that when the number exceeded 10,000, there would be no end to it. What kind of concept was this army of 20 million? It could only be said that it was too terrifying. Those who were timid would be scared to death just by looking at the number of soldiers. Eichner wasn't afraid. Zhao Hai had mobilized more than 10 million undead creatures and Protoss troops. They had seen the numbers. The Protoss army also noticed them and immediately sent out a 10,000-man team to welcome them. Eichner looked at the team and his eyes flashed. He shouted, "Get ready." After he finished speaking, he took out 2 javelins from the 2 leather bags in front of his saddle and held them in his hands. The others did the same. They didn't stop and rushed straight towards the 10,000-man Protoss team. The 10,000-man team was made up of infantry. It was obvious that they were made up of Protoss with one look and they were not weak. When they were facing Eichner's group, they were already slowly adjusting their formation. They moved very quickly, and when they were about 1,000 meters away from Eichner's group, they all supported their domains. Although they were only ordinary god-grade powerhouses, they were still very impressive. It was said that there were almost no pseudo-god-grade powerhouses in the god race. They had fought many battles, and as long as someone became a god-grade powerhouse, they could become a true god-grade powerhouse with a domain in a very short time. The pseudo-god-grade powerhouses either comprehended a domain or died in battle. Eichner already knew what they were releasing, but they didn't stop. They flew forward quickly, and as they got closer, the Protoss finally revealed the true form of their domain. They were a group of spear-shaped Protoss. Be careful of their long-range attacks. Although he said so, he didn't stop and directly rushed toward the other party. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. When they were 200 meters away, 10,000 spear-shaped energy beams shot out from the God Clan's troop, aiming at Eichner's group. Eichner felt that the energy was extraordinary, and he immediately shouted, "First shot, fire." After saying that, he threw out the javelin in his hand. Then he shouted, "Second shot, fire." The 2 rounds of spear throwing were like a dark cloud that flew straight towards the 10,000-man Protoss troop. However, the 2 waves of spear attacks did not hit the Protoss. Instead, they collided with the spear-shaped energy released by the Protoss. With a loud bang, the spear and the spear-shaped energy disappeared in the air at the same time. However, Eichner did not stop. He continued to shout, 10 consecutive shots, release. As he shouted, his arms turned like wheels and the remaining 10 javelins were quickly thrown out. After throwing the javelins, Eichner immediately said, "Retreat." Without any delay, he turned his horse around and galloped away. After the Protoss released the first spear-shaped energy, they thought they could fight with Eichner and the others in close combat. They could see that they were all level 9 and didn't have a territory, so they thought that they couldn't launch a powerful long-range attack. However, they didn't expect that Eichner and the others would only throw 2 javelins and die together with the spear-shaped energy released by the Protoss. Just as they were stunned, Eichner and the others threw their javelins again. A wave of 10 consecutive shots directly made them lose their bearings. They were already prepared for the Ark army to use the Blood Thunder bead, so they had already set up their territory to guard against the enemy. However, they did not expect the enemy to be so brutal. While they were still in a daze, the 10 waves of javelins exploded in the middle of them. The first 5 had already destroyed their domains, and the last 5 were going to take their lives. 10,000 Protoss with their own territory occupied a large area. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to attack such a large territory with a javelin. However, it should not be forgotten that the Protoss were all level 9 powerhouses. Level 9 powerhouses were the most powerful beings on the Ark continent. Of course, they were not so simple. The javelins they threw could reach up to 1,000 meters. The Protoss team was still in battle formation. Although they were spread out, they did not escape the attack range of the javelins because they were too close to Eichner. When both sides were about 200 meters away from each other, they launched their attacks at the same time. It could be said that the moment they launched their attacks, they were already going to engage in close combat. Fortunately, the Fergana horses that Eichner and the others were riding were very powerful. They made a turn and went around the side of the gods' formation, which made it more convenient for them to launch their attacks. By the time the Protoss army reacted and sent people to chase after Eichner and the others, they were already gone. It was impossible to catch them. Yun Tianlei didn't pay much attention to this small-scale contact. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for a small team of 10,000 people to touch their large formation of 20 million people, not to mention that it was a team of level 9 experts. Any army sent out would be enough to destroy the other party, but he didn't expect that it was because of this underestimation that he suffered such a big loss. A small team of 10,000 people, not a single one came back to see, not even injured, not even a corpse. They were directly vaporized by the energy of the Blood Thunder Beat explosion. Yun Tianlei looked at the place where Eichner and the 10,000-man Protoss troop had fought. He frowned and murmured, "This is interesting. Hiko, pass down my orders. If we encounter any attacks from the Ark continent in the future, we must attack them from a distance. Do not get too close to them." Heir responded and went to pass the order. However, the atmosphere of the God Clan's army wasn't very good. They had just come out from the Church of Light and had lost 10,000 people. It could be said that the first batch of soldiers had been at a disadvantage. This wasn't a good sign. At that moment, another group of Ark Continent's cavalrymen appeared on their right. This group of Ark Continent's cavalrymen was the same as the previous cavalrymen. They were also riding on Fergana horses with javelins on their saddles. However, Zhao Hai's order for this group of people was to immediately retreat after throwing their javelins from a distance. Zhao Hai and the other 10 knew that although the Protoss territory had long-range attacks, they could not reach a distance of 1,000 meters. However, a javelin thrown by a level 9 expert could reach that distance. Therefore, he did not order them to throw their javelins at a close distance like what Eichner had done. Instead, he ordered them to throw their javelins when they were outside the attack range of the Protoss territory and then retreat immediately. This tactic was similar to the one used by the cavalrymen on the grassland to deal with the infantrymen. The cavalrymen would follow the enemy from a distance, seize the opportunity, and launch a rain of arrows. Then they would retreat and seize the opportunity to launch another rain of arrows. This was the method that Zhao Hai was using. It was rare for the Protoss army to encounter such a situation. In the past, when they fought with people from other small dimensions, if the other party was also a Protoss, they would set up a grand formation. They would rely on their large number of god-grade powerhouses and powerful battle formations to defeat the other party in one fell swoop. If the other party had not reached the divine level, it would be even easier to deal with because the other party did not have any weapons that could hurt them. They could just kill their way over. In the past, the God Clan had fought against the strongest existences they had ever encountered. In order to conquer the Thunder God continent, the God Clan had paid a great price because there were many divine-grade experts and battle formations there. If it were not for the fact that the God Clan had more divine-grade experts and more slaves, it would have been even more difficult for them to conquer the Thunder God continent. Even so, in order to conquer the Thunder God continent, the God Clan had to pay a great price. They had also paid the price of millions of people. This was the most dangerous battle they had ever been in, but they had never encountered a situation like this. The armies on the Ark continent were obviously not as powerful as gods. It could be said that there were only a few gods on the entire Ark continent. However, the Ark continent was very strange. They could create blood thunder beads that were powerful enough to kill even gods. This puzzled them. Although the Protoss had many god-tier elites, they could not produce blood thunder beads endlessly like they did on the Ark continent. In fact, blood thunder beads were not their conventional weapons at all because it was too troublesome to make them. Even if a god-tier elite made one, it would still cause serious damage to the Protoss. Therefore, blood thunder beads could not be used as standard weapons for the Protoss. However, the Protoss did not expect Zhao Hai to have a dimension that was a powerful weapon. The blood thunder beads were just a manifestation of energy. The dimension had already recorded the energy of the Protoss blood. Coupled with the lightning power in Zhao Hai's Lotus of the Way, the blood thunder beads could be produced without limit. They were now the standard weapons for the people on the Ark continent. Protoss were at a loss. The cavalrymen retreated after 12 waves of village spear attacks. The Protoss could not catch up even if they wanted to. They were too fast, but they did not cause much damage to the Protoss this time. Less than 1,000 casualties were nothing to the 20 million Protoss army. However, Yun Tianlei was not happy. He frowned and thought about how to deal with this situation. The opponent's attack really gave him a headache. While Yun Tianlei was thinking, another wave of attack came. It was still cavalrymen who attacked with javelins. They were still far away and would leave after finishing the attack. They would never give them a chance to fight in close range. Yun Tianlei's brows were tightly knitted. After a long time, he turned to Heir and said, "Hiko, pass down the order. Have the person with the strongest long-range attack in the team move to the outermost area of the team at the fastest speed. If the people from the Ark continent are here, they will immediately attack the other side. We cannot let the Ark continent be harassed and attacked again." Heir responded and went to pass down the order. After a while, there was a commotion in the Protoss army. A group of soldiers was deployed to the periphery of the army. These people were all people who used the bow and arrow domain. The bow and arrow domain happened to have the two characteristics that Yun Tianlei had mentioned. The long-range attacks released by their domains not only had a long range, but also were very fast. As soon as the Protoss army changed their formation, the fourth wave of attack came from the Arc continent. It was still a cavalry, and it was also a model soldier. This time, when the Protoss army saw the enemy attack, they immediately sent out a small team with a bow and arrow field to meet them. It was obvious that they wanted to take the initiative and destroy the Arc continent's cavalry. However, the Arc army was not stupid. As soon as they saw the Protoss approaching them, they immediately understood what was going on. They turned around and ran away without even attacking. When the archers realized that they could not catch up to the enemy, they had no choice but to return to their original formation. However, as soon as they returned, the Arc cavalry returned and continued to approach them. The archers once again met them, but the enemy retreated. This repeated a few times before the group of Protoss archers was finally enraged. This time, when they saw the enemy retreat, they didn't immediately return to the main group. Instead, they chased after the enemy as if they were determined to destroy the enemy. Yun Tianlei was also looking at the Arc continent's cavalrymen. He was a little angry. The Arc continent's way of fighting was too shameless. They could not beat them in a real battle, but they stuck to them like this. They could not hit them, and they could not get rid of them. It was so annoying. That was why Yun Tianlei didn't stop the small group of archers. He just wanted to see where the cavalrymen could run to. However, he soon regretted his decision. Not long after the small group of archers chased after them, a few bow-sized undead creatures suddenly flew in from all directions. These undead creatures looked like skeletons and were extremely fast. They didn't run for their lives like the cavalrymen. Instead, they looked like they were going to fight the Protoss archers to the death. They pounced on the archers, and the Protoss archers immediately stopped and formed a battle formation. He was ready to face the enemy, but at this moment, something strange happened. As soon as the Protoss battle formation was set up, blue and red beams of light suddenly shot out from the undead creatures' bodies. As soon as the beams hit the Protoss battle formation, a row of them fell off like dumplings. As for the fallen Protoss, they were miraculously floating in the air. Not only that, but the undead creatures' bodies would flash with blue and red light from time to time. As long as they hit the Protoss, none of them could escape. Yun Tianlei watched the battle quietly. The Arc continent had chosen a very strange place to attack. The distance between the Protoss continent and the Arc continent was not far, but it was not close either. They could see it, but if they wanted to catch up, they would not be able to catch up in a short time. It was like Yun Tianlei was showing off. Yun Tianlei did not get angry. He just looked at them calmly. To be honest, after a few days of attack, Yun Tianlei had a general idea of what the Arc people were thinking. They were using this method to slow down their progress and destroy their forces. In the past, Yun Tianlei had encountered such a situation. However, the destructive power of those people was not comparable to that of the people from the Arc continent. An attack from the people from the Arc continent would definitely cause some casualties, at least a few hundred and even a few thousand. Although such scattered attacks didn't seem too conspicuous, it was a huge blow to the morale and effective strength of the Protoss. Although Yun Tianlei looked calm on the surface, he was not calm at all. The way the Arc was attacking was completely different from before. In such a short time, he had been attacked 4 times. Although there were not many people, it was not a small number either. 10,000 people was not a lot, but it was not a small number either. Furthermore, they did not know how many more people would come to attack them, which made Yun Tianlei even more worried. Most importantly, Yun Tianlei was no longer stronger than the people on the Arc continent in 2 things. The first was the mounts of the people on the Arc continent. Yun Tianlei was a veteran in the battlefield, so he knew very well the power of a level 9 expert. It was impossible for a level 9 expert to have such speed. The reason they were so fast must be because of their mounts. He had looked at them and found that they did not have such mounts on the Arc continent before. The second was their cannons. He had heard about the magic cannons on the Arc continent from Yun Ying, but he didn't care about them at that time. He knew how powerful the magic cannons on the Arc continent were. Even the Divine Realm had spent a lot of effort to produce those huge magic cannons. However, to be honest, Yun Tianlei was not very satisfied with the power of those huge magic cannons. That was why he did not think that there would be any powerful magic cannons on the Arc continent. However, the battle just now had taught Yun Tianlei a lesson. He had never thought that the ordinary-looking magic cannons on the Arc continent would be so powerful. It was really surprising. However, Yun Tianlei couldn't just stand by and watch the people on the Arc continent slaughter his men. He immediately sent out reinforcements. As soon as they made a move, the undead creatures and cavalrymen on the Arc continent immediately retreated. However, Yun Tianlei was not happy at all when he counted the results of the battle. He had just sent out a 10,000-man team, and this time, less than 4,000 of them had returned. More than 5,000 of them had been killed by the people of the Ark continent in just one attack. It was a huge loss. Yun Tianlei frowned. He was having a headache. If the people on the Ark continent kept fighting them in this way, it would be a real headache. Although more than 20 million troops were a lot, they could not withstand such a battle. They had just arrived at the border of the Church of Light, and almost 20,000 people had been killed. Although 20,000 people were insignificant compared to 20 million people, it had only been less than a day, and they had already suffered such a great loss. This was something that Yun Tianlei had never thought of. After a long while, Yun Tianlei said to Fei, what do you think we should do? Master Hiko said in a deep voice, didn't we encounter such a situation before? Although the damage here on the Ark continent is more powerful, it's all the same. Yun Tianlei laughed and said, you know me well. Good, order the troops to speed up. They want to play with us on the way, right? We will not play with them on the way. We will go straight to their home. I will see if they will still fight me when the time comes. As long as we fight face to face, humph. Fei acknowledged and immediately left to pass down the order. The group's speed increased a lot, but unfortunately it was useless even if they increased their speed. After all, this was a large group of more than 20 million soldiers. It was not easy to increase their speed while maintaining their formation. If they had to maintain their formation, they wouldn't have been able to get there even if they were fast. But if they didn't maintain their formation, a group of Ark soldiers would suddenly appear and bite them. It was impossible to guard against such a method, and Yun Tianlei had no other choice. He only hoped to find the people from the Ark continent as soon as possible so that he could have a fair fight with them. In fact, the border of the Kingdom of the Cult of Light was not far from Shangru City. If they flew fast, they could reach it in about half a day. But today, Yun Tianlei and the others were attacked along the way, which greatly slowed down their marching speed. By the time they saw Shangru City, it was already 2 days in the afternoon. Therefore, they had to take down Shangru City before dark. When the large group saw Shangru City, they moved even faster and soon they reached the city. However, when they arrived at Shangru City, they were dumbfounded. There was no one in Shangru City. It was completely empty. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a rat. Yun Tianlei's face darkened when he saw this. He knew what Zhao Hai was planning. Zhao Hai wanted to use the space in the Stupa Empire to keep them here. They had been attacked by the Ark's cavalrymen 24 times since they came out this morning, and they had suffered losses each time. By now, they had lost almost 30,000 men. They had lost 30,000 men, but they hadn't even touched a hair of the other side. This really made Yun Tianlei lose face. He had thought that the other side would arrange some people to fight with them in Shangru City. In that case, they could vent there. However, he didn't expect that his opponent wouldn't give him the chance to do so. He had given up on Shangru City. Yun Tianlei looked at the empty city and took a deep breath. Regardless of his commanding ability, the pressure he exerted was enough to show that he was extraordinary. The Protos naturally had divine will. Yun Tianlei used his divine will to scan the city and was able to roughly understand the layout of the city. The layout of the city was really good. Not only inside the city, but outside the city as well. The crisscrossing underground tunnels were enough to show how much importance the people of the Ark continent had placed on this place. However, as soon as they sent out their troops, the other party directly gave up on this place that they had managed for a long time and began to place sneak attacks on them. This kind of pressure was not something that ordinary people could have. In fact, Yun Tianlei's biggest mistake was not counting the civilians on the Ark continent. In the entire Stupa Empire, there were no civilians other than the military. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai had a lot of tactics to choose from. For example, he could give up Shangru City if he wanted to because there were no civilians there that needed his protection. Why would he fight to the death with the enemy? Yun Tianlei hadn't thought of this, so when he saw the empty Shangru City, he was very surprised. However, after the shock, his face became even more unsightly because he knew very well that if the enemy didn't fight them in Shangru City, the sneak attacks would never stop. Whether it was day or night, they wouldn't have a moment of peace. All the Protos were looking at Shangru City in a daze. They had no idea what to do down there. They had come out excitedly with the intention of destroying all the resistance forces on the Ark continent. But now, not only were they not destroyed, but they were also sneak attacked from time to time. It was really frustrating. Yun Tianlei looked at Shang Rucheng, clenched his teeth, and said, "Let's rest in the city. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Ark continent. I don't believe that they'll give up on Shangru City." They can't give up on the entire Stupa Empire, but they can't give up on the entire Ark continent. Arrange the guards and be on high alert. Everyone responded and immediately went to make the arrangements. However, Yun Tianlei had brought too many people with him, and Shangru City was simply not large enough to accommodate them. In the end, some people had to live outside. However, they were very capable. They directly used earth magic to build a room outside and settled down. However, what made the Protos feel strange was that ever since they had gotten close to Shangru City, they had not encountered any attacks. This puzzled them greatly. However, the attack during the day had already given them a huge headache, so they were still very careful and vigilant. They had sent out a patrol team of 1,000,000 people to guard their camp. The sky was getting darker, and most of the Protoss were already resting. Although it was said that a god-tier being would not be affected if they did not rest for a few days, Yun Tianlei, as a soldier, knew very well that a few days without rest would also affect a Protoss. Their combat power would not decline, and when faced with the cunning enemy from the Ark continent, if they were not in good condition, they would be courting death. So he let everyone rest. Although the sky was dark and the gods' race had not encountered any attacks, Yun Tianlei was still very uneasy. He did not believe that the other party would be so kind as to give him time to rest. Judging from the tactics of the other party, it was impossible for them to give them such an opportunity. But it was already late, and there wasn't a single alarm from the sentries outside. There was no one in Shangru City, so what was the other party up to? If Zhao Hai continued to harass Yun Tianlei's team like he had during the day, Yun Tianlei wouldn't have to worry about him. After all, Zhao Hai's tactics would make him worry less. Now that Zhao Hai had suddenly stopped, this was what he was most worried about. He did not understand why Zhao Hai would do this. The unknown danger was the biggest headache. All of a sudden, Yun Tianlei sat up in surprise because he heard a buzzing sound in his ears. The sound was very clear in the quiet night. Yun Tianlei perked up his ears and listened carefully. Soon he found out that it was the sound of a mosquito. Mosquitoes existed in all planes, but they were not particularly powerful. They could be killed almost easily. When Yun Tianlei heard that the sound was from a mosquito, he didn't care anymore. He let out a breath and lay down again. However, the buzzing sound was getting louder and louder. Yun Tianlei couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said loudly, "Heir, what's going on? Why are there so many mosquitoes in the city? Let's go out and see what's going on." Heir was sleeping right outside Yun Tianlei's room, so when he heard Yun Tianlei's words, he immediately responded, stood up, and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, Heir gasped. He was also a god-grade powerhouse, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation outside. The entire sky above Shangru City was covered by a dark cloud. The cloud was too big and kept changing shape. What surprised them the most was that the loud buzzing sound came from the dark cloud. Hiko's figure moved and flew towards the dark cloud. However, when he was a few hundred meters away from the dark cloud, Hiko stopped. He felt his hair stand on end. What kind of dark cloud was that? It was clearly just a pile of mosquitoes, a pile of countless mosquitoes. It was Heir's first time seeing so many mosquitoes, and what scared Heir the most was that these mosquitoes were too big. Each of them was the size of a palm, and their blood-red bodies made one's scalp go numb. Most importantly, Heir recognized this type of mosquito. It was the spirit-devouring blood mosquito. It was the spirit-devouring blood mosquito from the divinity. He had seen this type of mosquito in the divinity. Even in the divinity, this type of mosquito was an extremely terrifying existence. Of course, one or two was not scary. What was scary was a large number of spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. That would be a huge disaster for the gods' race. Heir retreated slowly, afraid of alarming the mosquitoes. It was precisely because Heir was afraid of these mosquitoes that she did not notice a small spatial crack in the middle of the mosquitoes. Spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were flying out of the crack one after another at an extremely fast speed. The number of blood mosquitoes was also increasing. Heir was about 1,000 meters away from the blood mosquitoes when she suddenly accelerated and flew back to the city lord's mansion in Shangru City. Yun Tianlei was resting in the mansion. Now Yun Tianlei had also gotten up. He was standing there and looking at the sky with a shocked expression. Heir saw Yun Tianlei's expression and immediately shouted, "Master, it's a mosquito disaster. Quickly wake everyone up, it's a mosquito disaster." Hearing the word mosquito disaster, the blood on Yun Tianlei's face immediately disappeared. He immediately shouted, "Sound the alarm, quickly sound the alarm." Heir couldn't wait any longer and immediately flew to the city wall. There was an alarm there, and as soon as Heir reached there, she immediately rang the alarm. The sound of the bell alerted all the sleeping Protoss. They put on their armor as fast as they could and rushed out of their houses. At the same time, the people in the teams immediately released a few light spells into the sky to look around. In a short while, someone discovered the large swarm of spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, and everyone's faces were completely drained of blood. The spirit-devouring blood mosquito was a troublesome magical beast even in the divine realm. They had not expected to encounter so many of them on the Ark continent. It was too terrifying. At this moment, the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes seemed to have received an order. They scattered and pounced straight at them. The gods' race clansmen's expressions changed. Then, almost at the same time, they supported their domains and blocked the attack of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. However, there were just too many spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. They didn't know how many there were, but they were constantly attacking them. Although these people kept using magic to attack these blood mosquitoes continued to attack them one after another. The blood mosquitoes' attacks seemed to be directed by someone. Some people only had a few blood mosquitoes circling around their domains, while some gods' race people were attacked by a large number of spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. For a moment, even their domains were on the verge of collapse. The faces of the Celestials who were attacked by the large number of blood mosquitoes turned pale. They desperately tried to transfer energy into their domains. They knew very well that once their domains were broken through by the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, there was only one order waiting for them: death. Yun Tianlei also looked at the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes with an unsightly expression. They had never encountered such a large number of spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, even in the gods' race. If such a large number of spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes appeared in the divine world, it would be a huge disaster. Whether it was inside or outside the city, the Protoss all moved, using their best methods to kill the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. A battle between humans and mosquitoes unfolded just like that. At this time, Zhao Hai was calmly sitting in the origin space and watching all of this. Of course, he was the one who released these mosquitoes. He had almost forgotten that there were blood mosquitoes in the origin space, because even Zhao Wen had been sent out to cultivate. He was going to let her come back after she reached the divine level. However, Zhao Hai had never expected that Zhao Wen, who was considered to be at the bottom of the pack in the Rotten Corpse Swamp, would be able to cultivate to the divine rank faster than the other rank 9 experts. This was simply too surprising. This afternoon, when Kai had suddenly told him that Zhao Wen had already cultivated to the god grade, Zhao Hai had been truly shocked. When Zhao Hai summoned Zhao Wen into the origin space, he realized that although Zhao Wen's appearance didn't change much, her strength had indeed reached the god rank. This made Zhao Hai extremely confused. He asked Zhao Wen what had happened, but Zhao Hai couldn't explain it clearly. In the end, Zhao Hai concluded that it might have been because of the drop of blood that Zhao Wen had drunk. Back then, he had deduced that the drop of blood that Zhao Wen had drunk might have been the blood of a god. It contained a huge amount of energy, which was why Zhao Hai had been able to reach rank 9 in such a short time. However, when Zhao Hai called Zhao Wen into his origin space, she also gained a lot of benefits. Among all the animals, she had spent the longest time in the origin space, so she gained the most from it. In addition, that drop of blood was the blood of a god race to begin with. It was very likely that it was the divine blood of a high-level deity. The power contained within it was extremely powerful. Not only could it allow Zhao Wen to rise to rank 9, but as long as Zhao Wen rested well, it would not be a problem for him to reach the divine level. Among the magical beasts in the corpse-rotting swamp, Zhao Wen had the best relationship with Zhao Hai and the others. She wanted to stay by Zhao Hai and the others' side and did not want to leave. However, for her safety, Zhao Hai resentfully allowed her to leave with the magical beasts in the corpse-rotting swamp. After Zhao Wen left, she did not hate Zhao Hai and the others. She only wanted to return to Zhao Hai and the others' side as soon as possible. She was not stupid. She knew that once she reached the divine rank, she would definitely be able to return to Zhao Hai and the others' side. As such, he cultivated non-stop outside, settling down to cultivate. In the end, she was actually the first magical beast to break through to the divine level among all the magical beasts in the corpse swamp. Sure enough, as soon as she broke through to the divine level, Kai immediately brought her back to the spatial ring. If it was someone else who had broken through to the divine level, Kai might not have done this, but Zhao Wen was different. Zhao Wen had the best relationship with Kai so as soon as she broke through, Kai immediately brought her back. Zhao Wen's return made Zhao Hai suddenly realize that he still had a killing weapon that he had not used, and that was the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. He could release countless spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes in his spatial ring. This was definitely a killing weapon. The reason why Zhao Hai did not use the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes when he was fighting was because he had been fighting the people on the Ark continent. The undead creatures were enough. The spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were too troublesome. Therefore, he had only used them once on the grasslands and had never used them during other times. However, they were currently in the middle of a battle with the Protoss, and these Protoss fellows would not be able to rest for long. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw Zhao Wen, he immediately thought of the existence of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. That was why he did not order the human army to attack in the afternoon. Instead, he waited until night to release the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. Zhao Hai didn't even know how many spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes he had released, but they were definitely more than the number of Protoss. Although the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes weren't of a high level, their offensive power was weak. They were the best against the Protoss. Even though the inner space had been upgraded many times, the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were pests and were only used in the interspace to make things more interesting. They didn't help Zhao Hai much. Although the inner space had been upgraded many times, the level of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes had never been high. If it wasn't for Zhao Wen's appearance, Zhao Hai would have forgotten about the existence of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that the moment he released the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, the gods' race would recognize them. This made him extremely puzzled. In Zhao Hai's opinion, there shouldn't be any spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes in the Celestials. But why did it seem like there were not only spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes in the Celestials, but they were also very powerful? Zhao Wen was still lying on Zhao Hai's head as usual, his small eyes focused on the screen. There was no change to her body, and she still looked like a red crystal sculpture. As long as she was lying there without moving, others would definitely think that she was just a sculpture. However, Zhao Wen was indeed a god-grade powerhouse now. Zhao Hai looked at the nervous Protos on the screen and asked Zhao Wen in confusion, "Little Wen, why do those gods race people seem to be very afraid of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes? Could it be that your clan still has someone from the gods' race?" Zhao Wen shook his head. "Young master, I'm not familiar with this. I was born here on the Ark continent and grew up here. I don't know anything about the divine realm." Zhao Hai nodded. Although the attacks of these blood mosquitoes are not weak, most of the Protos can still withstand them. These blood mosquitoes will disappear after being killed more than 30 times. It seems that they are not much of a threat to the Protos. Zhao Hai only found out about it recently. He used to think that the pests and mosquitoes that were released from the boundless space couldn't be killed within a certain period of time. Later, he realized that it wasn't the case. Just like mosquitoes, if the same mosquito was hit 30 times in a row, it would disappear forever. It was the same for the pests. But even so, it was still very shocking. 30 times. A mosquito would only die after being killed 30 times. What if there were 10,000 of them? That would be 10,000 multiplied by 30, which would be 300,000 mosquitoes. What about 100,000? What about 1,000,000? Zhao Hai had released more than 1,000,000 mosquitoes today. The Protos army alone had more than 20 million people. If he released 1,000,000 mosquitoes, would it surprise the 20 million Protos? That was why the number of mosquitoes that Zhao Hai released today was actually far more than the number of Protos. This wasn't like what Zhao Hai did at night. He opened a spatial rift and let the mosquitoes out one by one. In fact, ever since Zhao Wen returned, Zhao Hai had been putting the mosquitoes into the spatial rift. He only let them out at night. Right now, the entire area outside Shangru City was filled with blood mosquitoes. The gods' race were all struggling to deal with them. Although none of them had been injured so far, the sheer number of blood mosquitoes was a real headache for them. Zhao Hai wasn't idle. He wanted to release more blood mosquitoes into the dimension. After this batch of blood mosquitoes was exterminated, he would release another batch to grind these Protos to death. Zhao Hai's plan was too optimistic. He realized that the realm could only release blood mosquitoes once a day. After that, he couldn't release any more for the next 24 hours. Furthermore, the first time he released blood mosquitoes, he couldn't let them out for more than 6 hours. In other words, within these 6 hours, he could release as many blood mosquitoes as he could. He couldn't release more. This was the limit of the day. Although there were so many restrictions, Zhao Hai still felt that these blood mosquitoes were a big killing weapon. Zhao Hai didn't know how many blood mosquitoes could be released in 6 hours, but he knew that the number would be shocking. When these blood mosquitoes were released, it would be enough to give the Protos a headache. However, Zhao Hai realized that the Protos were also very powerful. Up until now, there had been no casualties among the Protos. On the contrary, there had been some casualties among the blood mosquitoes. One had to know that a blood mosquito would only disappear after being killed 30 times. Now there were actually casualties. This meant that no blood mosquito had been killed more than 30 times in a row. It seemed that these gods' race people really had some skills, but very quickly, Zhao Hai was no longer disappointed. There were finally casualties among the gods' race. One of the gods' race's domains was broken, and then a large swarm of blood mosquitoes pounced down. The god race man still wanted to protect himself, but it was useless. The blood mosquitoes broke through his barrier and landed on his body. The god's race man let out a miserable scream. Zhao Hai didn't let the mosquitoes suck the Protos' blood dry. He was afraid that it would affect his ability to turn the Protos into an undead. Therefore, when the Protos were attacked, Zhao Hai immediately used his space to put them in and turn them into undead creatures. To Zhao Hai's surprise, just as the mosquitoes bit the Protos, a notification suddenly came from the origin space. Space mosquitoes have absorbed the blood of a powerful being, and the blood mosquitoes have evolved. The attack power of each blood mosquito is equivalent to a 6th-grade magical beast. Every 24 hours, the host can release the mosquitoes for 7 hours. The mosquitoes will automatically disappear after being attacked more than 40 times or staying for more than 10 days. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He didn't expect the space mosquitoes to level up in such a way. This meant that in the future, no matter how much blood the blood mosquitoes could absorb, they could level up again. God, this was definitely a good thing. Although the attack power of these blood mosquitoes was only around the standard of a level 6 unit, one should not forget their terrifying numbers. Moreover, the vitality of the blood mosquitoes was very strong, so it would not be easy to deal with them. No matter how powerful a divine-level expert was, if he were to be surrounded and attacked by tens of thousands of fearlessly flying magical beasts of the 6th rank, he would probably end up dead. The Protoss outside were still working hard to fight the blood mosquitoes. When Zhao Hai realized that he could not release any more blood mosquitoes, he did something else. He called the cavalry who were preparing to attack the Protoss to the vicinity of Shanru City. He was prepared to send the cavalry to attack the Protoss once the blood mosquitoes were all killed. Meanwhile, Lies and Meljan were doing something else. It was something that would be a bigger blow to the god race. This time, the Protoss attack was divided into two parts. The first part was led by Yun Tianlei's central army. They would charge straight at Shangru City. Even if they could not destroy Zhao Hai, they would make it so that Zhao Hai could not go to other places to help. The second part was led by the heavy armored cavalry and the light Pegasus cavalry. They would clear the other cities of the Bujer Empire. The heavy cavalry and the Pegasus light cavalry only set off 2 hours after the Protoss army was deployed. The purpose of this was to let the Protoss army attract Zhao Hai's attention, and then use the heavy cavalry and Pegasus light cavalry as a surprise attack. However, what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai already knew what they were going to do. The moment their heavy armored cavalry and Pegasus light cavalry moved out, Zhao Hai had already made preparations. However, he wasn't going to deal with the heavy cavalrymen and the light Pegasus cavalrymen the same way he dealt with Yun Tianlei. He was going to use the undead creatures to annihilate the two armies so that he could get a large number of undead creatures to replenish his consumption and cut off 2 arms of the Protoss at the same time. Right now, this was what Becky and Meljan were doing. They were commanding the undead creatures to attack the heavy armored cavalrymen because the heavy armored cavalrymen and the light Pegasus cavalrymen did not move together. They were divided into 2 arcs, one on the left and one on the right, and they were ready to attack the hinterlands of the Stupa Empire. How could Zhao Hai let go of this opportunity? Although the heavy cavalry and the Pegasus light cavalry weren't Protoss, their combat power wasn't weak. However, it was obvious that they had been ruled by the Protoss for too long and had been completely enslaved. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't plan to let them go. It would be best to turn them into undead creatures. If the heavy armored cavalrymen became undead creatures, they would become level 9 experts. They were born with divine strength, so their offensive power shouldn't be much weaker than a true divine level experts. The strength of the Pegasus light cavalry was not to be underestimated. Therefore, Zhao Hai planned to take them down one by one. First, he took care of the heavy cavalrymen. Then he dealt with the Pegasus light cavalrymen. After taking care of these 2 teams, Zhao Hai could slowly deal with Yun Tianlei. Zhao Hai was in charge of keeping Yun Tianlei busy. At the same time, Lies and Meljan were commanding the undead creatures to deal with the heavy cavalrymen. Although the heavy cavalrymen were very powerful, they were facing the undead creatures in Zhao Hai's space. There were many undead orcs in Zhao Hai's space, and they were all at level 9. They were quite powerful, so it was easy for them to deal with the heavy cavalrymen. Zhao Hai was very confident in the 2 of them. His commanding ability was not as good as theirs. They would have no problem dealing with the heavy infantrymen and light cavalrymen. What he needed to do now was to make Yun Tianlei's head hurt more. Apart from these matters, Zhao Hai also had to deal with the Asmodeans. Zhao Hai had already changed his tactics, so he no longer fought to the death with the Asmodeans in Yangping City. However, he still arranged for a large number of troops to be stationed in Yangping City. This was to numb the Asmodeans so that they would not think that they were at war with the celestial race. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this matter couldn't be hidden for long. The Infernals must have found a way to monitor the Celestials. If the Celestials made any movements, they would definitely know. When that time came, they would definitely come and join in the fun. Fortunately, the Infernals hadn't made a move yet, and Zhao Hai had enough soldiers. He could use this time to take care of as many of the Protoss as possible. He would give them a painful beating and make them behave for a while. What Zhao Hai needed was time. He wasn't afraid of starting a war with the Celestial race and Nephilim race at the same time. After adjusting his battle strategy, both races would have a headache. However, he needed time to prevent them from attacking at the same time. This way, he could take care of the 2 races. Back in Shangru City, the battle between the Protoss and the Blood Mosquitoes was still ongoing. Meanwhile, the cavalry from the Ark Continent had already arrived. Many of them were supposed to attack the Protoss from the afternoon until night, but because of the Blood Mosquitoes, Zhao Hai canceled their attack and allowed them to rest. Only then did they come to Shangru City. This time, Zhao Hai's army against the Protoss was not small. There were more than 2 million soldiers, including humans, elves, orcs, and of course, dwarves. Although 2 million troops were not much compared to the 20 million troops of the Protoss, it was still a lot when it came to using guerrilla tactics. These troops could take turns to attack the Protoss army day and night. Now, with the addition of the Blood Mosquitoes, the Protoss army would be in big trouble. Yun Tianlei didn't know how many Blood Mosquitoes he had killed, but it seemed like there was no end to them. After he killed one batch, there would be another, and after he killed another, there would be another. In Yun Tianlei's opinion, the cavalry from the Blood Mosquito Ark Continent was even more annoying. Although the cavalry from the Ark Continent attacked them, they could not attack all of them at the same time. In fact, only some people on the periphery would be attacked. The people in the middle of the large group would be fine. However, these blood mosquitoes were different. There were too many of them, and they could attack almost everyone, leaving no time for them to rest. They couldn't continue like this, as it would affect their combat strength too much. There were already casualties on the gods' race's side. Although the number of casualties was still unknown, Yun Tianlei still frowned. The attack of the blood mosquitoes was different from that of humans. When humans attacked, you could form a formation to fight against the enemy, but the blood mosquitoes couldn't. The bodies of the blood mosquitoes were too small. Even if you formed a formation, it was impossible to block the overwhelming attack. The final result was still to fight on your own. Yun Tianlei looked at the blood mosquitoes and thought about how to deal with him. However, there were not many blood mosquitoes left. At least, there were fewer than before, so the pressure on them was much less. Seeing this, Yun Tianlei let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, an explosion was heard. Yun Tianlei was shocked. He looked at the exploding ark and saw a small cavalry team from the Ark continent. They had finished throwing their javelins and were retreating. Yun Tianlei's face darkened. He did not expect the Ark cavalry to come and pick up an advantage at this time. It was too infuriating. Although Yun Tianlei gritted his teeth, there was nothing he could do. This was a war, and the goal was to destroy the enemy. Although what the people on the Ark continent had done was despicable, Yun Tianlei had to admit that this was the best time to deal with the Protoss. Thinking of this, Yun Tianlei couldn't help sighing in his heart. This time, he didn't even get to see Zhao Hai, who was said to be the most difficult person to deal with, and he had already lost a lot of soldiers. This was even worse than Yun Ying and the silver-bearded man, which really made him feel ashamed. However, this was not what he had expected. He did not expect the people from the Ark continent to use this method against him. He also suspected that the blood mosquitoes were caused by the people from the Ark continent. The timing of the blood mosquitoes' attack was perfect. In the afternoon, they were not attacked by the Ark people, nor were they attacked at night. Just as they were about to relax, the blood mosquitoes suddenly appeared. He would never believe that these blood mosquitoes had nothing to do with the people on the Ark. After the 10,000-man party from the Ark continent fled after a single attack, another 10,000-man party attacked. They did the same thing and left without stopping. Then, a third party, a fourth party, a fifth party. While they were still dealing with the remaining blood mosquitoes, their continent had been attacked by more than a dozen waves of the Ark cavalry. In an hour, the number of attacks they had suffered was more than the number of attacks they had suffered in a day. It was clear that the people of the Ark continent had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, but Yun Tianlei could do nothing about it. He did not dare to send out small troops to attack the other cities on the Ark continent. He was very clear that as long as he dared to send out a small force, the other party would definitely annihilate them. It could be said that they were now in a dilemma. "Be alert, people outside," Yun Tianlei shouted. "The rest of you kill the mosquitoes." At his command, the Protoss soldiers on the outer perimeter began to fight the Ark cavalry with all their might, while the others focused on killing the mosquitoes. In less than an hour, all the blood mosquitoes were killed. In that 1 hour, they were attacked by more than a dozen waves of cavalry. In just 2 hours, they were attacked more times than they had been in the day, and they had suffered a lot of casualties. The 30 waves of cavalry attacks had caused nearly 40,000 casualties. Including the blood mosquitoes, they had more than 50,000 casualties since the night. As the cavalry from the Ark attacked, the number of casualties would increase. It was not until dawn that the knights finally stopped their attacks. The Protoss finally let out a sigh of relief. They had suffered nearly 100,000 casualties that night. Including the ones during the day, they had suffered nearly 150,000 casualties in one day and night. As soon as he heard the number, Yun Tianlei felt as if he was in a dream. He really wished that he was in a dream and everything was just an illusion. However, when he saw Fei Er standing beside him with a tired face, Yun Tianlei knew that it was not an illusion, but reality. Yun Tianlei rubbed his temples, turned to Fei Er and said, "Beat the drums and gather the generals." "Yes, master," Fei Er responded, turned around and went outside. He then began to beat the 100 drums outside the city lord's mansion. In a short while, a few figures in white robes arrived at the city lord's mansion. In the Shen clan, only battle generals could wear white robes in the army. It could be said that wearing white robes was a way of showing one's status. However, Yun Tianlei liked to wear armor, which was what made him different from the other generals. In the Shen clan, all the generals in white robes had more than 500,000 soldiers. Now, there were more than 40 of them in the city lord's mansion. Yun Tianlei was sitting in the main hall of the mayor's mansion. There were some chairs in the main hall, which were placed by Yun Tianlei after he moved in. Before Zhao Hai left, he had taken everything that could be taken away from the mayor's mansion, leaving nothing behind. After entering the hall, the combat generals saluted Yun Tianlei and then sat on the chairs according to their status. Yun Ying sat in the first row, and Silverbeard guest sat in the second row. After everyone had arrived, Yun Tianlei looked at them and said, "The expedition did not go well at first. We have not had a direct confrontation with the Ark army, but we have already suffered more than 100,000 casualties. This is unprecedented for the Protoss. Let's talk about what we think. Everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. After a while, Yun Ying said, General, I've discovered something. Yesterday, we had a great battle with those blood mosquitoes. There should have been many of them, and although we killed many, I found that there were no mosquito corpses inside or outside the city. This is too strange. When they heard Yun Ying's words, many of the battle generals finally reacted. It was true. They had a great battle with the blood mosquitoes yesterday. Although some of them had been burned to ashes by their fire magic, there would still be some mosquito corpses left behind. However, there was not a single mosquito corpse inside or outside the city. This matter was too strange. Yun Tianlei nodded and said, That's right. You've observed them very carefully. I've noticed that too. The blood mosquitoes yesterday might have been attracted by the people from the Ark continent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared at such a coincidental time. The Ark continent's cavalry wouldn't have cooperated with them. It seems that the people from the Ark continent have many tricks up their sleeves. Hearing Yun Tianlei's words, everyone was shocked. However, those who could become battle generals were no fools. They immediately dealt with the situation. Since yesterday's battle, not only the mosquito corpses, but even the dead bodies of the Protoss had not been found. Of course, a large part of them had been vaporized by the blood thunder beads, but most of them had been taken away by Zhao Hai. Yun Ying frowned. If those blood mosquitoes were really created by the people on the Ark continent, then we're in even more trouble. What if they can create more blood mosquitoes? Yun Tianlei frowned and said, It's not that easy to get blood mosquitoes. Otherwise, the Ark continent would have used them long ago. But we have to be careful of this. How about this? The next time we encounter blood mosquitoes, we'll form teams of 3 and set up a territory. One person will kill the mosquitoes and the other 2 will rest. This way, the blood mosquitoes won't pose too much of a threat to us. We have to pay attention to the Ark continent's cavalry. Everyone, think about what we can do to deal with the Ark continent's cavalry. Everyone frowned and didn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, one of them stood up, bowed to Yun Tianlei, and said, General, I think we're too dependent on the territory. The territory has its own attack power, but the attack range is not very far. It's not even as far as the javelins thrown by some level 9 people on the Ark continent. We can only take the attacks passively, which is not worth it. So I want to cut down some trees and make a batch of wooden javelins, just like how we built the Ark cavalry, although we can't put blood thunder beads on all the javelins like we did on the Ark continent. However, with our god-grade strength, the damage of the javelins we throw is not small. Most importantly, we have a way to counterattack and are no longer completely passive. Hearing that, Yun Tianlei's eyes lit up. He looked at the man and said, Good, Uni, your idea is not bad. Although these javelins can't deal with the blood mosquitoes, it's enough to deal with the cavalry of the Ark continent. It's also very easy to make. Good, when everyone goes back, immediately inform everyone to cut down trees to make javelins. If there are no trees to cut, pick up a few more stones and carry them with you. We can't continue to be beaten like this. Everyone agreed in unison. They also felt that this was a good idea. There was still a huge gap between a divine-level expert and a level 9 expert. The range of the javelins and rocks they threw out would probably be even further than that of a level 9 expert. By then, before the enemy's cavalrymen could reach them, they would have already thrown a wave of javelins and rocks. Even if they could not kill them, they would not let them off easily. They did not want to use this method to wipe out all the cavalry on the Ark continent. It was impossible. They were not as fast as the other party, so it was impossible to wipe out the other party with this method. However, this could save them a lot of losses. As long as they were not afraid of the other party's harassment, they could march straight into the Ark continent's lair. By then, the people on the Ark continent would have no choice but to fight them to the death. Zhao Hai did not know what the Protoss meeting was about. During their first meeting, the Protoss would use a magic array that could isolate divine telekinesis. This magic array was also effective against space. Right now, Zhao Hai was monitoring the demonic race. He was afraid that the demonic race would get the news and attack them. He had already left a large number of troops near the demonic city. These troops were only arranged in a formation to numb the demonic race. However, if the demonic race really attacked, these troops would immediately turn into cavalry and fight the demonic race to the end. The number of soldiers fighting against the Nephilims was not much less than the number of soldiers fighting against the Protoss. There were currently about 2 million soldiers, and more troops were arriving from the mainland. There were quite a number of troops in the entire continent Fang. Although there were not many elite troops in the various countries, there were many other local armies. However, these local armies could also be transferred here. They were all level 9 experts, not inferior to the elite troops. In addition to the human army, there were also the troops of the elves, dwarves, orcs, and the sea race. It was not difficult for the entire Ark continent to have an army of tens of millions, especially the sea race. No one knew how big the endless sea was, and no one could calculate the number of the sea race. These sea race people all had their own army. Even the royal mermaid race of the sea race could not calculate how many troops the sea race could send and how much war potential they had. There were still a lot of people who hadn't had the chance to drink the spatial water and level up, but there was nothing they could do about it. Zhao Hai had already announced that the spatial water could be supplied to everyone. It was only effective once anyway. Drinking it again was no different from drinking ordinary water. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to bring out the war potential of the entire Arc continent and use it against the gods and demons. This was also a process of the Arc continent's evolution. That's right, it was evolution. Zhao Hai believed that this war was a process of evolution for the Arc continent. In the past, the Arc continent was just a subordinate continent of the divine realm, one level lower than the divine realm. But now, things were different. Now that the Protos had connected the two realms, the laws of heaven and earth here were the same as the laws of heaven and earth in the divine realm. Under such circumstances, if the people of the Arc continent did not undergo a major evolution and improvement, they would definitely be eliminated. Without Zhao Hai in the space, the people on the Arc continent would not have been able to evolve. However, with Zhao Hai in the space, they were able to evolve. Zhao Hai believed that this war was a part of the process of the Arc continent's evolution. However, the situation in the alien race was different from that of the human race. The human race lived in a relatively centralized area, and the human race had a very complete management organization. For example, in the Rasan Empire, their management was divided into levels. The lower levels could be divided into villages, and the village chief would manage them. On the other hand, it was different in the alien race. The dwarves and elves lived in relatively centralized areas, but the orcs could not. The orcs lived on the prairie, which was too big, but the upper orcs had always been nomadic. A small tribe might have a few or a dozen households, and they were nomadic. It was really difficult to control them in this situation. The orcs were a bit weaker than the sea race. After all, the orc grassland was only so big, while the endless sea was much bigger. It was more difficult to manage. In fact, the management style of the Sea Clan was very easy in the past. However, all the Sea Clan people knew that the mermaids were the kings of the Sea Clan and obeyed their management. However, the mermaids did not need others to pay much tax, so the management was naturally a lot more relaxed. This was also what Zhao Hai was worried about. The management of the merfolk was too lax. On the entire Arc continent, the merfolk had the most troops. They were not used to fighting on land. Even if they were at level 9 in all aspects, their combat power on land would be greatly reduced. This was what Zhao Hai was worried about the most. It was for this reason that many of the Sea Tribe's people, who had reached level 9, did not directly enter the battlefield. Instead, they were training their adaptability in the rear. Their mounts were also magical beasts provided by Zhao Hai. There were less than 10 million human soldiers in the Stupa Empire, and this was something that could not be helped. Some of the troops in the rear had adapted to the mounts and were entering the Stupa Empire. If Zhao Hai had used his method, he would not have needed so many troops. However, Zhao Hai wanted to let these people know what it felt like to fight against the god race and the demon race. That was why he had sent these troops into the Stupa Empire. NBSB Zhao Hai took a look at the Infernals' situation. Fortunately, this was only the first day of the god race's attack. The Infernals hadn't made much of a move yet, but Zhao Hai knew that they would soon make a move. Seeing that there was no movement from the Infernals, Zhao Hai turned to look at what the Celestials were busy with. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the Celestials. They were cutting down trees and picking up stones. Zhao Hai looked at them in confusion. He really didn't understand what they were doing, but soon he understood. After the Protos came down from the trees, they made the trees into wooden javelins. Although the javelins were simple to make, they were just a wooden stick with a sharp tip. If the Protos threw them, they would be very lethal. Seeing the Protos' actions, Zhao Hai knew what they were going to do. It seemed that the Protos also wanted to use long-range weapons to deal with them. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but frown. Although the attack power of the Protos' javelins was far from comparable to their javelins, which had been enhanced, the power of the javelins could not be underestimated. Thinking of more than 20 million Protos throwing javelins at the same time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shiver. That scene reminded Zhao Hai of the movie heroes he had watched on Earth. Zhao Hai could never forget the scene of arrows raining down. The javelins thrown by the Protos were probably many times stronger than the arrows shot by the Qin people in the movie. There were many big trees in the Bujer Empire, but for the Protos, no matter how big the trees were, they could not withstand a single blow from them. It was too easy for them to be javelins. As for picking up the stones, Zhao Hai also understood what was going on. There were too many Protos and their army. If they were all javelins, there wouldn't be that many trees. The stones picked up by the Protos were not very big and were easy to carry. If they were thrown, they would probably be thrown far away and the attack power would be great. If these things were in the hands of ordinary people, they would certainly not be able to deal with the cavalry. But once these things were in the hands of the Protos, it would be a terrible thing. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows. It seemed that the Protos were all veterans of the battlefield. Their adaptability was very fast. How could he deal with their javelin attacks? Zhao Hai sat there quietly and thought about it. At this moment, Laura walked over and sat beside Zhao Hai. She glanced at the Protos on the screen and asked Zhao Hai in confusion, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? What were those gods race people doing? Picking up stones and shitting trees, are they going to build a city?" Zhao Hai smiled wryly. "How is that possible? Those guys are preparing things to deal with our cavalry." The javelins and stones thrown by the Protos are quite lethal. They are not bad against our cavalry. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura frowned. The talkative Zhao Hai's cavalrymen had just advanced to level 9 not long ago. Their true combat power might not be as strong as those who had advanced to level 9 bit by bit. However, throwing javelins did not require much skill. Zhao Hai did not ask for accuracy. All they needed to do was throw with all their might. It was very simple. It was precisely because of this that these people were not very proficient in the use of their energy. Under the attack of the javelins, they would be lucky if they could protect themselves and themselves. They might not be able to protect their mounts. Once they could not protect their mounts, they would become a dish in the mouth of the Protos. In addition, the javelins thrown by the Protos were not so easy to deal with. If they were not careful, there would be casualties. This was definitely a huge blow to their harassment tactics. If the harassment tactics could not be used, things would be difficult. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and asked, "Big brother Hai, what do you think we should do now? The people in our army can't be called combatants of the 9th rank yet. It'll be a little difficult for them to set up a protective barrier to block the god race's javelins and rock attacks while using their javelins." Zhao Hai nodded and sighed. "I'm also worried about this matter. The strength of a divine level expert is not on the same level as a level 9 expert. Other than those abnormal fellows from the demon race, I really haven't found any level 9 expert who can injure a divine level expert, especially when the other party can even set up a domain. Moreover, the god race's army is almost entirely made up of divine level experts. The damage caused by the javelins they throw out is definitely not small. With the current strength of the continent's army, there are really not many who can block them." Lola frowned and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Hai, I have an idea. Do you remember the people from the Church of Light using a magic array disc to deal with you? Do you think it will work if we make some magic array disc arrays? Make a formation plate?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "What kind of formation plate?" Laura smiled and said, "Defense array board." "You forgot that all the major cities on the continent have defensive magic arrays, and those magic arrays are not very complicated. We can shrink those magic arrays according to the size and then make the array board with metal. Every cavalry team will carry an array board. When you encounter the Protos, you can put a crystal in the array board and activate it. No matter if the Protos throw javelins or stones, it will be useless." Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up and he nodded. "This is a good idea. We can have the continent make it immediately. However, this magic array also needs to be tested. It can't be too big or too small. If it's too big, it will waste the energy of the crystals. If it's too small, it won't be able to be used for defense." Laura smiled and said, "That's not easy. On the entire continent, your words are more important than anyone else. In addition, my father has been researching a lot over the years. Just leave it to them. I believe there will be results soon." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, then you should contact father-in-law immediately and tell him about this. I think father-in-law will definitely know how to create this kind of magic array. Tell them to hurry up and research it. They have to create it as soon as possible." Lola nodded and said, "I'll arrange this. But brother Hai, we can't be idle during this period of time. Should you ask how things are going with Lies and Meljan? If it doesn't work, we can mobilize some undead creatures to attack the Protos. Those javelins and stones are lethal to humans, but they are much less lethal to undead creatures." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, I'll talk to them about this. I think they'll be done with the heavy cavalry soon." As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, Li Jai's voice was heard. "It seems that Meljan and I have not delayed Big Brother Hai's plans. Big Brother Hai, we have already taken care of the heavy armored cavaliers." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Li Jai and Meljan walking over with excited faces. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "How is it? Did he really take care of the heavy cavalry? Tell me, how many heavy cavalrymen are there now?" Although the Protos reinforcements were mainly made up of the Protos, there were also some heavy armored cavalrymen, flying horse cavalrymen, and light cavalrymen. There were also some other races, but these races did not follow the main Protos force this time. Instead, they were used as surprise troops to deal with the other cities in the Stupa Empire. Therefore, Zhao Hai asked how many heavy armored cavalrymen they had taken care of this time. Meljan said with a smile, "This time, we took care of quite a number of heavy armored cavaliers. Big Brother Hai, you won't be able to guess how many people there are. There are 5 million people. 5 million. When Zhao Hai heard Meljan's words, he was also overjoyed. "That's great. We have 5 million undead now. This is a big harvest. The Pegasus cavalrymen are even more powerful than the heavy armored cavalrymen. Our strength will be greatly enhanced." "Good, very good. Take a good rest and then go deal with the Pegasus light cavalrymen. By the way, give me the faster undead. I will use them to deal with the Protos army." "Yes," Lies and Meljan replied. The operation to command the heavy armored cavalrymen this time had really given them a lot of trouble. The other party's strength was not weak, and they had a large number of people. It would not be easy to take care of them in a short time. However, Lies and Meljan thought of an idea. The dwarves had dug traps in 3 different directions in front of the heavy armored cavalrymen. When the heavy armored cavalrymen encountered the traps, they had to stop. The strongest point of the heavy cavalry was their charging force. Once they stopped, their charging force would be greatly reduced, and their power would be greatly reduced. The purpose of those traps was to make them stop. When the cavalrymen saw the trap, they immediately knew that they had fallen into the dwarves' trap again. They immediately shot earth magic at the ground. There was only one use for this earth magic, which was to make the ground as hard as iron and stone. It could last for about an hour. This way they did not have to worry about the dwarves attacking them from underground. However, they were wrong this time. This time, Lies and the others didn't attack them through the ground. Instead, they used a different method. When the heavy cavalrymen were using earth magic, undead creatures suddenly appeared beside them and started attacking them. These undead creatures were too sudden, and all of them had the strength of level 9. That was why the heavy armored cavalrymen were killed before they could react. Only Zhao Hai and his team could use this kind of battle strategy, where the undead creatures bloomed in the middle of the battlefield. They had the space, and could let the undead creatures appear anywhere on the continent at any time. By making use of this feature of the space, Lies and Meljan brought the undead creatures to the middle of the heavy armored cavalrymen and killed them before the cavalrymen could react. The plan seemed simple, but it wasn't so easy to execute. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't have many people with him. The rest of the people were under the command of Lies and the others. That was why they could complete the plan so quickly. However, the rest of the team had to deal with the Pegasus Light Cavalry. They had to plan even more carefully. The Pegasus Light Cavalry could fly and were very fast, so they had to plan well. Becky and Meljan went to rest, while Laura went to discuss with Karen about the magic plates. Zhao Hai stayed behind to monitor the Protoss. In addition to monitoring the Protoss, he also supplied the participating cavalrymen. The most important thing was javelins. Now, there were many places on the continent that were making this kind of javelin. In addition to wood, there were also many bamboo javelins, which were more powerful and more convenient. Now, Zhao Hai had planted a lot of bamboo in his inner space, specifically to make javelins. Javelins made of bamboo were much simpler. Each person could make a lot of them in a day with it. The supplies of the cavalrymen were also very interesting. Zhao Hai would place the supplies somewhere on the continent and let those people take them. Those people could not only take their weapons, but also eat, drink, and take a good rest. The locations of these supplies were also different. Some were in the cities of the Bujer Empire, while others were in the villages. The locations were not fixed, and there was not much food to be supplied. They could only eat 1 or 2 meals. Zhao Hai had given the captains of the cavalrymen a large interspatial bag, which was about 1,000 cubic meters. Besides the messenger fish, there was also food and drinks in the bag. Zhao Hai was afraid that they would starve if he did not deliver food to them. However, the weapons were provided by Zhao Hai. All the participating cavalrymen had been replenished and were resting well. The Protoss were also resting. They had been tortured by the blood mosquitoes. Although the blood mosquitoes had leveled up yesterday, the ones that he released had not. Zhao Hai could not release the blood mosquitoes now, because it had not been 24 hours since he released them yesterday. However, the blood mosquitoes he released now were the upgraded ones. The upgraded blood mosquitoes were more than twice as strong as before. Zhao Hai believed that the blood mosquitoes he released this time would be enough to make the Protoss suffer. Although the Protoss army was made up of god-grade powerhouses with extraordinary strength, Zhao Hai could see that they all looked tired. Some of the Protoss who had finished preparing the javelins and stones immediately went to rest. It seemed like they were really exhausted. However, there were always some Protoss on guard around them. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them, but Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. If he really wanted to deal with these Protoss immediately, he could have sent out the undead creatures and directly appeared in the middle of the Protoss army to launch a surprise attack. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to use this trick now. The Protoss army was different from the heavy cavalry and the Pegasus Light Cavalry. The Protoss army had the strength of a god, much stronger than the heavy cavalry and Pegasus Light Cavalry. Even if the undead creatures suddenly appeared in the middle of the Protoss army, they could only use their own method. It was impossible to throw a large number of blood thunder beads in the middle of the Protoss army and let the undead creatures kill the Protoss directly like how they dealt with the heavy cavalry. After all, the difference in level was obvious. Zhao Hai's decision not to use it did not mean that the move was useless. On the contrary, it was extremely useful. However, it could only be used once. The next time the Protoss were prepared, it would not be useful anymore. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai did not plan to use this move easily. He planned to use it only at the most critical moment. It was because of this thought that Zhao Hai didn't send anyone to disturb the Protoss so that they could have a good rest. However, Zhao Hai believed that even if this Protoss were to sleep now, he would have to keep one eye open. After more than a day, these Protoss were already scared of his harassment. Seeing that the Protoss were fine, Zhao Hai was relieved. He took some time to return to the Black Dirt Wastelands. Many people who specialized in magic arrays had already arrived at the Black Dirt Wastelands. Kellen had already set up a research lab there to research weapons. There were some things that Zhao Hai had asked them to research. This time, when Zhao Hai handed the research of the defensive magic array to Kellen, Kellen and the others immediately began their research. They were very familiar with defensive magic arrays, but in reality, they had already begun researching them. Ever since the God Clan and Demon Clan had invaded the continent, Kellen had been studying these magic arrays. These magic arrays were used to study defensive and offensive magic arrays. Thus, when Zhao Hai gave the order, Kellen and the others did not rush to prepare. Instead, they immediately turned their research to Zhao Hai's request. In the past, they had studied defensive magic arrays to improve their defensive power and save energy on both sides. They only needed to build small magic arrays with stones instead of metal. However, during their research, they had a certain understanding of the size of magic arrays and the area they could protect. Therefore, it was not very difficult to study the magic array disk. Seeing that Kellen's research was going smoothly, Zhao Hai was relieved. It would probably only take a few days for them to create the magic array disk. Zhao Hai had changed his habit of not telling the people on the continent about the situation on the front lines. Now, he would ask Heir to make a written document and send it to the major races and empires on the continent so that they could have a better understanding of the situation on the front lines. This is to let them have a better understanding of the situation on the front line so that they won't feel that war is not far away. The god race was resting, and so were Zhao Hai's army. However, the Infernals were not resting. The demonic Dragon King had already received the news of the god race's full-scale attack. As soon as he received the news, he immediately gathered all the high-ranking generals in his command and reported the god race's attack to them. When those generals heard that the god's race had launched an all-out attack, one of them immediately became excited. One of them shouted, "That's great. The god race is finally attacking. Your Highness, should we attack immediately?" The demonic Dragon King also revealed a smile on her face as she said, "The Celestials have been attacking for a day and a night. I don't know what's going on over there. However, there hasn't been any movement from the defenders of Yangping City. I believe that only a few human defenders are left in Yangping City. Zhao Hai probably doesn't have the time to come here and stop us. It's time for us to attack." Everyone cheered. The Demon Dragon King looked at everyone's expressions and continued, "If we send out our troops now, we can get more benefits, but at the same time, we have to be prepared to deal with the Protoss. Just as Zhao Hai said, the Protoss will never share the Ark continent with us. Of course, we have no intention of sharing it with the Protoss. They are not weak, so we must be prepared." Everyone responded in unison, but they were still as happy as before. The Devil Dragon King looked at them and smiled. "Go back and organize the army. In an hour, the army will set off. Our target is Yangping City." The crowd responded loudly, turned around, and ran out. All the demons who had been to the Ark continent wanted to attack the humans as soon as possible. They really wanted to merge the Ark continent with the demons' territory as soon as possible. The environment on the Ark continent was so good that they would not want to go back to the demon world after staying here for a day. An hour later, the demon army had finished gathering. Following the Demon Dragon King's order, an army of 30 million demons set off from the demon abyss and headed straight for Yangping City. The moment the demonic army set off, Zhao Hai had ordered the troops defending Yangping City to split up and leave the city. They were ready to engage in guerrilla warfare against the demonic army. Very quickly, the first clash between the demons and the harassment cavalry arrived. This time, it was still a single human cavalry harassing the Mo clan. They also began to throw their javelins from a distance of nearly 1,000 meters away from the demons, and this attack actually killed over 10,000 demons in a single blow. It was very clear that the demons, who did not have as many divine-level experts as the gods, had suffered a great loss from the blood lightning beads. The demons were shocked. They had no idea what kind of weapon the people on the Ark continent were using. They were confused as to why the explosion was so powerful. However, Zhao Hai soon found that they were in trouble. These Nephilims were not like the Protoss, where most of them had domains. Therefore, the Protoss did not carry long-range weapons. Most of the Nephilims were at level 8 or 9. They had long-range weapons such as javelins, bows, and arrows. After the first cavalry attack, they lost more than 10,000 people. The demonic Dragon King immediately made adjustments and allowed the Nephilims to use bows and arrows. The demons of javelins in the Holy See had arrived at the periphery of the human cavalrymen and kept a certain distance from the continent. As long as they found human cavalrymen, they would shoot back at them, which actually caused casualties among the human cavalrymen. This gave Zhao Hai a bit of a headache. He didn't think that the demon race's bow and dagger would be so powerful and have such a long range. As a result, Zhao Hai actually suffered a small loss this time. Although the demon race had suffered more losses, Zhao Hai was still not very happy. The demonic race's adjustment showed their urgent need for the defensive magic array disc. Zhao Hai had already discussed with Kellan and the others, asking them to produce the array disc sample as soon as possible. Then he would ask the dwarves to help them produce the array disc in the shortest time possible. Not long after the Nephilims launched their attack, the Protoss main forces had also rested enough. They were all ready to move out and continue their journey to the Ark continent. This time, Zhao Hai was really going to face the test of fighting on both sides. However, he was prepared for this. He immediately sent out the undead creatures that Lies had assigned to him to harass the god race. As for the demon race, he didn't change his men. Instead, he used the cavalrymen of various races to harass them. Even if the damage was minimal, they wouldn't be able to advance smoothly. At this moment, Lies and Melgen had already led the undead creatures and the other continental armies to deal with the Pegasus light cavalry. There were about 7 million soldiers in this surprise army sent by the Protoss. They were all light cavalry on Pegasi. Because they moved so fast that the other types of soldiers could hardly keep up with them, there were no soldiers of other races in this army. Zhao Hai actually wanted to use the flying horses as the mounts of the human army to harass the Protoss and Nephilims. This was because the humans would be faster and more mobile. However, Zhao Hai had just received these Pegasi in his interspace not long ago, so he couldn't mass-produce them for the military. Although the interspace could speed up the maturity of the Pegasi, they needed a large quantity. It would take a long time to replace the Fergana horses with Pegasi. Soon, Yun Tianlei found out that Zhao Hai had adjusted the troops that were used to deal with them. In the past, the troops that were used to deal with them were human troops, but now they were all undead creatures. These undead creatures were very fast, and they seemed to be more familiar with the use of javelins than the human troops. They were more lethal. Of course, Yun Tianlei didn't know that the human army and the armies of other races had just advanced to level 9, so they didn't have a good grasp of level 9 power yet. On the other hand, the undead creatures had advanced to level 9 for some time and had experienced several great wars. They were very familiar with their power, so they were naturally more powerful than the armies. However, what worried Yun Tianlei the most was Zhao Hai's adjustment. Zhao Hai's adjustment came at the right time. Just as Laura had said, the javelins and rocks were very lethal to the cavalrymen. However, their damage to the undead cavalrymen was limited, unless one of the javelins struck the undead cavalryman's head. Otherwise, the undead creatures would be fine. Even if a javelin pierced through their chest, they would still be able to fight. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead creatures had the ability to self-repair and re-live. As long as their souls were not destroyed, these undead creatures could be said to be truly immortal. Under such circumstances, the use of the Protoss javelins and rocks was very limited. Yun Tianlei didn't know if Zhao Hai's plan was because he knew that they had prepared the javelins and were waiting for him on the stone, or if it was a complete coincidence. If Zhao Hai replaced the harassment with undead creatures because he knew about their arrangement, it meant that they had been under Zhao Hai's surveillance all along. Thinking of this, Yun Tianlei was shocked. He immediately strengthened the reconnaissance of the places they passed to see if there were people from the Ark spying on them. However, this had indirectly slowed down their speed, which was exactly what Zhao Hai had wanted. What Zhao Hai needed now was time. He needed time to eliminate the Pegasus-like cavalry, time to study the magic array, time to build the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains, and time to turn more people into god-grade experts. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the Protoss off just because they were slow. The undead cavalrymen harassed the Protoss more frequently than the living cavalrymen because they were almost never tired. Moreover, their supplies were easy to get. As long as they left the Protoss site, Zhao Hai could keep the undead creatures into his origin space and let them carry weapons to attack again. Yun Tianlei and the others were now moving at a turtle's speed. It would only take 3 to 4 hours to get from Shangru City to the next city if they were to fly at normal speed. However, they had already been out of Shangru City for nearly 5 hours, and they had not even covered half the distance. This speed could no longer be described as a turtle's speed. It could only be described as a cow's speed. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. What he needed to do now was to do everything he could to delay the attack of the Protoss and Nephilims. Once the Pegasus light cavalry was destroyed, he would have a lot of manpower to deal with the two races. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had an even more ruthless plan, which was to besiege Wei and Begzhou. As soon as the forces on Li Jai's side were freed up, Zhao Hai would have the Pegasus light cavalry transform into zombies and attack the cities of the Church of Light. At that time, Zhao Hai would like to see if the Protoss army would retreat or not. Of course, Zhao Hai did not think that it was possible to force the Protoss back to the Divine Realm. It was impossible. Just by looking at the giants, heavy cavalrymen and light Pegasus cavalrymen, he knew that the Protoss must have conquered many small planes over the years. They could easily mobilize troops from those small planes to fight against the Ark continent. so it was impossible to force them back to the divine realm in a short time. However, there were several advantages to attacking the Radiant Cult Nation. First, they could force the God Race's army to retreat. Second, they could obtain the God Race's giant magic cannon and study it. Third, they could snatch some green dwarfs back and ask them about the God Race. However, this capital required time. As long as Zhao Hai had time, he could ensure that the Protoss would never reach the Acrea defense line. The construction of the defensive line at the Akara Mountains had also sped up. It was a permanent line of defense, so Zhao Hai's requirements were very strict. Not only were there defensive magic arrays, but the materials used to build the defensive line were also very strict. These materials not only had strong resistance to physical attacks, but they also had to be resistant to magic attacks and had a certain anti-magic effect. In other words, if people wanted to use those materials to cast magic, they would definitely not be able to. For example, Shangru City's defensive magic array was very good, but once the God Race broke the defensive magic array, they could use magic on the city wall. If they used earth magic on the city wall, the stones on the wall would turn into stone giants and attack the defenders. However, this was not the case for the defensive line at Mount Acrea. Zhao Hai had requested that the wall be built with concrete instead of stones. The concrete was different from the ones on Earth and had been made with materials from the Ark continent, such as gravel, rice paste, and other materials. However, these materials had to be mixed with some anti-magic materials. On the Ark continent, anti-magic materials were not very difficult to find. Many of them did not require magic to be used on them. However, people did not use these materials often in the past. Only some imperial palaces would use these materials to build their palaces. The theory of concrete was also proposed by Zhao Hai. In addition, Zhao Hai had another request for the Acrea Mountain defense line. This defense line had to be able to only target the outside world and not the inside world. In other words, this defense line had to be targeted at the Stupa Empire, and it had no defense against the Lian Empire. Zhao Hai was doing this because he was afraid that one day, if the defense line at Mount Acrea could no longer hold, the Protoss would use it against the people on the Ark continent. If Zhao Hai could build the defense line, it would be able to defend both inside and outside. If the Protoss took over the defense line, they would be able to hold the south of the Ark continent. By then, even if Zhao Hai became stronger, it would be more difficult for him to fight his way back to the south of the Ark continent. In fact, this method had both advantages and disadvantages. However, Zhao Hai had no choice but to do so. Before he did so, he had already informed the king of the Stupa Empire. This construction method was not targeted at the Stupa Empire, but was entirely for the sake of dealing with the God Race. In the past, when Zhao Hai didn't care much about the affairs of the continent, his thoughts were very simple. For the sake of the Buddha family, as long as it was beneficial to the Buddha family and himself, he would do it. However, when he was in his current position, he realized that he had a lot more things to think about. For example, if he did not handle the defense line at Mount Acrea well, it might cause dissatisfaction in the Bujur Empire. Although the people of the Bujur Empire had retreated to the Lian Empire, Zhao Hai gave the king of the Bujur Empire a city there so that he could rule over some of the people of the Bujur Empire. Under such circumstances, the people of the Bujur Empire were very sensitive. Although they had no choice but to leave the Stupa Empire, this made them even more sensitive. Zhao Hai wanted to build a defense line at Mount Acrea, and it was only for internal and not external forces. The internal forces naturally referred to the Lian Empire, the Rasan Empire, and the Arcas Empire, which were to the north of the continent. The external forces naturally referred to the Stupa Empire and the Church of Light Empire, which were to the south of the continent. There was no problem with this in the eyes of the Lian Empire, the Rasan Empire, and the Arcas Empire. It was meant to be used in the decisive battle against the gods' race and the demons. However, to the Stupa Empire, the situation had changed. The better the defense line at Mount Acrea was built, the more the people of the Stupa Empire felt that Zhao Hai did not want to care about the Stupa Empire anymore. It was equivalent to giving the Stupa Empire and the Church of Light's land to the God Clan and Demon Clan. They would not be able to go home anymore. This was not all. The king of the Stupa Empire even thought that if Zhao Hai really managed to defeat the God Clan and Demon Clan one day, then the Akara Mountains defense line would no longer be used to defend against the God Clan and Demon Clan, but to defend against the Stupa Empire. Because he was afraid that the king of the Stupa Empire might have such thoughts, Zhao Hai had communicated with the king of the Stupa Empire before he built the fortress. He even promised them that the Lian Empire wouldn't station troops at the Akara Mountain defense line once the God Clan and Demon Clan were defeated. Zhao Hai was doing all this for the sake of stabilizing the rear. Only when the rear was stabilized could he face the enemy at the front line without worry. Although the Stupa Empire was basically living under someone else's roof, their influence was not small. They had given up their own country for the sake of the entire continent, so Zhao Hai had to give them some preferential treatment. Otherwise, if they were not obedient, the other countries would not listen to Zhao Hai's arrangements with peace of mind. Those kings had the same status as King Bujir. The way Zhao Hai treated King Bujir today would be the same as how he treated them the next day. Ever since the kings realized the strength of the Protoss and Nephilim race, they no longer fantasized about defeating the Protoss and Nephilim race as they knew that it was impossible. It was precisely because of this that they were afraid that if the Protoss were to break through the Akria defense line one day, they would face the same fate as King Stupa. If Zhao Hai did not treat King Stupa well, they could forget about Zhao Hai treating them well in the future. They might even think that Zhao Hai treated them badly just to destroy them and truly grasp the power of the continent. Although Zhao Hai could depose the current kings and control the entire continent, he didn't want to do so. The kings and nobles of these empires had ruled the continent for more than 1,000 years. Their power was deeply rooted in the continent. The civilians had a good impression of the royal families of these empires, so it would not be easy to control and depose them. The reason why he was able to control the Leon Empire so quickly was because the dragon race had destroyed the king of the Leon Empire. In addition, the civilians had a very bad impression of the dragon race. Therefore, after Zhao Hai destroyed the dragon race, if the nobles didn't choose Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to protect their families. That was why they chose to be loyal to Zhao Hai. That was why Zhao Hai wanted everyone on the continent to listen to his orders. He didn't need to resort to all sorts of methods. Otherwise, if he wanted to deal with the royal family and the other great nobles would join forces to oppose him. By then, the entire continent would be in chaos. Let alone fighting the god race and demon race, he was afraid that he would start a war first. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to consider all aspects when he did these things. He couldn't make any mistakes. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to say that he wouldn't station troops at the Akria Mountain defense line after the war was over was that he had another identity. He was still the king of the Leon Empire, and the Leon Empire and the Bujir Empire were neighboring countries. The Akria Mountain was between the two countries. With Zhao Hai's status, he could only agree to not station any troops at the Mount Akria defense line. This was equivalent to giving the defense line to the Bujir Empire. Naturally, the king of Bujir would not have any objections. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't intend to give the defense line at Mount Akria to the Stupa Empire. Of course, the defense line at Mount Akria couldn't be controlled by the Leon Empire. Zhao Hai had already made up his mind. As long as the Leon Empire could defeat the Protoss and the Nephilims, the defense line at Mount Akria would be handed over to the elves and the dwarves. This was the safest way. The connection between the Dwarven Iron Mountain and the Elf Forest was right under the Akleia Mountain. If the Stupa Empire or the Leon Empire took control of the Akleia Mountain defense line, it would affect the dwarves and elves. Therefore, Zhao Hai planned to leave the defense line to the dwarves and elves. Of course, now wasn't the time to talk about this. He only promised the Stupa Empire that the Leon Empire wouldn't station troops at the Akleia Mountain defense line, but he didn't say that he would hand the Akleia Mountain defense line to the Stupa Empire. If you think this way, then it's your own business, and it has nothing to do with me. This was a method that he had to use when necessary. After all, the king of the Stupa Empire was not loyal to Zhao Hai. It was normal for him to use some methods to get what he wanted. In addition to the war on the front line, Zhao Hai also did something else. He asked Heir to write the war situation on the front line for the kings of the various countries. He also asked people to read the documents in the major cities of the various countries so that the ordinary people could know the progress of the war. Zhao Hai was doing this to calm the people's emotions. Just like what the kings of the various countries were worried about, when they started training the civilians, all sorts of rumors began to spread among the civilians. Some said that the front line could no longer be defended, that Zhao Hai was seriously injured and was about to die, and that the God clan and demon clan were about to attack. There were many rumors like this. Some were spread by people with intentions, and some were the people's own worries. Moreover, in the army on the continent, most of the ordinary soldiers were civilians, so these civilians were still very concerned about the situation on the front line. The reason why they did not care much before was that Zhao Hai did not transfer troops from the mainland to the Stupa Empire on a large scale at that time. At that time, the soldiers who fought at the Stupa Empire were mainly the soldiers of the Stupa Empire. The remaining people from the major alien races were the people who were transferred from the three empires. However, things were different now. Zhao Hai had begun to mobilize troops on a large scale. Although he had increased the combat strength of the soldiers, they were still worried about the situation at the front line. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to announce the situation at the front line to the public so that the civilians on the continent would know what was happening. He wasn't afraid of exposing his strategic intentions. He was trying to drag things out. Anyone with some military knowledge would know that. Zhao Hai was using an open scheme. He would let you know what he wanted to do, but you couldn't stop him. Now, both the Celestials and Nephilims had fallen into Zhao Hai's trap. Zhao Hai used the undead creatures to deal with the Celestials, while the ordinary cavalrymen dealt with the Nephilims. This arrangement was completely correct. Although the Nephilim's combat power was not strong enough, it was reflected in a head-on battle. They were fearless in a head-on battle. Coupled with their strong bodies, ordinary level 9 powerhouses on the Ark continent could not defeat them. However, Zhao Hai and the others were using harassment tactics. They would attack the Nephilims whenever they had the chance to slow them down. Although the Nephilim's counterattacks were very sharp, they did not cause many casualties to the cavalrymen. If the cavalrymen were to harass the Celestials, it would be hard to say what would happen. The javelins and stones thrown by the Protoss were indeed lethal. Even the undead creatures would suffer casualties, let alone humans. In fact, the undead creatures of the heavy armored cavalrymen were the most suitable to deal with the Nephilims. They were born with divine power, and the javelins they threw were much more powerful than ordinary undead creatures. They could almost be compared to the god-level experts of the god race. However, in order to deal with the Pegasus cavalry, Zhao Hai couldn't send out the heavy cavalrymen right now. As soon as Zhao Hai sent out the heavy cavalrymen, the Protoss would know that Zhao Hai was dealing with the Pegasus cavalry. They might adjust their tactics, which would be very disadvantageous to Zhao Hai's future tactical arrangements. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only use some ordinary undead creatures to deal with the Protoss. Fortunately, he only needed to hold the Protoss back, so the ordinary undead creatures were enough. The war between the god race and the demon race was still ongoing. However, the speed at which they were advancing was too fast to look at. Moreover, when the god race had attacked Shangru City last time, they had not thought that Zhao Hai would use such a tactic. Therefore, they did not bring much supplies with them. Although they could not use them up in a day or two, they could not sustain the battle for too long either. They still needed to transfer supplies from the Church of Light. By then, it would be time for the cavalrymen to show their skills. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the movements of the Protoss and Nephilims. Now that 24 hours had passed, Zhao Hai was releasing the blood mosquitoes into the dimension. At the same time, he was waiting. Once the time was up, the blood mosquitoes would be released immediately. This time, the blood mosquitoes were not targeting the Protoss, but the Celestials and Nephilims. It was more advantageous to use the blood mosquitoes at night. Therefore, even during the day, Zhao Hai did not order the blood mosquitoes to attack immediately. Instead, he waited until night to use the blood mosquitoes to attack the celestial race and demon race. NBSB, whether it was day or night, it didn't really affect the god race and demon race. After all, they were both very strong. Even if it wasn't a big effect, it would still affect them. This effect was very useful to Zhao Hai. This time, he wasn't going to only attack the celestial and demon messengers with the blood mosquitoes. He wanted the cavalry to harass them and attack them at the same time. He had to use them until the celestial and demon race were exhausted. This way, he would have more time. As long as the Pegasus cavalry was eliminated by Li Jai and the others, Zhao Hai's game of chess would be over. As long as Li Jai and Meljin could get rid of the Pegasus cavalry, Zhao Hai would have more than 10 million helpers. By then, Zhao Hai could use these cavalry to do many things. For example, he could attack the Church of Light's supply line directly. As for the Nephilims, he would not have to be afraid of them. Although the Nephilims were powerful, these undead creatures were not any weaker than the Nephilims. If one undead creature died, the Nephilims would also die. The demons would definitely not be able to withstand it. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and gave out orders to the cavalrymen from time to time, asking them to attack the demons at the designated locations. He also had to command the undead cavalrymen. Zhao Hai felt as if he was playing a computer game on Earth. The screen was filled with red and green dots. Each red dot represented one of his own, and each green dot represented an enemy. The red dots on the screen were 10 different palaces, and they were moving forward and backward continuously. However, the green dots were very concentrated. The red and green dots would touch from time to time, and then some red and green dots would disappear. Looking at the red and green dots that had disappeared, Zhao Hai did not show much emotion. Although he knew that every message from each dot represented the loss of a life, he also knew that war was like this. There was no room for any sympathy. Other than the battle with the God clan and Demon clan, Zhao Hai paid more attention to the situation with Li Jai and Meljin. It was not that Zhao Hai was worried that something would happen to Li Jai and Meljin. He believed that Li Jai and Meljin would definitely be able to destroy the flying horse cavalry. However, what he needed now was time. The faster he could destroy the flying horse cavalry, the better it would be for Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai did not rush them. He was very clear that both of them were also aware of his current situation. They would definitely try their best to solve the problem as soon as possible. This matter could not be rushed. The sky was getting darker and darker. Zhao Hai knew that the time to show off his skills had come. He immediately ordered the cavalrymen to rest in groups for a while to ensure that they would be in their best condition when they moved at night. In fact, it was not very hard for the cavalry. After all, they were not the only small team that had gone to harass the demons. They were just replacing each other. After each attack, they would be sent to a place to replenish their supplies and rest. Zhao Hai made such an arrangement so that they could maintain their peak condition. The cavalrymen had more or less suffered casualties, but Zhao Hai had only preserved the bodies of the dead soldiers and didn't turn them into undead creatures. On the contrary, the Fergana stallions that had died in battle had been turned into undead creatures by Zhao Hai. After these Fergana stallions became undead creatures, not only would their strength not decrease, but their endurance would increase, which was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. As soon as the sky turned dark, the Protoss became even more careful. First, the undead creatures attacked them, and the undead creatures could exert 120 of their strength in the dark. Second, the blood mosquitoes made the Protoss even more careful. Yesterday, they had been scared by the attacks of the blood mosquitoes. Although they had already thought of a way to deal with the blood mosquitoes today, they couldn't stand being tortured day and night. Yun Tianlei looked at the wave of undead creatures that had just retreated and turned to Fei Er. Fei Er, how many attacks have you made today? Fei Er turned to Yun Tianlei and said with a wry smile, Master, please forgive me. I didn't remember. Yun Tianlei forced a smile. He didn't blame Fei Er at all. The point was that the undead creatures had attacked them too many times today. Each team consisted of 10,000 undead creatures, and as soon as one team left, another team came. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if they could remember how many times they had been attacked. Looking at the sky, Yun Tianlei said, Pass on my order. Immediately rest here and arrange sentries. Tell everyone to be careful. If those blood mosquitoes yesterday were really controlled by the other party, they will come again today. Fei Er nodded and went to make the arrangements. Yun Tianlei, on the other hand, looked at the sky in the distance with a worried expression. Although they were not moving very fast today, Yun Tianlei was not doing nothing. He carefully observed those who were not dead or alive. The undead creatures that Zhao Hai sent out this time were all in the form of zombies. After observing them for a few times, Yun Tianlei finally realized that there weren't many undead creatures attacking them. There were only a few million of them, and they were taking turns to attack them. Yun Tianlei was sure of this because he saw a few familiar faces among the undead creatures. Those people had attacked them several times in one day. According to the number of times they had appeared, Yun Tianlei was sure that the number of undead creatures attacking them was less than 5 million. According to the information he got from Cloud Shadow, Zhao Hai had at least 20 million undead creatures. However, there were only about 5 million undead creatures this time. Zhao Hai still hadn't appeared. Where did he go? Where did the other undead creatures go? More than 10 million level 9 undead creatures was not a small number, but they hadn't shown up yet. Yun Tianlei thought of the worst possible outcome. As soon as the army of the god race stopped, someone immediately used earth magic to build a house, which became Yun Tianlei's command hall. As soon as they entered the hall, Yun Tianlei immediately asked Fei Er to beat the drums and gather the soldiers. When all the generals had arrived in the hall, Yun Tianlei glanced at them and said in a deep voice, Yun Yi, come sit in the third row. One should not underestimate the increase in the seating position. The increase in the seating position meant the increase in status. Therefore, when Yun Yi heard Yun Tianlei's words, he immediately stood up and walked to the third row to sit down. Everyone in the hall looked at Yun Yi, but no one said anything. Indeed, the method that Yun Yi had thought of to deal with the harassment, although it was not completely effective, it still had a great effect. In this situation, it was normal to raise his status. Yun Tianlei saw that no one objected, so he immediately said in a deep voice, Everyone has also realized that the people who came to harass me today have become undead creatures. Have we thought of anything from this? The people below were frowning, but Yun Ying said in a deep voice, There are two possibilities. One is a coincidence. The other is that Zhao Hai knew about our plan and ordered the cavalrymen to retreat and replace them with the undead creatures. If it's the former, everything will be fine. If it's the latter, then our every move is under their surveillance. The future is not optimistic. Upon hearing Cloud Shadow's words, everyone in the hall frowned. They weren't idiots. On the contrary, they were battle generals who had experienced hundreds of battles. It was just that they had been focusing on dealing with the undead cavalrymen, so they hadn't thought of this. Now that they heard Cloud Shadow's words, they immediately understood. Although they understood, this was not good news for them. All their actions were under the surveillance of the other party. How could it be good news for them? Yun Tianlei nodded and said, Ah Ying is right. I suspect it's the second possibility. Our actions must be under Zhao Hai's surveillance. But I still don't know how he did it. But there is one thing that worries me more. After saying that, Yun Tianlei glanced at the people below and found that most of them were confused except for 3 people. They were Silverbeard, Yun Ying, and Yun Yi. Seeing their reactions, Yun Tianlei couldn't help but secretly nod. Their reactions made Yun Tianlei very happy. It meant that they had the potential to become famous generals. Among them, Yun Yi was the one he had the most confidence in. Cloud Shadow and Silverbeard had fought with Zhao Hai before. They were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength and his methods. It wasn't strange that they could discover the difference between the undead creatures. However, Yun Yi was different. He hadn't fought with Zhao Hai yet, but the method he suggested to defend against the cavalrymen was very effective. Now that he discovered something was wrong, It was enough to prove that his observation skills were very strong. However, Yun Tianlei didn't ask Yunyi about this matter because he knew that if he asked Yunyi now, he would tell everyone that he thought highly of Yunyi and intended to promote him. This might not be a good thing for Yunyi. Raising Yunyi's status was because his idea had made a great contribution. No one would object to this. However, if he promoted him in public like this, he would have to endure the jealousy of some people. At that time, they might cause trouble for Yunyi, and Yunyi would very likely fall. In addition, Yun Tianlei also wanted to see if Mo Yi and Mo Yi were suitable to become a famous general. To become a famous general, one needed to be observant and calm. Therefore, Yun Tianlei turned to Silverbeard and said, "Silverbeard, tell us. You're the first one to fight Zhao Hai, so you should have some understanding of his strength, right?" Yun Tianlei didn't choose Silverbeard for nothing. Silverbeard was the first Protoss general to fight Zhao Hai, but he was also the first to lose. Therefore, Switzerland Silverbeard didn't have a good time. In the beginning, Yun Tianlei didn't like the silver-bearded man. However, after 2 days, Yun Tianlei changed his mind. Zhao Hai could use so few people, and they were weaker than him. Under such circumstances, he still managed to keep them here. It was enough to show his ability. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that silver-bearded man lost. Therefore, Yun Tianlei decided to help Silverbeard. He used this method to tell everyone that he didn't have any opinions about Silverbeard and that he still wanted to put him in an important position. The silver-bearded man didn't expect that Yun Tianlei would call his name. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up with joy. He said immediately, "Yes, General, I did find a problem today." Yun Ying and Yun Yi were disappointed when they saw Yun Tianlei mention the silver-bearded man. However, they didn't show any expression and continued to listen. However, the change in their expressions didn't escape Yun Tianlei's eyes. Yun Tianlei looked at Silverbeard and said, "Tell me." The silver-bearded man replied, "Yes, General. I found out that the number of undead creatures that attacked us today is wrong. Zhao Hai has more than 10 million undead creatures, and there might be more. However, the number of undead creatures that attacked us today is only a few million. The difference in numbers is huge. Where are the rest of them? I think there are only 2 possibilities. 1, those undead creatures are directly attacking our base camp in the Kingdom of the Church of Light. Now that our army is outside, the defensive power of our base camp is not as strong as before. Even if they can't break through the base camp, it will bring them a lot of trouble. It has been more than 2 days, but there is no rescue letter from the base camp. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that they can't send out a rescue letter, and the other is that they are not attacked. I think the second possibility is more likely. We left a lot of power soldiers at the main camp. Those who want to fight can't even send out a rescue letter. It's unlikely. The only possibility is that the main camp is not under attack. The base camp wasn't attacked, and Zhao Hai's undead creatures disappeared. I think there's only one possibility. They might have gone to deal with the barbarian race and the winged horse race. They attacked us the moment we left the Kingdom of the Church of Light, which means that they have been monitoring us. Then they will have a higher chance of finding out that the barbarian race and the winged horse race are taking action. So I think they might have gone to deal with them. If that's the case, things will be even more troublesome. Yun Tianlei nodded. Silverbeard's analysis was exactly what he had in mind. However, Yun Tianlei found that Yun Ying was still frowning, as if he had something to say. Yun Tianlei looked at Yun Ying and said, "Little Ying, you seem to have a different opinion. Tell me." Yun Ying glanced at Yun Tianlei, then nodded and said, "Yes, General. I've also thought of another possibility. We've heard that the demons have appeared on the Ark continent, and their combat power is quite good. Could it be that the demons have also sent out their troops to deal with Zhao Hai after knowing that we've sent them, and Zhao Hai is leading the undead creatures to deal with the demons?" Yun Tianlei looked at Yun Ying and said with a smile, "That's right, Little Ying. What you said is very likely, but you've missed one point. Besides the undead creatures, Zhao Hai also has the cavalrymen. Today, only the undead creatures came to deal with us, but the cavalrymen didn't come. Where did they go? Would Zhao Hai not use them? Besides, Zhao Hai can use this method to deal with us, so why can't he use the same method to deal with the demons? If he sent the cavalrymen or undead creatures to delay the Nephilims while he led the troops to deal with the barbarian race and the winged horse race, wouldn't it be better? Now that the Ark was in the Stupa Empire, Zhao Hai's only enemies were us and the Nephilims. The Nephilims probably wouldn't split up their troops in this attack. The Nephilims had arrived on the Ark continent first, so they must be more aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Moreover, it was said that the Nephilim's strength wasn't as good as ours. Under such circumstances, the Nephilims wouldn't split their troops. Zhao Hai can use this method to delay them. Although the combat power of the demons is not as good as ours, it is not that bad. Therefore, Zhao Hai only has 4 groups of enemies in the Stupa Empire: us, the demons, the barbarian race, and the winged horse race. Among the 4 groups of enemies, we and the demons are the strongest, while the barbarian race and the winged horse race are the strongest. Zhao Hai will definitely eat the barbaric bulls and the winged horse race first, and then turn around to deal with us. This is the safest way for him at the moment. It's also the most beneficial method for him. The people in the hall listened to Yun Tianlei's words quietly. They were very convinced of Yun Tianlei's strength. After all, Yun Tianlei's battle achievements were well known. Although he had suffered a small loss against Zhao Hai, it didn't affect his position in their hearts. Therefore, after hearing Yun Tianlei's analysis, everyone nodded and no one objected. Yun Ying even said, "General is right. It's Yun Ying's fault for not being considerate." Yun Tianlei waved his hand. Although he had just said that the barbarian race and the winged horse race might be attacked, he didn't show any signs of worry on his face, which puzzled the others. Yun Ying also looked at Yun Tianlei with confusion and said, "General, you don't seem to be worried about the winged horse race and the barbarian race. Does General think that they can defeat Zhao Hai?" Yun Tianlei laughed and said, "How is that possible? Although I haven't had a direct fight with Zhao Hai, I can tell what kind of person he is just by looking at the actions of the people on the Ark continent. This man has extraordinary means, and he is very good at using tactics. How can the barbarians and the winged horse race defeat such a person? If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that many of the barbarians' heavy armored cavalrymen have already been exterminated, and the winged horse race's cavalrymen won't be able to live for long. But this is also the result I want." Yun Tianlei's words stunned everyone in the hall. Some of the smarter ones immediately understood what he meant. Yun Tianlei looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Does everyone understand? Then I'll let you say it. Yun Yi, I see that your butt seems to have grown a sharp point, so I'll let you say it." Hearing Yun Tianlei's words, the others couldn't help but chuckle. The depression that had been brought by Zhao Hai's constant harassment for the past few days had slowly disappeared. Hearing Yun Tianlei's words, Yun Yi's face blushed. However, he was even happier because Yun Tianlei spoke to him in such a way. It was obvious that he did not treat him as an outsider. This was definitely a good thing for Yun Yi. Yun Yi stood up and bowed to Yun Tianlei. "General, you mean that both the barbarian race and the winged horse race are vengeful races? When we conquered them, they only listened to orders and didn't announce it. So when we asked them to send troops this time, they were hesitant. Although they sent troops, they only sent a second-line force and didn't send their real elites. However, Zhao Hai killed so many of their people this time. They'll definitely send more troops, and they'll be elites too. It'll be much easier for us to deal with the people from the Ark continent." Yun Tianlei laughed and said, "That's right. Yun Yi is right. Both the barbarian race and the winged horse race are very vengeful. Zhao Hai has killed so many of their people this time. The two races will not let them go. When the time comes, we can use them as cannon fodder." Everyone in the hall laughed. The low morale suddenly rose. Yun Ying and Yun Yi looked at Yun Tianlei with admiration. They knew that Yun Tianlei's goal today was to raise the morale. Yun Ying seemed to have understood Yun Tianlei's thoughts. He looked at Yun Tianlei and said, "General, what should we do next?" Yun Tianlei said in a deep voice, "The people from the Ark continent have not been fighting us head-on for the past 2 days. This kind of harassment has put us in a passive position, so I plan to temporarily withdraw tomorrow and see if Zhao Hai has really wiped out the barbarian race and the winged horse race. If he has really done so, I will immediately tell the news to these two races and ask them to send out their troops. The winged horse race's Pegasi are very fast, not any slower than the magical beasts that the people who came to harass us rode. Moreover, they have elite troops. They are also stronger than the people on the Ark continent. As long as the elites of their two races arrive, we can send out troops and wipe out the Ark continent." If Yun Tianlei had not said that he would retreat immediately, the morale of the Protoss would have been greatly affected. However, with his words as the foundation, the situation was completely different. The Protoss morale was high now. They believed that the retreat was for the sake of a better attack next time. Not only would it not affect their morale, but it would also make them hold their breath until the next time they had to deal with the Ark continent. They would certainly put in more effort, which was exactly what Yun Tianlei wanted. As a general, it was not only about how many battles you could win, but also your performance in adversities. Yun Ying and the other generals admitted that if they were in Yun Tianlei's position, they would never be as successful as Yun Tianlei. Sometimes, defeat could be called strategic advancement. However, strategic advancement was completely different from ordinary defeat. Strategic advancement meant that one would give up on his own initiative. However, defeat meant defeat. They were two completely different concepts. To give the best example, after the end of the War of Resistance, the National Army launched a large-scale civil war against our party. At that time, our party gave up Yan and the Holy Land of Revolution. It seemed to be a big defeat, but most of the living forces were preserved, and the morale was not affected too much. In the end, Yan was used to exchange for all of China. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know that Yun Tianlei had already planned to retreat. Even if he did, he wouldn't let Yun Tianlei go. After all, the hatred between him and the God Clan was too deep. As long as he could kill the God Clan and their forces, Zhao Hai would do it. Therefore, Zhao Hai released the blood mosquitoes as soon as the sky turned dark. The Protoss and the Nephilim split the mosquitoes in half. They didn't fight over the mosquitoes. At the same time, the cavalrymen and undead creatures were ready to attack at any time. Zhao Hai looked at the time. It was almost time. The Protoss had already set up camp, and the main generals had all gone to a meeting. It was time to attack. So with Zhao Hai's command, the blood mosquitoes immediately swarmed the Protoss camp. At the same time, Yun Tianlei and the others were discussing how to retreat. Just as they were discussing who should cover the retreat, an ear-piercing alarm bell suddenly rang from outside. Then Fei Er ran in and said to Yun Tianlei with an unsightly expression, "Master, the blood mosquitoes have appeared again." Hearing Fei Er's words, Yun Tianlei's face darkened. What he had been worried about had happened. Those blood mosquitoes were really under the control of the enemy, and there were a lot of them. However, he didn't have time to think about it now. He immediately said, "Pass down my order. According to today's instructions, kill the blood mosquitoes with all your might. 3 people in a group, don't panic. The other party might use this opportunity to send out undead creatures to attack. Everyone, return to your team immediately." Although he was still talking and laughing with the people just now, his words were an order at this time. No one dared to say no. Everyone responded and turned to leave. Seeing that everyone had left, Yun Tianlei stood up and picked up his totem. He turned around and said to Fei Er, "Gather our men and let the people on the Ark continent see the power of the Thunder special technique." Fei Er answered, picked up her own totem pole, and followed Yun Tianlei out. When they went outside, they saw that the situation was similar to yesterday. The sky was covered with blood mosquitoes, and they were all rushing toward them. Yun Tianlei snorted and waved the totem pole in his hand. A flash of lightning appeared, and the blood mosquitoes in front of him turned into ashes and disappeared. However, Yun Tianlei didn't notice that in the sky, the blood mosquitoes had appeared again and were rushing toward him. At this moment, Hiko gathered the giants together. Then the giants took out their totems and formed a formation. At the same time, they began to chant a spell in a low voice. Soon, tiny lightning bolts appeared around their bodies. Then the lightning bolts became stronger and stronger, and finally formed a huge lightning wind. Hiko stood in the formation and said, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, the electric net flew straight into the sky. All the blood mosquitoes that touched the electric net were instantly turned into ashes. Meanwhile, Fei Er and the others were controlling the huge electric net, circling it back and forth above the Protoss army. Very quickly, the large number of blood mosquitoes disappeared. After receiving the news, these blood mosquitoes immediately reappeared and attacked them again. The giants obviously couldn't control the net for too long. After a while, the net disappeared in the air, but the blood mosquitoes didn't seem to have decreased much. While Fei Er and the others were using the power grid, Yun Tianlei had been observing the blood mosquitoes. He felt very strange. He was leading an army of 20 million soldiers. By right, they should have eliminated the blood mosquitoes yesterday. However, they had spent a lot of effort and suffered a lot of casualties. It was not normal. They had not seen any corpses of the mosquitoes. It was too abnormal. Therefore, he observed the blood mosquitoes very carefully. He did see some clues. The actions of Fei Er and the others should have eliminated a lot of blood mosquitoes. However, not long after the big net was cast, a large number of blood mosquitoes appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Yun Tianlei was shocked. In order to prove that his eyes were not playing tricks on him, he carefully observed the sky where the lightning net had passed. After the lightning net passed, the blood mosquitoes in the sky had indeed disappeared. However, not long after, they reappeared out of thin air. He was sure that the blood mosquitoes did not come from anywhere else. They just appeared out of nowhere, as if they had not been eliminated. This discovery shocked Yun Tianlei, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew very well what this situation meant. First, it was possible that someone was using a special spatial technique to send blood mosquitoes here. However, Yun Tianlei did not find any special spatial technique, so he denied this possibility. The other possibility was that these blood mosquitoes could be reborn, rebirth. This was not an unfamiliar name in the divine world. There were a few kinds of devil clans in the divine world that had this kind of ability. When you wanted to kill these kinds of devil beasts, you had to turn them into ashes and exterminate them completely. Otherwise, they could use a drop of their blood or a strand of hair to attach themselves to another kind of devil beast. Then they could absorb all the energy, flesh, and blood of that devil beast and undergo rebirth. Of course, their strength would be affected to a certain extent after rebirth. However, this kind of ability was very amazing. All the magical beasts that could be reborn were existences that no one dared to provoke in the divine world. Fortunately, there were not many of these magical beasts in the vast divine world. Moreover, these magical beasts were not impossible to eliminate, so there had been no trouble. However, these spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes could not be resurrected. Although the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were considered a threat in the divine world, they were not so difficult to deal with. Yun Tianlei had just discovered that these blood mosquitoes were at least twice as powerful as the ones yesterday. If they had the ability to resurrect, they would not be the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. At the thought of this, Yun Tianlei observed the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes even more carefully. He wanted to see if their attacks were any different from those of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes he had seen before. However, after looking at them for a long time, Yun Tianlei couldn't find anything special about them. He didn't doubt that he had made a mistake in his betrayal. There was only one explanation for this. These were indeed spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, but they were a type of mutated one. At the thought of this, Yun Tianlei let out a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, even if they could regenerate. If these mosquitoes could regenerate today, then the ones from yesterday would definitely regenerate as well. No wonder they felt that they had killed a lot of spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes yesterday, much more than what they had seen. It was probably because of their regenerative ability. However, in the end, they still killed the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, which proved that the regenerative ability of these mosquitoes was limited. It was impossible for them to reproduce indefinitely, just like the general regenerative beasts. Thinking of this, Yun Tianlei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't remind the others, let alone tell them that these blood mosquitoes had the ability to regenerate. After all, regeneration was a very troublesome ability for the Protoss. If he told them now, he wouldn't tell them about it, which would affect the morale of the Protoss. Heir commanded the giants to cast an electric net and then returned to Yun Tianlei's side. He killed all the blood mosquitoes that got close to Yun Tianlei. Heir had been following Yun Tianlei for a long time. When he found that Yun Tianlei had been standing there for a long time without moving, he knew that Yun Tianlei was observing the blood mosquitoes. He would not let the blood mosquitoes disturb Yun Tianlei, so he killed them for Yun Tianlei. Right at that moment, an explosion came from the distance, which brought Yun Tianlei back to his senses. He looked in the direction of the explosion and said in a deep voice, just as I expected, "This Zhao Hai is hard to deal with." Heir naturally understood what Yun Tianlei meant. Just now, Yun Tianlei had said that Zhao Hai might use the blood mosquitoes to launch a sneak attack on the undead creatures, and it had come true. "Master, what should we do now?" Heir turned to Yun Tianlei and asked. Yun Tianlei sighed and said, "Just hang in there. There is no good way to deal with him now. That is why I decided to retreat tomorrow. He has too many tricks up his sleeve. They are beyond my expectation. We have to go back and think of a way to deal with him." Heir stopped talking. He had been following Yun Tianlei for so many years, but this was the first time he had heard Yun Tianlei speak like this. He could sense a sense of powerlessness in Yun Tianlei's words. He had never felt this kind of feeling in Yun Tianlei before. This was the first time. This made Heir even more curious about Zhao Hai, whom he had never met before. He really wanted to know what kind of person Zhao Hai was. How could he make Yun Tianlei, who had always been full of confidence and fighting spirit, feel so helpless? This person was too powerful. Could he become a key figure? Although he was thinking about all this, Heir's hands didn't stop moving. If Yun Tianlei saw Heir's face now, he would be very surprised. Heir's eyes were sparkling, and he must be thinking about something important. Also, when Heir's eyes swept over the people of the gods' race for the first time, there was a trace of killing intent that was hardly noticeable. The attack of the blood mosquitoes continued, and so did the undead creatures. Although they had thought of a way to deal with the blood mosquitoes, they hadn't thought of a way to deal with the undead creatures. The undead creatures attacked very quickly and didn't get too close to the Protoss even though the blood mosquitoes were harassing them. They kept throwing javelins at the periphery, retreating after throwing them and then coming back in a new batch. It was repeated. Today, because of Yun Tianlei's arrangement, the lethality of these blood mosquitoes to the Protoss was greatly reduced. Although the attacking power of the blood mosquitoes had increased by about a generation, their lethality was much lower. The Protoss had 3 people in a clan. When one person was tired, the other person would take over immediately. This repeated over and over again. As a result, the blood mosquitoes, whose attacking power was only about level 6, could do nothing to the Protoss. However, the Protoss still suffered some casualties. The undead creatures' javelins and the blood mosquitoes caused more casualties to the Protoss than last night. The demonic Dragon King looked at the empty Yongping city in the distance. Coupled with Zhao Hai's actions during this period of time, he was clear about Zhao Hai's plan. To be honest, this kind of harassment tactic really gave him a headache. Although Zhao Hai didn't get much of an advantage when he used his harassment tactics today, it had greatly slowed down their progress. When the Devil Dragon King and the others arrived at Yongping City, the sky was already quite dark. In a few hours, the sky would turn dark. However, there was no one in Yongping City. The thing that annoyed the Demon Dragon King the most was that he didn't dare to split his forces. The Demon Dragon King did a rough calculation today. There were at least a few million cavalrymen that Zhao Hai had sent to stall them. If he split his forces now, there would only be one outcome: they would be defeated by Zhao Hai and the others. Because of this, the Demon Dragon King did not dare to split up his forces. He could only concentrate his forces. When he fought with Zhao Hai, he mostly fought with the undead creatures, so he did not know much about the strength of the ordinary people on the Ark continent. However, according to the information he had collected, the ordinary people on the Ark continent did not have high cultivation and were no match for the demons. However, recently, the demonic Dragon King had received news that Zhao Hai had created a type of medicine that could raise one's strength to grade 9 in a short period of time. The demonic Dragon King was skeptical about this at first, but after seeing the cavalryman today, the demonic Dragon King believed it. Zhao Hai indeed had a way to raise a person to grade 9 in a short period of time. This discovery made the demon Dragon King even more worried. The reason why the demons were so confident in dealing with the people on the Ark continent was that their ordinary soldiers were stronger than those on the Ark continent. On top of that, they had a large number of god-tier elites. However, on the Ark continent, there was a way to raise an individual's strength to level 9, which allowed them to fight on equal terms with their ordinary soldiers. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had something that could harm a god-grade entity. Under such circumstances, it would not be easy for them to deal with the people of the Ark continent. Furthermore, there was a Protoss watching them like a tiger watching its prey. Therefore, when the demon Dragon King was attacked by the cavalry, he lost all confidence in conquering the Ark continent. He did not know how Zhao Hai did it, or how he could make such a potion. The people he had sent to the Ark continent had also given him some level 8 and level 9 potions. The potions were not only effective for humans, but also for demons. He even asked the wizards in his clan to study it, but the answers they gave were disappointing. They said that the level 8 potion was just a bottle of water, and the level 9 potion was the blood of some unknown creature. The demonic Dragon King was extremely disappointed with the wizard's answer. He had never heard of any water that could allow a person to reach rank 8. Even the elf race's life fluid did not have such an effect. As for a rank 9 item, it was even more impossible for it to be blood. He had yet to hear what kind of species the demonic beast's blood could allow a person to reach rank 9. If it was that kind of creature, Zhao Hai would not be able to conquer it, much less provide it with a large amount of blood. With that, the demonic Dragon King realized that he had fallen into a completely passive state. It would no longer be an easy task to deal with Zhao Hai. Looking at Yangping City, the demonic Dragon King sighed and said, "Let's rest here tonight. Inform everyone to set up camp." Everyone responded and went to prepare. The Infernals were as efficient as the Celestials. In addition, they used the same arc as the Celestials. They built their camp in Yangping City, so it was natural that they were very fast. After the construction was completed, the demon Dragon King summoned the divine-level experts from the various races to his room for a meeting. When everyone arrived, the demon Dragon King looked at them and said, "We're already at Yangping City, but Zhao Hai's tactics are giving me a headache. Plus, their soldiers are growing stronger by the second. It's impossible for us to destroy the Ark continent in a short time. I've already reported the situation to the Demon King. All we need to do now is to fight in more places while Zhao Hai is fighting the Celestials. We'll defend these places and wait for the Demon King to arrive." The people below naturally didn't have any objections. To be honest, they were extremely annoyed by the cavalry today, but they couldn't do anything about it. The speed of the cavalry was too fast, and even the divine-level experts couldn't catch up to them. Under such circumstances, they had no other choice but to counterattack when the cavalry arrived. Hence, under such circumstances, following the Demon Dragon King's instructions was the most suitable method for them. When the Demonic Dragon King saw that no one had any objections, she continued, "Now that Zhao Hai has changed his tactics, and they're no longer weaker than us, there's only one thing we need to do, and that's to advance steadily and occupy more territory. However, I don't think Zhao Hai will let us do that so easily. Pass down my order, increase the security." Everyone agreed and turned around to make arrangements. What the Demon Dragon King did not expect was that there were no more cavalrymen coming to attack even when it was dark. After dark, the Demon Dragon King was relieved, because the sky in the demon world turned dark much earlier than the Ark continent. The demon race was more suitable for fighting in the dark than the Ark continent, so he was not afraid. After setting up the defense, the Devil Dragon King could rest in peace. He did the same thing as Yun Tianlei, but he soon encountered the same problem as Yun Tianlei. A buzzing sound woke the Demon Dragon King up. He was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately sat up because he felt that this voice was very familiar. He remembered that he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not remember where he had heard it. Demonic Dragon King was an extremely cautious person. He immediately shouted, "What's that buzzing sound from outside? Quickly go and take a look." The guard outside immediately responded, and the sound of footsteps faded away. In a short while, that guard ran to the door of the Demonic Dragon King and said in a frightened tone, "Your Highness, a large number of demonic mosquitoes have appeared outside. There might be a mosquito tide." The Demonic Dragon King's expression changed immediately. He finally knew where he had heard this buzzing sound from. It was a return that he didn't want to recall. Before the Demonic Dragon King had become a divine-level expert, he was just an ordinary member of the Fiend clan. He had been adventuring in the Devil realm all over the place, wanting to quickly increase his strength. At that time, he had entered a famous and dangerous place in the Devil clan with a few good friends. They had gone on an adventure, but they had never expected to encounter a mosquito tied there. In the end, other than him, who had luckily escaped, a few of his comrades had died there. He clearly remembered that when the overwhelming demonic mosquitoes rushed at him, he was scared out of his wits and then ran for his life. There were a few of his companions who were stronger than him, but they all died in the mouth of the demonic mosquitoes. He still had nightmares when he thought of the scene at that time. The demonic Dragon King immediately rushed out of the door. As she walked, she shouted, "Why are there demonic mosquitoes? How did the demonic mosquitoes appear on the Ark continent? Quick, sound the alarm." Following his order, the alarm bell was rung. In the night, the melodious sound of the bell was so ear-piercing that the entire demon camp became lively in an instant. The demon Dragon King looked at the blood mosquitoes in the sky, and his face turned very ugly. He did not expect the demon mosquitoes to really appear on the Ark continent. At this moment, the experts from the various races had also arrived by the side of the demonic Dragon King. They were also looking at the blood mosquitoes with ugly expressions. For a moment, they did not know what to say. One of the demon powerhouses even said, "Why are the mosquitoes here on the Ark continent? If the demonic mosquitoes really did appear on the Ark continent, how could the people of the Ark continent have survived until now?" The demonic Dragon King had already calmed down. He said in a deep voice, "I've read about the Ark continent before. There's a record about mosquitoes here, but they're known as the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. A small group of blood mosquitoes appeared here and were eventually extinguished by many level 9 powerhouses. When I read the report, I thought the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were mosquitoes. I didn't expect it to be true. Send the order, everyone, get ready for battle." We all know how terrifying the demonic mosquitoes are, so you must be careful. Everyone responded and turned around to prepare. However, just as the demon Dragon King finished saying those words, the attack of the blood mosquitoes arrived. For a moment, the demon camp was in chaos. However, the fierceness of the devil race was also perfectly displayed at this moment. Each and every one of the devil race's people was trying their best to kill the blood mosquitoes. If they felt that they couldn't hold on any longer, they would immediately fly up and self-destruct their hands so that they could kill more blood mosquitoes. The demonic Dragon King looked at all of this with heartache. The first self-destruction was the sacrifice of a demon. In the short period of time that they had been fighting with the blood mosquitoes, the demonic Dragon King had already heard several self-destructing sounds. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard. The demon Dragon King was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed. He was too familiar with the explosion. It was the same explosion that was caused by the javelins used by the knights on the Ark continent. When the demon Dragon King heard the explosion, he knew that the people from the Ark continent had come to attack again. However, this was not what the demon Dragon King was most worried about. What the demon Dragon King was most worried about was that the people from the Ark continent had come to attack at this time. Were they not afraid of the attack of the demon mosquitoes? If they were not afraid of the mosquitoes' attack, then there was only one possibility. The mosquitoes would not attack them. The reason why they were not attacked was because someone was controlling them. This was what the demon Dragon King was most worried about. The demon Dragon King was well aware of how terrifying the demonic mosquitoes were. If there was really someone on the Ark continent who could control the demonic mosquitoes, it would definitely not be good news for the demons. What worried the demon Dragon King even more was the offensive power of these demonic mosquitoes. They were stronger than the demonic mosquitoes in the demon world. If this continued, the demon race would be in real danger. Zhao Hai sat calmly in the medium, watching the movements of the celestial race and demon race. He didn't know if they would retreat, but no matter what, he would do it. They were his enemies, and he never showed mercy to his enemies. Zhao Hai knew that tonight's attack would be a huge blow to both the God clan and demon clan. The appearance of these blood mosquitoes would definitely be a huge headache for both clans. Coupled with the blood thunder beads used by the cavalrymen, Zhao Hai believed that the casualties would not be small. However, Zhao Hai's task tonight was much easier. He placed his javelins and some other useful items near the cavalrymen of the god race and demon race so that they could retrieve them themselves. Moreover, he had brought out a lot of items this time. Even if the cavalrymen and undead creatures attacked the two races without rest, the number of items was enough. Zhao Hai only wanted to see how the two races would react to the blood mosquitoes. However, he noticed something very interesting. He discovered that spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes existed in both the god realm and the devil realm. This puzzled him greatly. At first, Zhao Hai thought that the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were a specialty of the Ark continent. However, when he used the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes to attack the Protoss actually called out the name of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. This surprised Zhao Hai. He did not expect that the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were also present in the Protoss, and even their names had not changed. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that the demon race also recognized the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, but they called them demonic mosquitoes. This piqued Zhao Hai's curiosity. Zhao Hai knew very well that the environment on the Ark continent was different from that of the God world and the demon world. Even the ordinary demonic beasts on the Ark continent would mutate in the demon world. However, from the Demon Dragon King's words, these blood mosquitoes were exactly the same as the demon mosquitoes in the demon world. This was what Zhao Hai could not understand. Why were these demonic mosquitoes present in all three realms? Was there any connection between them? Zhao Hai could not help but frown. He decided that if he had the time, he would definitely study it. This was not Zhao Hai looking for trouble. Right now, Zhao Hai was constantly feeling a sense of danger, not to mention the two powerful races that had come to attack. The appearance of that immortal cultivator had also made Zhao Hai feel a very serious sense of danger. The strangeness of the spirit devouring blood mosquitoes really worried Zhao Hai. He wanted to see if there was any connection between the spirit devouring blood mosquitoes and the immortal cultivator. If there was, what kind of connection would it be? As Zhao Hai's mind was filled with these thoughts, the battle between the God clan and the demon clan and the blood mosquitoes outside had reached a state of bloodlust. Among them, the demon clan had suffered greater losses. Many of them were only at rank 8, and these rank 8 powerhouses had no chance of escaping from the attack of tens or hundreds of blood mosquitoes. Therefore, most of the rank 8 demons chose to self-destruct. If they were up against normal blood mosquitoes, this move would be very useful. Those blood mosquitoes would not be able to come back to life after they died. But unfortunately, they were up against blood mosquitoes from Zhao Hai's dimension. They could come back to life after they died. Their blood explosion was not worth it. Most of the demons that had died were at level 8, but Zhao Hai was still satisfied. Level 8 demons were not easy to deal with. They were not weak. If they were to fight against the army of the Ark continent, even the army that had just advanced to level 9 might not be their match. The main thing was that the demon's self-destruction method was really annoying. The cavalrymen and undead creatures had also caused great damage to the two races. Although their javelins might hurt the blood mosquitoes, Zhao Hai didn't care about the consequences. After all, the blood mosquitoes would be released after 24 hours, so he didn't care how many of them died. The battle lasted for an entire night. The god race's casualties reached an astonishing 300,000, while the demon race's casualties had already exceeded 500,000. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. The God clan and demon clan only exterminated most of the blood mosquitoes when the sun rose. There were only a few of them left, and they weren't a cause for concern. Zhao Hai also ordered the undead creatures and cavalrymen to rest and stop attacking the God clan and demon clan. After the celestial race and the demon race had counted their casualties, their faces were not very good. Yun Tianlei immediately gathered all the great generals in his room and said to them, "It seems that Zhao Hai has not dealt with the Winged Horse tribe and the Barbarian tribe yet. If he was not here, he would have sent an army to attack us yesterday, and our casualties would have been even greater. This is the second batch of blood mosquitoes that Zhao Hai has released in the past 2 days. It is possible that the people on the Ark continent are trying to control the blood mosquitoes. If it is not Zhao Hai, it will be the other people on the Ark continent. Let's go back to the Church of Light now and report this situation to the Divine Realm. Ask them to send some medicine to restrain the blood mosquitoes. Otherwise, it will only increase the casualties." The crowd naturally did not object, but Yun Ying gritted his teeth and said, "I think I should send a letter to the Winged Horse race and the Barbarian race when I get back. Let them know that their people have been killed." If Zhao Hai didn't go to deal with the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race, he wouldn't have sent so few soldiers. As long as those two races come, and the medicine from the Divine World is delivered, we will send our troops and flatten the Ark continent. At that time, I will definitely tear Zhao Hai into pieces. Yun Ying had also voiced the thoughts of most of the gods' race's people. The gods' race had never suffered such a huge loss in their war with the other worlds. Even when they had conquered the Thunder God world, although they had suffered casualties, the other side had suffered even more. Just like now, they had only seen their own people suffer casualties while the other side had no casualties. This was something that these proud gods' race people could not tolerate no matter what. Yun Tianlei looked at the others and said, "Pass down my order. We will rest for 2 hours. After that, we will return to the Church of Light. Don't stay here and fight with the undead creatures." "Go," the crowd responded in unison and turned to leave. Seeing that everyone had left, Yun Tianlei finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Fei who was standing aside, and said, "Fei did you notice anything unusual about those blood mosquitoes?" Fei said with a baffled expression, "Abnormal. No, weren't those blood mosquitoes just blood mosquitoes? Although they are slightly stronger than the blood mosquitoes of our divine realm, they are not that much stronger." Yun Tianlei forced a smile and said, "Don't you think there are too many blood mosquitoes? The blood mosquitoes that came last night were obviously not as many as the ones we encountered the day before yesterday, but it was not easy for us to fight them. Why is that?" Fei looked at Yun Tianlei with confusion and finally said, "I'm sorry, Master. I didn't notice this." Yun Tianlei smiled wryly and said, "It's not your fault. no one noticed that the blood mosquitoes on the Ark continent can regenerate. They can regenerate instantly, and they can regenerate more than 25 times. Heir was surprised by Yun Tianlei's words. Then his expression changed. Regeneration. Master, are you saying that the blood mosquitoes can regenerate? How was that possible? If the blood mosquitoes were really that powerful, the people on the Ark continent would have been wiped out. How could they be controlled by someone? Yun Tianlei smiled wryly and said, it's true. Yesterday, I observed the blood mosquitoes for a long time and came to this conclusion. No matter what method the people on the Ark continent used to control the blood mosquitoes, it will not be a good thing for us. We will have to be even more careless in the future. Heir nodded and did not say anything else. At this time, the Shen Ying continent was very quiet. Yun Tianlei also sighed and said, all right, you must be tired today. Go and rest. Don't forget that we will be withdrawing in 2 days. Heir nodded and walked out. However, when he turned his back to Yun Tianlei, his eyes were sparkling. Apparently, he was thinking about something that he didn't want Yun Tianlei to know. Compared to the god race, the situation on the demon race's side was similar. Their casualties were almost twice that of the god races. Although such a loss was not unbearable for an army of tens of millions of soldiers, it could also be described as a heavy death toll. It had only been a night. If the casualties during the day were counted, the number of casualties on the demon race's side had reached an astonishing 700,000. This was something that the demon Dragon King would never have expected in the past. Sitting in his room, demonic Dragon King was thinking about whether he should withdraw his army or not. They had lost so many people in one night. Although most of them were LV8, it was still a big number. If not for the natural bravery of demons, there might have been deserters. The demon Dragon King frowned as he sat there. This was not a loss that he could not bear, but the thing behind this loss made the demon Dragon King very worried. He did not expect that there would be people on the Ark continent who could control the demon mosquitoes to attack them. This was what the demon Dragon King was worried about. After thinking about it for a while, the demon Dragon King finally decided not to retreat for the time being and to advance steadily. He knew very well that even if he retreated, the people on the Ark continent could still use the same method to deal with them. By then, not only would they not get any territory, but they would also be in a completely passive state. However, they could not just stand there and do nothing. The demon Dragon King had already sent people back to the demon world to report the situation on the Ark continent to the demon king. While asking for reinforcements, he also asked the demon wizards to make potions to deal with the blood mosquitoes. The situation of the blood mosquitoes in the god race and demon race was different from the situation on the Ark continent. There had only been one mosquito disaster on the Ark continent, and it had been eliminated not long after. Since then, there had been no more mosquito disasters, so the people on the Ark continent did not take the blood mosquitoes seriously. They only recorded it. On the other hand, the gods and devils were plagued by mosquito plagues. After a long time, they had developed a potion to deal with the blood mosquitoes. However, neither of them had expected to encounter blood mosquitoes on this trip to the Ark continent, so they did not bring the potion with them. Zhao Hai looked at the screen calmly. He didn't expect the Protos to retreat. This was beyond his expectations. When he saw the Protos packing up their things and heading toward the kingdom of the Church of Light after resting for 2 hours, he was stunned for a moment. However, he didn't order the undead creatures to pursue them. It would be useless if the Protos wanted to retreat. At this moment, the preparations for Lai's and Meljan's side were almost complete. They only needed a little more time. They would be able to destroy the Pegasus Light Cavalry, and at that time his strength would be even more powerful. At that time, when the gods retreated, he could go all out to deal with the Nephilims. The pressure would be much less and he would have more time. Time was what Zhao Hai needed the most. He really hoped that the Nephilims would retreat as well. When that happened, he would have more time to prepare. By then, he would have more than 1,000 undead creatures and the second batch of god-tier undead creatures in the small tower. He would soon be able to produce another god-tier potion. This was something to be happy about. As long as he had time, he could do better. However, to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the infernal race did not retreat. Unlike the celestial race, the infernal race did not retreat immediately after resting for 2 hours. On the contrary, the infernal race rested for a long time. They rested for a full 5 hours before they woke up. After a simple repair, they left Yongping City and began to advance in the Stupa Empire. Zhao Hai could not help frowning when he saw this. The Nephilims had been extremely cautious in their actions. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought that the Nephilims would be the first to retreat while the Celestials would advance. However, he did not expect the complete opposite. The Celestials had retreated, while the Nephilims appeared to be ready to attack. Zhao Hai looked at the Asmodeans and snorted, "If you don't want my face, then don't blame me." Although Zhao Hai was still monitoring the Protos, he didn't attack them. He was afraid that if he angered the Protos, they wouldn't retreat and instead turn to fight him to the death. That wasn't what he wanted to see. In any case, he would have plenty of chances to fight the Protos in the future. The demons were currently attacking the continent's hinterlands. If they were given 2 more days, they might encounter lies in the others, and that would be even more troublesome. Since he had the space to monitor the gods, he could transfer the undead creatures to deal with the demons. With the undead creatures and the cavalrymen to deal with the demons, it would be more difficult for the demons to advance. As long as he could delay the battle until Laura and the others destroyed the Pegasus-like cavalry, everything would be easier. To Zhao Hai's surprise, although the demons had left Yangping City, they had left behind quite a number of troops. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that they were going to occupy this place and not leave. This time, the demons had left a total of 1 million guards at Yangping City. Among them, there were close to 1,000 divine-level experts. Moreover, there was an endless stream of troops from the demonic capital heading toward Yangping City. Zhao Hai's expression changed when he saw this. With his current strength, he couldn't wipe out the defenders of Sun City in one fell swoop. As long as he couldn't kill them, they would come to Shanghai for help. At that time, the two sides would have to fight again. This was not what Zhao Hai wanted to see. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. After all, he didn't have that many troops at the moment. As long as the battle with Li Jai was over, he could lead his army and beat the Nephilim army back. The demonic Dragon King noticed this as well. He realized that the cavalrymen weren't the only ones who attacked them today. There were many undead creatures, and they were much more difficult to deal with than the cavalrymen. The bones, bows, and javelins in their hands had limited destructive power against the undead creatures, while the javelins in the undead creatures' hands were very destructive to them. 2 god-grade experts had been sacrificed, let alone the level 9 people. To be honest, the demonic Dragon King was very curious about what kind of weapon Zhao Hai and the others were using. In the previous few battles, Zhao Hai had never used such a weapon. This time, not only did Zhao Hai change his tactics, but he also used such a weapon. This made the demonic Dragon King very curious about this weapon. On the surface, this weapon looked like a wooden javelin. Not only was it very simple, but it was also roughly made. However, the killing power of this weapon was really amazing. To be honest, the demonic Dragon King was also having a headache. Although he wanted Zhao Hai to occupy more territory during the war with the Protoss, the losses were really giving him a headache. Furthermore, the city behind them still had to be on guard against Zhao Hai's cavalrymen. He had been on tenterhooks the entire time. While Zhao Hai was still entangled with the devil race, another change had occurred in another place that Zhao Hai was completely unaware of. It was the ice plains of the extreme north. A spatial rift had appeared there, and a large number of undead creatures had walked out of it. They had been searching the ice plains everywhere, but they couldn't leave the ice plains for a while because it was simply too vast. However, they soon found the volcano, and some undead creatures found the stone city. Soon, more and more undead creatures came to the volcano and walked out of the crack. Many undead creatures had begun to appear in the direction of the orc prairies. These undead creatures weren't tired, and the snow didn't affect them too much. It wouldn't take a few days for them to appear in the orc prairies. Of course, Zhao Hai did not know about this. Another thing that Zhao Hai did not know was that on a large island in the past, a spatial rift had also appeared. However, this spatial rift was smaller, and no creatures had come out of it, so neither the people of Zhihai nor the merfolk had discovered it. However, they believed that this spatial rift would not appear for nothing. It would be a variable in the future of the Ark continent. Zhao Hai didn't know any of this. He thought that his enemies were only the god race and the demon race. Now that the god-ranked experts had retreated to the Church of Light, he couldn't touch them for the time being. So his only enemies were the demon race. It had been 3 days since Lies and Meljan had been preparing to deal with the flying horse cavalry. They just needed to wait for a divine-level potion a day, and they would be done. There was still no news from the two of them, but Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He knew that Lies and the others were about to make their move. What surprised Zhao Hai was the devils. They had been harassing the devils for days and nights. They had used the blood mosquitoes once again, causing close to 1 million casualties. However, the devils did not retreat. On the contrary, they continued to advance. Although their speed was very slow, they were still advancing. Zhao Hai admired the tenacity of the devil race. However, the war still had to be fought. The harassment had become more frequent these days, and the casualties of the devil race had increased. It could be said that the devil race had to pay a bloody price for every step they took. Zhao Hai didn't understand why the demons hadn't retreated yet. After days and nights of constant harassment, many of the demons were already exhausted. They hadn't had a good night's sleep or a good meal, but they still kept moving forward. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the reason for the Nephilims not retreating was simple. Zhao Hai hadn't sent out his main force to deal with them. This made them think that Zhao Hai's main force was still fighting the Protoss. If they didn't occupy more space now, they wouldn't be able to occupy any more space when Zhao Hai's main force returned. Although the devil race had also sent some spies to the god race, they didn't dare to get too close to the god race. Moreover, Yun Tianlei had discovered that Zhao Hai had stopped harassing them as soon as they had retreated, so they were no longer in a hurry. They slowly headed toward the Church of Light. One reason was to get more rest, and the other was to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. The spies of the devil race had been monitoring the god race in the Church of Light. They had not followed the god race's army, so they did not know that the god race had already retreated. If they had known that the god race had already retreated, they would have definitely told the Devil Dragon King about this news. The Devil Dragon King might not have advanced anymore. Another day passed and another bottle of god-tier potion was produced. However, Zhao Hai did not give it to anyone. He kept the dough. He was going to produce another bottle of god-tier potion and then use it on the stone and wood so that the two of them could share it. Stone and wood were twin brothers, and there was an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Zhao Hai was afraid that if either of them were to improve their strength, it would destroy this tacit understanding. So he would rather wait a few more days for the second potion to be made so that it could be used by wood and stone. It had to be said that sometimes, Zhao Hai's worries were indeed a little unnecessary. However, he was not in a hurry anyway. In the current situation, an additional pseudo-divine level powerhouse would not be of much help to Zhao Hai. Why not wait a few days? There was no need to be anxious. Another day had passed. It was the 5th day since the demons had sent out their troops. They were still moving forward, but they had lost more than 3 million people. They had lost almost 1/10 of their men. In addition, they had passed 2 major cities on the Ark continent in the past 5 days, leaving more than 2 million soldiers to defend the cities. This reduced the number of people in the main army by about 1/5 compared to when they first came out. The tenacious Nephilims. Zhao Hai could not help but admit that the Nephilim's tenacity had exceeded his imagination. However, he also knew that the luck of the Nephilims had come to an end. This was because Li Jai and Meljin had already dealt with the flying horse cavalry. Zhao Hai's main force had returned. Next, they would attack the Nephilims. Lies, Laura, and the others were sitting in the living room, talking and laughing. However, Zhao Hai was not in the living room. He had been dealing with the Protos and the Nephilims for the past few days and was really tired. In addition, he was worried about his wife. After Lies and Meljin had destroyed the flying horse-like cavalry, he immediately sent them to rest. He stayed there alone to delay the Nephilim's attack. He only went to rest after Lies and Meljin had finished resting. That was why Zhao Hai was not in the living room. Looking at the exhausted faces of the Nephilims on the screen, she couldn't help but smile. It seems that Brother Hai has been torturing them these days. Look at their listless faces. Lola rolled her eyes at her. You guys are still talking. Look at how many days Big Brother Hai has been watching over there. Why don't you guys destroy the Pegasus cavalry as soon as possible so that Big Brother Hai can rest earlier? Meljin laughed. Sister Lola, we've done a good job. We didn't let any of the Pegasus cavalry escape. That's already good. Forget it, Lola snorted. Call those 2 races over and ask them what race they are. See if we can find out more about the god race. Laura had been with Zhao Hai for the longest time. Although she did not know how to command a battle, she was in charge of almost all the matters of the Buddha family. Therefore, it was only natural that she had the highest status among the women. Without any hesitation, she summoned a heavy cavalryman and a Pegasus-like cavalryman for questioning. This was also Zhao Hai's intention. When he turned the 2 races into undead creatures, he also turned their leaders into high-level undead creatures so that he could get more information. The heavy armored infantrymen were very tall, much taller than the average orc. The winged cavalry and light cavalry were not very tall and they looked very slender. From their appearance they looked like elves, but the elves had pointed ears. The winged cavalry had wings with feathers on their ears. Lies and the others looked at the 2 races curiously. After a while she said to the tall, heavy armored infantry, "What's your name? Which race did he belong to? Are you guys from the god race?" The heavy armored soldier saluted to her and said, "My lady, my name is Manding. We are from the barbarian race, not the god race. It's just that our plane has been conquered by the god race. Every time the god race wants to deal with someone, they will ask us to send troops." Becky nodded. She looked at Manding and said, "Are all the people in your clan as powerful? How many troops are there in the human race?" Manding shook his head and said, "Madam, we can only be considered a second-tier army in the clan. The true elites have yet to come out. The elite infantry of our clan are almost all 9th-grade powerhouses, and the most elite Goldhorn cavalry are all divine-level powerhouses. However, there are not many of them, less than 50,000 people. On the other hand, the elite troops have more than 10 million people. For a second-tier army like ours, the number is even greater. As for how many there are, I don't know." Lies, Laura, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never thought that the barbarian race would be so powerful. It seemed that if it weren't for the fact that they had too few god-grade experts, they wouldn't have been conquered by the god race. As she thought of this, she immediately said, "Then will you still send your troops?" "I'm saying you've lost so many people this time. Will your race still send troops to help the god's race? Do you have a good relationship with the god's race?" Manding replied, "Madam, our relationship with the god's race isn't very good. We usually only listen to orders, but not orders. However, I think our race will still send out troops. Perhaps we will even send out the elite Gold Horn cavalry, because we barbarians believe in revenge." Madam has turned us into undead creatures, so my people will definitely send out troops to avenge us. The expressions of both Becky and Meljan changed. They did not expect this to happen. Meljan could not wait any longer. She turned to the Pegasus Light Cavalry and said, "What about you guys? What kind of race are you? Do you have a good relationship with the gods' race?" The Flying Horse Light Cavalry dodged Meljan's attack and said, "Madam, we are the Winged Horse race. Our relationship with the god race is similar to that of the barbarian race. We also only listen to orders but not orders. However, this time our people may also send troops because our people are similar to the barbarian race. We will definitely take revenge. Madam has turned us into undead creatures, so our people will definitely send troops." Both Lies and Meljan smiled bitterly. They never thought that it would be like this. However, Laura did not care so much. She only looked at the Winged Horse tribe member and said, "What's your name? How many soldiers does your clan have? How is your strength in your clan?" The Winged Horse clansman said, "Madam, my name is Jan Tian. Our army can only be considered a second-tier army in the middle. The ones stronger than us are the divine-level elite cavalry. There are more than 10 million of them, and there are also about 100,000 silver-winged cavalry at the high god level." At this moment, even Laura smiled bitterly. They had learned about the god grade rankings from the undead creatures of the god race. Naturally, they also knew that the high god grade was almost equivalent to being at the top of the god grade. As for the Winged Horse race, they actually had more than 100,000 high god grade cavalrymen and more than 10 million god grade powerhouses. This number was truly astonishing. However, if the Winged Horse race and the barbarian race both sent out their elites, it would really be enough to make them suffer. "Then do you know what kind of race the giant with the big stick is?" said Becky with a bitter smile. Jan Tian nodded and said, "I know, that's the Thunder Clan. They believe in the Thunder Divine Beast, and the weapon in their hands is the totem staff. I heard that this kind of Thunder Divine Beast looks like an ox, but it only has one leg. No one has ever seen a real Thunder Divine Beast. This kind of Thunder Divine Beast only appears when the Thunder Clan uses their totem to summon it. Their clan is very powerful. Not only do they have infinite strength, but their defense is also very strong. I heard that when the gods' race conquered the Thunder God continent, they spent a lot of effort and many people died. Later on, they carried out a massacre on the Thunder God continent and intimidated the people of the Thunder race. Now, the Thunder God continent has become the territory of the god race's general Yun Tianlei. Yun Tianlei is the general of the gods race who is in charge of the army this time. He is accompanied by a group of Thunder race guards. "It's a demon race," Meljan said with a bitter smile. "NBSB, I also saw a green-skinned dwarf in the Church of Light. What race are they? Why do they look like slaves?" Man Ding said, "Madam, they are indeed slaves. They were originally gnomes, a native race of the god race. Their combat power is very low, but they are very interested in machines. They are also very good at using magic arrays. I heard that they made some machines that can fly in the sky, but they don't like to make weapons, so they were later labeled as heathens by the god race, and the entire race was demoted to slaves." Laura continued, "Did the god race conquer other races? If there are there any other powerful races? I don't know about that." Manding shook his head. Jan Tian said, "Madam, there are no other races in the Protoss army. The Protoss that attacked the Ark continent this time is from the Golden Bull continent. They are only one of the Protoss. The Golden Bull only conquered a few of our races. There are no other races. I don't know if the other Protoss continents have conquered other races from other planes." Laura was stunned for a moment before her expression changed drastically. "Will the gods from the other continents attack our Ark continent? Didn't they say that there were other xenogeneics fighting with the god race? Could it be that their war has already ended?" Jan Tian shook his head and said, "I don't know if the other continents are coming, madam. The Golden Bull god race didn't say anything, but I have heard of the xenogeneic gods. I think they haven't been captured yet. The war is still going on, but the xenogeneic gods are not as strong as the gods. They are on the defensive." Lola frowned. "I heard that the god race has 13 continents. Do you know the ratio of xenogeneics to gods?" Jan Tian nodded and said, "I have heard of that. The god clan has 13 lands. 10 of them are controlled by the god clusters. Only 3 of them are controlled by the xenogeneic gods. They are the Ares, the goddess, and the balance scale. Other than those 3, the other 10 lands are all controlled by the gods." Laura let out a long sigh. "Then do you know that there are xenogeneic gods on the 3 continents that are controlled by them?" she asked. Jan Tian nodded and said, "I have. The Ares continent is controlled by the orcs. The balance scale continent is controlled by the dwarves, and the goddess continent has always been controlled by the elves. Other than these 3 races, there are other xenogeneic gods and mythical beasts. They all live on these 3 continents. They have been fighting the gods for years. They have never submitted." Laura and the others nodded. To be honest, this was beyond their expectations. They didn't expect the Protoss to be so powerful. They couldn't even handle the Golden Bull Protoss, not to mention the other Protoss from other continents. If they all came, the Ark continent would have been destroyed a long time ago. However, Laura didn't think it was possible. Judging from the number of troops sent by the Golden Bull celestial race, the Golden Bull continent wouldn't be much smaller than the Ark continent. It might even be a little bigger. In this case, the celestial race didn't need to mobilize all the celestial races of the 10 continents to deal with them for a small dimension. It was not worth it. There were also xenogenics in the gods' realm that were keeping the god race busy. They couldn't focus all their attention on the Ark continent. This might be the perfect opportunity for the Ark. The fact that the xenogenic gods were still alive was good news for them. It meant that they might have allies. NBSB Zhao Hai woke up. He was truly exhausted from the past few days of scheming with the god race and demon race. He didn't even have a moment to relax. This made him extremely exhausted. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't say anything when he saw that the two of them were very tired. Instead, he let them rest while he continued to deal with the demons. He was really exhausted. After cleaning up his room, Zhao Hai pushed open the door and walked out. The moment he came out, he became stunned. He knew that Laura and the other girls were in the living room, but why didn't they make any sound? Zhao Hai knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Laura and the others wouldn't be so quiet. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai quickly went to the living room. Zhao Hai was surprised when he arrived at the living room. He saw that all of them were sitting in the living room, frowning. Zhao Hai looked at them and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are they all frowning? What's happening?" Only then did Laura and the others notice Zhao Hai's arrival. They made way for Zhao Hai. Meg poured Zhao Hai a cup of hot cocoa, and then Laura and the others told Zhao Hai what they had heard. Zhao Hai frowned after hearing what Laura and the others said. If what Man Ben and Jan Fei said was true, then Zhao Hai's group had really made a few powerful enemies this time. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, they didn't say anything either. They all knew that this matter would be decided by Zhao Hai in the end. After a long while, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. If the elites of the two races want to come, then let them come. We're not afraid of them anyway. Besides, speaking of hatred, don't they have more hatred with the god race? They can submit to the god race, and they might submit to us in the future. However, it's good news that those foreign gods are still here. As long as they are still here, the god race won't be able to use 100 of their strength to deal with us. The gods don't really care about the size of the Ark continent. They don't have to work together to deal with us. We don't have to worry too much about this. Besides, the Golden Bull god race has made such a big move to deal with us. The other god races will definitely notice it. The other god races may not think much of it, but the alien races may have some ideas. We don't know much about the god race. It's impossible to find those people, but those foreign gods might find a way to contact us. They shouldn't miss such an opportunity. After all, they don't have a good life." Lola nodded and said, "However, just the Golden Bull celestial race is already difficult to deal with. If the Thunder God race sends their troops again, we will be in even more trouble. The combat power of those giants is not weak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. The giants are strong, but they don't have a large population. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out by the gods. Look at how many soldiers we have on the Ark continent, but we still managed to stop the gods. If the Thunder race had a large population, the gods wouldn't have been able to conquer them so easily." Laura and the others nodded. They had been very worried, but they weren't afraid. After all, they had the realm. Things went south, they could just put the people on the Ark into the realm and let the god race find them. When the team's strength was all increased, they could come out and settle the score with the god race. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "Actually, I think the most useful information is about the goblins. I really underestimated this race. I didn't expect them to have such abilities." Lola looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "What? Big Brother Hai is interested in the gnomes. I don't see any special abilities from them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't Jan Tian say that the goblins are very excited about machines? He's also very interested in the application of magic arrays, which is very useful to us." Lola was puzzled and asked, "What's the use? Magic can do what the machines can do, and magic can do what the machines can't. What's the use of this?" Zhao Hai smiled. "It's going to be useful. If the gnomes are really good at using magic arrays, they might be able to think of a way to increase the power of the magic cannons. This will save us a lot of crystal stones. It's a waste to use these crystal stones like this." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lola was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up and she nodded. "This is a good idea. If we can use crystals as power, we can make more machines and cannons. Then we won't have to be afraid of the god race and the demon race." Zhao Hai understood what Laura meant. Kellen had been trying to change the lives of ordinary people with magic arrays his whole life. He wanted to make it more convenient for them to travel and live. Everything in the space was similar to that on Earth, such as the screen. Although it wasn't showing TV programs, it made Kellen think of many things. In addition, there were electric lamps and kitchen utensils in the space, which were very common on Earth, but it gave Karen a lot of inspiration. After seeing the things in the villa, Laura didn't object to Kellen's study of the magic arrays anymore. However, she didn't want Kellen to be so obsessed that he would forget to eat and sleep. Therefore, after Zhao Hai's explanation, Lola immediately understood the use of the gnomes. If the gnomes could really use the crystals to do things that were useful to them, it would be a good thing for them. But then she frowned and said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, Zhan Fei said that the gnomes weren't interested in weapon research. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily subdued by the Protoss." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That was then and this is now. The gnomes weren't interested in weapons in the past, but it's different now. They have been enslaved by the Protoss for so long, so they should understand the importance of weapons. I think they should be interested in weapons now." Meljan frowned and said, "Will this work, Brother Hai? The gnomes had been conquered by the Protoss for so many years that they had no chance to study those machines. Their previous inheritance might have been broken. Is it really useful to us?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Even if their inheritance is broken, it's fine as long as they're still alive. The excitement of the land spirits towards machines may be in their bones, just like how the elves have always been close to nature, and the dwarves are the best blacksmiths. In short, we have to get some gnomes first, and then we'll know what to do." The few of them nodded and stopped talking. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and muttered, "Those gods are idiots. If I were them, I would have asked the goblins to research machines for me. If they had kept using the weapons developed by the earth spirits, the Ark continent might have been conquered long ago." As he spoke, Zhao Hai looked at the screen. The screen was still showing the situation of the demons. They were currently resting, but Zhao Hai's harassment did not stop. Compared to the exhausted state of the demons 2 days ago, they were much better. It didn't mean that Zhao Hai's harassment had been reduced. On the contrary, it didn't. However, those demons had adapted to this kind of harassment. Previously, they would be very nervous whenever they were harassed by Zhao Hai's group. Now they were not. Except for some police units in the periphery, the others could sleep and eat as if nothing had happened. Zhao Hai smiled. The demons were indeed the most combative race. Their ability to adapt to war was stronger than any other race. Now, the remaining demons were not only unafraid of Zhao Hai's harassment, but even the blood mosquito's attacks were ineffective. They were slowly adapting to the attacks. Zhao Hai turned to look at Lies and Meljan. "What do you think? Shouldn't we make a move on those devils now? Let them know that the god race has retreated and that we should focus on dealing with them." Looking at the screen, she smiled and said, "It's time to let them know. Otherwise, they'll think that we're easy to bully. It won't be easy for them to take advantage of us. Let's move. Let's show them how strong we are," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "All right," Becky nodded. She and Meljan immediately took out the messenger fish and passed down the orders one by one. The two of them let the cavalrymen have a good rest first. Then they immediately released a large number of undead creatures to deal with the demons. Zhao Hai had wanted to attack Yangping City and cut off the demonic army's retreat. Then he would destroy the demonic army. However, they later discovered that this was very unrealistic, not to mention the large number of reinforcements from the demon race in the demon capital and the demon abyss. Even the remaining 20 million troops under the demon dragon king's command were not something they could annihilate. If 20 million Nephilims were to fight with their lives on the line, the damage would be great. Zhao Hai had worked hard to save up this small fortune, and he didn't want to risk it all. That would only benefit the Celestials. Therefore, Zhao Hai rejected the idea in the end. He handed the command of the Nephilims to Lies, and he decided to charge into the enemy lines. Seeing that Lies and the others were ready, Zhao Hai brought Barry, Su Wanying, and Shunyi out of the boundless space. The rest of the undead creatures and the cavalry were left to Lies and Meljan to command. The four of them stood on the head of a bone dragon and appeared at the place where the Protoss army had stopped. Then, a dense army of undead creatures appeared behind Zhao Hai and pressed toward the Nephilim army aggressively. The demon dragon king was still wondering why the constant harassment on the Ark continent suddenly stopped. All the cavalrymen and undead creatures retreated. What was going on? Could it be that the gods' race had already broken through their line of defense? They had no choice but to retreat. The Infernals were not very well informed. Although the people who were monitoring the celestial race had discovered that the celestial race had retreated and were about to tell the demon dragon king and the rest of the news, it was not that easy. The army of the demon dragon king and the rest had already entered deep into the Stupa Empire. Furthermore, there were often arcs and cavalrymen wandering around them. It was not easy to send a letter to the demon dragon king. Thus, until now, the demon dragon king had not received any news of the celestial race retreating. However, the demonic dragon king didn't have to guess anymore as the answer appeared before his eyes. Looking at the army of undead creatures that was approaching and Zhao Hai who was standing in front of the army, the demonic dragon king's expression changed. He let out a bitter smile and muttered, "The Protoss are too weak. I didn't expect Zhao Hai to be free so soon. His army is still strong, and it seems like they have more people than before." The demon dragon king's mumbling naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the high-ranking demon generals beside him. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the undead army that was slowly approaching. It could be said that this was the first time that these demon race people who had never fought with Zhao Hai saw how powerful he was. Even those who had fought with Zhao Hai before found that Zhao Hai's might was much stronger than before. Previously, Zhao Hai could only take over 10 million undead creatures to fight demons at most. This time, Zhao Hai took almost 30 million undead creatures to fight demons. Many human cavalries were wandering around the periphery of their main force. What a terrifying power. To be honest, not only the demons, but also the cavalrymen of the other races were astonished. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a shocking number of undead creatures. However, they soon became excited. The stronger Zhao Hai was, the happier they were. Although they weren't afraid of death, they didn't want to die. The more undead creatures Zhao Hai had, the less chances they had to charge into the enemy lines. Without that, the chances of dying in battle would be greatly reduced. The demon dragon king looked at the undead army that was slowly approaching and said in a deep voice, "Get into formation." Following the demonic dragon king's words, the drums and trumpets sounded behind him. Due to Zhao Hai's approach, the demonic army that was in a state of panic started moving in an instant. In a short while, a large formation was set up. Most of the demonic soldiers were at the 9th rank. Almost all of the 8th rank had died under Zhao Hai's constant attacks. However, the demonic race couldn't set up a Rubik's Cube formation like the undead creatures. On the Rubik's Cube continent, only Zhao Hai and the Sea race could use it. The Rubik's Cube formation had too many changes and was too troublesome. Other than the Sea folk, who had been using it for many years and were extremely familiar with it, only the undead army like Zhao Hai could use it. It was almost impossible for the other armies to learn the Rubik's Cube formation in a short time. The demon's formation was not the Rubik's Cube formation, but a crescent moon formation. It stood there like a bright crescent, waiting for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the demonic dragon king. He had to admit that the demonic dragon king was a good opponent. These few days, his continuous attacks had already caused millions of casualties. However, not only did the demonic race not retreat, but they had also adapted to such attacks. This had an inseparable relationship with the leadership of the demonic dragon king. The demon dragon king could control this army very well, so even if there were casualties in the army, the demon race people still trusted him and did not take a step back. This was admittedly because the demon race people were very brave, but it was more because of the demon dragon king. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't plan to waste his breath on the demonic dragon king. He was waiting for Lies and the others. As long as they were ready, they would immediately attack. When Zhao Hai's group was about 1,000 meters away from the demon formation, Li Jai's voice sounded in his ears. "Big brother Hai, it's done. You'll be the leader of the cone formation." The Rubik's Cube formation instantly transformed into a huge cone, with Zhao Hai at the head. Zhao Hai did not hold back and immediately activated his domain. He realized that his domain could change its form according to his will, so he was not stupid enough to charge forward with the circular domain. With a thought, his domain slowly turned into a huge cone with sharp edges. It was like a huge drill. The undead creatures behind Zhao Hai were all god-level undead creatures. Just like Zhao Hai, they would be the vanguard in the demonic army. After Zhao Hai turned his domain into a huge drill, his domain started spinning slowly. The undead creatures behind him also started spinning along with his domain. Then, Zhao Hai drove his domain toward the Asmodeans formation. With him as the head, a huge drill head charged directly into the Asmodeans formation. The demonic dragon king didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this. The distance between them wasn't very far, only about 1,000 meters. For those who were flying, they could reach it in the blink of an eye. The members of the demonic race didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to change their formation so quickly. It only took a blink of an eye for them to change from the Rubik's Cube formation to the cone formation. It was already too late for the Devil Dragon King to change the formation. He was very clear that if this drill bit were to drill into their formation, their entire formation would be done for. The Devil Dragon King immediately shouted, "Divine-level experts, step forward and accept the battle." As soon as the Demonic Dragon King gave the order, the god-grade powerhouses of the demonic race immediately rushed over. However, Zhao Hai's domain was spinning too fast. The moment the god-grade powerhouses of the demonic race got close, they were immediately repelled. Even those who were not repelled had their domains pierced through by Zhao Hai's domain in almost an instant. Those who were slow to react had even been turned to death. Zhao Hai had already killed 3 of the demon god-grade powerhouses, and he had not been able to stop Zhao Hai's advance at all. After killing the 3 demon god-grade powerhouses, Zhao Hai had already entered the demon's crescent moon formation with the huge turning head. When the demonic dragon king saw how brutal Zhao Hai's drill was, he knew that he was going to mess things up. However, it was impossible for him to fight the drill head now. He didn't have the courage to do so. He was very clear that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent in a one-on-one situation. Now, it was even less possible for him to be Zhao Hai's opponent. The demonic dragon king had already noticed that the rotation of Zhao Hai's big drill had actually produced an extremely powerful aura around their great array. This aura was not something that ordinary people could stop. It was impossible to even get close to them. At this moment, Zhao Hai did not care about anything else. He only controlled his speed so that he would not be too far away from the undead behind him. The undead were already moving at their maximum speed. One after another, they raised their weapons and followed closely behind the person in front of them. This way, Zhao Hai was no longer just a drill, but a large drill with thorns. He was like a rapidly spinning drill. Therefore, any demon that dared to approach the drill would be cut into pieces by the mincer. They couldn't even self-destruct. If they didn't get close to the drill and self-destructed, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to the undead. If they got close to the formation, they wouldn't have the chance to self-destruct and would be killed immediately. Only now did the demon race realize that they had so few ways to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. Although there were many demonic soldiers, they were in formation. This gave Zhao Hai a chance. With Zhao Hai leading the way, it didn't take long for them to drill through the entire formation. NBSB when Zhao Hai appeared from behind the Asmodeans' formation, the giant drill behind him suddenly broke apart, turning into countless small spinning heads that shot toward the Asmodeans' formation. The great formation of the devil race was no longer able to be set up. Their great formation had been completely destroyed by this huge drill. Before they could change their formation, the great formation of the drill suddenly disintegrated. This caught the demons off guard, and in the blink of an eye, their entire formation was twisted into pieces by the undead army. Zhao Hai immediately understood what they meant. He turned around and charged toward the demon Dragon King. The demon Dragon King was going to command the battle, so he had to put his flag there to let the demons know that he was there. Only then would the demons not panic and continue fighting. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to deal with the Devil Dragon King. As long as the Devil Dragon 5's banner fell, the Devil race would definitely be in chaos. In that case, they would have a complete victory. The Demonic Dragon King also saw Zhao Hai's movements. When he saw the formation that had been completely destroyed, the Demonic Dragon King knew that today's momentum was gone. There was no possibility of defeating Zhao Hai. The Demonic Dragon King was just a little unwilling. He had never thought that he would be defeated the moment he met Zhao Hai. This speed was a little too fast. However, he also knew that it was useless to be unwilling. The most important thing now was to think of ways to preserve more living energy. The Demon Dragon King also discovered that some of Zhao Hai's undead creatures had never appeared before. Although these people had turned into skeletons, their armor was very good. It was shining bright silver, and this kind of armor was exactly what the Protoss liked to use. Moreover, the winged horses were the same as the Protoss cavalrymen that their scouts had told him about a few days ago. It seemed like Zhao Hai had obtained a large number of undead creatures from the Protoss. At the thought of this, the Devil Dragon King couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the same time, he felt Zhao Hai's power. The Devil race was valiant. When they couldn't win, they would self-destruct, not giving Zhao Hai the chance to turn them into undead creatures. However, Zhao Hai was able to kill a large number of Protoss and turn them into undead creatures. The Protoss were stronger than the Nephilims. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai was able to turn a large number of Protoss into undead creatures. It was truly admirable. However, he didn't have the time to think about this now. Zhao Hai was already on his way. The Devil Dragon King was very clear about Zhao Hai's power. Although many experts of the Devil race were here, even if they worked together, they might not be able to keep Zhao Hai here. As long as Zhao Hai seized the opportunity, they would be finished. Zhao Hai's domain was still in the form of a drill as it charged forward. Some of the divine rank experts from the demon race tried to stop Zhao Hai, but this drill-like domain allowed Zhao Hai's speed to reach its maximum. Anyone who tried to stop Zhao Hai was either repelled or killed. They had no chance at all. Retreat, the demonic Dragon King shouted. After saying that, the Devil Dragon King's figure moved. He also set up his black dragon domain and retreated quickly. At the same time, his large flag kept waving. This was the flag signal that the Devil race would use at a critical moment. It was to let those Devil race people immediately retreat and reorganize their army to fight. Although the demon race was fighting against Zhao Hai's undead army, they would still pay attention to the changes in the Demon Dragon King's flag. When they saw the Demon Dragon King give such an order, the demon race people all knew what to do. Almost all of the demon race people stopped fighting with the undead army and directly headed in the direction of the demon capital. However, it wasn't easy for them to get past the undead creatures. The undead creatures formed a small drill and drilled at an extremely fast speed. If they were as slippery as fish, it wouldn't be easy for them to escape. However, these people also made Zhao Hai understand why the demon race could survive in a place like the demon world and even slowly grow up. Seeing that there was no way to break out, the demon race people all chose to self-destruct at the same time. For a time, the battlefield was filled with explosions, and the undead army also suffered many casualties. When Lies and Meljan, who had been commanding the army, saw this situation, they knew that the Nephilims were going to fight with their lives on the line. They didn't want to fight with the Nephilims here. Therefore, Lies immediately gave an order to let the undead army break out of the Nephilim's big formation and give the Nephilims a chance to retreat. However, as soon as the undead creatures retreated, the cavalrymen of various races who had been watching the battle from the side immediately moved and threw their javelins at Zhao Hai's group. The demons who had been using the calculation explosion technique to deal with Zhao Hai's group were also blown away. When the demon race finally managed to retreat to the back and regroup their army, the Demon Dragon King discovered to his dismay that under the charge of Zhao Hai and the others, the casualties of the demon army had reached a shocking number of nearly 2 million. The demonic Dragon King's heart ached. He turned around and looked at Zhao Hai, who had finished organizing his army. At the same time, the demonic Dragon King also noticed that there were many more demons in Zhao Hai's undead army. During the battle with Zhao Hai's group, many of the demons had died before they could self-destruct. Zhao Hai wasn't going to be nice to them and turn them into undead creatures. The demonic Dragon King gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene. His hatred for Zhao Hai had reached its peak. However, he realized something that made him feel disheartened. The speed at which they organized their troops was not as fast as Zhao Hai's undead army. The undead army had already finished organizing their troops the moment they charged out. They had even arranged themselves in the demonic formation. The cavalrymen of various races were still moving around the two wings of the Rubik's Cube formation. It looked like a huge box with two wings. Just as the demonic Dragon King was staring at Zhao Hai's formation in a daze, two agonizing cries suddenly rang out from beside him. The demonic Dragon King turned around and saw that one of the god-grade experts from the demonic race had just had his head chopped off, while a round hole had appeared on the neck of the other god-grade expert. However, there was actually no one around them. The god-grade powerhouse who had a hole in his neck didn't die immediately. However, he didn't dare to self-destruct because he was in the middle of the devil race's formation. If he self-destructed, not only would he be able to kill the enemy who had ambushed him, but the people around him would also be buried with him. Thus, he could only die with hatred. This was not the end of it. As soon as the two of them died, two spatial rifts appeared and swallowed them. Then two spatial rifts suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai. The two god-grade powerhouses of the demon race appeared beside Zhao Hai. However, they had already turned into undead creatures. In front of the two god-grade powerhouses, two more people appeared. One was Bailey, and the other was someone the Demon Dragon King had never seen before. This person was dressed like an assassin. There was a sword on his back. This person was naturally Shunny. He had not been idle just now. It had been a few days since he had become a god-grade powerhouse. Although he had been sparring with Su Weiniang, he had not made any progress. Until today, he had not learned how to use his domain. However, Su Weiniang had already experienced it once, so he told Shunny how to comprehend the domain. After the battle started, Shunny immediately went to find a god-grade powerhouse of the demon race so that he could quickly comprehend the domain under the attack of that person. He had succeeded. He had successfully comprehended territory, and his territory was very similar to Bailey's. Bailey's territory was in the shape of a flying claw, and it could be invisible. Shunny's territory was in the shape of a sword, and it could also be invisible. It was Shunny and Barry who had taken advantage of the fact that the gods and demons had not finished regrouping to kill a god-grade demon. In order to ensure their safety, Lies had immediately used her space to bring them back and sent them to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai turned to look at the two of them and nodded slightly. Good job. But don't take such risks next time. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the Devil Dragon King. At this moment, Zhao Hai heard her voice. Big Brother Hai, Demon Scorpion Formation. Be careful. The undead creatures will use javelins this time. Zhao Hai nodded and retreated back into the formation. He slowly retreated to the back of the formation. This formation was the Demon Scorpion formation that they had used in the Sea Tribe. Zhao Hai didn't need to care about the things in the front. If he retreated to the back, he would become the most poisonous scorpion tail of the formation. The Rubik's Cube formation turned into the Demon Scorpion formation in an instant, pouncing straight at the demon army. When the Demon Dragon King saw the change in the demon formation, his expression couldn't help but change. Right now, they hadn't completely regrouped their troops. How could they fight at this time? The Demon Dragon King had no choice but to wave the flag. The formation retreated while reorganizing the army. Only an elite troop like the demon race could do this. For ordinary troops, let alone organizing the army while retreating, they would probably be routed once they retreated. However, the demon race did this. They slowly organized the army while retreating. The demonic Dragon King did not have the time to care about that. No matter how he looked at it, this demon scorpion formation was much easier to deal with than that drill. The army on both sides of the formation moved and went straight for the two large pincers on the two sides of the demon scorpion formation. At the same time, the army in the middle advanced and went straight for the army in the middle of the demon scorpion formation. He was going to fight them head-on. The Demon Dragon King was very confident in the demon race. He believed that even Zhao Hai's undead army would not be a match for the demon race. However, he was wrong this time. Zhao Hai did not give him a chance to fight back. As soon as the Nephilim army entered the range of the undead army, a rain of javelins was fired from the undead army. When the demon dragon king saw the rain of javelins, her expression changed. Zhao Hai did not let the undead spirits have javelins at the start of the day, and he had actually died. These undead spirits could also shoot javelins, so they had suffered a huge loss. However, it was not over yet. Just as the demon dragon king was feeling regretful, he suddenly felt the sky turn dark. He raised his head to look and realized that the drill that he hated to the core had appeared once again. This time it was coming from below and its target was him. The demonic dragon king's face remained unchanged. At this moment, it was too late for him to change his move. Just as he was about to die in the hands of this little dead spirit, two people suddenly rushed out from his side. These two people rushed out from the demonic dragon king's side and directly faced Zhao Hai's drill. When they were still some distance away from Zhao Hai's drill, they self-destructed at the same time. The two of them were high-level deities of the Nephilims. The force of their self-destruction was not small. Zhao Hai felt a huge force striking his domain. His entire body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook violently, and his face turned abnormally red. His speed immediately slowed down. Zhao Hai did not continue charging forward, and instead led the group of undead back. The self-destruction of the two powerful demons had also caused great damage to the demons' main formation. Other than the demon dragon king and the others who had domains to protect them, nearly 10,000 grade 9 demon soldiers had been killed by the explosion. The demonic dragon king and the others were not in a good state either. They were all injured by the shockwaves of the explosion. However, this was their best solution. If Zhao Hai's attack had landed, the demonic dragon king would be finished. Once the demonic dragon king was finished, the entire demonic army would be finished. Not everyone had the courage to cut their losses, and the demons didn't lack such brave men. The demonic dragon king's mouth was already filled with blood. He knew that they couldn't continue fighting. If they continued, more of them would die. Hence, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Pass down my order." The three armies are to retreat and return to the magic city. The order was passed down quickly. The demonic army got into formation and slowly retreated. At this moment, Zhao Hai's undead creatures and cavalrymen wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Wave after wave of javelin rain rained down on the demonic army. It could be said that with every step the demonic army took, someone would die. However, they didn't dare to turn back and fight Zhao Hai again, because the demonic dragon king knew that more people would die if they fought. This was a path of death. Demons would die in the first minute. The javelins in Zhao Hai's army were like soul-snatching emissaries, constantly reaping the lives of demons. Now, the demonic dragon king was really regretful. He regretted pushing so far in. If they continued fighting like this, he really didn't know how many people would be able to return to the demonic city alive. The demonic army he had left behind to defend the city seemed so weak in front of Zhao Hai's army. They couldn't stop Zhao Hai's army at all. The demonic dragon king had no choice but to retreat. Zhao Hai and the rest continued their pursuit. They only stopped when Zhao Hai reached the outskirts of the demonic city. Zhao Hai didn't say a word to the demonic dragon king. Instead, he led his army and slowly retreated. The demonic race still had quite a large army in the demonic city. If they continued fighting, they would really be fighting the demonic race to the death. Zhao Hai didn't want to fight the demonic race to the death at this time, so he retreated. Seeing Zhao Hai retreat, the demonic dragon king couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This time he had led 30 million troops out, and now less than 20 million had returned to the demonic city. The number of troops had been reduced to 1/3. This ratio was really too terrifying. Many of the demon race people had died in the final battle, and they were very brave. If they had not faced the undead, then the final victory might have been theirs. It was impossible for an ordinary army to fight the enemy with 1/3 of their forces reduced, but the demon race had done it. However, they did not feel proud at all, because they had been defeated by one person, and not just once. After the demonic dragon king returned to the demonic city, he immediately arranged for the people who had fought with him to rest. He returned to his room to heal himself and sent someone to report the situation to the great demon king. One battle, just one battle, and more than 10 million people were killed. This was something that the demon dragon king did not even dare to think about before. Before the battle with Zhao Hai, not to mention the people on the Ark continent, even the Protoss, the demon dragon king did not think that they could lose so many people in one battle. However, this time they were really defeated, and it was done by one person. Zhao Hai returned to the medium and arranged for more men to be stationed at Yongping City and Shangru City. The rest of the cavalrymen went to rest in other cities in the Stupa Empire. The entire Stupa Empire was in peace. News of Zhao Hai's battle with the gods and demons quickly spread across the entire Ark continent. Both the alien races and the human race heard about it, and the entire Ark continent was in a jubilant mood. However, Zhao Hai was not idle at the moment. He was preparing to do something else, which was to launch a probing attack on the Church of Light. Zhao Hai was already annoyed that he was constantly being beaten. He wanted to beat someone up. Now that the devil race had been beaten up by him, he believed that they would behave for a while. Although the god race had suffered some losses this time, they had lost more of the barbarian race and the winged horse race. The god race's own losses were not very big, and they could send out their troops at any time. Zhao Hai wanted to beat up the Protoss to make him behave. At the same time, he wanted to get the gnomes. He also wanted to see if he could get 1 or 2 magic cannons that the Protoss used. Zhao Hai spoke to her, and she agreed immediately. Although they lost some undead creatures in the war against the Protoss, it wasn't a lot, only a little more than 1,000,000. The ratio of casualties was 1 to 10 compared to the Nephilims. It was definitely a great victory. Moreover, because they had suffered very few losses, their strength had not been reduced. They could attack and defend as they wished. There were many possible tactics. Moreover, they knew that Zhao Hai wanted to steal the gnomes so that they could research the magic cannons. Therefore, they did not object to Zhao Hai's plan to deal with the Protoss. However, before dealing with the Protoss, they also had to have an understanding of the Protoss forces. They had to choose a place to attack and leave after one attack, not getting entangled with the Protoss. Zhao Hai and the others sat in the medium, studying how to deal with the Protoss. The cavalrymen of the various races on the continent had also arrived at the Stupa Empire. Zhao Hai reallocated them. A team of veterans had to lead the new soldiers. Although these people could not be considered new soldiers, they were new soldiers in the battle against the celestial race and demon race. They needed veterans to lead them. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry too much about such matters. He just had to distribute the resources to them. Now was not the time to fight against the God clan and demon clan, so they could have a good rest. On this day, Zhao Hai and the others were studying the division of the Protoss forces when Kai's voice suddenly rang out, "Young master, I've made another god-tiered potion. You can use it now." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately stood up and said happily, "That's too rich. Laura, quickly call Stone and Wood into the space. It's their turn." Okay, Lola replied and went to call Stone and Wood. Stone and Wood had received Zhao Hai's notice a few days ago. They had already handed over their work and were just waiting to enter the space to drink their medicine. The two of them entered the origin space. Zhao Hai didn't waste any time talking to them. He gave each of them a bottle of medicine, then drove them to their rooms and left them alone. At first, when Su Weiniang had drunk the god-level medicine, Zhao Hai had been a little nervous. Now he was no longer nervous. The god-level medicine was completely effective and would not kill him, so he had nothing to be afraid of. As soon as Stone and Wood entered the medium and Zhao Hai was about to study the Protoss forces, the Beast King's message suddenly came, "Little Hai, are you there? Little Hai, are you there? If you're there, please reply quickly. It's urgent." His tone was extremely anxious. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before he immediately took the message fish and said loudly, "Your Majesty, what is it?" The Beast King's voice rang out, "Little Hai, it's not good. A large number of undead creatures have appeared in the northern ice fields. They are attacking the White Bear tribe, the Giant Tiger tribe, and even the Blue Eagle tribe. Besides the undead creatures, there are also many dark creatures. These creatures are all very powerful. If it wasn't for you enhancing the strength of the other races, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Now, these 3 races have retreated to the Beastman's territory." When Zhao Hai heard this, he felt his head buzz. He immediately said, "What are the casualties of the 3 clans?" As he said that, he turned the screen to the ice plains in the extreme north. As soon as he arrived at the ice plains of the extreme north, Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. The ice plains of the extreme north used to only have one color, white. However, the color of the ice plains of the extreme north had changed. There was still only one color there, black. The entire ice field in the extreme north seemed to have been completely shrouded by the black fog, and nothing could be seen. In the black fog, a large number of undead creatures and dark creatures were moving around. Their movements seemed to have no pattern, but they had already covered the entire ice field. At this moment, the Beast King's voice once again sounded out. The 3 tribes didn't suffer heavy casualties, but the undead creatures were extremely difficult to deal with. They were extremely poisonous, and even the black mist was highly toxic. Although it wouldn't kill them immediately, the poison would prevent them from using their full strength. The 3 tribes had no choice but to retreat back to the Beastman Plains. Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly at the screen. They saw even more than the Orc King. There were simply too many undead and dark creatures in the black fog. These creatures would fight with each other, but most of them were advancing toward the Orc grassland. Zhao Hai immediately said to the Beast King, "Your Majesty, you don't need to send any more troops to the front line. Immediately put the entire grassland on alert. There are too many undead creatures and dark creatures, and it doesn't seem like they are controlled by the demon race. You all need to be prepared for battle. Have all the races move their camps closer to the Arcas Empire. I will send someone to inform the Arcas Empire. I am currently in the ice field in the extreme north. Wait for me to see what is going on here, and then I will tell you what is going on." The Beast King responded and stopped talking. Zhao Hai put down the messenger fish and slowly stood up. He looked at the screen with anger in his eyes. However, he did not shout. Instead, he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Inform the Arca's Empire and tell them to be prepared. Don't get into a conflict with the orcs. I'll go to the icy plains of the extreme north immediately and see where these things came from." Laura and the others were also shocked by the sudden change. They nodded mechanically, but didn't know what to say for a while. Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the space. He reappeared in the ice plains of the extreme north. The place where he appeared was surrounded by black mist. Not far from him, there was a skeleton. The skeleton was silver-white in color and looked very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to admire him right now. As soon as he came out of the space, a notification came from the space. A large amount of dark energy poison has entered the host's body, activating the detoxification program. The poison will be removed. Extract the antidote ingredients and add them into the space water. Extract the poison and put it back into the space poison. Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect the poison in the black mist to be so strong that it could still affect him. His spatial water already had a strong detoxification ability, but under such circumstances, he still had to activate the detoxification program to detoxify the poison. This showed how powerful the poisonous mist was. While Zhao Hai was still in a daze, the silver skeleton noticed him and immediately charged at him. Zhao Hai noticed that the skeleton was extremely fast and was no less than a level 8 expert. It was also holding a silver blade that seemed to be made of the same material as its body. Zhao Hai didn't move. He just stood there and looked at the skeleton quietly. The skeleton rushed in front of Zhao Hai in a few steps and slashed at Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai raised his blood staff to block the blade, but he frowned slightly. Zhao Hai frowned. Of course, it wasn't because the skeleton had hurt him. The skeleton was at most at level 8, so how could it have hurt Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai frowned because of the skeleton's strength. Although the skeleton looked like it was only around level 8, its strength was surprisingly great. Zhao Hai did not expect that the power of the blade was not inferior to that of the barbarian. The strength of the barbarian race was very strong, even stronger than that of the ordinary orcs. Even the elephant men, who were known for their strength, could only fight to a draw with the barbarian race. However, this silver skeleton's strength was no less than the barbarian race's. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. When the silver skeleton saw that Zhao Hai had blocked its attack, it didn't stop. Instead, it moved its leg and kicked at Zhao Hai. The skeleton's actions stunned Zhao Hai. He didn't expect the skeleton to react so quickly in addition to its strength. It was much stronger than ordinary undead creatures. Of course, it was impossible to say that these skeletons were stronger than the undead creatures in his inner space. However, Zhao Hai could tell that these skeletons weren't controlled by humans. They were wild. It wasn't easy for wild skeletons to be so powerful. Zhao Hai dodged to the side and dodged the skeleton's attack. At that moment, the skeleton opened its mouth and let out a roar. Zhao Hai then heard footsteps coming from all directions. He used his divine will to sense it. The skeletons that had been quiet all this time were all charging toward him. Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect this skeleton to be able to summon other skeletons. They were like humans, capable of thinking. Other than the skeletons in the origin space, this was the first time Zhao Hai had seen such a smart skeleton. However, he wasn't afraid. He planned to bring these skeletons into the origin space and see where they came from. Zhao Hai didn't think that these skeletons came from the Devil World. Although the Devil World was called the Devil World, there were also some wild undead creatures there. However, those undead creatures weren't that smart. Moreover, there wasn't such a strong poison cloud in the Devil World. Zhao Hai waved his blood-red staff, and it turned into a huge net. He covered the silver skeleton and threw it into the origin space. As soon as the skeleton entered the space, he heard a prompt coming from the space, discovered a robot-like object invaded by a virus. Removing the virus. The virus has been removed. Discovered program hostile to the space. Subduing program. The program has been subdued. Evolution-type robot object found, extracting advantages. All robot-type objects in the superior space, space-type robot-type objects can evolve. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He looked around and saw a few more skeletons coming. He waved his staff and grabbed a few more skeletons, throwing them into the origin space. However, there was no notification this time. Zhao Hai also noticed that the new skeletons were not silver in color, but green in color like they were made of bronze. Zhao Hai saw that there was nothing else that was worth his attention, so he flashed back into the space. Then he turned the silver skeletons into a zombie. This time he was surprised because this man was very handsome. However, Zhao Hai was not in the mood to pay attention to his appearance. He immediately said, "What's your name? Where did you come from?" The skeleton immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, my name is Silver Armor. I was born in the underworld, and I was a low-level skeleton in the underworld." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. "You're saying you're from the netherworld. Does the netherworld really exist?" Silver Armor nodded and said, "Yes, master. I thought I came from the underworld. I don't know when I woke up in the underworld. At that time, I was just a low-level gray skeleton. Later, because I killed many skeletons of the same level and absorbed their soul fire, I became a white skeleton, then a black skeleton, and then a bronze skeleton. Now I am a silver skeleton. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton named Silver Armor in shock. He had never thought that he would be from the underworld. The underworld was a plane that only existed in legends. It was even more mysterious than the god world and the devil world. Now a skeleton had told him that he was from the underworld. Laura and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, Zhao Hai turned to Silver Armor and said, "Call me young master. Since you are from the netherworld, how did you appear here?" "Young master, I don't know either. One day, a big hole suddenly appeared not far from my territory. I walked out of the big hole and then came here." Zhao Hai's face turned even uglier. He understood now. A spatial rift must have appeared in the underworld by accident, which was why Silver Armor and the others had come out of it. Zhao Heima asked, "What's the most powerful thing in the netherworld? What level are you at in meditation?" Silver Armor replied in reply to young master, "The most powerful person in our underworld is Hades, but His Majesty Hades rarely appears. The ones who really control meditation are the divine kings of each race. I'm a low-level existence in the underworld, only stronger than the gray skeleton, white skeleton, black skeleton, and bronze skeleton. The ones more powerful than me are the golden skeleton, special technique skeleton, crystal skeleton, skeleton king, skeleton saint, and above the skeleton god is one of the most powerful existences in the underworld, the skeleton divine king." Zhao Hai did some calculations. From Silver Armor's words, he could tell that the skeletons in the underworld were divided into 12 levels. Silver Armor was only at the 5th level. There were 7 more types of skeletons that were stronger than him. Now that Silver Armor was equivalent to a level 8 expert, how powerful would the skeletons that were stronger than him be? "Silver Armor, how strong are those skeletons that are stronger than you?" Zhao Hai asked. The silver-armored man immediately said, "Young master, the golden skeletons are stronger and faster than me, and their combined weapons are harder than mine. One golden skeleton can deal with 10 silver skeletons, and the special skill skeletons are more powerful than the golden skeletons. In addition to their life weapons, they also know a special skill. However, the special skill of the first skeleton is different. The special skill of the special skill skeletons that rule our area is Earth. They can control the land at will, which is very powerful. Moreover, they were stronger, faster, and tougher than the King Kong skeleton. Their weapons were also tougher. At their level, their weapons would change into the most suitable shape for them. The crystal skeleton was the evolved form of the special technique skeleton. In addition to everything the special technique skeleton knew, their first ability would be improved. They could also fly, and the skeleton king was the same. However, they are more powerful than the crystal skeletons, and they can subdue some crystal skeletons to become their subordinates. The skeleton saints are more powerful than the skeleton kings. I heard that they can create a world of their own around their bodies. They are very powerful. The skeleton gods are the same, but the world they create around their bodies is also more powerful, and they can turn into skeletons. As for how powerful the skeleton god kings are, I'm sorry, young master, I've never heard of them." Zhao Hai nodded. He had a rough idea of the levels of the skeletons. The levels of the skeletons were more detailed than that of the human race. Perhaps it was because they were skeletons. However, Zhao Hai believed that Silver Armor said that he could create his own world around his body. That world was actually a domain. In other words, in the underworld, only those who had reached the level of skeleton saint would have their own domain, and the skeleton god was equivalent to a high-level god. The skeleton god king might have already reached the legendary sacred deity level, but Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Nether King was an immortal cultivator like Lu Wei. Are there many powerhouses before the skeleton saint in the netherworld? Zhao Hai asked Silver Armor after some thought. The silver-armored man nodded and said, "There are many. In the netherworld, it's not just our skeleton clan. There's also the zombie clan, the Lick clan, the magical beast clan, and some other clans. These clans have many experts who have reached the skeleton saint level and above. I don't know how many of them there are. Our netherworld is too big, and our skeleton clan isn't the strongest clan in the netherworld. Our strength can only be counted backwards, even though the number of skeletons in the netherworld is the highest. However, our strength is one of the weaker existences in the netherworld." Zhao Hai's frown deepened. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. The silver armor was now equivalent to a level 8 expert. The golden skeletons, other than not being able to fly, should not be much weaker than level 9 experts, not to mention the skeletons with special techniques. Moreover, they were only mid-tier existences in the underworld, so there must be a lot of them. Now that the dimensional crack in the underworld had opened, the people of the underworld would continue to appear on the continent. By then, the people on the Ark continent would have another powerful enemy. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel angry. He couldn't help but curse, "Mother Seeker, did you come to the market?" Zhao Hai was a very careful person. Ever since he arrived on the Ark continent, he had been very careful to maintain his image. He almost never used vulgarities because he had to face the nobles. If he used vulgarities in front of the nobles, they would look down on him. Although Zhao Hai did not care about what the nobles thought of him, he had to maintain a good relationship with the nobles for the development of the Buda family. Therefore, he had been very careful and did not use vulgarities. But this time, he couldn't hold it in any longer. The Protoss and Nephilims had been coveting the Ark continent for a long time, and they had both come to the Ark continent before, so it was reasonable for them to attack the Ark continent. However, the underworld only existed in legends. People did not believe in the existence of the underworld in the past, but now they had appeared on the Ark continent. This had almost disrupted Zhao Hai's entire plan. How could he not be angry? This was the first time Laura and the others had heard Zhao Hai use vulgarities. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was furious. They could understand Zhao Hai's feelings. Originally, Zhao Hai had adjusted his battle strategy to gain the upper hand against the god race and demon race. However, the sudden appearance of the Netherworld had rendered all of his previous arrangements useless. Zhao Hai's previous arrangements were mainly targeted at the god race and demon race. They were both located at the south of the continent. Zhao Hai did not deploy any troops to the north of the continent, which was equivalent to his rear. The underworld's appearance was like a stab to his back. It was a fatal blow. Zhao Hai already had a headache dealing with the Celestials and Infernals. If the underworld was added to the mix, he would be forced to his death. Laura was afraid that Zhao Hai's body would be affected by his anger. She could still clearly remember the time when Zhao Hai was angered by the god race to the point where he vomited blood. Thus, when she saw Zhao Hai's expression, she quickly hugged him and said, "Brother Hai, please don't be like this. I'm begging you. If anything happens to you, then there's no hope for the Ark continent." Lies and the others quickly ran over to help Zhao Hai up. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He gently patted Laura's tear-stained face and said, "All right, I'm fine. Don't worry." Zhao Hai waved his hand and kept the silver armor. He then said to Kai, "I just heard a notification from the realm. It said that skeletons can evolve. What is going on?" Kai-Er's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhao Hai, Big Brother Hai. In the past, the skeletons' level-ups were completely due to the realm and had nothing to do with themselves. However, silver armor has an advantage, which is that it can evolve to a higher level on its own. The realm extracted this advantage and added it to the undead creatures in the realm. That is to say, the undead creatures now can evolve on their own without the help of Fua and Hell's background, but the evolution speed won't be too fast. Hearing Kai-Er's words, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he said, "That's good news. If the skeletons in the realm can evolve on their own, it'll be a good thing for us." Zhao Hai's biggest worry was that the skeletons couldn't level up on their own. Now that they had evolved, it meant that the skeletons could level up on their own. This was great news for Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's head began to hurt again when he thought of the threat from the Netherworld. He had no idea how to deal with this situation. When Laura saw that Zhao Hai was really fine, she stopped crying. She turned around and looked at Zhao Hai's headache. She could not help but say with heartache, "Big Brother Hai, what should we do next?" The Netherworld's strength isn't any weaker than the god race or demon race. Their appearance this time isn't a good thing for us. I'm afraid we can't hold on to the Beastmen plains. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. How can we defend? Silver Armored is just a low-level existence among those skeletons. But when I fought him just now, I found out that his strength is no less than a level 8 expert. Moreover, his strength is comparable to the barbarians. Do you know what this means? This meant that even if they couldn't fly, an ordinary level 9 expert would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with him. If a low-level skeleton was so powerful, how powerful would a high-level skeleton be? I didn't even dare to think about it. It wasn't just the grasslands. The entire Ark continent might not be able to hold on. Most of the people who came this time were undead creatures. Undead creatures are undead creatures. They had no advantage over them at all. Without this advantage, how were we supposed to deal with the underworld creatures? Besides, the god race and the demon race are watching us from the side. It seems that all our previous arrangements have been in vain. Have you thought about it? If the underworld can appear on the Ark continent, will there be people from other planes appearing on the Ark continent? If that's the case, it will only be more troublesome. If we continue to fight them head-on, how many people on the Ark continent will die? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lola could not help but frown. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. It seemed that Zhao Hai was not going to guard the Ark continent anymore. In that case, they could only take the last step. Laura raised her head and looked at Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, what are you going to do? Has it really come to this? What else can we do?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. What else can we do? There's no other way. They understood what Zhao Hai was trying to do. He was preparing for the last step, which was to bring everyone from the Ark into the realm. This was the last step that they had agreed on. "Big Brother Hai," said Li Jai, frowning, "we'll be under even more pressure if we do this. We don't even know if the people on the continent will agree." Zhao Hai forced a smile. "We can only enter the human resource and leave it to fate. However, we still need to discuss this with Grandpa Green. Laura, invite Grandpa Green and the others into the space immediately." Thousand Shadows, go and see why those two brats, Mu Tou and Shi Tou, haven't come out yet. Laura and Su Weiniang responded immediately. Laura went to her lover's place while Su Weiniang went upstairs to check on the two wooden figures. In fact, Blockhead and Zhao Hai had successfully upgraded, but they were taking a shower and didn't know what was happening outside. Su Weiniang went to their room and knew what they were doing. He didn't call them and went downstairs. He said to Zhao Hai, young master, it seems that they have successfully upgraded. They are taking a bath now. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. You sit too. Thousand Shadows, Shani, do you think it's right or wrong for us to bring all the people from the Ark continent into the realm? Su Weiniang looked at Zhao Hai and said softly, young master, I think we should bring them into the medium. Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Su Weiniang in confusion and asked, why do you say that? Young master, have you forgotten about that immortal cultivator? Su Weiniang asked. Why would he want the Ark continent and the divine realm? Isn't it to collect power of belief? It's clear that this power of belief is very important to them. Young master, you will definitely level up in the future. When that time comes, where will you go to collect power of belief? If we keep all the people on the Ark continent into the realm, they will slowly regard you as a god. Then you will naturally be able to collect enough power of faith. Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect Su Weiniang to bring the people from the Ark continent into his boundless space because of this. At this moment, Shani continued, that's right, young master. When that immortal cultivator appeared, he said that he would be waiting in a higher realm. In other words, if young master's strength improves in the future, I'm afraid that you will definitely go to their realm. At that time, if Zhao Hai doesn't have these people to provide you with the power of belief, we will be at a great disadvantage if we fight against that person. Also, young master, don't forget that that person has a powerful sect behind him. If young master goes to that realm, we will be at a disadvantage. If young master can bring everyone from the Ark continent to that position, we can continue to level up. We can also choose some of the more powerful people from the Ark continent to help them level up. Then, young master, you won't have to fight them alone. We can also set up our own sects to fight them. Zhao Hai looked at Su Weiniang and Shani in a daze. He did not expect them to come up with such an idea. It was a very good idea for him, but it seemed a little unfair to the people of the Ark continent. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai frowned and said, if that's the case, aren't the people on the Ark continent being kept in captivity? This isn't good for them, is it? Young master, Su Weiniang said in a deep voice, to put it bluntly, you're too narrow-minded. How much have you done for the Ark continent so long ago? If it wasn't for you, the people on the Ark continent would have been killed by the Nephilims and the Celestials. You kept them in the realm so that they could provide you with the power of faith, but at the same time, you also provided them with the safest place so that they wouldn't have to worry about the Celestials and demons in the future. This was equivalent to helping them. Besides, the power of faith didn't affect them at all. They still believed in God. Why don't they just let them believe you, young master? At the very least, you won't just enslave them, right? Lies, Meljan, and the others listened to Su Weiniang and Shani's words in a daze. To be honest, they had never thought of this, but Su Weiniang and Shani had thought of it. However, Lies and Meljan had to acknowledge it as well. They were right. It would be good for Zhao Hai to bring all the people from the Ark continent into the realm. Lies and Meljan already knew that as long as Zhao Hai brought them into the realm, they would slowly become only concerned about Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai kept all the people from the Ark into the origin space, they would be able to provide Zhao Hai with an endless supply of power of faith. At that time, Zhao Hai would be more confident in his ability to fight against others. They exchanged a look. It seemed like Su Weiniang and Shani were also affected by the space. They were thinking for Zhao Hai in everything they did. However, they did not lose themselves. They were just more loyal to Zhao Hai, which was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai frowned as he sat there. To be honest, he had never thought about what benefits it would bring to him if he kept the people from the Ark continent in the realm. He really didn't want anyone to know about the realm. Now that Su Weiniang and Shani had mentioned it, Zhao Hai realized that there was no harm in keeping the people from the Ark continent in the realm. However, he still decided to discuss with Grimm and Merlin before making a decision. After all, this matter was too important. Just like what Lies had said, he didn't know if the people of the Ark continent would agree to come to the Ark continent. They didn't know what had happened, but they heard from Laura that she had something very important and urgent to tell them. She asked them to put down their work and come to the space immediately. Green and the others knew Zhao Hai very well. They knew that if it wasn't an extremely urgent matter, Zhao Hai wouldn't say something like that. So when they received the notice, they immediately dealt with the matters at hand and entered the medium. Now, Grimm and Merlin were mainly in charge of the Black Earth wilderness. There were many races there, and there were many things to deal with every day. These things were naturally handed over to Grimm and Merlin. Kun Zheng was still dealing with matters at the Island of Gold. Even though there was a war at the front line, people still had to make a living. Zhao Hai usually transported materials for use at the front line. most of the ordinary people still had to rely on the trade to obtain their own living supplies. Therefore, the island of gold was still very busy. Kellan and the others were extremely busy. They were busy solving the problem with the defensive magic array. Zhao Hai needed it urgently. However, as soon as they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately rushed into the origin space. As soon as they arrived at the villa, they saw Zhao Hai sitting there with a frown. Su Weiniang and Shunyi were all sitting beside him, but no one said anything. Meanwhile, Mu Tou and Shi Tou had just come down from upstairs. One look at Zhao Hai's face and Grim knew that he must be thinking about something. Even Su Weiniang and the others didn't dare to disturb him, but Grim didn't care. He said in a deep voice, "Young master, what's the matter that you called all of us in?" Hearing Green's voice, Zhao Hai snapped out of his daze. Seeing that they had all arrived, he quickly stood up and said, "Grandpa Grim, Grandma Merlin, Grandpa Kunzhang, father-in-law, you're here. Please take a seat. I really have something important to discuss with you this time." After they sat down, Zhao Hai told them about what had happened in the icy plains of the far north. He also told them about his plan to bring the people of the Ark continent into the realm. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Grim and the others were stunned. They did not expect things to develop to this stage. The matter between the god race and the demon race had not been resolved, and now the underworld had appeared. No matter who heard this news, they would want to curse. The situation had just improved a little, and now there was a big mess in the backyard. In this case, there was no good way except to transfer everyone into the space. Seeing that no one was speaking, Zhao Hai repeated what Su Weiniang and Shunyi had said to them. He wanted to hear their opinions. Although Zhao Hai had experienced a lot over the years, he was still a little inexperienced compared to these old foxes. He was not even as good as Su Weiniang, let alone Green. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would not have only thought of this when Su Weiniang mentioned the power of faith. Green and the others frowned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, they had never thought of this before. The realm was the biggest secret of the Buddha family, and they had never thought of disclosing it. That was why they had decided to move the people into the realm as the last step. However, after hearing Su Weiniang's reason, Green and the others felt that it was not a bad thing to move people into the realm. After a long moment of silence, Green turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this matter may not go very smoothly, but we can give it a try when we arrive. However, after we do so, I'm afraid that the people of the god race, devil race, and underworld will know that we have a space. Even if they don't know what a space is like, I'm afraid they will be able to guess a thing or two. Given the respect the god race has for a good immortal cultivator, they will definitely tell this news to that immortal cultivator. If we really do reach that cultivation world one day, we'll be missing our most important trump card." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that too. There were many people on the Ark continent who were lucky. It was impossible for the Celestials and demons not to know that they had all disappeared. If they told Lu Wei about this, Lu Wei would definitely be able to guess something. When that happened, he would be even more careful when he fought Zhao Hai. Perhaps the people in the immortal cultivation world thought that Zhao Hai had a rare treasure and wanted to take it from him. If Zhao Hai really appeared in the immortal cultivation world, those people would definitely chase after him. Then he would be in even more trouble. However, Zhao Hai couldn't just ignore the people on the Ark continent. This put Zhao Hai in a difficult position. After all, it was a difficult choice. One side would ensure his own safety while the entire Ark continent would be in trouble. The other side would ensure his own safety while the entire Ark continent would be in trouble. Zhao Hai was no saint, so he had to think carefully before making a decision. Seeing that Zhao Hai did not say anything, Zhurlin continued, "But if we don't help the people on the Ark continent, they will be in danger. We have no place to get the power of faith, so I think there are advantages and disadvantages to bringing the people on the Ark continent into the realm. It's up to you, young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I think bringing the people from the Ark continent into the realm has both advantages and disadvantages. The existence of the realm cannot be hidden from them forever, but if we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for us to find so many people. So I think it's better to bring them into the realm." Merlin nodded. "It's good that you've decided, young master. Then we can move on to the next step. Young master, I think we can start from the major foreign tribes. There might be demon spies in the human tribe, but there might be fewer spies in the foreign tribes." Zhao Hai nodded. "I have a good relationship with a few alien races, but I think we should start with the dwarves. After all, their dwarf Iron Mountain is at the front line. If we really fight, they will be in the most danger." Merlin nodded. "I'm sure the Sea Tribe will agree. There's a background in the subspace now, and that background is an ocean. There's nothing else that can let the Sea Tribe live there. I'm sure the Sea Tribe will agree." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "I'm also worried about the Sea Tribe. There are too many of them. Although the dimension can store them all, I don't know when it will be done." Laura smiled and said, "I think the merfolk can be left for last. Whether it's the god race or the demon race, they don't seem to be very good at fighting at sea. The merfolk should be the safest race right now, so we can ask the elves and orcs first. However, I don't think the elves will have too much of a problem. After all, the most important thing for the elves is the Tree of Life, and we have a few of them in our realm." They live in that back, we'll just plant a few more trees of life for them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the orcs should be the easiest to deal with. To them, the most important thing is the grassland. The grassland in the origin space is better than the orcs' grassland, and there are a lot of demonic beasts in the origin space. I don't think it will be a problem for them to enter the origin space. They discussed for a while and decided to start with the dwarf race. Although the orcs were at the front line, the orc grassland was very large and the orcs were not weak. The spatial crack in the underworld had just opened, and the experts of the underworld would not appear yet. It was possible to let the orcs stay there for a while. However, Zhao Hai wanted to inform Weirs first so that he could be prepared. After all, Weirs already knew about the space. Zhao Hai had to do it himself. Right now, Billy was still at the dwarves' mountain. They were forging weapons every day to deal with the celestial and demon race. Billy also knew that the battle at the front line was going well, so he was very happy. He also ran to the Iron Mountain and personally worked on the iron chain of a magic cannon. Just as Billy was swinging his hammer, Zhao Hai arrived. When he heard that Billy was forging, Zhao Hai immediately went to the cave where the dwarves forged. The cave was even more lively than before, and the sound of iron striking was deafening. These dwarves had blocked their ears and were waving their hammers. Sparks flew with sweat, and there was a beauty to their strength. Zhao Hai quickly walked to Billy's side and patted him on the shoulder. Billy had also covered his ears when he was forging. Otherwise, no one would be able to stand the sound. Billy immediately turned around. When he saw Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He pointed at the back of the mountain and the two of them walked out of the cave. Once they were outside the cave, Billy immediately took out something to plug his ears. He then said to Zhao Hai, "What are you doing here? Did something happen at the front line?" Zhao Hai looked at Billy's expression and laughed bitterly. Something really did happen, but it's not the front line. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. As he walked toward the dwarf temple, he told Billy about the dimensional rift that had appeared in the ice plains of the far north, connecting the underworld and the Ark continent. Billy listened quietly. He never thought that Zhao Hai would lie to him, so when Zhao Hai spoke, he looked at him calmly and said, "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai was stunned by Billy's calmness. He looked at Billy curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not worried at all?" Billy laughed and said, "What's the point of worrying? We've already come this far. It looks like God wants the Ark continent to die. What else can we do? At most, we'll just fight it out. We're from the Ark continent, so who are we?" Zhao Hai did not expect Billy to be so generous, but he still said, "It's not like there's no solution, but you'll have to come with me to a place to take a look." With a wave of his hand, the two of them appeared in the medium. Billy was dumbfounded by what he saw in the origin space. It was completely beyond his knowledge. Zhao Hai looked at Billy and coughed. "Chief Billy, come with me. I'll tell you everything about this place in detail." Then Zhao Hai invited Billy into the mansion. Once they arrived at the Realm Villa, Billy was stunned again. He did not expect to see Laura and the others here. Zhao Hai introduced Green and the others to Billy, then invited him to sit down. He asked Meljan to bring a bottle of wine for Billy, and then started to tell him about the realm. The wonders of the realm couldn't be explained in a sentence or two. Zhao Hai didn't talk about it in the villa. Instead, he brought Billy into the realm and looked at the background one by one, reading the explanation as he went. 5 hours had passed. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the mansion, Billy had a rough idea of what was going on in the realm. Once they were in the villa, Zhao Hai poured Billy a glass of wine. Billy drank it all in one gulp and put down his glass. He poured himself a second glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then he put down his glass and turned to look at Zhao Hai. "You want all the races on the Ark continent to come to this space?" Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes. Although I am a god in this realm, you should know that I will not bully you for no reason. This is the safest way for now. I really have no other choice. Of course, I came here out of my own will. If you don't want to come, I won't force you. I will still participate in the war with the God clan and Demon clan, but to be honest, I'm not confident in dealing with them. Not to mention the Netherworld. I really can't say what the final result will be." Billy nodded. He was very clear about the current situation on the continent. Although he didn't go to the front lines, many of the dwarf race were there. Zhao Hai would report the situation every day. Although Zhao Hai's group had won another battle recently, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the God clan and Demon clan were held back by Zhao Hai's tactics. If the God clan and Demon clan had a way to deal with this tactic next time, the situation would be hard to say. Not to mention now that the Netherworld had been added. Billy turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I understand your difficulties, but I can't make the decision myself. You know the situation of the dwarves. Everything is discussed by everyone. We can only make a decision after we go back and discuss it with everyone." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right then. However, I hope that you can hear the news as soon as possible. This matter cannot be delayed for too long. The Netherworld is getting closer and closer. If the God clan and Demon clan discover the situation in the Netherworld, they will definitely attack crazily. At that time, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with." "Don't worry," Billy nodded. "I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Send me out." Zhao Hai nodded and sent Billy out. After Billy left, he contacted the elders and village chiefs of the dwarves. Zhao Hai did not care about that. Just as he had said, he only told them about the place. It was up to them whether they would come or not. After sending Billy off, Zhao Hai went to see the Beast King. He brought the Beast King into the origin space and, just like Billy, gave it a tour of the origin space. He also told the Beast King about his plans. Of course, the Beast King would not agree immediately. The management of the Beast race was much laxer than that of the Dwarf race. Most of the time, his words were not as effective as those of the chiefs of the Great War races. Thus, Zhao Hai sent the Beast King out of the origin space. However, Zhao Hai did not go to find the elf race immediately. Instead, he went to the Tauren race and found Heirs. The Tauren tribe had also sent a group of cavalrymen to the Stupa Empire to help Zhao Hai. It could be said that Heirs had always supported Zhao Hai unconditionally. Heirs knew that things were not going well when he saw the changes in the icy plains of the far north. The giant tiger tribe and the white bear tribe were both powerful battle-type tribes among the beastmen. With the boost in strength from Zhao Hai's spatial water, their entire tribe had become ninth-tier powerhouses. Even so, they were still forced to retreat to the plains. This was enough to show how powerful the enemy was. Such a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared in the icy plains of the far north. Wasn't this the same as stabbing a knife into Zhao Hai's back? Therefore, Heirs had been extremely anxious for the past few days. Hearing that Zhao Hai had arrived, Heirs immediately came out to welcome him. Seeing that Zhao Hai had already reached the entrance of the tent, Heirs said, "Come in and talk. Guard the tent and don't get close." The guard responded and turned to leave. Yale naturally followed him in, as did Mendes. After the few of them sat down in the tent, Heirs looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why are you only here now? What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai looked at Heirs' expression and smiled. "Big brother also knows about the existence of the space. I only have one plan. You can tell all the Tauren races to move into the space. In the space, you can still graze and live the same life as now, and it will be safer." Heirs was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You've decided." Zhao Hai nodded. "I've decided. If we don't do this now, there's no better way. I've already told the Beast King about the dimension and brought him to see it. The rest is up to him. If you can set an example now, you'll be helping the Beast King. Also, you know the environment in the dimension. It's no worse than the orc grassland. What do you think?" Wales nodded. "Give me a few days. I don't think there will be any problems. Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded his head and looked at Heirs. He laughed. "Big brother, we can drink together every day from now on, ha 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 ha." Heirs naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. He knew very well that in that dimension, Zhao Hai was God. He could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Drinking with him every day was an easy task. Kid, Heirs laughed. "You have to leave some good fields for me. Our Tauren tribe will be relying on you in the future." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, big brother. The grass in the realm grows faster than I do outside. You just have to choose the right place to build it. You don't have to worry about anything else." Wales nodded. "All right, I won't say anything else. Go do your work. Wait for my news. I'll get things done in the next few days." Zhao Hai nodded and bade farewell to Heirs. In a flash, he returned to the origin space and went to the elven race. Zhao Hai would probably never forget the elven queen's shocked expression when she saw the trees of life. It was no wonder the elven queen was so shocked. The elves treated the tree of life like a treasure, but there were trees everywhere in Zhao Hai's interspace. There were 2 trees in front of the elven palace, and they were even sturdier and taller than the tree of life the elves had. How could she not be shocked? Even though the elven queen was shocked by what had happened in the origin space, she did not agree to move into the origin space immediately. She needed to go back and discuss with the elders. Zhao Hai did not object. He agreed immediately. Then he went to the sea tribe to see the mermaid queen. Of course, he brought the mermaid queen into the realm and showed her everything in it. He even brought her to the background of the sea. Zhao Hai planned to make this the habitat of the sea tribe. Zhao Hai thought that the mermaid queen would go back and discuss with her people. However, the mermaid queen agreed to Zhao Hai's request on the spot and said that she would organize people to move it into the medium as soon as she returned. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectations, but he was still very happy. He immediately opened a spatial rift in the sea, allowing people in the sea to enter the space at any time. Zhao Hai had never thought that the people of the sea would be the first to enter the boundless space. Seeing them enter the boundless space, Zhao Hai was very happy. To be honest, it was the easiest for the people of the sea to settle down. The other races all needed houses or tents to live in, but the people of the sea didn't need them at all. As long as they didn't leave the sea, everything was fine. Zhao Hai asked Kai to look after the merfolk as they entered the medium. Then Zhao Hai, Grim, and the others returned to the Black Dirt Wastelands. They brought the slaves that belonged to the Buddha family and the King Kong ape clan into the medium. They would settle down in the medium in the future. These people had been with the Buddha family for a long time, and they were very loyal to Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai moved them into the medium as the first batch. He wanted to set an example for those people, especially those from other races. After moving all his family members into the space, Zhao Hai immediately invited all the kings and leaders of the noble families to the space. He told them about the situation in the space, the situation on the continent, and finally, the decision to move them into the space. None of the kings agreed immediately. They knew that once they entered the realm, it would be the same as entering Zhao Hai's territory. If Zhao Hai wanted to do anything to them, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Although there were god-grade powerhouses among the enemies outside, god-grade powerhouses weren't invincible. However, once they entered the space, Zhao Hai would be a god. If Zhao Hai wanted them dead, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. This was what they were worried about, as well as what the other races on the continent were worried about. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the people of the Lian Empire and the high-level nobles of the Lian Empire were here as well. However, to his surprise, after hearing about the realm, these nobles immediately agreed to move all their families into the realm. They even agreed to help Zhao Hai move the people of the Lian Empire into the realm. Zhao Hai didn't expect the people of the Lian Empire to cooperate with him so well. In fact, the reason why the nobles of the Lian Empire were so cooperative was because of Zhao Hai's strength. They were different from the people of other empires. In fact, the people of the Lian Empire only saw the battle between Zhao Hai and the demon race, but they had a deep impression of Zhao Hai's destruction of the dragon race. They had full confidence in Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai would still do whatever he wanted to them, so why not move the family to a safe place like the realm? So they were the first to agree. It wasn't a problem for the high-level nobles of Lian to enter the realm, but the problem was the members of the Sea Tribe. Zhao Hai didn't understand why the Sea Tribe would agree to enter the realm so easily even if he was helping the merfolk. Why were they doing this? Of course, Zhao Hai had no idea why. The mermaids were different from the elves, orcs, and dwarves. The elves, orcs, and dwarves all had their own clansmen who had ascended to the divine realm. The gods of the other races were still fighting against the gods, but the mermaids had no clansmen in the divine realm. In other words, they had no one to rely on. It was because of this that the merfolk agreed to enter the realm. The mermaid queen knew that even if Zhao Hai could defeat the celestials and demons, the merfolk would gain nothing from it. Unlike the other races, like the elves, if Zhao Hai defeated the celestials and even successfully counterattacked them, the elves would be able to meet up with their people in the celestial realm. At that time, they would have a celestial ranked member to help them. Their lives would definitely be better, and the situation of the beastmen and dwarves would be similar. But the sea race was different. They didn't have a clansman who could help them. Even if Zhao Hai successfully defeated the god race, it wouldn't benefit them in any way. The merfolk had another characteristic. They had many level 9 experts, but none of them had ever become a god. This had always been a worry for the merfolk. However, they saw hope in Zhao Hai, and that hope came from the potions he had offered. Although the potions that Zhao Hai had brought out were only level 9 and level 8, he had something to say. When he was giving out the potions, he had said that he had not yet developed a divine potion. In other words, he was developing a potion that could make one become a divine champion immediately after drinking it. This was too tempting for the merfolk, so when the merfolk heard Zhao Hai's suggestion, they immediately agreed to enter the realm. The mermaid queen had also seen the background that Zhao Hai had arranged for them. To be honest, it was even better than the place they were currently living in, so the mermaid queen naturally did not say anything. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand why the merfolk had agreed so quickly, it was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. Even if they had any other thoughts, Zhao Hai could do whatever he wanted in the realm. The royal members of the Sea Tribe and the royal members of the Lian Empire were the first ones to enter the realm. The royal members of the Lian Empire had a certain amount of influence among the civilians. With Zhao Hai's influence as the king, all the civilians of the Lian Empire were convinced that their king had a powerful figure who could send them to a place where there was no war. There they could eat their fill, wear warm clothes, and not have to worry about being attacked by the God clan and the demon clan. The Lian Empire respected Zhao Hai a lot, as he had used a special method to become the king. After all, they were saved by Zhao Hai from the dragons, and Zhao Hai had been fighting against the gods and demons on the front lines. Although the people on the Ark continent weren't orcs, they still respected warriors. The people on the Ark continent valued martial arts, and the more powerful you were, the more respect you would receive. Zhao Hai was such a person. With Zhao Hai's fame and the help of the powerful nobles, many people of Lian agreed to move into the realm. Of course, they didn't know about the realm, they only knew that they had to move. The commotion at the Lian Empire also alerted another group of people, and they were the people of the Bujir Empire. Right now, all the people of the Bujir Empire were living in the Lian Empire, and it was impossible for them not to know about the huge commotion at the Lian Empire. For a while, both the people of the Bujir Empire and the Lian Empire started to move, and many of them were packing their things and preparing to move. Humans had a kind of blind obedience in their hearts. What did the commoners usually see in the actions of others? Of course, it was those big nobles. Now that those big nobles were moving, and Zhao Hai, the king of Lian, was calling for them to move, they would naturally move as well. Also, these people had their own thoughts, and these civilians knew that they couldn't know what the nobles knew. Now that the nobles were moving, did it mean that the Leon Empire was in trouble? If that was the case, they had to move quickly. Many people had this idea, and it was because of this that the entire Leon Empire started to move. No matter if they were civilians or small nobles, all of them were ready to move with the big nobles. This time, the royal family of the Stupa Empire and the great nobles could not sit still. If their subjects moved away, what use would they be? If he had no subordinates, what was the point of having a king in name, to be a commander? After the nobles and the king of the Bujer Empire discussed for a while, they finally decided to move as well. The king of the Bujer Empire also thought it through. What could they do if they didn't move? No one knew how long the war with the God clan and the Demon clan would last, and they were in the Leon Empire right now. If the war didn't end after a long time, the civilians who came with them would slowly become the citizens of the Leon Empire. If the God race and Demon race were chased away, how many people would still be willing to follow them back? It would be better for them to go to Zhao Hai's space. At least, they could have their own territory there. Zhao Hai had promised them that he would build a city in the same way as the Stupa Empire once they were in the medium. It would make them feel like they had returned to the Stupa Empire. Zhao Hai was completely capable of doing that. Everything in the space was under his control. He could change the terrain at will. It was because of this that Zhao Hai could change the terrain and make the Stupa Empire come to be from nothing. It was no different from the Stupa Empire outside. Zhao Hai knew everything about the Stupa Empire, and there was a map of the entire Ark continent in the space. Zhao Hai asked Kai to change the background of the space to look like the Ark continent. Zhao Dai was not planning to let the people on the Ark live in this place. This was his territory, and he did not want people to come to his villa every day. So he had Kai make an ordinary back look like the one on the Ark continent, and then he could let these people move in. However, Zhao Hai had to pay a price for changing the landscape and building the city. He had to pay a price to make his back look like an Ark. Tens of millions of gold coins were deducted from the realm, which almost wiped Zhao Hai's gold coins out. Zhao Hai felt his heart beating faster and faster as he watched the number of gold coins drop. It was almost the same speed as the number of gold coins dropping. When the number finally stopped, Zhao Hai looked at the number of gold coins left in the realm. There were only about 10,000 gold coins left. Zhao Hai wanted to die. Fortunately, Kai had told him that there were a lot of things that could be sold to the realm. As long as these things matured and were sold to the realm, they would be able to get a few million gold coins, so there was no need to worry too much. Zhao Hai felt very strange. He remembered that the crops in the realm had never been so valuable before. One time could be bought for millions of gold coins. Then wouldn't he have struck it rich a long time ago? After asking Kai Zhao Hai found out that the things he wanted to buy were all grown in a magic background. Things grown in a magic background were much more valuable than things grown in a normal background. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he heard the news. His depression from almost spending all his gold coins disappeared. Zhao Hai was not a miser, nor was he a stingy person. However, he knew very well that tens of millions of gold coins could be used to do a lot of things in the realm. Now, people had moved into the realm. Zhao Hai didn't need to take care of the Sea Tribe, but he had to take care of the humans. The people who entered this realm were all lost by the Leon Empire. Fortunately, Mr. Zhao Hai and the other major nobles came in and familiarized themselves with the environment. They set up the various government departments before letting the civilians in. Some of the civilians who entered the realm were from the Leon Empire, and some were from the Bujer Empire. Zhao Hai had also temporarily placed the civilians of the Bujer Empire in the realm. When the Bujer Empire agreed to enter the realm, Zhao Hai immediately brought them into the realm, and the Bujer Empire was officially rebuilt in the realm. When the people of the Bujer Empire saw the houses that looked exactly like their own homes, they all cried, especially the elderly. They thought that they would never be able to return to their hometown in this life. They did not expect that they would return so soon. Although this was no longer the Bujer Empire, it was no different from their original hometown. They were very happy. Fortunately, the kingdom of the Church of Light had been destroyed by the gods' race. Zhao Hai could no longer create another kingdom of the Church of Light in his boundless space. It could be said that the Ark continent had shrunk a little. The Black Wasteland, the Corpse Swamp, the ice plains of the extreme north, and the few forbidden lands on the continent were all gone. If Zhao Hai were to build an exact replica of the Ark continent, he would probably go bankrupt immediately. Even if he sold his pants, he would not be able to build the Ark continent. The fact that the Stupa Empire and the Leon Empire were moving so many civilians into the realm couldn't be hidden from the people in the realm, and the other kingdoms on the continent couldn't sit still. However, he was only tempted and not moved quickly. Another person moved much faster than him, and that was Heirs. After Heirs received Zhao Hai's message, he immediately gathered all the branch patriarchs of the Tauran tribe to discuss moving them into the origin space. Heirs had quite a high reputation in the Tauran tribe. He had single-handedly restored the fallen Herculean bull tribe to the throne. Although Zhao Hai had helped him, his ability was also a factor. Zhao Hai's status in the Tauren tribe was also very high. He was the prince of the Tauren tribe and the entire orc tribe. Therefore, when Zhao Hai asked them to move, the tribe leaders agreed without a second thought. However, the Tauren race wasn't a small race in the orc grassland. It took a lot of time to organize them, so their actions were a little slower than the humans and sea race. However, there was an advantage for the orcs. They could bring their own tents and all their property into the realm because they could take almost all their property with them at any time. This was a more convenient place for the nomads than the humans. When Zhao Hai heard that Weirs was ready, he immediately opened a spatial crack at the old camp of the Herculean bull tribe and began to let all the other Tauren tribes into the space. The background that Weirs and the others entered was the same as the one that the Leon Empire had entered. There was a huge grassland in this background, and it was even bigger than the original grassland of the orcs. Even if the entire orc race moved here, nothing would happen. Just as Zhao Hai had said, the grass in the interspace grew much better and faster than it did outside. It was much more comfortable in the interspace than on the Ark. Zhao Hai didn't plan to separate the alien races from the human race. After all, they used to live together, and it wouldn't be good if they were separated. Zhao Hai also noticed that the alien races on the Ark continent complemented each other. They could trust humans in peace. If it were not for the Church of Light, the humans and the alien races would not have had any conflicts. As soon as the Tauren tribe entered the space, they immediately fell in love with it. It was like heaven to them. The blue sky, the green, and the jade-like river were all ideal places for grazing. The Tauren couldn't help but cheer. Some older Tauren even grabbed a handful of grass and looked at it carefully. Then they chewed it and their eyes lit up. This is the highest grade of pasture. The prince didn't lie to us. This is the ideal home for us orcs. Suddenly, everyone's cheers became even louder. The last minotaurs to enter the boundless space were Weirs and the Hercules ox tribe. Their golden tent was the last to move into the boundless space. However, Zhao Hai had already arranged a camp for them. They set up camp as soon as they entered. Weirs was also very satisfied with the field. He looked around and found that it was no different from the original camp. The terrain was almost the same, which was what he was most satisfied with. Weirs' entry into the realm had a huge impact on the entire Beastman race. Some of the Beastman races were still wondering if they should enter the realm, but now that the Tauren had entered, it was a huge shock. Zhao Hai didn't stop Weirs and the others from coming out after they entered the origin space. In fact, Zhao Hai wanted Weirs and the others to stay outside for a while. This way, Weirs could help him promote the origin space, allowing the Beastmen to enter the origin space faster. After Weirs settled down in the space, he led the Taurens out of the space. This time, they came out of the Beast God City. Weirs now understood why Zhao Hai could appear so freely on the plains. It was all because of the dimension. Weirs went to the palace to see the King of Beasts and told him about Zhao Hai's arrangements. The Beast King wanted to move all the human-beast hybrids into Zhao Hai's space. He knew what Zhao Hai's space was like. It was much stronger than the outside world. Letting them in was definitely for the good of the entire clan. However, the words of the Beast King might not be of any use at this time. Therefore, he could only discuss with the clan leaders of the great battle clans and try to get them to agree to enter the space as soon as possible. However, the chieftains of the Great Battle tribe had not expressed their stance. This made the Beast King extremely angry. The Beast King was very clear about the current situation. The Giant Tiger tribe and the White Bear tribe were powerful battle tribes, but they could only retreat in the face of these enemies. It could be seen that in front of the enemies, the black mist that the enemies carried with them contained a large amount of poison techniques. This had almost become a natural barrier for these people. It was impossible for them to fight back even if they wanted to. Under such circumstances, what was a better choice than entering the realm? However, the orcs were like the humans. They lacked a leader. As long as they had a leader, everything would be easy. The Beast King had initially wanted the Giant Tiger tribe to take the lead. He was the tribe leader of the Giant Tiger tribe, so it was just right for the Giant Tiger tribe to take the lead. However, he could only let the Giant Tiger tribe do this. The other tribes of the Tiger tribe might not agree to this. However, the Giant Tiger tribe's actions were still too light. Just as the Beast King was feeling vengeful over this matter, Weirs came and told him that the entire Tauren tribe had entered the origin space and settled down. This was definitely great news for the Beast King. After hearing about the situation in the space, the Orc King immediately decided to invite all the clan leaders over and let Weirs talk about it in front of them. Although the Tauren clan was not a combat clan, they were very powerful and had a high prestige among the orcs. It could be said that the Tauren clan had some influence among the orcs, especially after the incident with Zhao Hai. All the orcs knew that Zhao Hai had the best relationship with the Tauren clan. Zhao Hai's status was even higher among the orcs. He sold food to the orcs, found the beast god spear from the orcs, and helped the orcs make milk wine for money. All of these increased Zhao Hai's status in the orcs' hearts. After the god clan and demon clan attacked, Zhao Hai's status among the orcs became even higher. Zhao Hai had been fighting on the front lines against the God Clan and Demon Clan. The orcs admired warriors the most, so they respected Zhao Hai even more. When warriors told all the Beastmen patriarchs about the situation in the space grassland, they were all excited. However, they still made a request to personally go into the space. NBSB, when the Beast King heard this request, he immediately took out the messenger fish and contacted Zhao Hai. He also told Zhao Hai the request of the Beast King. Okay, Zhao Hai agreed without thinking. He opened a space crack in their room and let all the chiefs into the space. The orc chiefs were also surprised by Zhao Hai's amazing ability. However, for the sake of their race, they still entered the medium. The place where Zhao Hai let them out was the grassland of the Angi Minotaurs. Looking at the grassland, the orc leaders believed Heir's words. This grassland was too good. The orcs had been herding livestock their entire lives, so they could tell what kind of grassland was good at a glance. This grassland was a very good grassland, and there was a lot of water on it. The orcs wouldn't have to worry about grazing if they moved in. The orc masters looked around the grassland for a long time before coming out of the realm. Once they came out, they would immediately return to their own grasslands and prepare to move. The reason why these beastmen agreed so readily was not only because the space grassland was indeed good, but also because the undead creatures of the underworld were getting closer and closer, so they had to make a decision as soon as possible. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he heard the decision of the orcs. What made him even happier was that the Rasen Empire had finally decided to move into the realm. In order to get the Old King to agree to move into the realm, Zhao Hai even brought the Old King to visit the Rasen Empire in the realm. Everything there was almost the same as the outside world, which was why the Old King agreed. The last time Zhao Hai brought the Old King to visit the dimension, it was not like this. Back then, there was nothing in the dimension. Now, the entire Rasen Empire had been moved into the dimension, and the Old King naturally did not object to it. In fact, the Old King was just a little depressed. After all, he was Zhao Hai's father-in-law. If he entered the realm, it would be hard for him to act like a father-in-law. But in the end, the Old King agreed to move into the realm after being persuaded by lies. Now, only the Arca's empire and the elves were left on the continent. The dwarves had not made a final decision, and it had been half a month since the last time the god race and the elf race attacked the continent. Half a month wasn't a long time. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Hai's realm was amazing, he could have moved most of the people of the Leon Empire and the Bujer Empire into the realm in half a month. It was impossible for him to move the Tauran tribe and the Sea tribe into the realm as well. During this period, Zhao Hai had been busy moving people into the realm. However, he had never let go of his surveillance on the God Clan and Demon Clan. Now the God Clan and Demon Clan had increased their forces. They had suffered great losses in the last war, so they had no choice but to increase their forces to the Arc continent. However, they still knew about the underworld. Otherwise, they would not only increase their forces, but they would also start a war. Less than 2 days after the orcs and the Rasen Empire agreed to move into the realm, the Arca's Empire, the elves, and the dwarves agreed to move into the realm as well. The Arca's Empire did not have any requests, but the elves and the dwarves made some requests. The elves asked Zhao Hai to move the Elf Tree City into the realm, while the dwarves asked him to bring all the iron ore and ironware they had mined over the years into the realm. The demonic Dragon King looked at a piece of information on his table. He had already read this piece of information 5 times. However, he still couldn't believe what was written on it. This was the information that all the races on the continent of the Ark were moving to unknown spaces. According to the information, the people of the Leon Empire and the Stupa Empire were almost done moving. The Arca's Empire of the Rosen Empire had also started moving, and so had the orcs. However, the elves and dwarves were still unknown. The information also said that this relocation was the entire Arc continent. If it was successful, there would be no one left on the Arc continent. When the Demon Dragon King saw this information, she could not believe it. Where could the people in the south of the Arc continent escape to? The entire Arc continent was only so big. Where could they escape to? An unknown space. How could this be possible? The Demon Dragon King knew very well that there were more than 1 billion humans on the Arc continent alone. With the addition of the other races, there must be a few billion people. How could a few billion people move away just like that? Where were they going to go with so many people? The food and supplies of these people were a problem, and the accommodation was even more of a problem. Besides, the Arc continent was not showing any signs of being unable to resist, so why would they suddenly move? That's impossible, right? However, the demonic Dragon King also knew that the people they had set up in ambush would not lie to him. This was what he found strange. His spy couldn't have lied to him, but this matter was too unbelievable, so he looked at the information and couldn't make a decision for a while. He didn't know if this was Zhao Hai's plan. To be honest, he was already a little scared after being beaten up by Zhao Hai twice. He was afraid that he would fall into Zhao Hai's trap again. If he lost more people, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The Protoss had also received the same information. The Protoss had their own spies on the Ark continent. After all, the Church of Light had been in operation for so many years. They had a deep foundation, and there were too many people who had been brainwashed. It was impossible to guard against them. Some time ago, the Ark continent was very strict about these things, so those people had become well-behaved and completely hidden. However, during this period of time, the Ark continent was in chaos. Due to the war, some chaos was inevitable, so those people came back to life. Therefore, the Protoss could now receive some information about the Ark continent. However, when the God race received this information, they were also in disbelief. They had almost the same thoughts as the Infernals. They didn't believe that there was a place that could accept so many people at once. This information might just be a trap. The other reason why the two races didn't send out their troops was that they hadn't thought of a way to deal with Zhao Hai's harassment tactics. Those tactics were too terrifying. They wouldn't do anything until they found a way to counter them. This was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. Now, the people of the Stupa Empire and Leon Empire had moved into the dimension. The Rosen Empire, Arka's Empire, dwarves, and elves had also started to move. The dwarves and the elves were the two most difficult places to live in the boundless space. The dwarves needed iron ore to live in, and Zhao Hai had a coal mine in the boundless space. It was a gift for the dwarves. Ever since Zhao Hai's inner space had been upgraded, he was able to place some mines in the inner space. In addition, he had pure iron, which could turn normal stones into iron ores. Zhao Hai had placed a few pure iron ores under the dwarves' iron mountain. This way, the dwarves would not be lacking in iron ores. It was even more difficult to find a place for the elves to live. They were used to living in the forest, and it was an undamaged primeval forest. It was very difficult to find a place to live in. Space was mainly used for planting things. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to create a primeval forest for the elves in a short time. No matter how powerful Zhao Hai was, he could only create a forest for the elves in a short time. However, that was not enough to meet the requirements of the elves. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to think of a way. He chose a background with a primitive forest and modified it. This way, he could create a place similar to the elf forest. However, there was one thing he couldn't do, and that was the Tree of Life City. He really couldn't do it. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of tree the Forest of Life was or how old it was. Therefore, he couldn't build an elf tree city for the elves. However, the elves had thought of a good idea for Zhao Hai. They asked Zhao Hai to put the elven tree city into the origin space. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectations, but after some calculations, Zhao Hai agreed. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to give up on the elf tree city. To him, the tree city was a miracle. However, Zhao Hai still asked the elves to dig out the trees under the tree city. If they weren't there, he wouldn't be able to put the elf tree city into his origin space. At first, the elves were afraid that the tree city would dig them to death, but Zhao Hai told them not to worry. After bringing the tree city into the space, they could use the space to treat the tree and ensure that it would not die. In the end, the elves agreed. The realm didn't let Zhao Hai down. The elf tree city was stored in the realm, and the elves officially settled down in the realm. However, the dwarfs' request was very unique. They wanted Zhao Hai to bring all the iron ores, weapons, armors, and ordinary iron ingots they had collected over the years into the origin space. Zhao Hai was very happy to agree to their request. Although there were a lot of iron ores in the boundless space, Zhao Hai was still very happy to get so many iron ores and ironware for free. When Zhao Hai saw the iron and steel equipment, he was stunned. The dwarfs had almost excavated the entire iron mountain for the past few years. They stored all the iron ore that they had no use for at the moment and made them into iron ingots for future use. They knew that iron ore would run out one day. Zhao Hai couldn't even count how many iron ores there were. The unused iron ingots and the finished iron products were already piled up into a few mountains, not to mention the iron ores. There were so many that Zhao Hai couldn't even count them. After clearing these things, Billy made a request. He wanted some people to stay outside the space to control the iron ore. He wanted to dig up all the places in the dwarf's iron mountain that had not been dug before and excavate the iron ore. Zhao Hai started to sweat when he heard Billy's words, but he still agreed. There was no point in leaving the iron ore on the Ark continent. It might end up in the hands of the Celestials or Nephilims. Zhao Hai would not do something like that. He would rather destroy the place. In the past, for the sake of the Iron Mountain's safety, the dwarves didn't dig some places because digging in those places might cause the Iron Mountain to collapse. But now, they didn't have so many concerns. Not only did they have to dig out the Iron Mountain, but they also had to cut down the iron trees growing on the Iron Mountain and bring them into the space. This thought reminded Zhao Hai that even though all the valuable items on the Ark continent had been brought into the realm, there were still many things on the Ark continent, such as forests, bamboo, machines, and metals. Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go. Now that the Protoss and the God race hadn't attacked, and most of the people on the Ark continent had moved away, Zhao Hai released the undead. He carried out a great purge on the entire continent, and he was even more greedy than the corrupt officials who scraped the ground. As long as there was something useful, he would not let it go. What made Zhao Hai worry the most was the orc tribe. They could take almost everything they could use with them and put them in the big cart. Once they pulled it into the origin space, everything would be ready. Zhao Haichao was more interested in the sea tribe. There were too many of them, and many of them had entered the boundless space. Zhao Hai realized that it was too slow for them to enter the boundless space bit by bit, so he gave the mermaid queen an idea. He asked the sea tribe to gather at one spot first, and then he would gather the sea water and the sea tribe in the boundless space. This would be faster. The queen agreed, and so did the merfolk. They stood there in a Rubik's Cube formation, and Zhao Hai kept the seawater into the origin space. The time and effort needed would naturally be much greater, but Zhao Hai had no other choice. What tempted Zhao Hai more was the fact that the sea tribe had a lot of materials, such as iron and copper. It would be a waste to waste these things. However, Zhao Hai also knew that it was not easy to mine these things in the sea. Compared to the things in the sea, there were many good things on the continent. However, he could only take the things that were easy to take into the spatial space first. Then he could take the things that were hard to take. Even if the God Clan and Demon Clan came and he had no time to take them, he could still put many good things into the spatial space. It was much better than mining. The God Clan and Demon Clan would never have thought that Zhao Hai would have a space. The people on the Ark continent had indeed moved away, but it was the same as moving from one Ark continent to another. Even the style of their empty houses had not changed. With the efforts of the various countries, their temporary residences had not changed. It was as if they had moved their own things out of their houses, walked around outside, and then returned home. It was even more comfortable than before. In the past, the houses of the commoners on the continent were already very old, but they did not have the money to repair them. Although Zhao Hai had built the space according to the appearance of the Ark continent, he could not make the houses as old as the ones on the Ark continent. The houses were as good as new, which made the commoners even happier. After much effort, the relocation of the entire Ark continent was completed. Except for some of the sea tribes that were further away, the other races had all entered the realm. Celestials and Nephilims finally felt that something was wrong. It had been a few days since they had received any news from their spies. Although Zhao Hai's soldiers had not retreated, they felt uneasy when they combined the information with the previous report. They were afraid that the report was true. What if the people on the Ark continent had really moved away? The thought of it made the gods and demons a little uneasy. However, the demons were not as worried. Their main goal was the land on the Ark continent. Even if everyone on the Ark continent moved away, it would not affect them. The Protoss wanted the lives of the people on the Ark continent more than anything else. They saw this invasion as revenge, as the people on the Ark continent had defeated them once before. To the proud Protoss, this was intolerable. However, they didn't have any good ideas. Although the demon race's reinforcements were coming in a steady stream, the Great Demon King would only arrive in a few days. The Demon Dragon King didn't want to attack before the Great Demon King arrived, so he was waiting for the Great Demon King. The situation with the gods race was a little complicated. They thought that once the news of the destruction of the barbarian and winged horse race was told to these two vengeful races, they would send out all their elites to fight Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect that they would tell the barbarian race and the winged horse race about this news. Although the barbarian race and the winged horse race said that they were regrouping their troops and preparing to come to the rescue, their regrouping speed was too slow. It had already been so long, but they still hadn't regrouped their troops. They were obviously stalling for time. This made Yun Tianlei somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what the barbarian race and the winged horse race meant. In fact, Yun Tianlei had forgotten one thing. Just like what Zhao Hai had said, the barbarian race and the winged horse race held grudges. However, when it came to hatred between the two races, the gods race held a deeper grudge. Moreover, strictly speaking, Zhao Hai couldn't be blamed for the death of the barbarian race and the winged horse race. If the gods race hadn't invaded the land of the Ark, the barbarian race and the winged horse race wouldn't have died. If they wanted to settle this score, they would have to blame the gods race. However, Yun Tianlei had never thought about this. He had been thinking about the reaction of the barbarian race and the winged horse race with the mentality of a superior. In his opinion, the barbarian race and the winged horse race should listen to the gods race. Those who didn't listen to the gods race deserved to be killed. They were the slaves of the gods race, so they had no right to hate the gods race. Because of this, Yun Tianlei miscalculated the reaction of the two races and delayed a lot of time. In the end, Yun Tianlei felt that something was wrong and sent a stern letter to the two races. The barbarian race and the winged horse race then sped up. During this period of time, the Ark continent had undergone earth-shaking changes. Except for some magical beasts that were alone, there was almost no living thing on the entire Ark continent. Only the undead creatures were still busy. Zhao Hai sat in the boundless space and let out a long sigh of relief. He could finally let out a breath of relief. The entire continent of the Ark was now in the boundless space, and everyone was safe. He had finally gotten rid of a big worry. All that was left was how to upgrade the boundless space and how to deal with the god race and demon race. The people on the Ark continent were having a great time in the realm. The morning air in the realm was better than on the Ark continent, and the crops were more abundant. All the government departments of the various countries had been moved into the realm, and Zhao Hai had moved all the resources from the Ark continent into the realm city. So the lives of the people on the Ark continent were much better than before. In the past, some civilians were worried that they wouldn't have enough food to eat. Now they didn't have to worry anymore. There was a lot of land in the interspace, and the yield was high. With Zhao Hai's help, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. They had solved their food and clothing problem. The only thing left was to live a well-off life. Zhao Hai sat in the origin space. Although there were still troops in the Stupa Empire, they were no longer the same troops that fought against the God Clan and Demon Clan. They had moved their homes into the origin space and lived there for a few days. Zhao Hai had asked the original troops to retreat into the origin space. Zhao Hai had no intention of letting the celestial and demon races go. They were not good people, especially the celestials. There was no way Zhao Hai would let them go. The people of the Ark continent had all entered the realm, so there was no point in fighting the celestial and demon races. Zhao Hai did not think so. Now that everyone from the Ark continent had entered the realm, Zhao Hai's biggest worry had been removed. In the future, he would no longer have to hold back when dealing with the god race and demon race. He could deal with them however he wanted. Zhao Hai also realized that he no longer needed to take revenge for his soldiers. He would not immediately transfer his soldiers from the realm. The people on the Ark continent had just entered the realm and had just lived a good life. How could Zhao Hai transfer them out to fight against the god race and demon race? If he did that, the people on the Ark continent would feel as if they had not moved at all. The source of the army that Zhao Hai had mentioned could only be from one place: the icy plains of the extreme north. The ice field in the far north had been occupied by the undead creatures of the underworld. However, the undead creatures that had come out were only low-level skeletons or zombies. If they were not dark creatures, they would not pose any threat to Zhao Hai. The reason why the undead creatures had forced the orcs into such a difficult situation was because they had been moving around in the dark fog. The dark fog was poisonous and could block people's vision. That was why the orcs were forced to retreat by the low-level undead creatures. However, these undead creatures were no longer a source of manpower for Zhao Hai. Once they were captured and brought into the realm, they would immediately be subdued by the realm and become a part of his undead army. Zhao Hai no longer had to take revenge for his lack of military strength. In the past, he had always been fighting for the sake of his army because he had to hold the defensive line at Mount Aklea. Once they crossed the line, the god race and demon race would be able to slaughter the civilians on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai could not let that happen. Under such circumstances, he could only deal with the god race and demon race in the Stupa Empire. The strategic depth was too short. Sometimes, he had to fight the god race and demon race head-on. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai naturally felt that his army was not enough, but now he didn't have to worry anymore. The entire Ark continent was his strategic depth. He could fight wherever and however he wanted to. With his current forces, he could fight against the gods and demons. He wanted to see if his guerrilla tactics were better or the gods and demons. Zhao Hai looked at the Celestials' encampment on the screen and sneered. Now, he could finally take care of the Celestials and Infernals. At this moment, a voice suddenly said, "Big Brother Hai, can I ask you for a favor?" Zhao Hai was stunned. He turned around and saw that it was Bailey. Zhao Hai looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Bailey? What was it? Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. We are husband and wife. There's no need to ask for anything." Barry looked at Zhao Hai excitedly and sighed, "Big Brother Hai, this might be very difficult for you. I want you to agree to let my people enter the space." Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect Bailey to say something like that. He turned to look at Bailey and said, "Why did you suddenly think of this?" Barry looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the villa and said, "Big Brother Hai, we can't see these things in the demon world. These things that seem ordinary to us are like heaven to the people of the demon world. Our succubus race has a high status in the demon world, but the powerful demons like to treat us as playthings. In order to survive, the succubus race has to marry our clansmen to the high-level and powerful demons in exchange for our living space. We don't want to live like this. Big Brother Hai, your space is so big. If there's a chance, can you give us a small piece of land to live in? I beg you." Zhao Hai looked at Barry and suddenly smiled. "I was wondering what it was. No problem. If there's a chance in the future, I can let the succubi enter the dimension. I can even give them a small piece of land. They can live wherever they like, but we agreed that this villa can't be given to them. I'm used to living here." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Bailey couldn't help but giggle. Then he pounced on Zhao Hai and kissed his face. Zhao Hai turned around and kissed Bailey on the lips. Bailey immediately responded enthusiastically. At that moment, Meljan's voice was heard. "Wow, everyone, quickly come and watch. It's an exciting performance." Then the laughter of Laura, Lies, and a few other people could be heard. As soon as Bailey heard Meljan's voice, she jumped up immediately and looked at Meljan and the others with a red face. Meljan and the others had gone to the space of the people from the land of Anjai Arc to see the people from the land of the Arc. That was why Bailey was so bold. Now that Meljan had seen through her, she felt embarrassed. When Zhao Hai saw that they had returned, he didn't mind. He smiled and said, "I'm back. How's the family's treatment? Is everything all right?" "Brother Hai, don't be mistaken," Meljan pouted. "You've never kissed me like that." Hearing Meljan's words, Lola and the others laughed even louder. Meljan's face turned red from the laughter, but she did not care. After all, only a few of them, Zhao Hai, Su Weiniang, Mu Tou, and Shi Tou, were in the villa now. They had all gone into the Arc space. The Arc dimension was the same as the one on the Anjai Arc continent. Zhao Hai had officially named it the Arc dimension. Apart from the Arc dimension, there was also the space of the Sea Tribe. Naturally, it was the space used to Anjai the Sea Tribe. Once the two spaces were arranged, Zhao Hai was truly free. He finally felt like a fish in the ocean and a bird in the sky. The people on the Arc continent were like shackles that bound him, preventing him from freely teaching the Celestials and demons a lesson. He had many concerns about ascending to the world of cultivators. Now that he had the Arc continent with him, he no longer had to worry. It was because she felt that Zhao Hai's mood had become better, that Meljan made such a joke with Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Meljan's words, he could not help but laugh. "All right, I'll kiss my little Meljan now. Come." After he finished speaking, he opened his arms toward Meljan. NBSP. Meljan made a face at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm not letting you hug me." With that, Jej ran off with a smile. The moment Meljan ran away, Zhao Hai realized that he was not the only one who felt particularly relaxed and happy today. Meljan and the others felt the same. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. Laura and the others were all born and raised on the Arc continent. Other than their families, they also had many of their relatives and friends living on the Arc continent. When the god race and demon race attacked, although Zhao Hai managed to block their attacks, Meljan and the others were still worried. If one day they could not hold on, their relatives and friends would be in trouble. Meljan and the others had been following Zhao Hai to fight against the God clan and the Demon clan. Because of this, they were very clear about the strength of the God clan and the Demon clan. It was also because they were clear about the strength of the God clan and the Demon clan that they were even more worried. They had been worried about the safety of their loved ones, so how could they relax? Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was busy dealing with the God race and Demon race, so he didn't notice the changes in their emotions. Now that Zhao Hai and the others had brought everyone from the Arc continent into the realm, Zhao Hai had less to worry about. Meljan and the others were relieved, and they were naturally very happy. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai's heart could not help but feel warm. Meljan and the others had not told him to let their relatives into the realm when they were in their most difficult times. It was clear that he was the first in their hearts, and this made Zhao Hai very touched. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt very guilty. He had always thought that he treated Laura and the others very little. Now, he realized that he had overlooked many things. If he had not made up his mind to move the entire Arc continent into the realm, he would never have been able to see Meljan's happy face. Zhao Hai stood up and opened his arms. He hugged Laura and the others in his arms and said softly, "I'm sorry." Laura and the others were all extremely intelligent. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately understood what he meant. They did not blame Zhao Hai, nor did they say anything. They just hugged him back gently. At this moment, they felt that their hearts were truly connected. "I've already promised Bailey that if there's a chance in the future, I'll bring her family into the space," Zhao Hai said after a long while. Laura and the others also let go of Zhao Hai. Laura whispered to Zhao Hai, "That's good. The environment in the magic world is too bad. Wouldn't it be better to let Bailey's people into the realm?" "Brother Hai, the environment here in the realm is much better than the one in the Arc continent. In the future, the civilians won't have to worry about food and necessities. They'll slowly become lazy after a long time. Shouldn't we find something for them to do?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He let go of them and let them sit down. Then he said, "What are your thoughts? Tell me about it." Laura smiled and said, "Why did we bring everyone on the Arc continent into the realm? It's to collect the power of faith, and at the same time, it's to increase our strength. The environment in the realm is much better than the outside world. There are no natural disasters, so you don't have to worry about not having food here. You'll naturally live a rich life. People might slowly become lazy, so I think we should find something for them to do. There are two main aspects to it. One is faith, and the other is strength." Hearing this, Zhao Hai understood what she meant. He nodded and said, "You mean from now on, let them start to believe in me like a god, and let them practice martial arts and magic?" Lola nodded and said, "Yes, but we can't tell them right away. It's impossible for them to believe in you like a god. It might even cause them to be disgusted. So I thought of a way. Do you think it'll work? We can release a projection in the middle of every city in the Arc space, especially the projection of you when you were fighting against the gods and demons." "What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment. "That's not difficult. During the battle, we can just use the projection in the city, but will that work?" "It'll work," Laura said confidently. "It'll definitely work. Brother Hai, you always look very cool when you bring an undead army out. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. They had learned the word coax from him. He didn't expect Laura to be able to apply it so quickly. Meljin and the others laughed when they heard Laura's words. In fact, what Laura said was the result of their discussion. It was not an easy task to make the people in the Ark believe in Zhao Hai like a god. After all, Zhao Hai used to appear on the continent. To the people on the continent, Zhao Hai was like a person who was close to them. Would you worship and believe in your friends like a god? Impossible. It was precisely because of this that Lola said that it was impossible for the people in the Ark to treat Zhao Hai like a god. Zhao Hai nodded at Laura and said, "Okay, we'll do as you say, but we'll have to wait for a while before we start the war with the Protoss. There are still a lot of good things on the Ark continent that haven't been put into the realm. My idea is that if the Protoss don't attack us, we'll just wait. That way, we can get more good things into the realm. What do you think?" Laura laughed and said, "Big Brother Hai is really a money grubber, but if we leave those things on the Ark continent, it will only benefit the god race and demon race. Anyway, the people in the Ark space will need some time to adapt. I'm afraid the god race and demon race can't wait too long, so let's just wait for a while." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry. The god race and demon race should have noticed the changes on the Ark continent by now. Don't forget, we have caught many spies some time ago." Zhao Hai was referring to the fact that when he moved the people from the Ark continent into the realm, some of the spies from the Nephilim and the Protoss who were hiding in the Ark continent had appeared. Of course, they did not openly oppose Zhao Hai. They only talked bad about Zhao Hai behind his back so that the people in the realm would not listen to Zhao Hai's orders. However, it was obvious that they didn't know how well Zhao Hai could control the space. With Kai Er's observation, these people were easily dragged out by Zhao Hai. At first, the people of the Ark continent did not understand why Zhao Hai wanted to capture these people. However, Zhao Hai did not do it himself. Instead, he asked a black magician in the realm to kill a few of them and turn them into high-level undead creatures. They understood everything after asking. From what he had heard from those people, they had already told the god and demon race about the Ark's relocation. However, this did not affect Zhao Hai. Now that the relocation was complete, he just had to deal with the god and demon race. Laura smiled and said, "That's good. Now it's time for the god clan and demon clan to be anxious." However, Brother Hai, how are you going to deal with them? Is it still the same as before? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why not? We're only facing the Golden Bull celestial race now. There are still 9 other celestial races that have yet to show themselves. Now that we've completely destroyed the Ark continent, why don't we go to the Divine Realm? If possible, we should go to the Devil Realm and see if they have anything good there. We can bring it to the realm and upgrade it." Lola nodded. "That's true. If we can get some good things from the divine and infernal worlds, it will be very helpful for the upgrade of the realm. Most importantly, we need to upgrade the realm as soon as possible. In the future, when we go to the immortal cultivation world, we will have more capital to protect ourselves." Zhao Hai nodded, but he sighed in his heart. To be honest, he was quite depressed right now. It was not because of anything else, but because of the farm. When he was playing the farm game in the past, he remembered that the farm could rear some mythical beasts in the later stages. For example, there were a few of the 9 sons of the dragon in the farm. The first one of these mythical beasts was very strong. Even in the novels that he had read before, they were the top existences. However, what made him depressed was that his realm was already over level 70. By right, these mythical beasts should have appeared by now, but up until now, not a single one had appeared in the realm. The strongest creatures in his realm were only the ones from the Ark continent. There were no more powerful ones. He really could not understand why. However, the 3 special backgrounds that appeared in the realm gave Zhao Hai some hints. Because he was on the Ark continent, the realm was based on the magical fantasy plane, so the background and magical beasts that appeared here were all magical. The 9 sons of the dragon were things from the cultivation plane, so the divine beasts did not appear in the farm. In other words, if Zhao Hai wanted to raise those godly beasts, he could only do so after he reached the cultivation dimension. For now, he could only raise demonic beasts. This was also what Zhao Hai was most depressed about. If they could really raise 2 godly beasts now, then there was no need to say anything. Whether it was the god race or the demon race, they wouldn't even be able to fight against one godly beast. Unfortunately, he could only think about it now. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "We can make use of this time to make everyone in the Ark think of Brother Hai as a god. That way, Brother Hai will have the power of faith. It's a pity that we still don't know much about it." Zhao Hai sighed. "Don't think so far ahead. You should think about how to deal with the god clan and demon clan. Li Jai Meljin, what do you think?" Zhao Hai did not have the amazing insight that both Li Jai and Meljin had when it came to the battlefield. Therefore, he still wanted to ask for Li Jai and Meljin's opinions on this matter. "Big Brother Hai," said Li Jai, frowning, "I think we should have 2 different attitudes towards the god clan and demon clan. We should fight one and let one go." Zhao Hai frowned slightly. "Tell me." She nodded and said, "The gods and demons have different reasons for attacking the Ark continent. The gods are fighting for the people on the Ark continent. I don't think I need to tell you this, Brother Hai. The gods are fighting the people on the Ark continent to collect the power of faith for the immortal cultivator. However, it seems that they hate the people on the Ark continent very much. I'm afraid they won't let the people on the Ark continent go, while the demons are fighting for the land on the Ark continent. The environment in the demon world is too bad. They want a better place to live, and they won't let go of the people on the Ark continent. But if we can give the demons a better living environment, does that mean we don't have to fight anymore? Hearing this, Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. Of course, they knew what she meant. She was going to put the devil world into her space. Was that even possible? Any good ideas? Zhao Hai turned to look at Li Jai. It depends on the timing, said Li Jai with a smile. It's not possible for us to win over Mo Fang now. I think we have to wait for a while. We have to beat them until they're scared. Only then will they accept our offer. As for the god race, I think we should forget about it. They treat that self-cultivator as a high god, so they won't accept our offer. Zhao Hai snorted coldly and said, even if I could, I wouldn't do it. Those vengeful spirits of the Church of Light would never agree to it. Forget it, we're going to fight anyway, so there's no point in thinking too much. However, the underworld came out at the right time, and the situation in the underworld is very different from that of the celestial and demon races. How are we going to deal with them? How else can we deal with them? Becky smiled. Brother Hai, you've already thought about it. Since we're treating the Netherworld as a source of soldiers, then the Netherworld will be our exclusive source of soldiers in the future. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard what she said. All right, let's do it that way. In the future, the Netherworld will be the source of soldiers for our use. Ever since he had moved everyone on the Ark continent into the origin space, Zhao Hai was filled with confidence. There was nothing on the Ark continent that he could not worry about anymore. He could finally do whatever he wanted. A dragon returning to the ocean, a tiger returning to the mountains, this was Zhao Hai's current mood. He wasn't afraid of the god race and demon race. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could hide in the realm and slowly develop. He wouldn't have to fight them like he did before. This wasn't Zhao Hai's strength. Unlike Zhao Hai's relaxed state, the god race and demon race were truly nervous now because their reinforcements were about to arrive. There was no need to talk about the Infernals. They were personally led by the great Infernal King and had an army of 50 million soldiers. Among them, there were over 1 million god-grade powerhouses. Although they seemed to be much fewer than the god race, their battle prowess could not be underestimated. However, the situation on the Protoss side was more special. This time they had 3 groups of reinforcements. One group was the barbarian heavy armored cavalry, but they were elites. Another group was the winged horse race's Pegasus light cavalry, which was also elite. The last group was the Protoss' own reinforcements, and the total number reached an astonishing 40 million. Of course, these people had not arrived at the Ark continent yet, but there was news that they would be here in about 3 days. By then, the war would begin. Zhao Hai wasn't aware of all this. He was busy digging up the land on the Ark continent and storing everything that was useful into the realm. He had already collected all the minerals on the Ark continent and had sent the undead creatures to mine them. He would collect the more valuable minerals using the realm. Other than the things on the Ark continent, he had also collected a lot of things from the Endless Sea. Zhao Hai's minerals were considered as non-renewable resources, so he could not leave them here and waste them. This did not mean that Zhao Hai was afraid that he would not be able to defeat the god race and demon race in the future, so he wanted to take away all the good stuff on the Ark continent first. On the contrary, Zhao Hai believed that he could defeat the god race and demon race in the future, but that would take time. The god race and demon race were not weak, so it was impossible to defeat them in a short time. The god race and demon race were not stupid. After they obtained their territory, they would also take away things, just like Zhao Hai. When that happened, everything on the Ark continent would be destroyed. That was why Zhao Hai wanted to take everything he could, in case he couldn't even take them back. Zhao Hai didn't know that he didn't have much time left, but he didn't need to know now. He had already recalled all the cavalrymen from the Stupa Empire back into the origin space. He didn't even release the undead creatures. It could be said that there was no one left on the Ark continent. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai's undead creatures were busy mining. Naturally, the celestial race and demon race had also noticed the commotion at the Stupa Empire. They realized that the guards who had been stationed at Shangru City and Yongping City had disappeared. However, they did not dare to enter the Stupa Empire. They still remembered the lesson they had learned last time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai sat in the living room and looked at the screen as usual. The screen naturally showed the situation of the god race and demon race. Although Zhao Hai didn't know when the reinforcements of the god race and demon race would arrive, from the movements of the god race and demon race over the past few days, their reinforcements were about to arrive. Thus, Zhao Hai paid special attention to the god race and demon race. Zhao Hai was looking at the gods. The gnomes were still working in the fields. They didn't have much strength. Compared to humans, they were like ordinary women. However, they didn't stop. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't that the gnomes didn't want to stop, but that they didn't dare to. He had seen with his own eyes a few days ago a gnomes who had stopped to rest for a while before being killed by a Protoss. When Zhao Hai saw this, he gained a new understanding of the cruelty of the god race. How could such a race be called a god? They were simpler than the demon race. Zhao Hai felt pity for the goblins. He knew that if the goblins were allowed to develop and build a magic machinery civilization, they would be extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the Protoss did not give them this opportunity. Just as Zhao Hai was sighing, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, there's movement from the demons. Their reinforcements have arrived." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He immediately turned the screen to the demons. As expected, a large number of demonic troops had appeared in their spatial rift, and their numbers were increasing. Zhao Hai frowned. He realized that the demonic army this time was clearly different from the previous ones. Although the previous demonic army was not weak in combat and had good training, they lacked something compared to this demonic army death energy. It was death chi, not killing chi. As long as you killed someone, you would have killing chi on you. Even if you killed an ordinary person, you would still have killing chi. Even if you killed a lot of magical beasts, you would still have killing chi. Death chi was different from killing chi. Death chi was an upgraded version of killing chi. Before killing more than 1,000 people, it was impossible for a person to have death chi. The so-called aura of death was actually an attitude that completely disregarded life and death. They fought as if they were dead, but they were actually living well. They didn't practice any kind of cultivation technique that faked death or hid their cultivation. This was because they had killed too many people. They didn't regard life as life, didn't regard other people's life as life, and didn't regard their own life as life, so they had this aura of death. What worried Zhao Hai was that everyone in this army had this kind of death chi. In other words, this army was definitely an army that had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Any one of them would be a god-killing figure in the outside world. Even those who were of a higher level than them would often be the one to die in the end when facing them. The army was dressed in black armor and held the same weapons. They were black spears and looked like ordinary soldiers. However, Zhao Hai believed that they could defeat any Protoss army in a direct confrontation because the Protoss army did not have the death aura they had. Zhao Hai looked at the number of soldiers in the army. They came in waves, and there were about 10 million of them. 10 million soldiers full of death chi were too terrifying. Although Zhao Hai no longer had to worry about the people on the Ark continent, he still felt a layer of cold sweat on his body. He could not imagine how long he could defend against such an army if he had not moved the people on the Ark continent into the origin space. Even the undead army would not have an easy time against such an army, let alone the ordinary army on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai also noticed that when the army came out, the demons who were building the city looked at them with adoration. Although those people stood there unmoving like statues, the demons still looked at them with adoration. Zhao Hai believed that this army was not simple among the demons. At that moment, a huge demonic beast came out of the crack. It was huge like an elephant, with a pair of fan-like ears, long plates, and 2 long, curved tusks. However, it had a horn on its head. Furthermore, the skin on his body looked more like armor. It was actually made up of pieces of keratin-like skin. His 4 thick and long legs were like 4 huge pillars. His tail was also very long. At the tip of his tail, there was an arrowhead that looked like a demon's. The arrowhead was shaking gently and seemed unusually agile, just like a living snake. OWW, the moment this huge magical beast emerged from the spatial crack, it let out an earth-shaking roar. Its aura could only be described as earth-shaking. At this moment, a pitch-black whip suddenly lashed out from the spatial rift. The whip landed on the back of the demonic beast. The demonic beast, which had been so domineering just now, became obedient under this whip. It was like a bullied puppy, drooping its ears and not daring to make a sound. Although the magic beast was huge, it was flying in the sky. It didn't look like a level 9 magic beast at all. It was a divine magic beast. Following the appearance of this magical beast, a few more similar magical beasts appeared behind him. However, these magical beasts were all tied with iron chains, as if they were dragging something. The speed of these magical beasts was not very fast, but they still managed to walk out of the spatial crack very quickly. Slowly, the thing they were dragging also came out of the spatial crack. When Zhao Hai saw it, he was stunned. It was a big cart that looked like a devil's head. The portrait of the carriage was very similar to the portrait of the demon race. It had 2 curved elephants, 2 blood-red eyes, and long fangs protruding out of its mouth. Although it was called a car, it didn't have any wheels. It seemed that this car was flying in the sky and didn't have any wheels. It was more like a house than a car. The house was more than 10 meters high, and it looked very spacious inside. When Zhao Hai got closer, he discovered that the 2 red eyes of the demonic elephant carriage were made of red crystals. At the mouth of the devil elephant carriage sat a tall man. He was wearing a black armor that even covered his face. He looked like a steel statue, and he was holding a long black whip that had been used to hit the magic beast. Just like that, the large carriage was dragged out of the spatial crack by 5 huge elephant-like magical beasts, and it slowly stopped when it reached the demonic abyss. It was strange to say that the carriage pulled by the magic beast should have slowly descended when the magic beasts were not flying. However, this carriage did not. It just floated there quietly in the air like a huge devil's head. At this moment, the demonic Dragon King's black dragon carriage stopped beside the carriage. Beside his black dragon carriage, there was a large group of demonic god-grade powerhouses. Once the black dragon carriage was parked, the demon Dragon King immediately stood up from her seat. She bowed towards the devil head carriage and said, "Welcome, my king." As soon as he finished speaking, the god-grade powerhouses of the devil world beside him bowed in unison and said loudly, "Welcome, my king." Then all the demons in the demonic abyss knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, my king." The mouth of the devil portrait carriage slowly opened, and a demon walked out. This demon wasn't very tall, and he didn't look any different from an ordinary demon. He wore a black robe and had some wrinkles on his face, making him look like an ordinary old man of the demon clan. However, the aura exuded by this person was extremely shocking. He stood there like a mountain, giving off the feeling that he would stand there forever and would never be shaken. Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king's boisterous entrance and couldn't help but smile. He has caused quite a commotion. It seems that his strength is not bad. I will have to meet him when I have the time. Kai said in a deep voice, "Young master, this is the great devil king of the devil race. He has lived for more than 1,000 years, and his prestige in the devil race is unparalleled. No one knows how strong he is, but they know that he hasn't fought for hundreds of years." The chariot he is in is called the Devil Chariot, and it is made of a piece of floating iron that they accidentally found. During the process of making the chariot, many magic arrays were installed in it, which not only makes it more comfortable for people to stay in, but also the Devil Chariot. At the same time, it can also be used in battle. This car can be combined with the Demon King's domain to become a domain weapon. It's very overbearing. Domain weapon. Zhao Hai was stunned. What's that? Kai said, "I've only heard about it from the demon race. A domain weapon is actually a weapon that can be used by a high-level deity's domain. Just like you, young master, your current domain can change shape at will. If your domain can still hold a weapon after transforming into a human form, your combat power will naturally increase greatly. For ordinary high-level deities, when they advance to high-level deity, their domain will generally become as powerful as their own. In this case, it's impossible for freedom to use ordinary weapons, so when people are in the realm, the weapons they use are usually made of the realm's own energy. There are actually some materials in the world that can be used to make a weapon that can be used by the realm. This kind of weapon is called the realm weapon. This kind of weapon is much more powerful than ordinary weapons and can allow you to exert the power of your realm to the maximum. It can be said to be a rare treasure." Zhao Hai nodded. This was the first time he had heard of a domain weapon. To be honest, he had never thought that there would be such a thing as a domain weapon in this world. The old man's expression could only be described as calm and relaxed, but all the demon race people felt that this was how it should be, especially those who followed the demon Dragon King. Each and every one of them was smiling happily. Although the great demon king had only said you guys did well, they still felt that their bones had become lighter by 2 tails. These demon race people knew that the great demon king would not joke and would not mock them. When he said that they had done a good job, he meant it from the bottom of his heart. To be able to get the praise of the great demon king, for these demon race people, it was a very happy thing. The demonic dragon king responded and jumped off the black dragon war chariot and entered the demon war chariot. The other demons looked at him with envy. The number of people who could enter the great demon king's demon war chariot could be counted on one hand, and the demonic dragon king was one of them. It wasn't the first time that the demonic dragon king had entered a war chariot. However, even though it was his first time entering a war chariot, he was still amazed by this war chariot. As soon as they entered the war chariot, they saw a large living room of about 100 square meters. The living room was covered with a thick carpet, and on the carpet was a small table. On the small table were a pot, 2 cups, and 2 very simple side dishes. This was what you would see when you entered the war chariot for the first time. The great demon king was already sitting behind the small table, holding a pot and pouring wine into a cup. The demonic dragon walked respectfully to the small table, knelt down, and bowed to the great demon king. "Your Majesty, I've let you down." Great demon king put down the wine pot and waved his hand. "It's nothing. You didn't let me down. You've told me about your battle. I already know that you've done well. This time's failure was mainly because your opponent was too strong. I don't blame you. Come have a drink with me." The demonic dragon king picked up the wine cup respectfully and drank a cup with the great demon king. After putting down the wine cup, he personally picked up the wine pot and poured a cup of wine for the great demon king. The great demon king didn't take the wine cup. Instead, she said to the demonic dragon king, "Tell me, what's up with that Zhao Hai? Is he really that strong?" The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "Yes, he's very strong. He's stronger than I've ever seen. He's the strongest person I've ever met, other than you, your Majesty. I've fought him before, but it's a pity that I wasn't his match." The great demon king nodded and said, "It seems that this person is really difficult to deal with. By the way, what's the undead army you mentioned? Tell me more about it." The demonic dragon king nodded and said in a deep voice, "I don't know why, but Zhao Hai has been able to create a lot of spirits. All of them are extremely powerful. Even the ordinary spirits are at least at level 9. If they were divine-level experts before they died, they would still retain their divine-level powers after becoming spirits. Zhao Hai has tens of millions of spirits like this." The great demon king frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "In that case, this Zhao Hai is really difficult to deal with. You said he defeated the Protoss." The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "Yes, ever since the gods descended, we've been sending people to keep an eye on them. We've been waiting for them to attack the Ark continent, and we'll send out our troops at the same time. Some time ago, our scouts reported that the gods had sent out their troops, and we immediately sent out our troops as well. Who would have thought that we'd be harassed by the people of the Ark continent as soon as we sent out our troops? Their mounts are so fast that even god-tier elites can't catch up with them. We're being held back by them, and every step forward is extremely difficult." At this point, the demonic dragon king paused for a moment and looked at the great demon king. The great demon king waved his hand, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. The demon dragon king then continued, "Even though he's being held back by them, I think it'll be very difficult for Zhao Hai to defeat the Protoss. He might even be defeated by the Protoss. If we back off because of his harassment, we might be giving the Protoss the benefits. So we kept moving forward and occupied cities along the way. However, we didn't expect Zhao Hai to defeat the Protoss and then lead the undead army to attack us. This caused us to suffer heavy losses. When Zhao Hai was harassing us, he also used the mosquitoes. Their mosquitoes are very strong and their numbers are huge. They are very difficult to deal with." The demon king nodded and said, "It seems that this Zhao Hai is the most powerful being on the Ark continent. He was able to stop both the Celestials and the Infernals by himself. Impressive. He is a hero." The demonic dragon king looked at the great demon king and continued, "A few days ago, I received a piece of information. Please take a look, Your Majesty." After he finished speaking, he took out a piece of animal skin and placed it on the small table. The great demon king picked up the information on the small table and read it carefully. Then he frowned and placed the information on the small table. He looked at the demon dragon king and said, "This information has also been confirmed." The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "I've confirmed it. When the information was sent over, it was written in a secret language. Even if someone intercepted it, they wouldn't be able to understand it. There's no way to prevent it from being discovered." "Any other information?" The great demon king frowned. The demonic dragon king shook her head and said, "After this piece of information, no other information was sent, so I couldn't make up my mind. First, the content of this information is too outrageous. Second, I'm afraid that the other party deliberately let our spy send this information out. They already knew the identity of the spy, so they let him know some false information. After he sent out this information, he was immediately arrested. The last possibility is that the information is real. If that's the case, we're in big trouble. 2 days after we received the information, all the Ark army stationed on the other side retreated. I don't know what that means." The demonic dragon king frowned before nodding her head and saying, "You guys did the right thing. You didn't rush forward. If you attacked, many of you might have fallen into the opponent's trap." From the previous battle experience, the opponent is not only a powerful opponent, but also a very cunning one. You must be careful when fighting against such an opponent. "Tell me, what are your next plans?" The demonic dragon king said, "Wait, I don't think the Protoss will be happy with their last failure. They will definitely attack the Ark continent again. Zhao Hai will not let the Protoss off the hook either." This time, the Protoss descended and sacrificed the people of an entire country on the Ark continent. I heard that when Zhao Hai heard the news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He vowed to wipe out the Protoss. The hatred between the two races seems to be even stronger than ours. The great demon king frowned and said, "Could it be like this? Didn't the people of the Ark continent always see us demons as an evil army? Do they think that the God clan is more evil than us?" The demonic dragon king smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know about others, but Zhao Hai is no ordinary person. He might not think that we demonic race are evil. On the contrary, his hatred for the god race is real. I found more than 10 million races that don't exist on the Ark continent in Zhao Hai's undead army. Those people might be from the god race. After Zhao Hai killed them, they became undead creatures." The great demon king smiled and said, "I believe that Zhao Hai's hatred for us is not small. After all, we are all invaders of the Ark continent, and anyone who invades the Ark continent is Zhao Hai's enemy. However, there are still some flaws in this information. Zhao Hai has always had the upper hand in the war with the gods and demons. Under such circumstances, there is no reason for him to suddenly move the people on the Ark continent. The information only says that something has happened on the continent, but we don't know what the situation is yet. Have you sent people to investigate?" Demonic Dragon King's expression turned ugly as she nodded her head and said, "I did. I even sent a few, but unfortunately none of them returned. I'm guessing that they were killed by Zhao Hai. This is also why I didn't attack. I'm starting to feel that this might be a trap set by Zhao Hai. The Demon King nodded and said, "You did the right thing. It's better to be safe than sorry when fighting against an enemy like Zhao Hai. All right, go and make arrangements for the next wave of soldiers to have a place to rest. Let them get used to the fact that the Ark is on land. I don't think the Protoss reinforcements will keep us waiting for too long. Once the Protoss attack, we'll send our troops immediately. I really want to meet this Zhao Hai now." The demonic Dragon King responded, bowed to the great Demon King, and left. Seeing that the demonic Dragon King had left, the great Demon King picked up the wine glass on the small table and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. She then muttered, "Just you wait. My demon race will break free from your control one day." The direction he was looking at was a portrait of a demon god on the wall. The demon god in the portrait had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his expression was extremely fierce. There were corpses floating under his feet, and in addition to the weapons in his hands, he was also holding a few human heads. The entire portrait looked murderous and bloody. How could the great Demon King say such words to the portrait of the demonic beast? What was going on? Were they trying to change their faith? Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. The demon war chariot was a domain weapon, and this domain weapon was indeed very magical. The spatial probe couldn't see what was going on inside. However, Zhao Hai did not mind. He only looked at the troops that were marching from the demonic realm to the Ark continent. Other than the 10 million strong army that was filled with a lifeless aura, the rest of the troops were similar to the demonic army that had attacked him. There was nothing special about them. Zhao Hai did a quick calculation. There was a total of 50 million troops. Once he came up with this number, he was stunned for a moment. Then he muttered, "They've really put in a lot of money. They actually sent so many troops." By the time all the troops of the demon race had arrived at the Demon Abyss, the entire Demon Abyss, together with the demon capital, had become a huge military camp. The great Demon King's demon chariot was parked in the sky above the Demon Abyss. At this time, Laura and the others walked in, chatting and laughing. They had nothing to do these few days, so they went to the Ark space to help. Although everything in the Ark space was the same as the Ark continent, there were still many things to deal with. Zhao Hai had asked them to help. Although the Buddha family was still in the space of the Ark, they were on an island in the sea. Although they were connected to the mainland, it was not easy to get there. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to do. The Buddha family could not be too far away from the people on the Ark, but they could not be too close either. They had to maintain a superior status. Of course, Laura and the others were not going to help the other forces on the continent. They were going to deal with the Buddha family's affairs. As for Zhao Hai, he had not appeared in the Ark. This was Laura's idea. Since Zhao Hai had become the god of the people in the Ark, he would naturally not show himself easily. If you had seen him before, he would chat with you. As soon as Laura and the others entered the room, they saw the demon war chariot floating in the air on the screen. They couldn't help but jump in shock and exclaim at the same time. Zhao Hai laughed out loud when he saw her reaction. He had enlarged the war chariot on purpose and placed it on the screen to scare Laura and the others. He had succeeded. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai's laughter, they knew that he was trying to scare them. They ran to Zhao Hai's side and started twisting him. Of course, they knew that they couldn't do any harm to him. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was crying out in pain. He had not used a protective shield on himself, and he had a pain nerve. Of course, it would hurt to be pinched like this. He now knows the disadvantage of having many wives. He gets pinched several times more than me. One of them pinched Zhao Hai a few times. Laura and the others then snorted and sat beside Zhao Hai. Looking at the screen, Laura said, "Heir, replay." Zhao Hai almost vomited blood when he heard Laura's words, but he could do nothing about it. He stood up and pulled Bailey aside. "Let's go, Bailey. Come with me to take a bath. You know the situation in the demon race anyway, so there's no point in looking at it." After saying that, Bailey went downstairs to the hot spring pool. Bailey blushed, but she did not object. She followed Zhao Hai and walked over. Laura and the others did not even look at Zhao Hai. Only Meljin turned to look at Bailey and said, "Bailey, if you can't take it anymore, just call us over to help." Hearing Meljin's words, Laura and the rest of the group started to giggle, and it made Bailey's face turn even redder. However, since Bailey was used to joking with them these days, it was not like she did not have the ability to fight back. She turned to look at Meljin and snorted, "I didn't even call you. You're going to suffocate." After saying that, Zhao Hai ran down the stairs. Laura and the others laughed even louder. That night, Zhao Hai was very tired. The reason for this was probably because the person who asked this question didn't know. The next morning, Zhao Hai was still sleeping when Heir ran to his room. Zhao Hai was lying on the bed naked, and Lola and the others were lying beside him. Seeing this, Heir's face turned red. She snorted and threw a water ball at Zhao Hai's head. She controlled it well, so only Zhao Hai was drenched, but not Laura and the others. Zhao Hai suddenly woke up and looked up at Heir. He asked in confusion, "Heir, what are you doing?" Kai snorted and said, "Young master, get up quickly. There's some movement from the gods' race. Their reinforcements have arrived." Hearing Heir's words, Zhao Hai was slightly stunned. However, he still carefully sat up on the bed and escaped from the beautiful legs and arms of Laura and the others. He didn't wake them up. Kai Er's face became even redder when she saw Zhao Haiguang's dazed expression. She snorted and left the room in a flash. Zhao Hai looked at Kai Er's back with a puzzled expression and muttered, "What happened to Kai Er? It's strange." However, he still went to the bathroom to clean up, put on his clothes, and went to the living room. As soon as Zhao Hai left the room, Lola burst out laughing. The other girls on the bed also laughed. Lola opened her eyes and looked at the girls. Big brother Hai is really slow when it comes to relationships. He can't even tell that Kai Er is jealous. "Yeah, but you can't blame Big brother Hai," said Li Jai as she opened her eyes. He probably never thought about it in this way. I really don't know what kind of expression Big brother Hai will have if he knows that Kai Er also likes him. When they thought of Zhao Hai's dumbfounded expression, they could not help but look at him again. However, when they saw that he was naked, they blushed. Meljin pounced on them from behind and touched her chest. "It's so big here. No wonder Big brother Hai likes to touch it." Becky was accidentally ambushed by Meljin, so she immediately fought back. Soon, they were also dragged in, and they started to make a scene. Zhao Hai sat in the living room and looked at the Protoss army on the screen. The army sent by the Protoss was divided into 3 teams: Barbarian Heavy Cavalry, Winged Horse Light Cavalry, and Protoss Infantry. The Winged Horse race's Light Cavalry was the front army. They first entered the Church of Light's territory from the New World. The God race's infantrymen were the middle army, while the heavy infantrymen were the rear army. Their speed was extremely fast, and they quickly entered the Church of Light's territory. What caught Zhao Hai's attention was that there was a carriage in the middle of the God race's infantrymen. It was similar to the appearance of the Great Demon King. This carriage was also pulled by a high-level demon beast. However, the demon beast used by the God race to pull the carriage was not the terrifying elephant-like demon beast of the demon race. Instead, it was a lion-shaped demon beast. However, this demon beast was snow-white in color and had white wings on its back. It looked holy and extraordinary. The carriage that the lion-like magical beast was riding on was also very interesting. The carriage looked like a big sword, but the sword was made of wood. It was white and looked like sacred light wood, but it was many times harder than sacred light wood. Beside the carriage stood a team of knights. The attire of this team of knights was somewhat similar to the previous Knights of Light regiment of the Church of Light. They were dressed in white armor, with a white cloak on their backs. They held knight spears in their hands, shields on their backs, and big swords on their waists. There were only about 10,000 celestial cavalrymen in this group. They guarded the carriage, and Zhao Hai also discovered that the strength of these cavalrymen was that of a high-level deity. Seeing this, Zhao Hai could not help but smile bitterly. The gods were indeed powerful. Even the upper god-tier powerhouses had come out in groups. They were much stronger than him. However, what interested Zhao Hai more was the car that the Protoss was in. If he was not mistaken, that car should also be a domain weapon. Zhao Hai noticed something special. Different things would be displayed differently on the screen. For example, allies would be displayed in red, while enemies would be displayed in green. If the enemy used a magic array or a powerful force to block the detection of space, the space would be displayed in white. Zhao Hai also noticed that the Demon King's demon chariot was displayed in blue. It was the same as the car of the Protoss. So Zhao Hai boldly speculated that the space might have used a blue light to display the domain weapon. If this speculation was correct, then the Protoss's tank was really a domain weapon. Zhao Hai could not help but smile wryly at the thought. He realized that the Ark continent was really a low-level plane. They did not even know what a domain weapon was, but the gods and devils already had domain weapons. The difference was huge. However, Zhao Hai was even more curious about the person in the car. He really wanted to know who was in the car. Could it be a master of a realm like the Great Demon King? Could it be that the king tier of the Divine Realm's Golden Bull continent had arrived? Just as Zhao Hai had expected, Yun Tianlei and the others had come out to welcome them. Yun Tianlei brought his men to the carriage. He bowed to the carriage and said in unison, "Welcome, Lord Marshal." As soon as Yun Tianlei's voice fell, a door opened at the end of the sword-like carriage. The door was very well hidden, so Zhao Hai didn't notice it at first. The sword carriage's hilt was embedded with transparent crystals. At a glance, one could tell that they were used for light transmission. The sword carriage was more than 20 meters long, which was suitable for the use of a human-shaped territory. At this moment, a few people walked out of the carriage. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw them because they were not the divine race's kings from the Golden Bull continent as he had imagined. Instead, they were a few maids. These maids were all very beautiful. They were dressed in pure white clothes and had light muslin draped over them. They were all level 9. When they came out of the carriage, their light muslin fluttered gently with the wind, making them look like fairies. At first, Zhao Hai didn't think much of it. It wasn't a big deal for a big shot to be accompanied by a few beautiful maidservants. However, he noticed that Yun Tianlei and the others didn't look too good, which puzzled Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai soon understood why Yun Tianlei and the others looked so upset. 8 maids walked out of the sword carriage. After the maid stood on both sides of the carriage, one of them came out and looked at the young man. The young man was dressed in a beautiful white robe, and his face was a little pale. He was very handsome, and he had a smile on his face. However, no matter how you looked at it, that smile seemed to be mocking you. His eyes glanced up slightly, showing his arrogance. There were two waitresses behind him. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw this young man's identity. He believed that this young man couldn't be the king of the Golden Bull celestial race. He didn't have that kind of aura. The Golden Bull celestial race was a powerful celestial race. How could their king be someone like this? Moreover, Yun Tianlei and the others had said that he was a marshal, but this man was too young. It was impossible for him to be the commander-in-chief of an army. Judging from his appearance, he had probably never been on the battlefield. Now Zhao Hai finally understood why Yun Tianlei and the others looked so upset. They had chosen the wrong person to serve. As expected, Yun Tianlei looked at the young man and said in a low voice, "How come the third prince has time to come to the Ark continent?" And in the marshal's car, the third prince chuckled. "It's nothing. I told my uncle that I wanted to see the world, so he let me come. He even lent me his car." Yun Tianlei's face grew even more unsightly. He looked at the third prince and said, "Your Highness, I wonder if the two of them have read the letters I sent to His Majesty and the Marshal. The situation on the Ark continent is not easy to deal with, and it is very dangerous here. If there is nothing else, please go back, Your Highness." Hearing Yun Tianlei's words, the third prince's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Yun Tianlei, what are you? What right do you have to order me around? Do you believe that I can tell my father to remove you from your position as the commander-in-chief of the front line?" Yun Tianlei looked at the third prince and said fearlessly, "If the third prince can do it, I, Yun Tianlei, will not be the supreme commander." Hearing Yun Tianlei's words, the third prince's face turned even colder. He snorted and took out a token and a scroll from his inner pocket. He didn't open the scroll, but looked at Yun Tianlei and said with a cold smile, "No wonder Father and Bubu said that Yun Tianlei is getting more and more useless as he gets older. He can't even handle a small continent like the Ark continent, and he has asked for more troops several times. Yun Tianlei, listen up. From now on, you are no longer the commander-in-chief of the front line, but you will stay in the front line. I will take over all the duties of the human resources and Iron Army." The third prince's words caused an uproar among the generals behind Yun Tianlei. They had never thought that this would be the result. How could this be possible? The third prince had taken over Yun Tianlei's command of the frontline army. The third prince had never been on the battlefield. Although he had learned how to command and fight systematically, it was of no use. How could he compare with Yun Tianlei, a veteran on the battlefield? How could the prince and the marshal give such an order? Yun Tianlei looked at the third prince in shock. Then he said with a surprised and angry expression, "This is impossible. I want to see His Highness's imperial edict." The third prince didn't say anything. He just snorted and handed the scroll to Yun Tianlei. Yun Tianlei took the scroll and opened it impatiently. However, when he saw the contents of the scroll, he was stunned and murmured, "This is impossible. This is impossible. How can this be possible?" As he was speaking, the scroll was snatched back by the third prince. Then he looked at Yun Tianlei and said coldly, "Now that you're finished, what else do you have to say? From now on, I'll officially take over the position of the frontline supreme commander. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by military law." After saying that, he turned around and entered the sword carriage. The sword carriage moved forward slowly, ignoring Yun Tianlei and the other combat generals. Yun Tianlei and the other combat generals just stood there in a daze. The change happened so fast that it was completely beyond their imagination. They still hadn't reacted to it. Not only Yun Tianlei and the others, but even Zhao Hai was stunned by what he saw. He had never thought that something like this would happen. Changing a general at the last minute was a taboo in the military. How could the gods' race do something like that? However, on second thought, Zhao Hai felt that it was a good thing for them. The God clan had replaced Yun Tianlei, an experienced general, with the third prince. It was obvious that the third prince had never been on the battlefield. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so rude to dismiss Yun Tianlei. This was definitely a big blow to the soldiers in the front line. From this, it could be seen that the third prince was a virgin who had never been on the battlefield. Naturally, it was much easier to deal with such a guy than an old general like Yun Tianlei. This was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. As they were talking, Laura and the others came down from upstairs. They had obviously just taken a shower as their hair was still wet. Hearing Zhao Hai's happy smile, Laura looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? What's making you so happy?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "It's a good thing. The celestial race has changed their commander. Their previous commander was the thunder god General Yun Tianlei. He's not an easy opponent. He's experienced in many battles. However, the new commander is the third prince of the Golden Bull celestial race. He doesn't seem to have been on the battlefield before." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned. They immediately looked back at the screen. After a while, they said, "The god's race is courting death. Big brother Hai, it looks like we have to change our method of dealing with the god's race." Yun Tianlei was sitting in the hall with an unsightly expression. Yun Ying and the other generals were also in the command hall with unsightly expressions. The third prince's arrival and the imperial edict he had brought had really made them feel like the world was falling apart. These people knew the third prince too well. In this realm, Divine King Golden Bull had a total of 6 sons. The eldest prince was born of a concubine and had never been interested in civil or martial arts since he was young. Therefore, he was only an ordinary pseudo-divine level expert now. This was very rare in the divine race, especially in the royal family of the divine realm, where there was almost no such thing. However, Yun Tianlei and the others understood why the eldest prince had done so. It was because the eldest prince was a concubine's son. Logically speaking, he had no right to inherit the throne. However, because he was the first child of Celestial King Golden Bull, there were still many celestial race people who hoped that he could inherit the throne. However, the family of the Queen of Divine King Golden Bull was very powerful. The son of Divine King Golden Bull and the Queen was the second prince. With such a strong mother and his status as the legitimate son, it was natural for him to inherit the throne. However, the eldest prince was ahead of them. If the eldest prince performed well, he would definitely become a thorn in the mother and son's eyes. He would probably be killed long ago. Therefore, the eldest prince did not learn martial arts. He only studied literature. He was only a pseudo-divine level expert now. Naturally, he had lost the ability to compete for the throne. The second prince's performance had left everyone speechless. The second prince was now a high deity and had been trained in the military since he was young. He was someone who had been on the battlefield and had learned how to deal with things from his parents since he was young. It could be said that he was the perfect successor to the throne. Almost all the large clans in the Golden Bull celestial race supported the second prince's succession. However, this led to a situation. The king of the Golden Bull celestial race was still in his prime. He didn't want to abdicate and wouldn't die for a while. Moreover, the second prince was so excellent that he could almost threaten his throne. This made the Golden Bull king very uneasy. Therefore, he thought of another way to check and balance the second prince, which was to favor the third prince. The third prince was also the legitimate son of the king of Golden Bull and the younger brother of the second prince. However, this prince was different from the second prince. The second prince had been smart and eager to learn since he was a child. He had also been trained in the army. In addition, he was strong himself, so he was very highly regarded by people. However, the third prince was different. The third prince had grown up in the palace and was deeply loved by his father. Although he was very smart and eager to learn, he was very proud and did not listen to others. In addition, he had never gone out to gain experience, so he was far from being good at dealing with people. However, there was one thing that the third prince did the best out of all his brothers. He was very good at making his parents happy. Ever since he was young, the third prince knew how to make Divine King Golden Bull and his queen happy. This was even more so now that he had grown up. In front of Divine King Golden Bull and his queen, he was well-behaved and obedient. However, in front of others, he was arrogant, condescending, and lustful. He often hung out with some well-known popinjays of the Golden Bull divine race. Naturally, he did not learn anything good from them. Until now, he was only at the divine level. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the third prince was far inferior to the second prince. However, Divine King Golden Bull just happened to like the third prince. He doted on the third prince and would not allow anyone to say anything bad about him, even the queen. The other 3 children of the king of Golden Bull were still young and born of concubines, so they had no competition for the throne at all. Therefore, the throne would eventually be passed to the second and third prince. The second prince was excellent and supported by everyone, but he was feared by the king. The third prince was liked by the king and queen, and some aristocrats who wanted to take the opportunity to strengthen their families also supported him. However, frontline generals like Yun Tianlei knew very well that the third prince's strength and ability were far inferior to the second prince's. Therefore, they didn't like the third prince very much. What Yun Tianlei didn't know was that the third prince had been sent to the front line to command the army because of Yuan Master Golden Bull. He had only one purpose in doing so, which was to let the third prince gain military merits so that he could prepare to inherit the throne in the future. In fact, in addition to the imperial edict, Master Yuan had also sent Yun Tianlei a private letter, asking the third prince to hand it to him. In the letter, Master Yuan had made it clear to Yun Tianlei that the reason why the third prince was appointed as the commander-in-chief was not to reduce Yun Tianlei's power, but to make him gain military merits. Therefore, the real commander-in-chief was Yun Tianlei, and he also asked Yun Tianlei to help the third prince. Master Yuan had also told the third prince about the contents of the letter and asked him to listen to Yun Tianlei's arrangements when he arrived at the front line. However, this Master Yuanqi really did not understand the third prince at all. The third prince was a very headstrong person. When he heard the marshal's arrangement, he faintly looked down on him. At that time, he was very unhappy, but he pretended to be very obedient. In his heart, he did not take this matter seriously. In addition, Yun Tianlei was an upright man. He gave the third prince a hard time as soon as he saw him. The third prince naturally would not show Yun Tianlei the letter. Instead, he used an imperial edict to remove Yun Tianlei from command. In his opinion, he had also learned the art of war since he was young. How could he not be able to deal with a small continent like the Ark? What? You said that Yun Tianlei couldn't even be dealt with. That was because Yun Tianlei was getting older. The older a timid person was, the more useless he would be. Of course, Yun Tianlei didn't know the details, but the imperial edict and the token were real, which was why Yun Tianlei was in a dilemma. Seeing Yun Tianlei standing there for a long time without saying anything, Yun Ying couldn't help but say, "General, why would Master Yuan give such an order? Don't you think it's too strange?" Yun Tianlei frowned and said, "I also think that something is strange. Master Yuan should have sent me a private letter after the imperial edict, but this time he didn't. I also feel that it is strange." All the generals in the hall were frowning. They also felt that this matter was a little strange. Yun Ying looked at Yun Tianlei's expression and his eyes flickered as he said, "General, do you think there's a change in the capital?" Hearing Yun Ying's words, Yun Tianlei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then his face changed and he said, "What do you mean?" Yun Ying said in a deep voice, "There might be some changes on the marshal's side. In the past few years, our Golden Bull celestial race has been expanding everywhere, and most of it was directed by Master Yuan. He has contributed the most. Now, many people on the Golden Bull continent only know of Master Yuan and not the king, so I'm worried." Yun Tianlei's face darkened, and he immediately shouted, "Fei come in." Fei who was guarding the door, answered and walked in. Yun Tianlei looked at Fei and said, "I'll write a letter right away. You have to think of a way to send this letter to Master Yuan's residence as quickly as possible. Master Yuan has grown up. Remember, you have to be fast." After saying that, Yun Tianlei picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Master Yuan. He put the letter in a small bamboo tube and gave it to Fei. Fei took the letter, bowed to Yun Tianlei, and left. Yun Tianlei turned to Yun Ying and the others and said, "No matter what happens in the capital, you should return to your troops and be prepared. Remember, if the third prince wants you to be cannon fodder, you better be smart." Yun Ying and the others were not stupid. They immediately understood what Yun Tianlei meant. They were all direct descendants of Yuan Master. If something really happened in the capital, the general would be controlled by someone else, and the enemy would not let them go. They would definitely cut off Yuan Master's wings, and they would be the targets. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of them. Each of them had been in their own army for many years. No one could compare to them in terms of control over the army. If they were removed from their positions, it might cause a mutiny. Therefore, the best way to deal with them was to use them as cannon fodder and let them deal with Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai would kill them all. Then they wouldn't be a threat to him. Yun Ying and the others all answered. They stood up, bowed to Yun Tianlei, and turned to leave. Yun Tianlei stood up and walked to the door of the hall. He looked at the sword chariot that was suspended in the air not far away, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The third prince had never thought that his unintentional action would cause Yun Tianlei and the others to think of so many things. He had never thought that this incident was just a fuse. What happened after that was completely beyond his imagination. Right now, the third prince was throwing a tantrum in the sword carriage. He felt that he had been humiliated. The maidservants who followed him all stood there with their heads lowered, not daring to move. They knew the third prince's temper all too well. If they dared to move at this time, they would be in big trouble. After cursing for a long time in the sword carriage and smashing a few things, the third prince's anger finally calmed down a little. He turned his eyes to the maids again. He grabbed one of the maids and tore her clothes apart. After Fei took Yun Tianlei's letter, he immediately left the Protos camp and flew straight to the divinity. When he was completely out of the Protos camp, Fei suddenly slowed down. He took out the bamboo tube with the letter and opened it without any hesitation. He took out the letter and read it carefully. After reading the letter, Hiko's eyes flashed. Then his body moved and he flew forward. However, this time, he was not flying in the direction of the God world, but the other side of the cult of light. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation at the Protos camp since the arrival of the third prince. Although he didn't know what Yun Tianlei and the others were talking about, he had seen Fei's movements. However, he couldn't understand what Fei was doing. Zhao Hai knew clearly that Hiko was just a messenger, but this messenger had read the letter and seemed to have changed his direction. Zhao Hai saw that Fei first went to the winged horse races camp, then to the barbarian races camp, and finally to the divine world. This made Zhao Hai smell an unusual aura. Laura and the others also saw Fei's movements. When Fei finally went to the divinity, Laura looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Big brother Hai, why do I feel like something is wrong? There seems to be an internal problem with the gods' race." Zhao Hai smiled. "Do you remember what I said? The barbarians and winged horse Fang's hatred for the gods is definitely much greater than ours. I used to think that the giants would be very loyal to the gods, but now it seems that's not the case. It seems that the races conquered by the gods are not willing to become their slaves." Laura was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled. "We'll do as she says. But from now on, we'll have to go easy on the winged horse and barbarian race. As long as they don't go too far, we'll let them have their way. I don't think the third prince is someone we can talk to," said Becky with a smile. "Maybe he'll make a move on us in the next 2 days. Hai, we should get ready." "Yes, it's time to prepare. Let's start." Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay," Becky replied and went to investigate with Meljan. Laura looked at the two of them and turned to Zhao Hai with a smile. "Now that the people from the Ark continent have entered the realm, I'm free. The two of them are even busier." Zhao Hai smiled and gently hugged Laura and Ryan. He smiled and said, "It's been hard on you guys. You should take a good rest. Don't forget that we still have to catch those goblins." Laura nodded her head, but Ryan did not say anything. He only listened to Zhao Hai's suspicions. To her, as long as she could snuggle in Zhao Hai's arms, she was already very satisfied. At this time, Kai flew to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, Brother Wares wants to invite you for a drink. Are you going? He's been calling you a few times these past few days." When Zhao Hai heard this, he could not help but laugh. "Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? Big brother is treating me to a drink. How can I not go? Let's go. Big brother will go." Even Becky and Meljan, who were studying how to deal with the Protoss, came over. Soon, Zhao Hai appeared on the plains in the space of the Ark. Wares was pacing back and forth outside his tent, waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Wares couldn't help but laugh. "Good fellow, you're finally here. Where have you been these past few days? I've been waiting for you." Zhao Hai laughed out loud. "Big brother, you know that I'm very busy right now. Fortunately, I'm finally done with my work." "Oh right, I'll show you some good things in a while." Wares was puzzled. "Good stuff. What good stuff?" "You'll know when the time comes. I'm not going to tell you now," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Wares didn't mind. He laughed and said, "Fine, it's fine if you don't want to say it. Come, you have to have a good drink with me today. Come, quickly roast the beef." Even without him saying anything, the Herculean bull's men had already run over. These guys were very familiar with Zhao Hai, and all of them came over with cheeky smiles. Zhao Hai's face darkened when he saw them. "What are you doing? Why are you all leaning over here? Stay away from me." One of the men from the Herculean Divine Ox tribe was not scared off by Zhao Hai. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and laughed. "My prince, you've worked hard. I'm asking my wife to make you the milk skin you like to call." Zhao Hai looked at the man and laughed. "Get lost. When did I say I like to eat milk skins? Besides, your wife's milk skins don't taste good either." The man did not mind and continued to follow Zhao Hai with a smile. Zhao Hai scolded them with a smile and gave each of them a few milk bottles before sending them away. Wares chuckled as he watched from the side. Once they left, Wares chuckled. "These guys treat you better than they treat me. When they saw you, they brought out delicious food. I don't even have such treatment. Of course my popularity is higher than yours." Zhao Hai laughed out loud. Wares laughed. "You're so full of yourself. Come, have a good drink with me today. I see that your alcohol tolerance has deteriorated. The God Clan and Demon Clan have been causing trouble for me recently. You can't even drink well. You think I'm afraid of you. Let's go." Zhao Hai laughed. The two of them entered the tent, but they didn't see Yale anywhere. Zhao Hai looked at Wales in confusion and asked, "Big brother, where is Mr. Yale?" Wares smiled and said, "He's in seclusion. He said that he had an epiphany and wants to invent a new beast card. Don't worry about him. We're living a good life now. The orcs don't fight anymore. The grasslands here are so good, and the grass grows so fast that the sheep can't even finish eating. Also, there are merchants in the grasslands every day. Human goods aren't expensive here. We can even buy some elf and dwarf goods. We're living a good life." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "As long as you guys are happy, that means I didn't do anything wrong. Big brother, I'll open a shop here in the future. If you have anything you want to sell, just bring it to the shop. If there's anything you really want to buy, you can also go to the shop and let me know. I promise to get it done for you." Ware's eyes lit up. "That's great." Although there are many merchant teams on the grasslands, it's still quite difficult to buy some good things. At this time, someone poured milk wine for the two of them. Of course, it was the kind of milk wine that had not been purified. Now the orcs drank this kind of milk wine as if it was tea. When they were drinking, they would drink the purified milk wine. Zhao Hai took a sip of milk wine and let out a long sigh. "I can rest assured now that you've entered the dimensional space." The god race and the demon race have increased their armies again. The third prince of the god race has come here personally. The demon race and the great demon king have also arrived. I'm afraid that I'll have to deal with them after a while. I won't have the time to come here and drink." Wares put down his wine glass and looked at Zhao Hai. "Brother, you've worked hard." Zhao Hai smiled. "There's no trouble at all. I don't like those guys from the god race. That's why I want to teach them a lesson." Wares smiled but didn't say anything. Wares knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't have to worry about anything once they entered the medium. However, Zhao Hai would be the only one fighting the god clan and demon clan. The reason why all the major clans on the continent were so active in sending their troops was that their lives were in danger. If they did not fight back, they would be killed by the God Clan. However, things were different now. Now that they had entered the space, the God Clan and Demon Clan could no longer threaten them. It was almost impossible for them to send out their troops to deal with the God Clan and Demon Clan like before. What Weyers didn't know was that he was thinking this way because they hadn't been in the realm for long. If they had been in the realm for a long time, they wouldn't have hesitated even if Zhao Hai asked them to die, let alone send troops. Zhao Hai didn't want to explain further. He didn't want to change the realm's ability, and he couldn't change it. It was a program that came with the realm, and he couldn't change it even if he wanted to. However, to be honest, Zhao Hai liked the program. This way, he didn't have to worry about not having loyal subordinates. Not long after, the lamb and barbaric bulls were ready. Not only Weyers, but the entire Herculean bull tribe had also joined the gathering. The entire tribe had drunk too much. After drinking, Zhao Hai went back to the Dimension Villa and took a good rest. Then he went downstairs and turned on the screen. This time he didn't look at the god race and demon race. Instead, he looked at the Ark. The people living in the Ark were doing well. After the big families on the continent carried out a simple peace and order, they began to make the continent operate quickly. Zhao Hai was very happy with this situation. This was also the reason why he had spent so much money to make the space of the Ark similar to the Ark continent. If he did not make the space of the Ark similar to the Ark continent, the people on the Ark continent would need a long time to get used to it, and that would only make Zhao Hai more worried. It was better to spend more money and get things done in one go. A few major empires had been established in the Ark space, and the business on the continent had completely recovered. It was even better than before because the sea race, dwarves, elves, and orcs had all joined this time. Everyone had fair trade, and no one would discriminate against other races. They had experienced a lot of things during this period of time, especially when the God Clan and Demon Clan had attacked the border. The other races and humans had united to fight against the God Clan and Demon Clan. This had changed everyone's opinion of the other races. Furthermore, they were now in the Ark space and not on the original Ark continent. Zhao Hai treated the other races as equally as he treated the humans. If anyone looked down on the other races, Zhao Hai would not let them go. Because of this, the people on the continent were all very happy. Their attitude towards the alien races had changed. Seeing that everything was back to normal in the Ark, Zhao Hai was relieved. He turned the screen back to the Protos. He was now even more curious about the Protos. He wanted to see what other changes would happen there. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai turned the camera to the Protos, he saw Yun Tianlei and the others walking toward the Imperial Palace of the Cult of Light. Zhao Hai knew very well that the third prince had moved into the Imperial Palace as soon as he arrived on the Ark continent. The Imperial Palace had become his room. After Yun Tianlei and the others entered the Imperial Palace of the Church of Light, Zhao Hai could no longer see what was going on inside. He then turned the screen to the icy plain in the extreme north. He wanted to see how the underworld was progressing. Sure enough, the poisonous fog that appeared in the northern ice field had already occupied 1/3 of the orc grassland. There were a large number of undead creatures in the fog. Zhao Hai couldn't see any further than the northern ice field due to the density of the poisonous fog. However, there were many low-level undead creatures in the periphery of the poisonous fog. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He would capture some undead creatures from time to time and put them into his origin space. He wanted to see if he could attract the underworld's experts here. If he did, he would like to see how powerful those experts were. After capturing the undead creatures in the underworld for a while, Zhao Hai received a notification from Kai that the God race had made their move. As soon as Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately switched the scene to where the God race was. When they turned around, Zhao Hai also said loudly, "Lies, Meljin, come down quickly. It's your turn to do your work." "Yes, sir." Lies and Meljin responded and ran down the stairs. They had been discussing how to deal with the Protos just now, but they immediately perked up after hearing Zhao Hai's words. When the two of them went downstairs, Zhao Hai switched the screen to the Protos. When Yun Tianlei and the others left the Imperial Palace of the Church of Light, they did not look too good. After they returned, the Protos generals began to organize their troops. It seemed that they were ready to attack the Ark continent. When she saw this, she chuckled and said, "It's indeed his first time on the battlefield. He didn't give the reinforcements any time to rest. They only rested for one night and are about to leave. What an impatient person. The rest is up to you two. I really want to see how happy that kid is." Zhao Hai smiled. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, both of them laughed. Their plan was to still send out troops to harass the God race, but with a lower intensity so that the God race could retreat smoothly and lead them to the Ark continent. After 2 days, when it was impossible for them to return to defend the Church of Light in a short time, they would launch a surprise attack on the Church of Light and take back some gnomes and magic cannons. At the same time, they would force the God race to retreat. If the Celestials did not retreat, they would use the almost completed Mount Akrea defense line to resist the Celestials' attack. Zhao Hai believed that the Nephilims would also hear the news and would not fall behind the Celestials. They would also send troops to deal with them. They would use Mount Akrea as a defense line to stop the Celestials and Nephilims' attack. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the Celestials and Nephilims would sincerely cooperate and annex the Ark continent. Zhao Hai believed that it was impossible for the god race and demon race to work together. When the time came, the god race and demon race would definitely fight. Zhao Hai planned to capture more undead creatures from the underworld and bring them into his realm. When the experts from the underworld arrived, he would retreat from the Akara mountain defense line. Then the underworld, the god race, and the demon race would start a fierce battle on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai would wait on the sidelines. He had to defeat all three sides so that he could send out his troops to take advantage of them. Just as Zhao Hai and the others had expected, the Protoss had immediately sent out their troops after regrouping. However, they were not very fast. Zhao Hai also noticed that this time, the third prince's reinforcements were the vanguard, while Yun Tianlei and the others were the rear. When she saw this, her eyes brightened. She smiled and said, "That's great. Their arrangement is exactly what I want. When they come out of the territory of the Church of Light, we'll send out the harassment troops. However, we can't beat them too hard. We have to give them the impression that they can't withstand a single blow." Meljan smiled slightly. "It's the third prince's first time on the battlefield. We have to give him face no matter what. It won't be good if he gets a fear of war." Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. If this woman became afraid, she would be much scarier than men. The third prince had met both of them. It would be difficult for him not to have war phobia in the future. Zhao Hai took a look. The barbarians and winged horses that the third prince had brought along this time were all following the third prince's actions, and they were acting as the left and right wings. This time, the people who came were the elites of the two races. The heavy armored cavalrymen of the barbarians were all level 9 and could fly in the sky. The winged horses were also cavalrymen of the divine level, who could fly faster and more flexibly. They could also set up a domain. They were definitely terrifying existences. Zhao Hai turned to look at Lies and Meljan. The barbarian race and the winged horse race have really sent out their elites this time. You can send some people to test it out later and see if they are really serious about the attack or not. If they are really not putting in any effort, then we will also go easy on them. Don't really start a fire between these two races. It won't do us any good. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if they really attack us, it's useless. Don't look at how fast the winged horse race is. They still can't catch up with our undead cavalrymen. We'll deal with them for fun first. When the real battle begins, we'll attack the Protoss more and let them go. This way, we can send them a friendly message and show the Protoss that we're good. We have to make the Protoss suspicious of them. If they want to get out of the God clan's control, they will have to take action. We have to force them to take action." Zhao Hai smiled slightly. He felt that he had said too much. How could it be possible for Li Jai and Meljan to let go of this matter and not use it? That would be too unlike them. At this moment, Laura and the others also came out. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and say, "Let's go outside. Meg, prepare some tea and snacks. We'll eat while watching the Protoss performance." The girls followed Zhao Hai outside with a smile on their faces. Meanwhile, Meg led Kai to prepare some tea and snacks. The tea leaves were really good. Zhao Hai couldn't find any good tea on the continent, but he found them in the elf forest. After a good time, they tasted very good, which was Zhao Hai's favorite. Therefore, he rarely drank kia now. He usually drank tea. The third prince sat in the sword carriage excitedly. He looked at the army outside through the crystal on the sword carriage. This was the first time he had led an army out to fight, so he was extremely excited. However, when he thought of what Yun Tianlei and the others had done in the meeting this morning, his face darkened again. He snorted coldly and said, "Old man, I don't believe that the people on the Ark continent are as powerful as you say. HMPH, don't let me see that Zhao Hai again. Otherwise, I'll show him how powerful we are." The 10 maidservants were standing behind the third prince. However, one of them was injured on her face and hands, which were exposed outside her clothes. As a level 9 talent, she should be able to recover from such a small injury with a transfer of energy. However, the third prince had a bad habit. He would not allow anyone who was injured by him to be treated. If that person was treated, he would beat him even more viciously, so the maid did not dare to treat the injury at all. She could only stand there and endure it. Although the third prince had never been on the battlefield, he had systematically learned how to fight. In order to give him a certain understanding of the battlefield, the old king had arranged for him to exterminate bandits several times. The bandits here referred to some gnomes on the Golden Bull continent. Although the Protoss had exterminated the gnomes long ago, there were still some gnomes who had hidden in remote places and lived a difficult life. The third prince had exterminated these bandits. The goblins could not even eat, so how could they have fought before? Instead of killing bandits, it was better to say that they were leading the soldiers to capture slaves. How could they gain combat experience? However, the third prince was not unfamiliar with the way the army moved, so there were no accidents when the army set out. The army was very neat, and the church had some elites. The army slowly left the territory of the kingdom of the Church of Light. The third prince had learned from Yun Tianlei that the last time they left the kingdom of the Church of Light, They were harassed and attacked by the people from the Ark continent not long after they left the kingdom of the Church of Light. They were attacked by javelins with blood thunder beads, which were very powerful. Although the third prince didn't think much of it, he still became cautious. As soon as they left the territory of the kingdom of the Church of Light, the third prince ordered everyone to be on guard, especially the heavy-armored cavalrymen of the barbarian race on both wings and the light-armored cavalry of the winged horse race. Yun Tianlei was also sitting in the rear of the army. He looked at the third prince's army for a long time before he sighed and said, "Fei-er, what do you think the third prince's reaction will be when he's attacked?" Hearing no answer for a long time, Yun Tianlei turned around and saw another member of the Thunder clan, not Fei-er. Then he remembered that Fei-er had been sent out to deliver a letter. Yun Tianlei took a look at Lei Fangren, sighed again, and stopped talking. After the third prince ordered the army to be on guard, he looked around nervously and excitedly. He really wanted to see what the attack from the Ark continent would be like. The people from the Ark continent did not disappoint him. Soon a group of cavalrymen appeared in the sky. These cavalrymen did not attack the barbarian heavy-armored cavalryman and the Pegasus light cavalryman on his flanks. Instead, they turned around and headed straight for the center of the army. The third prince's face was flushed, and he looked at the cavalrymen with rapid breathing. Soon, the cavalrymen arrived at the periphery of their main force and threw javelins at them. The third prince became even more nervous. He stared at the landing points of the javelins, wanting to see how powerful they were. The javelin quickly fell, followed by a loud explosion. A cloud of dust rose at the place where it was attacked. When the dust settled, the third prince looked at the place where he was attacked, dumbfounded. The Protoss who had been attacked were all standing there with normal expressions. They had strange expressions on their faces. They weren't even injured, let alone vaporized. There was only a little dust on their armor, which made them look a little dirty. Weak, so weak, the explosion just now was very powerful, but the power was really dumbfounded. It was like thunder that had been rumbling for a long time. It looked aggressive, but in the end, not a single drop of rain fell. The third prince looked at the god race's foot soldiers in a daze. He was dumbfounded and could not speak for a long time. Ha 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 ha. The third prince suddenly burst into laughter. He had no reason not to laugh. This matter was too funny. Is this the blood thunder bead that Yun Tianlei and the others talked about? Ha ha ha, I told you he's a piece of trash, but he was defeated by such an attack. I'm scared he's a piece of trash. The third prince was very pleased with himself. He had never thought that the attack from the Ark continent would be so weak. It was beyond his imagination. To him, it would be a piece of cake to destroy such an opponent. Yun Tianlei, who was walking at the back of the group, also noticed the situation. He was also stunned. Although the explosion just now was very similar to the explosion of the blood thunder bead, Yun Tianlei was very clear that it was not the explosion of the blood thunder bead. The power of the explosion was hundreds of times weaker than that of the blood thunder bead. Yun Tianlei's expression changed when he saw that. So weak, this didn't make sense. What was Zhao Hai trying to do? Were they trying to lure the enemy in? It's very possible. I have to remind your highness to be careful. After saying that, Yun Tianlei waved his hand and took in a messenger. He said to the messenger, "Go to the third prince and tell him that the attack from the Ark continent is not that weak. They must be up to something. Please be careful." The man nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, the Ark came for the second time. It was still the same javelins. It was still a big attack, but nothing had changed. At this moment, the messenger also arrived in front of the sword carriage. He bowed to the cavalry guards around the sword carriage and said, "General Yun Tianlei has ordered me to see the third prince. He has something to discuss with me." The cavalryman looked at the messenger with disdain and said coldly, "Just wait." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the sword-drawn carriage. At this moment, one of the cavalrymen beside the messenger whispered to the person beside him, "Did you see that? These guys were defeated by an attack like this from the Ark continent." Ha ha ha, what a joke. The two of them laughed out loud. Although their voices weren't loud, it was enough for the messenger to hear. When the messenger heard what the two of them said, he couldn't help but look at the two of them coldly. After a while, the cavalryman who had gone to deliver the letter returned. He glanced at the messenger and said, "The third prince is very busy and doesn't have time to see you. If you have any message, please leave it. If not, please go back." The messenger didn't expect this to happen, but he suppressed his anger and said, "General Yun Tianlei asked me to pass a message to the third prince. The attacks of the people from the Ark continent are not that weak. They must be up to something. Please be careful, third prince." The cavalryman nodded his head casually and said, "I know. You can go back now." When the messenger saw the cavalryman's appearance, he could not help but clench his teeth and leave. The messenger was very familiar with these cavalrymen. This cavalryman was called the Divine Sword Cavalry Regiment, and it was a cavalry regiment that was specially used by the Golden Bull Continent's royal family. These cavalrymen were indeed the most elite soldiers on the Golden Bull Continent, and each of them had the strength of a high god. It could be said that they were the elite of the elite. Moreover, their combat strength was also the highest on the Golden Bull Continent. However, that was in the past. In the past, this cavalry regiment had fought with the powerful soldiers of the other continents, and their strength was really powerful. However, in these years, the Golden Bull continent had not had a war with the other continents. Even if there was a war, it was just like conquering the barbarian race or the winged horse race. The local armies were enough to deal with it, and they did not need to send out their troops at all. Some of the veterans in this army had already retired, while the current soldiers were all new soldiers. These new soldiers had almost never been on the battlefield. The reason why they could become high-level deities was entirely due to their cultivation. Although this kind of army was very powerful, it was really hard to say how much their true combat power was. The messenger returned to Yun Tianlei's side, bowed to him, and said, "General, the third prince is busy and doesn't have time to see me. I have already left a message." Yun Tianlei understood what the third prince meant when he heard the messenger's words. Yun Tianlei's face darkened. He knew very well that the third prince would not listen to him. Yun Tianlei sighed. Although he really wanted to do something, his mind told him that it was best not to do anything at this moment. The third prince had removed him from command. In fact, he had no right to command other than his own direct troops. The rear army was not under his command either. It was a person appointed by the third prince, who was not on the same side as Yun Tianlei. Yun Tianlei knew that if he dared to order the rear troops to do anything, the third prince would not let him go. This was also what Yun Tianlei found strange. He did not understand why the third prince would target him as soon as he arrived. He remembered that the marshal and the third prince used to have a good relationship. How did it become like this? He might never be able to figure out the real reason. At this moment, Zhao Hai was watching the undead creature's performance in the origin space. He watched them throw javelins at the Protoss army again and again. Then there would be a series of explosions and dust flying. After that, the Protoss army would be covered in dust, but they wouldn't suffer any damage. Zhao Hai knew all too well what the javelins were. They were not blood thunder beads, but stone bullets from the elves. The elves' stone shells were also explosive, and they were quite powerful. They were enough to deal with some of the former local armies of the Ark continent. However, one should not forget that some of the local armies of the Ark continent were only around level 3 to 4. Weapons that could kill such an army would be useless against the divine-level experts of the Protoss. Zhao Hai had asked the elves to make these stone shells to attract the third prince. He did not expect them to be so effective. Zhao Hai laughed when he saw the Protoss army advancing without a care in the world. "Great, that's great. The plan was a success. I'd like to see the third prince's expression when he's faced with our real attack." Sitting next to Zhao Hai, Li Jai also laughed and said, "This third prince is really interesting. Just now, Yun Tianlei sent someone to save him, but he didn't even meet him. It really surprised me." "Isn't that better?" Zhao Hai said with a smile. "By the way, Li Jai, do you think Yun Tianlei can guess our plan?" "No, I won't," she replied with a smile. Hearing that, Zhao Hai looked at her with confusion and said, "Why?" Without waiting for her to speak, Meljan continued, "That's because Yun Tianlei is a proud man. He also looks down on the people of the Ark continent. Although Yun Tianlei saw our attack this time and warned the third prince, he will not think that we will attack their lair. He will only think that we are trying to lure them in. The pride of the Protoss cannot be changed in a short time." Zhao Hai nodded. No matter what methods the Protoss used this time, he was determined to take down the Church of Light for the sake of those magic cannons and those land spirits. The attacks on the screen continued, but to Zhao Hai and the others, these attacks were just a joke. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Now they were paying attention to another place. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the people there were doing. Zhao Hai wanted to see the Infernals. Now that the Celestials were attacking, the Infernals would definitely make a move. Zhao Hai wanted to see when the Infernals would make a move and what they would do to deal with it. In order to allow the third prince to advance without worry, Zhao Hai did not use the blood mosquitoes against him this time. During this period of time, even though Zhao Hai had been thinking about emptying the space, he did not stay idle. Every time the blood mosquitoes could be released, he would release them. After storing them for so long, the number of blood mosquitoes had become extremely shocking. If he released them, it would definitely become a huge mosquito disaster, preventing the celestial race and demon race from suffering the same fate. Laura and the others were really free now, but she had found something to do. She was analyzing the all-purpose machine. This all-purpose machine could make anything. Some of them were already on the machine, and some needed to be designed by you. However, what Laura wanted to analyze wasn't the ability of the all-purpose machine, but the cost. The things produced by the universal manufacturing machine also cost a lot of money. Some things could be produced by the Ark continent itself, but if the universal manufacturing machine and the Ark continent could produce things at the same time, there would be a problem of high and low cost. What Laura wanted to do now was to figure out which things would be cheaper to make with the all-purpose manufacturing mechanism, and which ones would cost more than the Ark continent. It was very useful for them to calculate these things. Gold coins were very useful to the realm. With gold coins, they could buy a lot of things. Whether it was making potions or changing the space, everything depended on gold coins. so Laura wanted to see how she could save more gold coins for the realm. She was also using the space to do business with the people in the Ark. For example, things that were very valuable in the realm but were cheap to make in the Ark continent could be custom made by the people there and bought in the realm. Things that were expensive or couldn't be made in the Ark continent could be made in the Universal Machine at a low cost. They could use the Universal Machine to make them and sell them to the Ark continent. This was definitely a unique business. When Zhao Hai first heard that Laura was going to do this, he wanted her to stop doing it. However, it was useless. Anyway, the things produced in his boundless space were very valuable. He didn't need to do any analysis and his wealth could still slowly increase. However, since Laura insisted on doing it, Zhao Hai did not say anything else. He knew that Laura just wanted to find something to do. She did not want to stay idle. Bari and Ryan had been with Laura for the past few days. Since they were not interested in war, Zhao Hai did not call them and let them do whatever they wanted. The first day had passed, but the god race was still moving forward. They had already passed 3 cities in a row, which was almost the same distance as the last time when Yun Tianlei was leading the army. Zhao Hai didn't launch a large-scale attack on the god race's army. He was just waiting. This time, Zhao Hai only had 2 targets. One was the god race's main camp in the Church of Light, and the other was the demon race. The next day, the demons made their move. Under the leadership of the Demon King, the demons sent out an army of 40 million soldiers and headed straight for the Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked at the demons' large and powerful army. The lifeless army that caught Zhao Hai's attention the most was among them. This time, the demon army is clearly well prepared. They have a lot of archers and strong armor. Moreover, we've released a large number of fast demon scouts outside our army. Zhao Hai noticed that both the god race and the demon race did not have many cavalrymen. Most of the demon race had wings and could fly, so they did not need cavalrymen. On the other hand, the demon race was powerful. The weakest among them was a 9th-rank expert, and they could fly, so they did not have cavalrymen. However, Zhao Hai believed that it was not because the 2 races did not want cavalrymen, but because they did not have a suitable mount. The demonic beasts in the god race were very powerful, but it was also because of this that ordinary people could not tame them. Therefore, it was not easy for them to form a cavalry team. The situation in the demon race should be similar. The situation of the barbarian race and the winged horse race was a little special. Both of them were cavalrymen, and even the elites that were sent out were cavalrymen. The winged horse race's cavalrymen were flying horses, which had wings and could fly. It was not strange for them to be used as mounts for cavalrymen. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was the barbarian race. The mounts of the barbarian soldiers were rhinoceros-like magic beasts. Although these magic beasts were high-level magic beasts, it was obvious that it wasn't easy for them to fly. However, the fact that each of the elite barbarian cavalrymen had a 9th-grade rhinoceros-like magic beast surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to create so many 9th-grade magical beasts because of the spatial space. How did the barbarians get so many 9th-grade magical beasts of the same species? This made Zhao Hai very confused. Later, he called Man Ding over and asked him. It turned out that the leveling up of the barbarians was somewhat similar to that of the King Kong apes. If the King Kong apes wanted to level up, they had to level up both humans and magical beasts. It was very difficult to level up a person alone, and the same was true for the barbarians. If a barbarian wanted to level up, he had to level up with his mount. If he wanted to level up alone, it would be very difficult and almost impossible. Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. He called Zhan Fei over and asked him about the Pegasi. By right, the Protos had already conquered the winged horse race, so they should be able to use the Pegasi as their mounts. However, the Protos still had very few cavalrymen, which confused Zhao Hai. After asking Zhan Fei, Zhao Hai found out that not everyone could use the Pegasi as a mount. Only those with the bloodline of the winged horse race could use the Pegasi as a mount. No one else could, not even the powerful Protos. Even if you used a weapon to defeat the flying horse, it would not become your mount. Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but exclaim at the god race of creation. It was amazing that they could create such a creature. Fortunately, he had his interspace. The flying horses he raised in his interspace did not have this problem. No matter who Zhao Hai gave the flying horse to, the flying horse could become his mount. This was the most convenient part of the interspace. Although the demons did not have cavalrymen, most of them had wings, so they were very familiar with flying. The scouts sent by the great demon king this time were the best among them, and they were very fast. Zhao Hai looked at the demonic army and sighed. To be honest, he couldn't hate the demonic army. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the demonic army's invasion of the Ark continent was understandable. Since the demonic army had invaded the Ark continent, they hadn't done anything too outrageous, so Zhao Hai didn't really hate them. He did not hate them, but that did not mean that he would allow the demons to do as they pleased on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai only understood how the demons felt. They wanted a better life, but Zhao Hai was not a saint. If you wanted a better life, you would come to my house. If you wanted to hug my house, there was no way you could do it. Your leg would be broken. Zhao Hai turned to look at Li Jai. Li Jai, let's delay the Protos for 2 days. We'll deal with the Nephilims first. I want to talk to the Demon King first. Talk about what? She asked, frowning. Big Brother Hai, don't you think that you can persuade the demons to retreat? Zhao Hai shook his head. I'm not that naive. However, the situation has changed. The Nephilims still don't know about the connection between the underworld and the Ark continent. I want to try and tell them about this and see if they will retreat. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and nodded. All right, you can try. But Big Brother Hai, I advise you not to have too much hope. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. After saying that, Zhao Hai left the medium in a flash. This time, he didn't bring Barry or Su Wanying. He was alone. The Nephilim army was moving forward, and their scouts were carefully scouting the way ahead. These scouts were brought by the Demon King, and they were the best of the best. They were very fast, and they were not like the Celestials, who thought that the people on the Ark continent were useless. No matter what kind of enemy the Nephilims faced, they would go all out. A scout who was moving forward suddenly noticed a black dot in front of him. He was often stunned, but he quickly rushed over. Soon he saw the black dot. It was a man wearing a black magic robe, and under his feet was a blood-red greatsword. The demon scout watched this person with a dumbfounded look. When that person drew closer, the demon scout immediately recognized that this person in front of him was Zhao Hai, the biggest enemy of demons. The Asmodean was shocked and turned to run. At this moment, Zhao Hai said, "My demon friend, please wait. I'm Zhao Hai. I would like you to pass a message to the Demon King. Tell him that I, Zhao Hai, want to talk to him." Zhao Hai looked at the demon in front of him. This demon was different from the demon race. This demon had a human face, but his body was like a vulture. He had a thin and hairless neck, with only a circle of long hair growing at the base of his neck, which looked like a scarf. Its body was covered in greenish-black feathers that glowed with a metallic luster. It had a bald tail and 2 claws that looked like iron claws. When it spread its wings, it was more than 10 meters long, like 2 huge blades. The demon race man looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. Zhao Hai looked back at them calmly. He smiled at the man and said, "Please pass on the message." The demon race man looked at Zhao Hai carefully, then at the flying sword under Zhao Hai's feet. In the end, he turned around and flew away without a word. Zhao Hai had long thought of the idea of stepping on a flying sword. He had been envious of the swordsmen in China mythology. They stepped on flying swords and traveled proudly between heaven and earth. They were so carefree. That was why he had deliberately changed his cane into a flying sword. The demon scout quickly returned to the main force and went directly to the periphery of the demon war chariot. He rushed to the group of lifeless soldiers guarding the war chariot and said, "Please pass on the message. Devil Vulture Team's 3rd Team Vulture Demon Luo requests an audience with His Majesty, the Great Devil King." That lifeless soldier turned his head and looked at him. This glance caused Vulture Demon Luo to feel a chill down his spine. Then that soldier said, "If you have something to say, say it. Did you find the Ark army?" Vulture Maluo didn't dare to delay. He shook his head and said, "No, but I was stopped by Zhao Hai. He asked me to pass a message to the Demon King. He wants to talk to His Majesty." Upon hearing Vulture Demon Luo's words, that soldier frowned slightly, then nodded and said, "Wait here and don't leave." After saying so, he turned around and flew toward the demon war chariot. The great Demon King was sitting in the chariot, which was still decorated the same way as before. On the table, there were 2 side dishes and a pot of wine as usual. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice, "Your Majesty, the Demon Vulture Race's scout has come to report that he has found Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has asked him to bring you a message. He wants to talk to you." The great Demon King was stunned for a moment. He then stood up and opened the door of the demon war chariot. When he saw the soldiers outside the door, the soldier immediately bowed to the great Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, just now, the 3rd unit of the Demon Vulture scouting team, Jiu Maluo, came to report that he discovered Zhao Hai's tracks. Zhao Hai asked him to bring you a message and wants to talk to you." The great Demon King frowned and said, "You want to talk to me? Interesting, go and call Vulture Demon Luo over. I will personally ask him what is going on." That soldier acknowledged and turned to leave. Not long after, he brought Vulture Mo Luo to the side of the demon war chariot. The moment Vulture Mo Luo saw the great Demon King, he immediately lowered his head and bowed, "Your Majesty." "Are you sure that's Zhao Hai?" The great Demon King nodded. Vulture Maluo nodded. "Your Majesty, I am sure that it is Zhao Hai. However, he did not summon the undead. He is standing on a blood-red sword and flying in the air." This was originally an insignificant detail. However, when the great Demon King heard Vulture Maluo's words, his expression changed drastically. He said to Vulture Maluo in a deep voice, "Did you really see Zhao Hai stepping on a huge sword, and not something else?" Vulture Demon Luo was shocked by the great Demon King's expression. He said to the great Demon King in fear, "Your Majesty." This subject saw it very clearly. It was a blood-red greatsword, and the sword's form was also somewhat different from the greatswords we commonly see. There was even a sword tassel attached to the back of the sword. Upon hearing Vulture Demon Luo's words, the great Demon King's expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "All right, you may leave." "Yes," demonic insect replied, turned around and left. The moment Vulture Maluo left, the great demon king immediately said in a deep voice, "Stop the army and call the devil dragon king over." One of the soldiers immediately responded and went to pass down the order. The great demon king stood in front of the demonic chariot's door and looked at the sky in the distance, mumbling, "Could he be? That's impossible." After a while, the demon dragon king came to the side of the demon war chariot. He bowed to the demon king and said, "Your Majesty, you called for me." The great demon king nodded and said, "Zhao Hai asked someone to send a message. He said that he wants to talk to me. I've already stopped the army. You take command. I'll go and see if I can deal with this Zhao Hai." When the demonic dragon king heard the great demon king's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then her expression changed drastically as she said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Zhao Hai is powerful and cunning. Your Majesty's departure is too dangerous." The great demon king shook his head. "You don't understand." The demon vulture race's scout just reported that he saw Zhao Hai talking to him while standing on a big sword. And that big sword is completely different from the sword on the big sword. Upon hearing the great demon king's words, the demonic dragon king's expression changed. She said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you suspect." The coachman waved his whip, and the elephant-like magical beasts roared and rushed forward with all their might. Soon, they left the main group. Zhao Hai stood on the greatsword that had transformed from the blood-red staff. He felt it for a while and realized that the feeling of fighting on the greatsword was quite good. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and white clouds floated beside him. It was a wonderful feeling. Not long after, a black dot flew over from the distance. The black dot grew bigger and bigger until it finally revealed its true appearance. It was the car that the great demon king was in. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the great demon king did not bring a single person with him. This was out of his expectations. Zhao Hai stood there calmly as he watched the demon war chariot approach. Not long after, the war chariot stopped in front of Zhao Hai. Then the war chariot's door opened, and the great demon king appeared. He looked at Zhao Hai, then at the sword under Zhao Hai's feet. His eyes flashed, and he said to Zhao Hai, "I heard that Mr. Zhao Hai wants to talk to me. I wonder what you want to talk about." Zhao Hai smiled at the great demon king. "This one does indeed have some matters to discuss with your Majesty. This one has a few pieces of news that your Majesty will definitely be interested in." The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "All right, can we invite Sir in to talk?" The great demon king just wanted to try and see if Zhao Hai had the guts to do so. "How can I not comply with your Majesty's invitation?" Zhao Hai smiled. After he finished speaking, he moved and appeared in front of the demonic chariot. He said to the demon king, "Your Majesty, please." The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai with interest and smiled, "Please, sir." After that, he invited Zhao Hai into the demon war chariot. In the tank, Zhao Hai looked at the table in the tank and did not say anything. He followed the demon king to the small table and sat opposite to him. The demon king poured a glass of wine for Zhao Hai and then poured a glass for herself. She then raised her glass and said to Zhao Hai, "Please, sir." "Please, your Majesty." Zhao Hai also raised his cup. After the two of them finished their wine and put down their glasses, the great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Mister, you're truly a wonderful person. You've entered my devil war chariot alone, yet you dare to drink with me without changing your expression. I truly admire you." Zhao Hai smiled. "You're too kind, your Majesty. I don't believe that you would poison the wine. You wouldn't do anything to me at this time." The great demon king was stunned. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh, you're so confident, sir." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I am very confident. I believe your Majesty knows that I am the one holding up the Ark Continent. If anything happens to me, the Ark Continent will be finished. So your Majesty will not deal with me now because I am useful to the demons." The demon king laughed out loud. "You must be joking, sir. Just like you said, I know you're the one holding up the Ark. Isn't that the reason I want to kill you?" Zhao Hai smiled. "That's what most people think, but His Majesty doesn't. Other than me, his greatest enemy is the Celestials. His Majesty doesn't have the confidence to defeat them, so he wants to keep me alive and let me fight with the Celestials until both sides suffer. That way, the Infernals can take advantage of me." Great Demon King smiled and didn't say anything, but it was a silent agreement. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and smiled, however. "I believe that His Majesty will make other plans after hearing the news today." The Great Demon King looked at Zhao Hai, not knowing what kind of shocking words he would say. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and smiled. "I think His Majesty has received a report. The report says that the entire Ark Continent is preparing to move out of the Ark Continent, right?" The Great Demon King's eyes narrowed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This news was released by Sir." Zhao Hai shook his head. "No, His Majesty's men are very well hidden. I only found him recently and learned from him that His Majesty received this information. In other words, the information is true." The Great Demon King raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Hai, signaling him to continue. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and said, "To be honest, your Majesty, the gods and demons are not the only enemies on the Ark Continent. Another enemy has appeared, and this enemy is very powerful. I had no choice but to move the entire Ark Continent away." The Demon King looked at Zhao Hai with a frown. He didn't know if Zhao Hai was telling the truth, but if what he said was true and there was another enemy on the Ark continent, then there was a reason for him to move the people away. But where could he move them to? Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and said in a deep voice, after I defeated the Protoss and the demon race, something happened at the ice plains in the extreme north of the Ark continent. It was a dangerous place, and I was there to find the beast god spear for the orcs. I was very familiar with the ice plains in the extreme north. There were no humans, almost no living creatures, and the temperature was extremely low. It was not suitable for living creatures to live in. I've never paid attention to that place. In my opinion, that place is the safest place, even safer than the sea. The great demon king nodded. He believed Zhao Hai's words. He also knew the situation of the icy plains of the extreme north. In the information collected by the demon race, there was a description of the icy plains of the extreme north. They had even sent people into the icy plains of the extreme north to see if it was suitable to be the base of the blood sky array. However, they were disappointed in the end. It was not suitable, and 2 people had died. Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and said in a low voice, after I found out that something had happened in the ice fields of the extreme north, I immediately went there to investigate. I found out that the place had been shrouded in black fog, and a large number of undead creatures appeared in the black fog. Fortunately, I am a black mage. After I captured an undead creature and turned him into my subordinate, I finally found out the origin of these undead creatures. Zhao Hai paused and looked at the great demon king, who was listening attentively. He then said in a deep voice, these undead creatures are from the underworld. The great demon king's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, His Majesty didn't hear that the undead creatures came from the underworld, so he didn't say that there was a spatial rift in the northern ice field that led to the underworld. The demon king stood up immediately and stomped a few steps in the room. After a while, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, How did the netherworld open that spatial rift? Don't tell me that they also have someone helping them. Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. No one will help. It's a time of war and the entire continent is in a state of tension. Besides, the orcs have 3 powerful battle races guarding the Arctic. It's impossible for anyone to set up a trap there under their watch. I suspect this has something to do with the gods. In order to invade the Ark continent, the gods changed the laws of the world, which may cause damage to the spatial barrier of the Ark continent. Thus that spatial tier in the netherworld might have appeared in this way. The great demon king's expression changed several times. Then she walked to the small table and sat down. She took a sip of wine and muttered, I thought this was an opportunity for us demons. It's a pity that it looks like this place will become another underworld. Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and said, Your Majesty, do you really believe my words? Aren't you afraid that I'll lie to you? The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. With Sir's strength, would you use such a method to deceive me? Besides, this lie won't last long and the truth will be revealed soon, right? Zhao Hai laughed heartily. You're right, Your Majesty. I have no reason to lie to you. It won't be long before you find out that the underworld has come to the Ark continent. You'll be on your own then. The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai for a while before saying, It seems like you really moved everyone from the Ark continent away. Otherwise, why aren't you worried at all? Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and smiled. You are right, Your Majesty. Didn't I tell you that the people of the Ark continent have all moved away, to a very safe place, a better place than the Ark continent? The great demon king smiled and did not ask any further questions. Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and could not help but smile as well. He said in a deep voice, to be honest, I don't hate the demons, because the demons invaded the Ark continent for a better life. This is understandable in your eyes. You are different from the gods. The gods invaded for the sake of invasion, but you are not. The great demon king raised his eyebrows. Zhao Hai continued, speaking of which, there's something that I don't know if Your Majesty is interested in. It happened when I was fighting against the gods' race. The gods' race summoned a person called a high god by the gods' race. However, that person was not the main body, but a projection. The great demon king's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He stared at Zhao Hai nervously. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he thought that there was a chance. Zhao Hai had noticed that when the great demon king was looking at him, he was very interested in the sword beneath his feet. However, that interest was not because of the sword. In the eyes of the great demon king, there were many things hidden. What Zhao Hai was most curious about was the trace of anger hidden in the great demon king's eyes. Who could be angry over a sword? Zhao Hai believed that the great demon king must have known a lot of things, or he hated the owner of the sword. The sword that he had conjured looked exactly like Lu Wei's sword, which meant that the great demon king knew Lu Wei's sword. It was because of this that Zhao Hai had tried to test the waters. He had not expected to succeed. Looking at the great demon king's expression, it was obvious that he was very interested in this matter. Zhao Hai didn't try to hide anything. He turned to the demon king and said, I suffered a small loss at that person's hands, but fortunately I still had some tricks up my sleeve. I defeated that person and even used a secret technique to learn of his origins. The great demon king was getting more and more shocked. When he heard that Zhao Hai knew who that person was, he couldn't sit still anymore. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, "May I have your permission, sir?" Zhao Hai looked at the demon king and said, "Before I tell your majesty, I want to know why your majesty is so interested in that person. In fact, your majesty should know that there is no longer any enmity between the Ark continent and the demon race. In other words, I, Zhao Hai, can go to war with the demon race in the future, or I cannot. I have already given up on the Ark continent, so I have no reason to go to war with the demon race." On the contrary, the gods and demons used a magic array to sacrifice the entire Ark continent in order to come to the Ark continent. The gods and I cannot stand the same sky, so your majesty and I are no longer enemies. Isn't it? The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai for a long time before he nodded and said, "You're right, sir. We demons no longer have any enmity with the Ark continent, and there's no reason for us to go to war. I don't mind telling you, but you have to promise that I'll be interested in what you're suing me for. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Let's hope so. It's not a big deal to tell you today. You may not know much about us demons, but we demon kings have long lifespans. On the contrary, we live much longer than most of the races on the Ark continent. The only race that can compare to us are the elves. Because of this, every demon king has been in power for a long time, and when every demon king ascends to the throne, the demon god will show his divinity to congratulate him." Zhao Hai nodded his head. He knew about this. Kai had told him about it before. At that time, he had asked Kai about it in detail because he was interested in the customs of the devil world. The demon king didn't know what Zhao Hai meant by that nod. He just thought that Zhao Hai understood, so he continued, "Just as I ascended the throne, the devil appeared in a flash. You can't imagine how excited I was at that time because I was about to become a great demon king and receive the blessings of the demon god." Zhao Hai could understand the demon king's feelings. He was like a man who believed in Buddha. When he suddenly became the king of a country and received the blessing of Buddha, he must be very excited. The great demon king continued in a cold voice, "But I didn't expect that the great demon god I saw was like that. In the entire demon world, no one knew that I was actually using a special technique. This special technique is called the Eye of Truth. All shadows or illusions created by magic can't fool my eyes. I have never spoken to anyone about this special technique, so no one knows." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he heard the demon king. He looked at the demon king and said, "Could it be that the demonic beast that Her Majesty saw wasn't what you all thought it was?" The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "Now I believe what you're going to tell me. It must be something I'm interested in." "That's right, just like you said. The demon king I saw was completely different from the demon king in my heart. The demon king in my heart should be like that, but the demon king I saw at that time was not." As he spoke, the demon king pointed at a painting on the wall behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to look at the painting and realized that it was a demon king's portrait. He could not help but nod. The great demon king continued, "Although the demon still looked the same, in my eyes, the demon had changed. He turned into a man wearing a strange robe. His clothes and hair were completely different from the demons, the gods, and the people on the Ark continent. It was a style that I had never seen before. Most importantly, the man was just a shadow attached to a small tower. The magical beast that we've trusted for so many years is actually a fake." At this point, the great demon king had already crushed the wine glass in his hand, showing how excited he was. He then slammed the table and said, "At that time, I was very suspicious of what was going on. However, I didn't disclose it. Instead, I smoothly ascended to the throne and became the great demon king. After that, the shadow of the demon god disappeared. However, I clearly saw that it was just a small tower. It broke through the space and flew away. After I ascended to the throne, I began to look for clues. In the end, I found a clue in the great demon god statue of our demon race." Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king curiously, not knowing what he had found. The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "The great demon god is the supreme treasure of our demon race. It is said that it was the great demon god who gave it to us. However, I found a magic array in the great demon god's image, a magic array that is constantly running." Realization dawned on Zhao Hai. He had been wondering all this while. If the few spaces around the Ark belonged to one big space, which meant that they all belonged to Lu Wei, how was he supposed to collect the power of faith? Could it be that he had collected all of them just by showing off? That's impossible, right? Now he knew that it was all because of that magic array. The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but say to Zhao Hai, "Did teacher think of something?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I have indeed thought of something. I think it's better for me to tell your majesty about the person summoned by the god race. I'm not afraid to tell your majesty that the person's appearance is very similar to the person your majesty described. I also have a portrait of that person here. Your majesty, please take a look." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a piece of paper. Lu Wei's face appeared on the paper. It was a photo made in the space. It looked exactly like Lu Wei, so it couldn't be wrong. When the great demon king saw the photo that Zhao Hai took out, she was stunned. After taking a closer look, her expression changed drastically. Yes, it's this person. This person is impersonating the great demon king. After I became suspicious of him, I checked some records in the upper race because I didn't believe that there was no one in the upper race who had the ability of the Eye of Truth. Finally, I found out that all the people with the ability of the Eye of Truth in the demon race died without knowing why. Some of them had very high positions, and 2 of them were even able to become the great demon king. In the end, they all died without knowing why. So I believe. This person must not have wanted our people to see his true face through the Eye of Truth, so he killed them all. Fortunately, my Eye of Truth is different from ordinary people's eyes of truth, and I have never told anyone about it, so I escaped this calamity. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this person was summoned by the god race. They called him a high god. When he fought me, he used a few weapons. One of them was a sword that looked like the one I just used, but his sword was much smaller. In the end, after I defeated him, I obtained a tower, a very scary-looking demonic tower, but now I have refined the tower and changed it into a different appearance. With that, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and Lil Pagoda appeared. However, Little Fu did not appear. The great demon king looked at small tower carefully and nodded, saying, although there are some changes in the style, it should be the same tower I've seen before. Didn't Sir say that you know its background? Who was he? Why do you want to control us? Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. That person used a few weapons, but they were all broken by me. In the end, he used this small tower to attack me. This small tower is actually a soul spirit attack. I fell for it and was almost killed by this small tower. Fortunately, I later subdued the small tower and used a secret technique to refine the soul spirit attached to the tower. Only then did I know the truth of the matter. Bang bang, the great demon king smashed the small table in front of him into pieces with one palm. His eyes were bloodshot as he panted and said, Teacher, you're not lying to me. In the eyes of that so-called immortal cultivator, are we really just tools to collect power of belief? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Although he didn't say anything, the demon king understood what he meant. Zhao Hai was telling the truth. The great demon king's face turned ashen. For a master of a world like him, he was actually used as a tool for collecting power of belief. This was something he couldn't accept no matter what. The great demon king stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. Sir, since you know so much, do you have a solution? Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, the small table, the wine pot, and the broken glass disappeared. He then took out another small table, a wine pot, 2 wine glasses, and a few dishes. He placed them on the small table and made a gesture to the devil king. When the great demon king saw Zhao Hai's expression, she was slightly stunned. Then she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She sat down and took a sip of wine from her glass. Then she put the glass down and said, Good wine, much better than the wine I've been drinking. Can you tell me now, sir? Zhao Hai smiled. This wine was made in the last 2 years. Hee, if your majesty likes it, I can give you some. The great demon king nodded and didn't say anything. Although he had calmed down a little, it was impossible for him to be as calm as before. He really wanted to know how Zhao Hai was going to deal with the immortal cultivator. Zhao Hai didn't make the demon king wait too long. He took a bite of the beef jerky and said to the demon king, Your Majesty, you should have some understanding of the Ark Continent. The Ark Continent used to be a low-level plane, and there was no god-tier master here because the laws of heaven and earth did not allow it. Once a god-tier master appeared, he would have to ascend to the divine realm. The divine realm is the upper realm of the Ark Continent. Am I right? The great demon king had used many methods to deal with the Ark Continent over the years. Naturally, he had not neglected to collect information. He knew what Zhao Hai had said. This was also the reason why he had decided to conquer the Ark Continent. The Ark Continent was a lower realm than the demon race. It was not a big deal to conquer it. Zhao Hai could tell that the great demon king knew what he was doing with one look. He then said to the great demon king, I found out from the immortal cultivator's soul that to them the Ark Continent, the divine realm, the demon administration, and the underworld that has appeared now are all part of a larger plane. Our places are all small planes within this larger plane, just like a few rooms in a large courtyard. In fact, we are all in the same courtyard, but we are different rooms. NBSB, the great demon king, nodded. When Zhao Hai told him about the immortal cultivator, he had already guessed this, but Zhao Hai had just confirmed it. Zhao Hai continued, in our plane, I think the highest level of achievement is only a high-level deity. It's very difficult to become a sacred deity. Moreover, once you reach the sacred deity level, you may ascend to an even higher plane, which may be the cultivation world. When we reach that world, we'll be in the same plane as that person, and naturally will no longer be his subordinates. However, those of us who have just ascended, our strength is definitely not as high as his, so we can't get there. I still have to suffer his anger. The demon lord fell silent. He knew Zhao Hai was right. Just like the god-tier elites on the Ark Continent, the god-tier powerhouses on the Ark Continent were all pseudo-god-tier elites. They were not true gods. As for the gods, even an ordinary soldier was a god. Under such circumstances, would the people from the Ark continent who ascended to the god realm have a higher status? It was impossible. Zhao Hai had said so much before, but none of it was as shocking as this one sentence. The great demon king stared at Zhao Hai with his eyes wide open. After a while he said, "Teacher, are you telling the truth?" The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Even you, Zhao Hai, have the guts to come with me to the demon chariot. What place would I not dare to go with you? Let's go right now." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "Then, please make your preparations, your majesty. Let's go." With that, he waved his hand and the two of them disappeared. In fact, Zhao Hai's original plan did not include bringing the demon king into the realm. He only wanted to talk to the demon king and tell her about the underworld. He wanted the demon king to stop attacking the Ark continent so he could deal with the Protoss easily. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that the great demon king would know something about Lu Wei. Zhao Hai thought that this was an opportunity. They wanted to pull the demons to their side, but they didn't think it was possible. The great demon king knew about Lu Wei, which opened a window for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to take down the great demon king, which was equivalent to taking down the entire demon race. Zhao Hai and the demon king appeared in the space of the Ark. Zhao Hai wanted to show the demon king around, so that he could have a better understanding of the living conditions of the people on the Ark continent. The place where the two of them appeared was in the Ark space, in the direction of the Stupa Empire. However, the Stupa Empire that the great demon king had just seen was empty and looked like a ghost city. On the other hand, the Ark space was completely different. The entire city was filled with people, and everyone had smiles on their faces. The streets were also busy. Zhao Hai and the great demon king were invisible, so the people below could not see them. Zhao Hai brought the great demon king around the space of the Ark. After the tour, Zhao Hai brought the great demon king to an ordinary space that no one lived in. This space had mountains and rivers, and the environment was not bad. It was not inferior to the space on the Ark. Zhao Hai led the great demon king to this room and showed him around to look at the scenery. After they were done, Zhao Hai turned to the great demon king and said, "Your Majesty, what do you think of this place?" "It's very beautiful," the great demon king said with an intoxicated look. "It's much better than our demon world. It'll be great if our demon race can move here. As long as your Majesty agrees, you can move in tomorrow," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. The great demon king was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes and said, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, your Majesty, the space on the Ark and this space were brought here by my special technique. In this space I have the final say. Whoever I say can come, and whoever I don't want cannot come. If your Majesty wants the demons to live here, it's just a matter of a word. As long as you agree, you can come here." The great demon king was stunned for a moment. Then his face darkened. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What are your conditions?" To be honest, this space really made the great demon king very excited. The living environment in the demon world was too harsh, and to be able to live in such an environment had always been the biggest pursuit of the demon race. However, the great demon king knew very well that Zhao Hai would not do this without any conditions. He did not think that Zhao Hai was a saint. He believed that from the information he had collected about Zhao Hai was definitely a ruthless character. Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and smiled. "It's nothing. I've said it before, I don't have much hatred for the demons. I understand why you came to the Ark continent. You want to live in a better place. I can give you this place since I have no use for it. This way the demons won't become my enemies and I can deal with the gods without worry. I have an enmity with the gods and they can't live under the same sky. Even if they want to live here, they can't. I won't give them the chance. I'm going to turn them all into undead creatures." The great demon king still didn't quite believe Zhao Hai's words. Suddenly, he thought of something. He turned around and looked at Zhao Hai with an ugly expression. "Don't tell me you're also thinking of using us as your tools to gather the power of faith. Your Majesty, you're thinking too much." Zhao Hai laughed out loud. "If I hadn't met that immortal cultivator, I wouldn't even know what power of belief is. Even now, I don't know what it's used for. Besides, I won't collect it. After coming to this space, you demons can believe whoever you want, but I don't dare to." The great demon king looked at Zhao Hai and said in disbelief, "Is this really all you have?" Zhao Hai smiled. "That's all I have. Don't worry, your Majesty. Look at the people on the Ark continent. Don't they live well? Did you see me forcing them to believe in me? Have you ever seen a church or temple in the Ark continent?" The demon lord thought for a moment. He had not seen any of this in the Ark space before. He could not help but nod and say, "If you can really do that, we demons can come into the space." This time it was Zhao Hai's turn to be surprised. He looked at the great demon king in confusion and said, "Your Majesty agreed just like that. Why, do you really trust me that much?" The great demon king smiled bitterly. "It doesn't matter if I believe you or not. There is one thing you don't know. It is about the underworld, the netherworld." Zhao Hai was stunned and asked in confusion, "What's the matter with the netherworld?" The underworld was a very mysterious existence. Of course, that was only for the Ark continent, and the demon world had some understanding of the underworld. It could be said that the relationship between the underworld and the demon race was very similar to the relationship between the god world and the Ark continent, but it was not as strict. It could be said that the demon world was the lower realm of the underworld, but not entirely the lower realm of the underworld. If the two worlds really fought, the demon world would not be afraid of the people of the underworld. It was precisely because of this that the devil world had a very good understanding of the netherworld. The strength of the netherworld was extremely powerful. If the devil race wanted to defeat the netherworld, the price they would have to pay would be too great. The most important thing was that the great demon king knew one of the underworld's characteristics, which was their black fog. Although the black fog was unremarkable, it was the underworld's biggest killing weapon. Not only was the black mist poisonous, but it could also turn dead people into undead creatures. The people from the devil realm were powerful, but they would self-destruct if they died. It would be difficult for Zhao Hai to turn them into undead creatures. However, it was different in the devil realm. Even if the people from the devil realm self-destructed, the black mist could turn them into liches or ghosts. Therefore, the devil realm was not afraid of the Ark continent or the gods, but they were very afraid of the underworld, because the underworld was their nemesis. There had been several wars between the netherworld and the demonic realm before, and the demonic realm had paid an extremely painful price each time to defeat the netherworld. This time, the underworld had come to the Ark continent on their own, and they had fought a large area. It would be extremely difficult to defeat them. Most importantly, a dimensional crack had opened up in the devil realm. It was easy to open it, but it was difficult to close it. If the dimensional crack could not be blocked, the underworld would invade the devil realm sooner or later. Under such circumstances, the great demon king had agreed to Zhao Hai's suggestion so readily. After Zhao Hai heard the demon king's words, he finally understood what was going on. He turned to the demon king and said, "I'm relieved to hear that, Your Majesty. You can enter this space at any time, but I hope you don't rush in yet. During this time, Your Majesty should take me to the demon world. I'll take a look at the demon world and finally the human demon world. We'll bring all the demons into this space. As for the people you've left on the Ark continent, don't use them yet. Help me hold back some of the Protoss forces, and don't let the Protoss know that we've made peace. What do you think? Do you really want to fight to the death with the Protoss?" The great demon king asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai snorted, "Of course. The people from the Protoss are only from the Golden Bull continent, one of the 13 continents of the divine realm. However, they actually wanted to use the people of the Ark continent as blood sacrifices. How can I let them go?" The great demon king took a deep breath and turned to Zhao Hai. "Okay, I can promise you this, but I need to make some preparations. I have to go back and make some preparations." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, then we'll wait for His Majesty's news. Give this to His Majesty. If you're ready, use it to contact me." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a bottle. Naturally, there was a message fish in the bottle. The great demon lord looked at the little fish curiously. After Zhao Hai explained its use to him, the great demon lord could not help but be even more surprised. He had never thought that such a thing would exist in this world. Soon, he thought of the use of this news fish. This news fish was really very useful in war. If he had this thing, he would be able to command a war with ease. Zhao Hai didn't give the demon king too much time to study it. He led the demon king back to the demon war chariot. After the two of them sat down, Zhao Hai said, "Your Majesty, since everything has been decided, I won't stay here any longer. I have to go back and make some arrangements. In the short term, I will make a move against the gods' race." The great demon king nodded. "Okay, I'll make some arrangements here. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." Zhao Hai nodded and was about to leave when the demon king stopped him. "Wait, sir, I want to ask you something. When I first saw you, you were standing on a sword, just like the image of the immortal cultivation city I saw before. What was that about?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard the great demon king. He flipped his hand and took out the blood staff. "This and that aren't swords, but the ability of my magic staff. My magic staff can transform, and I use this magic staff to transform into a flying sword. It wasn't for you to see, Your Majesty, but for fun." The great demon king, Zhao Hai, was stunned for a moment. Then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason why he told Zhao Hai all this was because of the image of Zhao Hai standing on a sword. He didn't expect that it was just a joke. After bidding farewell to the great demon king, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the origin space. Laura and the others were waiting for him there. When they saw Zhao Hai return, they immediately went up to him. They knew about the meeting between Zhao Hai and the great demon king and where they went. However, they didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After Zhao Hai sat down, Laura said, "Big brother Hai, I didn't expect the demon king to agree to our request so easily. Isn't this too simple? Maybe we can't understand how much the demon race wants a better environment to live in." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't you think so, Bailey?" Bailey was a demon, so she understood their mentality the best. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, she immediately nodded. "That's right. The people on the Ark continent have no idea how much we demons desire a good environment. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the demon king agreed to Big Brother Hai's request. I'd be more surprised if the demon king didn't agree to live in such an environment. We're willing to give up more things, let alone the power of faith. Zhao Hai nodded. He had also realized that the great demon king had wanted to agree to his request for a long time. After saying so much to him, she just wanted to fight for more things for the demon race. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. The demon race wouldn't have thought that the space had the ability to change people's thoughts. As long as they entered the space, they wouldn't be able to do anything. With the matter with the Nephilim settled, Zhao Hai's worry was gone. He could finally deal with the Protoss properly. He didn't care about the Netherworld's actions, as the low-level undead creatures were only there to increase his military strength. However, it was clear from the undead creatures that had come from the underworld that the underworld was probably much larger than the Ark continent. The undead that had come were only low-level undead, and the high-level undead had yet to be discovered. In other words, the undead that had come to the Ark continent were only a small portion of the underworld, and they had yet to attract the attention of the underworld's higher-ups. Even so, the underworld's undead creatures still took up about 1/3 of the entire northern ice fields and the Beastmen plains. It was clear how vast the underworld was. After discussing with Laura and the others about the Nephilims, Zhao Hai turned his attention back to the god race. Looking at the god race, Zhao Hai realized that the god race was advancing much faster than he had expected. Zhao Hai turned to look at Li Jai in confusion. Lies, what's going on? How come the god clan is moving so fast? This didn't seem right. Do you want to control them? There's no need to control them. I just want them to advance. It's best if they can attack Mount Aklea and stop them there. Then we'll send troops to the kingdom of the Church of Light. When they want to come back to help, we'll fight them for real. I want at least half of them to die by the time they return to the kingdom of the Church of Light. Zhao Hai looked at the smiling Li Jai and let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Laura and said, Laura, did you notice that she's getting more and more evil? I'm a little scared. Lola laughed, but Becky did not want to. She chased after Zhao Hai and pinched him a few times. Meljan rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai and said, we learned this from you, big brother Hai. To be honest, you're the evilest person here. NBSB, you dare say I'm evil. Zhao Hai was furious. HMPH, I'll show you how evil I am. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Meljan and carried her on his shoulder. Then he went upstairs. Laura and the others were still there, but no one followed them. Of course, Laura and the others would not be jealous. Zhao Hai was fair to every woman and pampered them a lot. Whatever Laura and the others wanted to do, Zhao Hai would never object. He would agree to whatever requests they had. Now Laura and the others only had Zhao Hai in their hearts. How could they be jealous of such a thing? It was said that when one loved deeply, one would not care about one's own gains and losses. One would only think about the happiness of the person one loved. Laura and the other girls were thinking about this. They only wanted Zhao Hai to live well. They didn't care about themselves at all. Zhao Hai was also very good to them. He had many things to do, but in his heart, Laura and the others were the most important. They were even more important than the Buddha family. Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who would be cold-blooded just to pursue immortality, the great Tao, or even greater power. In his opinion, if a person didn't even have the most basic feelings, how could he be called a human? Even if you became a god, an immortal, and could live forever, what would you be if you didn't have any feelings? What's the difference between you and a rock? If a stone was placed there, as long as you didn't touch it, you would grow much longer than when you were living. But would you envy a stone? No, no one would envy a rock because you are a human, and that is just a rock. Shitou was always leaning there coldly. There was no warmth, no feelings. Only those with 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures were called human. Only those without them were called Shitou. The third prince was very proud. He was so proud. His journey had been smooth. The harassment troops from the Ark continent had no effect on him at all. They were defeated as soon as they were touched. This made the third prince feel like he was the god of war. The third prince felt good about himself, but Yun Tianlei didn't. He was getting more and more worried. He didn't know what Zhao Hai was up to. Why did he suddenly let them in? What was he planning? As a veteran on the battlefield, Yun Tianlei knew very well that a powerful opponent would not give them such an opportunity for no reason. However, he still couldn't understand why Zhao Hai would do that. Although he had received information that the people on the Ark continent had moved away, Yun Tianlei had not taken it to heart. In his opinion, the people on the Ark continent had no place to go. They were the upper realm of the Ark continent. Where could the Ark continent move to? Compared to the Ark continent, the Divine Realm knew more about the surrounding plains than the Ark continent. They knew very well that there was no place around the Ark continent that could accommodate all the people on the Ark continent. As for the information, Yun Tianlei just took a look at it and did not bother. In addition to not believing the information, Yun Tianlei was also very disappointed with the spies left on the Ark. He did not understand why they would send out such a strange piece of information after such a long time. In fact, Yun Tianlei couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, they were Protoss. They knew the surrounding plains very well. In addition, they had a pride that seeped into their bones. Therefore, they didn't take Zhao Hai seriously, even though they had suffered a few losses at Zhao Hai's hands. In their minds, they had just not paid enough attention to Zhao Hai. As long as they did, Zhao Hai would have no hope of defeating them. Although Yun Tianlei was very arrogant, he still valued Zhao Hai, so he had been thinking about why Zhao Hai had done this. The more he couldn't figure it out, the more worried he was. The more worried he was, the more he couldn't figure it out. It had become a vicious circle. Now, Yun Tianlei only wanted him to come back as soon as possible and bring him some good news so that he could make the corresponding arrangements. However, there was no news from Heir. Yun Tianlei knew that it was impossible for Heir to have any news so soon, but he was still anxious. Zhao Hai did not know what he was thinking. He was preparing to attack the kingdom of the Church of Light. At the same time, he needed to arrange for people to be stationed at the Aklea Mountain defense line. In fact, he did not need to arrange people to be stationed at the Aklea Mountain defense line right now. However, Zhao Hai still did it since he had nothing to do at the moment. Other than keeping an eye on the Celestials, Zhao Hai was also paying close attention to the movements of the Infernals. After the Great Demon King returned to the Celestials, he immediately withdrew his troops. This made Zhao Hai feel at ease. All he had to do now was wait for news from the Infernals. The Great Demon King was also dealing with this matter. Just like what Bailey had said, the demon's desire for a good environment was far beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. After Zhao Hai left, the Great Demon King immediately returned to the main force of the demon race. When he reached the main force, he didn't say anything and immediately ordered a retreat. Although the demon race didn't quite understand what the Great Demon King meant, the Great Demon King's prestige was too high among the demon race, so no one objected and immediately withdrew their troops. Fortunately, the army didn't leave the demon capital very quickly and soon returned. As soon as they returned to the Magic City, the Great Demon King immediately found all the famous people in the magic world and brought them to his room. His room was the former general's residence in the Magic City. After everyone had sat down, the Great Demon King looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I went out to see Zhao Hai once. Zhao Hai said he wanted to talk to me, so I went to see him." This was not a secret, and most of the demon race people knew about it. They just didn't know why the Great Demon King would suddenly mention this, and they all looked at him in confusion. The Great Demon King looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I'm sure everyone knows that the Mystic Dragon received a piece of news a while ago saying that the people on the Ark continent had all moved away. At that time, the Mystic Dragon couldn't make a decision. He didn't know if the news was true or not. Zhao Hai came to see me today to tell me about this. From Zhao Hai, the news is true. When the Demon King said that, the hall buzzed with noise. The news was too shocking. If everyone on the Ark continent had moved away, how much land would be needed for security? They could not imagine it. The demonic Dragon King looked at the people below and stood up. She then said, "Since your majesty has said so, this news must not be fake. I wonder why Zhao Hai would tell your majesty this news." The Demon King nodded and said, "Good question. Other than that, Zhao Hai told me something else, and it's the most important thing for us. Zhao Hai said that a dimensional rift has appeared in the ice plains in the far north of the Ark continent. This dimensional rift leads to the underworld. The small bomb that had just blown everyone up was now a big one. They never thought that the Ark would lead them directly to the underworld. The underworld had always been feared by the Nephilims. They did not expect a spatial rift to appear on the Ark continent, which led directly to the underworld. This was definitely not good news for the Nephilims. The demonic Dragon King's expression turned ugly. "Your Majesty, have you verified this information? Zhao Hai can't be lying, right?" Although the demonic Dragon King had always trusted the Great Demon King, this news was too shocking. Therefore, he had no choice but to verify it. The Demon King shook his head and said, "I don't have the time to verify this, but it's not difficult for us to do so. We just need to send someone to verify it now. There's no one on the Ark continent, so there shouldn't be any danger. With the Demon Vulture's speed, they should be able to make a return trip very soon. Go make some arrangements and send someone to verify it. If this is true, then we have no choice but to stop." The demonic Dragon King's face was solemn. He knew very well what it would mean if this news was confirmed. The demonic world could be said to be connected with the Ark continent. If the Dark Clan really appeared in the ice plains of the far north, they would have to face the Dark Clan sooner or later. It would be a disaster for the demonic clan. The demonic Dragon King did not waste a single minute and immediately went to make the arrangements. When he returned to the hall after making the arrangements, he realized that everyone was still there. However, no one was speaking. The Great Demon King looked at the demonic Dragon King and said, "You've arranged everything. How long will it take for him to come back?" The demonic Dragon King immediately replied, "Your Majesty, no matter what, you have to wait for the day after tomorrow to return. Although no one has stopped you along the way, the distance is not short. It is impossible for you to make a round trip in such a short time." The Great Demon King nodded and turned to the crowd. "Listen up. This matter is related to the future of our demon race, so keep your spirits up and take care of your teams. If anything happens during this time, I'll deal with you all. You can leave now. Mo Long, stay behind." Everyone responded and turned to leave, leaving only the demonic Dragon King behind. Once everyone had left, the great demonic king immediately shouted, "Pass on my order. No one is allowed to enter the manor." Someone outside the door answered, and then the sound of footsteps went further and further away. When there was no one else around, the great demon king turned to the demon dragon king and said, "Actually, I asked you to arrange for someone to take a look, but it was just for those people to take a look. I believe Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to me about this. I asked you to stay because I have something else to tell you." The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "I've already guessed it. Your Majesty, please speak." NBSB. The great demon king then told the demon dragon king about what Zhao Hai had told him. The demon dragon king knew a little about Lu Wei. When the great demon king investigated Lu Wei, the demon dragon king was involved. Therefore, he knew a little about this matter. It was because of this that the demon dragon king did not show much surprise. After the great demon king finished speaking, the demon dragon king then said to the great demon king, "Your Majesty, you mean that we demons should move to the place Zhao Hai mentioned? Is it really that good there?" The demon lord said, "Great, it's better than you think. It's even better than the environment here on the Ark continent. I've already seen the people of the Ark continent. Zhao Hai made the space in the Ark continent exactly the same as the one we have now. The people there live very well. I'm really envious." The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "If your Majesty says so, then it definitely won't be wrong. However, this matter still needs to be properly prepared. What kind of trouble will I cause those people in the clan to cause?" The great demon king nodded and said, "I was worried about this as well. That's why I did this today. You have to cooperate with me in the future. The day when our demon race will be free from this sea of suffering is coming." However, the demonic dragon king frowned and said, "Your Majesty, if Zhao Hai is really that powerful, will we still be safe after entering that space? It's still him who can do whatever he wants to us." The demonic dragon king smiled and said, "Zhao Hai's strength is indeed strong, but it's not like he doesn't benefit at all from helping our demonic race. Have you forgotten about the power of belief I mentioned? With Zhao Hai's strength, he will definitely ascend to the world of cultivators in the future. Once he's there, the power of belief will be extremely important to him. As long as we enter his space, we can change our faith to Zhao Hai in the future. We can provide him with power of belief, and he won't make things difficult for us." When the demonic dragon king heard the great demon king's words, she couldn't help but frown and say, "Your Majesty, if that's the case, what's the difference between us now?" The great demon king glared at him and said, "Idiot, of course there's a difference. Have you ever seen what benefits that immortal cultivator has given us? Aren't we demon race people still living in the demon realm? There's no change at all. Also, the appearance of the underworld is too big of a threat to us. Once we enter that space, we don't have to worry about the underworld anymore. So what if we give the power of belief to Zhao Hai? In any case, the power of belief isn't that great to us." When the demon dragon king heard the great demon king's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately understood what the great demon king meant. That's right, it was just as the great demon king had said. They used to believe in the demon god, and that demon god was just a fake. It was to collect the power of belief, and that demon god had not given them any benefits. If they entered Zhao Hai's space, things would be different. The environment there was stronger than the devil world, and Zhao Hai was a good person. As long as they gave him power of belief, Zhao Hai wouldn't make things difficult for them. Most importantly, there was still the threat of the underworld. If they did not enter Zhao Hai's space, they would have to face the underworld sooner or later. Who knew how many of them would die? Once they entered the space, they would not have to worry about this problem at all. This was a great thing for them. The more the demon dragon king thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good thing. He immediately turned to the great demon king and said, "Your Majesty, I think this is a good thing. We should start making preparations immediately." "Your Majesty, what do you think we should do?" The great demon king said, "This is what I think about this matter. When there is news from the devil vulture race, you will stay here first. I will immediately return to the devil world and arrange for everyone to move. There is nothing left in the devil world anyway, so it is fine if we move. However, you have to pay attention here. Tell the people in the army to cooperate with Zhao Hai and take care of the Protos." Zhao Hai said that he cannot live under the same sky as the Protos. This can be considered as us pledging our allegiance. The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "I can do that. However, we fought a few rounds with Zhao Hai before. We have some enmity between us. I can't resolve this enmity. I'll have to ask your Majesty to step in." The great demon king smiled. "It's okay, I'll arrange this. As long as we can enter that space, that little grudge is nothing." The demonic dragon king acknowledged, and the two of them discussed the details. The demonic dragon king then took his leave, while the great demonic dragon looked at the arcs in the demonic realm and let out a long breath. Zhao Hai didn't know any of this, but he did see the demon vulture. He didn't take it to heart. The great demon king wanted to go there to see if the underworld had really come. He could understand this. He didn't lie to the great demon king anyway. If he wanted to see, he could go. Zhao Hai was ready to fight against the third prince. It had been 4 days since the third prince left the Church of Light. In these 4 days, he had almost reached Arca's fortress. The prince's speed of advancement was really fast. In order to make him fly faster, Zhao Hai had even stopped his harassment. Although the harassment was useless against the Protos, it would still slow down their progress. With Zhao Hai's stop, the Protoss naturally moved faster. Although Yun Tianlei was very uneasy, he wanted to persuade the third prince to slow down. However, his words would not work on the third prince, who was in a good mood. The third prince had completely regarded him as a god of war. As soon as he set out, the people of the Ark continent immediately fled. How impressive was that? If Yun Tianlei tried to stop him, he would be asking for trouble. Yun Tianlei realized that he could not stop Zhao Hai, so he had no choice but to take care of the rear. At the same time, he had sent more people to guard his supply line. He had never thought that Zhao Hai would attack the Church of Light. The gods' race had fought many wars, but none of them had ever dared to attack the main camp of the gods' race. It was because of this that Yun Tianlei, an old martial artist, had made such a fatal mistake. The troop was still moving forward, but Yun Tianlei was sitting on his own mount, frowning. He flew over to Yun Tianlei's side and said with a frown, "General, what is Zhao Hai trying to do? Did something happen on the Ark, or had they already been defeated by the demons? Otherwise, why didn't anyone come out to accept the challenge?" Yun Tianlei was also confused. "I don't know what's going on, but I have a bad feeling about it. Zhao Hai isn't someone who can be defeated so easily. Otherwise, he would have been defeated a long time ago and wouldn't have ended up like this. Go back and tell everyone to get ready for battle. Zhao Hai must have some big scheme." Yun Ying responded, turned around and left. Yun Tianlei took out a piece of animal skin from his arms. This animal skin had a map of the Bujir Empire. It was given to them by the Church of Light in the past. Yun Tianlei had always carried it with him when he was in battle. Yun Tianlei glanced at the map and murmured, "We're almost at Mount Aklea. What is Zhao Hai thinking? Why did the Stupa Empire give up so easily? That shouldn't be the case." While he was thinking about this, the third prince's front army could already see the Aklea mountain. The third prince was sitting in the sword carriage. The door of the sword carriage was open, and there was a small table in front of the door with some wine and food on it. The third prince was drinking alone there, looking really free and unfettered. At this moment, a cavalryman came to the side of the sword carriage. He bowed to the third prince and said, "Your Highness, our scouts have just reported that the Ark continent has built a very strong line of defense at the Aklea Mountains. It is filled with undead creatures. It seems like they are ready to stop us there." The third prince was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Those weaklings from the Ark continent are finally willing to fight. Pass down my order. The army will speed up and break through the defense line at Mount Aklea. I want to see where the people of the Ark continent can hide." The cavalryman replied and turned around to pass on the order. The army's speed of advancement increased, and they charged straight at the Aklea defensive line. The army of the heavenly gods did not encounter any decent attacks, which gave them a sense of pride. They did not care about the people on the Ark continent at all. In his opinion, this so-called defensive line would be broken with a single attack. As such, the Protoss were all arrogantly charging toward the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains, and even their formation was a little messed up. Zhao Hai sat in the origin space and looked at the Protoss actions. He couldn't help but turn to Li Jai and say, "Look, these guys can't wait to die. Are you ready?" "Don't worry, big brother Hai," she said with a smile. "I've prepared everything, just wait and see." After saying that, he stared at the screen. After all, this kind of city defense battle was different from a field battle. The defense line at the Aklea Mountains was fully prepared. The magic cannons were set up, the javelins with blood thunder beads were ready, and the undead cavalrymen were all ready. They were just waiting for the arrival of the Protoss. There must have been more than 2,000 magic cannons at the entire Mount Aklea defense line. The crystals were also well prepared. The javelins loaded with blood thunder beads were even more well prepared. They were ready to give the Protoss a head-on blow. At this moment in the Ark space, the people who were strolling in the various cities suddenly heard a voice coming from the sky. "Brothers from the Ark continent, please pay attention. Brothers from the Ark continent, please pay attention. If you want to see Mr. Zhao Hai's undead army fighting the Protoss army, please go to the central square of your city. You will see the entire battle there." The voice only disappeared after 3 times. The people were dazed for a while, then they ran to the square of their respective cities while screaming. Most of these people had only heard of the Protoss, but had never seen them. Now that they didn't need to fight, they were only allowed to watch the battle between the undead army and the Protoss army. Of course, they were very happy. When everyone was almost at the square in the middle of the city, a square-shaped transparent light slowly rose up from the square. The light slowly rose up until it reached the sky above the city, then stopped. Then, the light ball showed the situation of the defensive line at the Aklea Mountain. Undead creatures and magic cannons were everywhere. Everything seemed so bleak. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. In the past few days, the Protoss reinforcements have been heading straight for the Stupa Empire from within the kingdom of the Church of Light. This time, Mr. Zhao Hai did not have to fight them head-on. Instead, he retreated from the Stupa Empire and prepared to hold off the enemy at Mount Aklea. Then, he would send out the undead cavalrymen to attack the kingdom of the Church of Light so that the Protoss would not have time to return and provide reinforcements. What everyone is seeing now is the image of the Protoss army attacking Mount Acrea. Mount Acrea will be the continent's final line of defense. The square was very big, and the people inside were all more than 10 meters tall. They could see the same scene from all four sides. The image slowly moved further away, and the entire Aclea mountain line of defense slowly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, someone in the crowd would occasionally shout, "Did you see that?" Of course, we built a line of defense there to block the god race's attack. Did we build that section? This attracted the attention of the people around them. On the screen, the Aclea mountain defense line looked like a giant dragon lying on the mountain. It was indescribably majestic, and it made the people below exclaim in admiration. At this time, those who had built the defense line began to talk to the people around them about the defense line, and the people around them were amazed. At this moment, the scene changed. A bright spot appeared in the distant sky. The bright spots increased in number. When the bright spots slowly grew bigger, everyone realized that they were all soldiers of the god's race. These proto-soldiers were all wearing bright silver armor and holding weapons in their hands. They were in a formation as they charged towards the Aclea Mountains. Their momentum was transmitted to everyone's eyes through the image. For a moment, all the cities seemed to have lost their sound. The Protoss army's formation was truly frightening. The civilians who had never been on the battlefield were shocked when they saw this formation. Only now did they understand what kind of army Zhao Hai had been fighting against. Their gratitude for Zhao Hai deepened. At that moment, red and white lights suddenly appeared on the screen. These lights were shot directly at the Protoss formation. As soon as the red lights hit the formation, there was an explosion. The huge explosion spread to every corner of the arc space. A few Protoss were immediately shot down from the sky. With a flash of white light, some of the Protoss would be frozen into ice and fall to the ground. Here, the image was processed with some close-up shots so that the people below could better understand the use of the red and white light. This made the people below almost forget to breathe. The third prince looked ahead in a daze. His hand was still raised as if he was holding a wine glass. The wine glass had fallen from his hand and shattered on the table, but he did not notice at all that his hand was still raised. In the third prince's opinion, the Aclea defense line was just a piece of paper. As long as they clashed, they could break through it immediately. However, it was obvious that they had greatly underestimated the Arc continent's strength. When those red and blue lights shot towards them, many of the gods' race people didn't even have a protective shield and were directly killed by the red and blue lights. This wasn't the end of it. A large number of javelins were fired from the defense line. Of course, these javelins weren't thrown by humans, but by the crypt fiends. Other than preparing a large number of magic cannons, they had also prepared a large number of bed armors. It was easier to make bed armors than magic cannons, and the people on the continent used them often in the past. They used more of them than magic cannons, so it was easier for Zhao Hai to collect them. In the past, the bedgu had almost no lethality to the god's race. The arrows shot out from the bedgu couldn't even break through the defense of the god's race, so what use could they be? But now, with the javelins that had been enhanced, the lethality of the bed armor had greatly increased. The bed armor on the Arc continent was different from the bed armor that Zhao Hai had seen on Earth. The bed armor that Zhao Hai had seen on Earth was the three-armed godly armor used in the Song dynasty. This kind of bed armor required at least 4 to 5 people to load and fire arrows, which was very troublesome. On the other hand, the people on the Arc continent were all martial artists and knew battle energy, so they could operate a normal bed armor by themselves. Unlike the three-armed god armor, which could only shoot 1 arrow at a time, the bed armor could shoot up to 5 arrows at a time without affecting the range. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead creatures were all at level 9, so it was a piece of cake for them to make a bed puppet. Moreover, Zhao Hai was not short of ammunition. He could fire 5 shots at a time, and the power of the javelins was really great. Protoss' army was just about to reach the defensive line when they were hit by the magic cannons and bed shields. They did not even dare to imagine a concentrated fire attack. Such an attack was too fierce. The Protoss were so shocked that many of them forgot to charge and set up their territory. They just stood there and accepted the baptism of the artillery fire from the Aclea defense line. It took them a while to react, but at this time, the first round of fire from Mount Acrea had already passed. This time, tens of thousands of them were hit, and most of them were killed by the blood thunder beads. At this time, the third prince also reacted. He shouted with a pale face, "Retreat, quickly retreat, retreat out of range and prepare for battle." The people in the Ark had also witnessed the third prince's performance. When the battle began, everyone in the Ark had seen everything that had happened on the battlefield. They could also hear the explosions and shouts. Those who had not experienced these things felt as if they were in the same place. It was only after the third prince gave his order that people noticed this person. Needless to say, from the way the third prince sat, people knew that he must be an extraordinary figure among the Protoss. At this moment, the voice in the sky said, "The man you see on the screen is the third prince of the Protoss. He is the commander of the front line of the invasion of the Arc continent." people were getting used to the voice. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's space to be so magical. They could see the battle outside, hear the voice, and even have someone explaining to them. When the Protoss slowly retreated and began to reorganize their army, the people in the space of the Ark finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then a deafening cheer was heard. This was the first time the people had seen a battle on the front lines so directly. The intensity of the battle had far exceeded their expectations. However, no matter what, Zhao Hai had defeated the first retreat of the Protoss. They were all very happy. However, the Protoss were not as happy. The third prince stared blankly in the direction of the Aklea mountain line of defense and suddenly jumped up and roared, "What the FCK is going on? Who can tell me what the FCK was going on? Why did their attacks suddenly become so fierce? Ah, who can tell me what's going on?" No one around him dared to speak. In fact, they were all in a daze. The attacks on the Ark continent today were many times more intense than the ones a few days ago. Compared to today's attacks, the attacks from the past few days were like child's play. The third prince kicked the table he had just eaten it out of the sword carriage. With bloodshot eyes, he turned to a cavalry guard beside him and said, "Go and get Yun Tianlei for me. I want to ask him what is going on." The cavalryman responded and turned to leave. Soon, Yun Tianlei came to the sword chariot. He bowed to the third prince and said, "Greetings, your highness. May I know why your highness has summoned me?" The third prince looked at Yun Tianlei's emotionless face. No matter how he looked at it, Yun Tianlei seemed to be mocking him. The third prince's face twisted a little. However, he was not that stupid, so he did not scold Yun Tianlei. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Yun Tianlei, I want to know why the attacks on the Ark continent have suddenly become so fierce. What's going on?" Yun Tianlei looked at the third prince and sighed. Then he said in a deep voice, "If you join us, your highness, today's attack is the standard of the Ark continent. I have never seen the Ark continents attack a few days ago. It is too weak. If the Ark continent had always attacked like this, I would have taken them down a long time ago." Yun Tianlei was telling the truth, but his words were so harsh to the third prince's ears. To him, Yun Tianlei's words sounded like he was mocking him. The third prince's eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. He shouted at Yun Tianlei, get lost immediately. From now on, I don't want to see you anymore. Get lost." Yun Tianlei's face darkened. He snorted and turned to leave. Yun Tianlei had every reason to be angry. He was an advanced combat general with outstanding military achievements. Even God King Golden Bull had to be polite to him. How could a prince be so rude to him? The third prince looked at Yun Tianlei's back and gritted his teeth in anger. The veins on his head were bulging. He turned around and shouted to the people beside him, "Pass on my order. Attack. I don't believe that our Protoss strength can't break through this line of defense. Attack." With the third prince's order, the Protoss army began to attack the Aklea defensive line in a frenzy. The defensive line at the Aklea mountain also began to fight back in a frenzy. The third prince, who had been overwhelmed by anger, didn't realize that in this attack, the barbarian and winged horse people were obviously not putting in any effort. The number of artillery and javelins fired at them from the Aklea mountain defense line was also the least. Both sides seemed to have formed a tacit understanding. The third prince did not think of this. He ordered his army to attack with all their might, but the magic cannons and bed guards at the Aklea mountain defense line were not to be trifled with. Their firepower was very fierce, and the Protoss army was suppressed in an instant. Yun Tianlei returned to his army with a gloomy face. Yun Ying came to Yun Tianlei's side and said, "General, why did the third prince call you? Did the attack in front not go smoothly?" Yun Tianlei snorted but didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes. Seeing Yun Tianlei's face, Yun Ying was confused. He turned to a guard beside Yun Tianlei and whispered to him, "What's going on?" The guard told Yun Ying about the meeting between Yun Tianlei and the third prince. After hearing the story, Yun Ying's face darkened. He turned to Yun Tianlei and said, "General, this is too much. Who are you? Even His Majesty the God King wouldn't scold you like that when he sees you. He's just a prince. What right does he have?" Yun Tianlei closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Yun Ying was so angry that he took a few deep breaths, then turned to Yun Tianlei and said, "General, what is the meaning of this place on the Ark continent? They didn't have a decent attack before, but they're suddenly doing their best to defend here. What are they trying to do?" Yun Tianlei still kept his eyes closed and didn't say anything. Seeing Yun Tianlei like this, Yun Ying also stopped talking. At this time, Silverbeard Guest and the others also came to Yun Tianlei's side. When they were about to speak, Yun Ying stopped them and told them about Yun Tianlei meeting the third prince. Silverbeard Guest and the others were also furious. Silverbeard and the others had been following Yun Tianlei for a long time. They respected Yun Tianlei even more than divine kings. Now a mere prince dared to curse Yun Tianlei. Of course, they were angry. However, they didn't make any noise. They knew Yun Tianlei very well. Yun Tianlei closed his eyes because he didn't want them to make too much noise because he was thinking about something. Seeing Yun Tianlei's expression, Silverbeard Guest didn't say anything. He just turned to Yun Ying and said, "Shadow, what do you think the people on the Ark continent are doing? Why did he suddenly become so fierce?" Cloud Shadow frowned and said, "I can't tell either." Speaking of which, their tactics last time were already very troublesome. This time they should be using the same tactics as last time, but they didn't. Instead, they're setting up a defensive formation here. It's really confusing. Other than holding us back here, what other purpose do they have? As soon as Yun Ying finished speaking, Yun Tianlei's eyes suddenly opened. With a livid face, he said, "Not good. We've been tricked by Zhao Hai. He's trying to lure us here to delay us and then attack the Church of Light." Yun Ying, Silverbeard, and the others changed their expressions when they heard Yun Tianlei's words. However, they still didn't believe him. Silverbeard said, "That's impossible, right? How could Zhao Hai be so bold? You dare to ambush us." Yun Tianlei's face turned unsightly as he said, "There's nothing wrong with that. Don't forget that the fighting strength of Zhao Hai's soldiers is not much weaker than ours. Moreover, Zhao Hai is a bold guy. Most importantly, we have sent out too many troops this time, while there are not many troops left behind to defend. If Zhao Hai attacks the Church of Light at this time, it will be very dangerous." Yun Ying's and the others' faces were also extremely unsightly. Before this, they had never thought that Zhao Hai would attack the Church of Light. In their opinion, Zhao Hai would not have such a big courage. However, after hearing what Yun Tianlei had said, Yun Ying believed that Zhao Hai would most likely attack the Church of Light, which was the last thing they wanted to see. "Little Ying," Yun Tianlei said immediately, "send someone back to the Church of Light to check on the situation. I'm going to see the third prince right now. We need to withdraw our troops immediately." Yun Ying responded, turned around and left. Yun Tianlei, on the other hand, went straight to the sword chariot. He could not be bothered to be angry with the third prince now. If what he thought was true, then the Church of Light would be in danger. However, when Yun Tianlei reached the outside of the sword carriage, he was stopped by the cavalryman. Yun Tianlei looked at the cavalryman and said with a pale face, "Get out of the way. I want to see the third prince. I have something important to tell him." The few cavalrymen who were blocking Yun Tianlei said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, General Yun Tianlei. The third prince said that he doesn't want to see you anymore. Please go back." Yun Tianlei shouted angrily, "Get out of my way. I want to see the third prince. This is related to the safety of the Shen clan. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite." However, the cavalryman in front of him still said expressionlessly, "General Yun, please go back. His Highness doesn't want to see you." Yun Tianlei shouted angrily. Just as he was about to rush in, those cavalrymen suddenly surrounded him. They had also laid down their spears, ready to attack. Yun Tianlei looked at the cavalrymen and was stunned for a moment. Then he was so angry that his face turned red and he said, "You bastards, what do you want? Are you trying to rebel?" One of the cavalrymen said disdainfully, "General Yun, we are responsible for the safety of His Highness. His Highness doesn't want to see you now, but you want to barge in. For the safety of His Highness, we can only stop you. If you dare to barge in again, we will kill you without mercy." Yun Tianlei's face turned pale. He knew that what the cavalryman said was true. These cavalrymen were specially assigned to the royal family of the Golden Bull celestial race. They wouldn't even care about someone who was more powerful than him, let alone Yun Tianlei. Yun Tianlei let out a long sigh, turned to the cavalryman and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to inform him that Yun Tianlei has something important to see His Highness. It's of great importance, so His Highness must see me." Apparently, the cavalryman also knew Yun Tianlei's identity. He pondered for a while, nodded, turned around, and ran toward the sword carriage. After a while, the same expression returned to his face, but there was a handprint on his face. The cavalryman looked at Yun Tianlei with a livid face and said, "General Yun, His Highness has said that he doesn't want to see you and wants you to go back. At the same time, please hand over the token. Without His Highness's order, you are not allowed to mobilize a single soldier." Yun Tianlei was stunned. He looked at the soldier and said, "What did you just say? Can you repeat that?" "The third prince has asked the general to hand over the token. Without his order, not a single soldier from the rear is to be moved." The soldier snorted. Yun Tianlei was so angry that his eyes were wide open and his hair was standing on end. He looked at those soldiers and said, "You bastards, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what kind of situation we're facing? Hurry up and let me see the third prince. Please hand over the token, or we will have to offend you," the cavalryman said in a deep voice. Yun Tianlei was so angry that he roared and was about to rush out. He was not dizzy with anger yet. He knew that he would only be courting death if he rushed in at this time. Therefore, he planned to rush out and return to his army. He would immediately lead the army back to the Church of Light to help them. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. When Yun Tianlei turned around and was about to rush out, the cavalryman seemed to have predicted it. He waved his hand, and the soldiers who were blocking Yun Tianlei's way immediately rushed toward Yun Tianlei. Yun Tianlei wasn't weak. He waved the totem pole in his hand and knocked the two cavalrymen's spears away. Then he rushed out. Right at this moment, he felt a strong chi coming from behind. Yun Tianlei was startled and immediately used his totem pole to block. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough. Just as he was about to block the attack, a knight's spear hit his totem pole. It was not a light blow. Yun Tianlei's body swayed and his blood boiled. However, before he could react, another spear came from behind him. This time, Yun Tianlei didn't manage to block it. He tried to activate his realm, but it was too late. He was knocked out by a spear from behind him. Behind him was the cavalryman who had just spoken to him. This cavalryman was the captain of a small cavalryman squad and was a high-level deity. It was because of this that Yun Tianlei had been knocked unconscious by the spear. After knocking Yun Tianlei out, the man waved his hand. Two cavalrymen immediately went up and helped Yun Tianlei up. They found the token on his body and carried him back to the rear of the army. The cavalryman captain handed Yun Tianlei's command talisman to the third prince. The third prince took it and waved his hand to dismiss the captain. However, his eyes were fixed on the battle in front of him. The battle at the front line was very unfavorable. The Protoss army had charged forward a few times, but it was to no avail. They were even shot back by magic cannons and javelins before they could reach the defense line. Nearly 1,000 people had fallen in the first charge. The third prince did not expect such a high casualty rate, but it made him even more determined to take down the Aklea line of defense. He decided that once he took down the Aklea line of defense, he would kill every single person on the Ark continent. On the other side, when the two unconscious cavalrymen were sent back to the rear army was in an uproar. Yun Tianlei had a high status among the soldiers in the rear army. Now that he was sent back after being knocked unconscious while going to see the third prince, how could the soldiers not be in a panic? Yun Ying and the silver-bearded man came over and surrounded the two cavalrymen. Yun Ying looked at Yun Tianlei, who was still unconscious, and said angrily, "What's going on? Who hit the general?" However, the two cavalrymen were not afraid at all. One of them said in a deep voice, "The third prince ordered General Yun Tianlei to hand over the token." Yun Tianlei refused and tried to resist, so he was knocked unconscious. The third prince has given the order. Without his order, anyone who dares to touch a soldier in the rear army will be punished according to military law. After saying that, he put Yun Tianlei on his mount, then turned around and left. Although the surrounding soldiers were angry, they also knew the identity of these two people, so they didn't dare to make a move. They made way for the two to leave. Yun Ying and the others took a glance at the two soldiers' backs, then immediately went to Yun Tianlei's side and helped him to the ground. Yun Ying took Yun Tianlei off the horse and called him in a low voice, "General, General, wake up, General." Yun Tianlei had just been beaten to the point where he had lost his breath. He was not seriously injured. Yun Ying called out to him for a while before Yun Tianlei woke up. He turned his head and looked at Yun Ying, then he quickly reached into his clothes. When he found that his token was gone, he couldn't help but cry out, "The heavens wish for the destruction of my god race." After he finished speaking, he passed out before he could catch his breath. Yun Ying and the others were scared out of their wits. He immediately asked someone to bring over a piece of cloth, wet it, and gently wiped Yun Tianlei's face. After a long while, Yun Tianlei slowly woke up. He looked at Yun Ying with a pair of dull eyes, then gently closed his eyes and said, "Ying, get into formation. We have to help His Highness break through the defense line at Mount Acrea no matter what. As long as we break through the defense line at Mount Acrea, we can rush into the Ark continent. As long as we can hold the people on the Ark continent as a threat, Zhao Hai will do anything to us." "General, what about your injuries?" Yun Ying asked Yun Tianlei. "I'm fine." Yun Tianlei shook his head and said, "You can go and make the arrangements." Yun Ying responded, turned around and left. Yun Tianlei slowly sat up and cast a light element spell on himself. Then he slowly stood up, looked at the battlefield in the distance, and said in a cold voice, "Zhao Hai, you're really bold. Do you really think that you can stop my Protoss army with just a line of defense?" Yun Tianlei finally understood that it was too late to go back to the Church of Light. Zhao Hai would not let them go back so easily, so what they needed to do now was to break through the defense line at Mount Aklea as soon as possible and threaten Zhao Hai with the people on the Ark continent so that he would not act rashly. Up until now, Yun Tianlei still did not believe that Zhao Hai would move everyone from the Ark continent. It was impossible in his eyes. So even though the third prince had taken away his token, Yun Tianlei immediately thought of another way after calming down. He would break through the defense line at Mount Acrea as soon as possible and then attack the Ark continent. This way, Zhao Hai would definitely return to help, and the crisis over at the Church of Light would be resolved. If Zhao Hai didn't come back, they could use the people on the Ark continent as a threat to negotiate with Zhao Hai so that he wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Yun Tianlei knew very well that if Zhao Hai dared not to go against the people on the Ark continent, they would definitely cause a ruckus. That time, the situation that Zhao Hai would face would be even more difficult to deal with. Yun Tianlei knew very well that the third prince's attack would cause a lot of casualties. It would not take long for him to call for reinforcements. If the army was not organized properly, it would delay the progress of the attack, which would be even more troublesome. If it was in the past, Yun Tianlei would definitely not use such a method to attack the Aklea mountain defense line without caring about the casualties. However, he could not care about that now. If they could not attack the Aklea mountain defense line as soon as possible, they would be in danger. Zhao Hai was aware of Yun Tianlei's plan, but he was not worried. They had spent a long time setting up the defensive line at Mount Aklea, and it was not for nothing. Although the people on the ark had withdrawn, the line of defense was still there, and the things inside were still there. As long as they could get the army in, there would be no problem. At the moment, Zhao Hai was commanding the undead creatures to attack the Church of Light. Yun Tianlei and the others didn't use any magic shield, so Zhao Hai and the others heard everything. The changes in Yun Tianlei's side were exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. The longer they fought, the more advantageous it would be for Zhao Hai. By now, Zhao Hai had already prepared the army to attack the Theocracy of Light. They were about to attack. Before this, they had studied the defense of the Protos in the Theocracy of Light and had chosen the best place to attack. Zhao Hai and the others chose a few best locations, but they all felt that they were not suitable. In the end, they chose a place which was to attack the Church of Light from the sea. The kingdom of the Church of Light was originally the Blue Wave dynasty. This kingdom was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and only one of them was connected to the Stupa Empire. Compared to attacking on land, it would be more convenient to attack them on the sea. Many of Zhao Hai's undead creatures were transformed from sea monsters. He was more comfortable in the sea than on land, so Zhao Hai and the others decided to attack the Protos at sea. Apart from that, there was another reason. Zhao Hai wanted to take a look at the Fiery Island. The Fiery Island was one of the 5 most dangerous places on the Ark continent. It was isolated on the ocean, with extremely high temperatures and dense volcanoes. Other than some special fire elemental magical beasts and fire elemental plants, there was only one type of creature on the island, the Flame Demon. These flame demons were similar to the flame demons in the demonic realm. They were evolved from some high-level magic beasts. They were not afraid of fire, as fire was their source of energy. In addition, the Fire Island was a special place, so it had almost become a graveyard for the powerful people on the Ark continent. In the past, countless powerful people had explored the island, but only a few had come back alive. Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Flame Island to see if he could get some fire crystals. In a battle against the Protos, fire crystals were the most useful. There was even a crystal vein under Mount Fire in the icy plains of the extreme north. Zhao Hai did not believe that a place like the Fiery Island would not have fire crystals. Originally, Zhao Hai had planned to find time to go to the Fiery Island after leaving the icy plains of the extreme north. However, he did not expect so many things to happen in succession. In the end, he had to put this plan aside. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to check out the Fiery Island first before dealing with the Protos. After meeting the Great Demon King, Zhao Hai released his staff into the sea. Then, he headed straight for the Fiery Island from the sea. He was very close to the Fiery Island now. The reason why their speed was so slow was that they had to go around the Church of Light from the sea to avoid being discovered by the God Clan. Those guys of the God Clan were very powerful, so they could discover even the slightest movement. Zhao Hai was paying attention to the Blood Staff's direction, while Lies and the others were commanding the army to fight against the Protos. Now that the Blood Staff was about to reach the Fiery Island, Zhao Hai was even more focused. The staff's magical range was still limited, so Zhao Heiju could not wait any longer. He turned to look at the others and said, "Lai Jai, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go out and take a look." Okay, she replied, but her eyes never left the screen. Zhao Hai didn't mind her reaction and walked out of the portal. The blood sword also flew out of the sea and turned into a big sword, which Zhao Hai stepped on. Zhao Hai stood on the staff, but his eyes were looking forward. Not far away from him, a pillar of smoke was rising into the sky. It was obvious that the volcano in the sea was smoking. Zhao Hai believed that it was the Flame Island, so he flew straight there. Not long after, a large red island appeared before Zhao Hai's eyes. The island was not small, and its surface area was almost as large as the Blue Wave dynasty. The entire island was red, whether it was the soil or the stones. Even the plants on the island were red, making it look very special. On the south side of the island, there was a volcano erupting. However, it seemed to be close to erupting and was only emitting some black smoke. However, under the mountain, some lava could be seen emitting hot air. However, what Zhao Hai found strange was that he did not see any magical beasts or fire demons. The entire island, apart from the erupting volcano, seemed to be dead silent. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He immediately flew around the island and looked at the surface of the island. The island's terrain was very simple. There were volcanoes next to each other. This was a huge volcano island made up of many active volcanoes. After taking a look at the island's terrain, Zhao Hai entered the origin space. At the Aklea mountain fortress, the god race and the undead army were engaged in a fierce battle. The god race had launched countless attacks, but the undead army had repelled them time and time again, causing them to suffer heavy losses. What angered the third prince and the Protos the most was that they saw one of their dead soldiers suddenly being taken away by a spatial rift and turned into an undead creature to help the undead army defend the Akara Mountains. This made the Protos' eyes turn red. In the eyes of the Protos, this was an insult, a naked insult. They rushed to the defense line at the Aklea Mountains with blood-red eyes and eventually became undead creatures, joining the undead army and fighting with their former comrades. Zhao Hai took a look at the situation. Nothing happened, so he was not worried anymore. He returned to his room and turned on the smaller screen in his room. He began to observe the interior of the volcano on the island. He wanted to see if there was really a crystal mine on the island. Only after looking at the fiery island on the screen did Zhao Hai realize how wrong his previous thoughts were. There were no demon beasts or flame demons on the fiery island, but there were many demons and flame demons. It was just that a volcano was erupting on the island, so the demon beasts and flame demons were all hiding. The place where the flame demons and magic beasts were hiding was also very strange. They were all hiding in the volcanoes far away from the erupting volcano. There were many flame demons and magic beasts in those volcanoes, and their numbers were shocking. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to the flame demons and magical beasts. Instead, he used the spatial ring to explore the island. When he did so, he was shocked. On this flame island, only the top layer was made of soil and stone. When he reached about 10 meters below the island, all he could see was red fire crystals. Zhao Hai couldn't help but drool. Zhao Hai moved immediately. He appeared on the fiery island with a slight movement of his body. Then he burrowed underground and began to crazily collect fire crystals in the medium. There were so many of them that Zhao Hai didn't even know how many of them there were. All he did was collect them. The speed at which space absorbed energy from inanimate objects was unparalleled. It was so fast that it was beyond anyone's imagination. Zhao Hai didn't even know how long he had been collecting them. He only stopped when he felt that there were no more fire crystals in the surroundings. He looked around and realized that he seemed to have dug out the entire bottom of the island. However, Zhao Hai did not care. There was no one here anyway. If the flame demons and magical beasts died, so be it. It was not a big deal. Seeing that there were no fire crystals around, Zhao Hai continued to dig deeper. He believed that there would be more fire crystals underground. Just as he thought, he dug through another 20-meter layer of soil. There were fire crystals all over again. Zhao Hai collected them again and continued digging. Zhao Hai did a quick calculation. This was the 9th floor of fire crystals he had collected. Not only were these crystals bigger, but they were also more powerful and darker in color. Zhao Hai couldn't even count how many of them there were. He looked around and saw that there were no more crystals. Zhao Hai went down again. This time he did not go far when he felt a wave of heat. He looked down and saw a river of lava. He didn't go further. After crossing the lava river, he was stunned. The bottom of the lava river was different from the stones he had seen last time. There was a layer of sand, a layer of golden sand. Zhao Hai glanced at the sand, waved his hand, and put a handful of sand into the space. Then he waited for the notification from the space. The realm didn't let him down. A notification came from the realm. Super pure golden sand has been discovered. This sand is an item from the cultivation world. As for its specific use, the host level is not high enough, so he cannot know. Please enter and level up quickly. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voice from the spatial ring. This time he had really got something good. This golden sand was actually used by the self-cultivation world, and even with his current level, he didn't know how to use it. This was definitely something good. However, the golden sand was in the lava, so it wasn't easy to collect it. Zhao Hai looked around, gritted his teeth, and collected the golden sand along with the lava into the spatial zone. He didn't care anymore. This lava river was much larger than the one under the ice fields. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had experience in collecting seawater. He immediately opened up his dimension and began to collect the lava and the golden sand. The lava didn't have any reaction when it entered the space. Zhao Hai had stored the lava in the warehouse in the space, but he didn't dare to let it out now. By the time the entire lava river was collected into the spatial space, the golden sand had also been collected. After all, the lava was not a real river, and the speed of its flow was much slower than real water, so it took a lot of effort to collect it. However, it was quite beneficial for Zhao Hai to store the lava in the medium. He had discovered that the source of the lava, the source of the rock general, was a small ball of fire. A small flame was actually the source of such a lava river. When Zhao Hai first saw it, he thought he was seeing things. However, he soon realized that he was not wrong. The small ball of fire was indeed the source of the lava river. Zhao Hai also saw something very familiar there. In the past, Zhao Hai had found something similar to a sun in a crystal bottle. After storing it in the origin space, he had treated it as a small sun. The thing that Zhao Hai was looking at now was similar to that small sun. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the ball of fire and found that in the center of the ball of fire there was also a lava-like thing. It was bubbling non-stop. After looking at it for a long time, Zhao Hai could not figure out what it was. He decided to stop thinking about it and put it away. As soon as the flame-like thing was put into the portal, a prompt came from the portal. The heart of earthy fire can produce fire crystals, lava, pure golden sand, and geothermal energy. Since the host has taken the heart of earthy fire, the space has been upgraded to level 80. The host can buy 10 magic-type backgrounds and 20 normal-type backgrounds. Zhao Hai waved his fist in joy and shouted, "Yay, that's great." This was great news for Zhao Hai. The Heart of Earthly Fire was very useful and it even upgraded the dimension. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked around the Heart of Earthy Fire. It was surrounded by high-level fire crystals. Zhao Hai was worried, so he started to collect them. It took a long time for Zhao Hai to put all the crystals into the space. He then looked around and down, but didn't find anything else. He stopped and returned to the space. As soon as he entered the medium, Zhao Hai immediately placed the Heart of Earthly Fire underground. He then released the lava river. As soon as the lava river was released, a system notification came from the medium, discovered a river of earthfire. It can be used to forge weapons and attack. Zhao Hai became shortly stunned as he had not imagined that the magma river could be so useful. However, he still waved his hand to separate the golden sand from the magma river. After that, he moved the magma river into the warehouse of the space. After all, the Heart of Earthy Fire had been placed underground, which could produce another magma river. Therefore, he would keep the magma river. Zhao Hai counted his gains from the Flame Island. He had gained a lot this time. He had just looked at the list in the warehouse. He had collected hundreds of millions of fire-type crystals. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the crystals had been automatically divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades by the spatial space. The lowest grade was low-grade crystal, the highest grade was mid-grade crystal, and the highest grade was top-grade crystal. Of course, top-grade crystal was the least. There were less than 10 million pieces. There were about 100,000 pieces of high-grade crystals, more than 10 million pieces of middle-grade crystals, and nearly 1 billion pieces of low-grade crystals. Zhao Hai was extremely shocked when he saw the number. He had never thought that there would be such an astonishing amount of crystals. To him, this was definitely a huge fortune. Although crystals could not be traded, to Zhao Hai, the value of crystals was even more important than gold and silver. For now, Zhao Hai could only use the magic cannon. However, he believed that he would find more ways to use the crystals. While Zhao Hai was harvesting in the medium, he was not idling outside. He placed the blood-red staff outside and had it fly in the direction of the Church of Light. This way, he would not have to waste time on both sides. These crystals were extremely useful to Zhao Hai, especially at this critical moment when dealing with the Protos. Therefore, Zhao Hai believed that he had reaped a huge harvest on the Blazing Island. Lies and the others were commanding the battle against the God Clan, so they couldn't leave. Laura, on the other hand, didn't have much to do. The system beeped a few times just now, and she and the others ran out of the room. When Zhao Hai saw that Laura and the others had come out, he also went up to them. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and asked, "Big Brother Hai, what happened just now? Why were there so many beeps? What are those things?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, we've got quite a lot of good stuff this time. Look." With that, he opened up the storage page. Zhao Hai's storage was now filled with a huge pile of items. Zhao Hai had already dealt with a few batches, but there were still a lot of things left, so his storage page was very crowded. Fortunately, the pages of this warehouse were arranged according to time. The earlier the items were stored, the earlier they were placed in the front of the page. The items that Zhao Hai had collected this time were all placed at the back of the page. Laura looked at the items on the page and was very surprised. The river of earthfire, crystal stones, and golden sand. The amount of crystal stones in the river of earthfire was amazing, and the amount of golden sand was even more amazing. Laura looked at the crystal and said, "So there are different grades of crystals. Big Brother Hai, what grade are the crystals we are using now?" "Low level." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, "The lowest level." Laura looked at the 1 billion figure on the page with a dumbfounded expression and didn't know what to say. "NBSB other than crystal stones. I don't know what the golden sand and the river of earthfire are for. Even if I want to use them, I'm afraid that my current level isn't enough," Zhao Hai continued. Laura was stunned and asked, "Big Brother Hai, you mean you want to know what that thing is for?" Was it because his level wasn't high enough that he didn't know? The space's level is already so high and it's still not enough. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "That's right. Of course, it's not enough. Now we can buy another 10 fantasy backdrops and 20 normal backdrops. However, it'll take some time before we can buy them. We don't have much money on hand." Laura nodded her head. She knew what Zhao Hai meant. When they were modifying the space on the Ark, they had spent almost all of Zhao Hai's money. Therefore, they really did not have any extra money to buy a background. After Zhao Hai closed the warehouse page, he led Laura and the others back into the house. As he walked, he said, "With this, we've stored all the good things on the island into our storage space. We don't need to go there anymore. We'll also have more crystals now. It's enough to deal with the gods." Lola nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Most importantly, I obtained a Heart of Earthfire this time. I've already placed it underground. In the future, our space will be able to produce fire-type crystal pellets. Perhaps we'll even be able to produce golden sand and rivers of earthfire in the future." "That's great," Laura said happily. "To be honest, Big Brother Hai, we can also sell some crystals to the space now. The price of crystals in the space is very high. Zhao Hai shook his head. Forget it. The realm won't do business at a loss. Although the price of selling crystals to the realm is high, if we need crystals in the future and want to buy them back from the realm, we'll have to pay even more money. In any case, we'll have enough money in a few days. There's no need to sell these crystals. Lola nodded. She spoke. They entered the house. As soon as they entered the house, they saw that Lies and Meljan were commanding the undead in the war against the Protoss. However, it was now Lies who was commanding, while Meljan was sitting by the side, resting. Zhao Hai also knew that commanding a battle was an extremely difficult task. If two people were to command at the same time, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Therefore, one of them was commanding while the other was resting. This way, they could ensure the continuous battle. Zhao Hai did not disturb the two of them. Instead, he returned to his room and took a look at the small screen to calculate how long it would take for them to reach the periphery of the Church of Light. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that almost everyone in the Ark was paying attention to the battle. Other than the soldiers, no one had ever seen such a grand battle. Even the soldiers had never experienced such a grand battle before. They had only fought against the god race and demon race, but they had never participated in such a large-scale defense line attack. This battle was a live broadcast, and it made everyone's blood boil. From time to time, there would be cheers. Every time they repelled an attack from the Protoss, people would cheer. However, those who knew the undead had a serious look on their faces. They could see that the Protoss were really powerful. Although they were beaten back by the undead time and time again, as if their abilities were nothing special, those who were observant had counted that since the first attack on the Aklea Mountain defense line, the Protoss had attacked more than 40 times. There were more than 40 charges. Although the first one was defeated, the number of casualties was not a small number. If it were the army from the Ark continent, they would have been defeated. However, the Protoss did not seem to have any reaction. Their attacks were still sharp. Although this was only a small problem, many things could be reflected from this problem, such as the quality of the Protoss soldiers and their ability to withstand pressure. On the battlefield, the soldiers were under immense pressure because they had to face the enemy's artillery fire directly. They had to face life and death directly. When you saw your comrades fall one by one, that kind of pressure was not something that ordinary people could bear. The Protoss soldiers were able to withstand the pressure. It was as if they didn't even see their comrades fall. They charged again and again, being pushed back again and again. Although it looked stupid, if ordinary people were to face such an army, their defense would have been broken. Those who knew the art of war were all very surprised by the combat power of the Shen clan. It was also because of this that their faces were not very good. They had thought that Zhao Hai was exaggerating when he asked them to move into the realm. If it weren't for the excellent environment in the realm, they might not have been able to take it. However, after seeing the combat power of the Protoss, no one said anything. The Protoss army was too terrifying. Furthermore, they knew that the Infernals in their army were even more terrifying than the Protoss army. The Protoss army would die, while the Infernals army would self-destruct. Even if they were to die, they would take one of them with them. The old king of the Rasen Empire was such a person. Although he had agreed to enter the space, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, this space belonged to Zhao Hai. In this space, Zhao Hai had the final say. This meant that Zhao Hai's status was higher than his. How could he feel comfortable as a father-in-law? They had only seen the battle between the undead and the demons once before. Now that they had seen the battle with the god race, the old king's indignance finally disappeared without a trace. The old king let out a long sigh of relief. Randolph, who was standing beside him, said softly, "What happened to Her Majesty?" The old king smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect the god race to be so strong. No wonder Hai let us into the space. If we didn't come in this time, we would have been in trouble." Randolph nodded and let out a long breath. "That's right. I really didn't expect the gods' race to be so strong. Their soldiers are so ferocious." The two of them sighed for a while, but they didn't look at it any longer. They returned to the palace. After all, they were people with status and had a lot of things to deal with. They didn't have time to look at it for so long. Zhao Hai was not aware of this. He was currently preparing to attack the Protoss. Everything was ready. The staff had already reached the southeast of the Church of Light. This was the best place for Zhao Hai and the others to attack. The southwest of the Church of Light was currently occupied by the new continent of the divinity. Zhao Hai did not want to attack that new continent yet, as it was directly connected to the God Clan. If he attacked that place, he might draw the God Clan out. At that time, he would not be able to get any benefits. Therefore, Zhao Hai's route of attack was from the southeast all the way to the northwest. In the territory of the Church of Light, he would cut a diagonal line. This diagonal line would avoid the new continent of the Protoss. At the same time, he would also cut a path of killing from the hinterland of the Church of Light. This way, he could collect more gnomes and more magic cannons. As the battle at the Aklea Mountain was still ongoing, Zhao Hai could only command the undead creatures to attack. This time, the undead creatures around Zhao Hai were all barbarian and winged horse race, and there were about 20 million of them. Zhao Hai didn't let the undead creatures of the barbarian race and the winged horse race out of the Akaya Mountains to confront the god race head-on, because he found that the barbarian race and the winged horse race seemed to be very dissatisfied with the god race. This time, they didn't seem to be putting in much effort. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't let the undead creatures of the barbarian race and the winged horse race out. He was afraid that if he let the undead creatures of these two races out, it would arouse the anger of the barbarian race and the winged horse race. If these two races were to follow the god race and fight them to the death, the pressure on the Aklaya Mountains would be even greater. Zhao Hai stood calmly on the huge sword that was transformed from the blood staff. Behind him were nearly 20 million undead creatures. However, these undead creatures looked like zombies. They were the barbarian race and the winged horse race. The barbarian race was in the middle while the winged horse race was in the two wings. This time, Zhao Hai didn't set up the Rubik's Cube. Although the Rubik's Cube could be used to attack or defend, the formation had a unique characteristic. It didn't move very quickly. After all, maintaining the Rubik's Cube formation wasn't an easy task. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai had arranged for such a formation. His operation this time was not to engage in a large-scale positional warfare with the Protoss. Instead, he was going to charge from one end to the other. What he needed was speed. If he were to really be entangled with the Protoss, then even if Zhao Hai was not in danger, he would not be able to reap any benefits. Zhao Hai looked at the team behind him. They were all ready. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Remember, Winged Horse Tribe, your main task is to capture the gnomes. I want them alive. Barbarians, you are to attack the city and grab the magic cannons. The more the better." Zhao Hai didn't ask the human army if they had heard it for nothing. To the undead creatures, it wasn't necessary. Zhao Hai was their god, and they would carry out every word he said without any hesitation. After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he flew toward the Church of Light. The moment Zhao Hai appeared, the projections of the cities in the arc suddenly disappeared. This caused the people in the arc to be in an uproar. They were all shocked. They were afraid that something had happened at the defensive line and that Zhao Hai had lost. Although they had entered the space, they were still very concerned about the battle outside. After all, Zhao Hai and the others were facing their former enemies. The sudden change of events threw the entire space of the arc into chaos. At that moment, the voice that had explained to them earlier said, "Everyone, please be quiet. What we just saw was the battle between Mr. Zhao Hai's undead army and the Protoss army at the Akara Mountains. The reason why Mr. Zhao Hai allowed the Protoss to reach the Akara Mountains safely was that he wanted to use the Akara Mountains to hold back the Protoss. At the same time, he led a surprise attack on the base of the Protoss on the Arc continent, the Kingdom of the Church of Light." Following the voice, a map appeared on the screen. It was the terrain to the south of the Aklaya Mountain defense line. Red dots were used to show the undead army, and red dots were used to show the Protoss. As the voice explained, arrows appeared on the map from time to time to explain. The people quieted down and looked at the map on the screen. The map was moving and looked like a three-dimensional map. The mountains and rivers were clearly displayed. Even the cities in the Bujur Empire were clearly displayed. At the same time, the green arrows on the map showed the Protoss route, and the red arrows showed how Zhao Hai was going to deal with them. Therefore, people could see that at the very beginning, a huge green arrow was heading straight for the Stupa Empire from the direction of the Kingdom of the Church of Light. They did not encounter any resistance along the way. It was not until the green arrow of the God Clan reached the defense line at the Aklaya Mountain that a huge red arrow stopped the attack of the God Clan. At the same time, some small red arrows also appeared around the Aklaya Mountain. Obviously, these small arrows were to prevent the enemy from retreating. They were prepared to hold them back. As the arrows moved, the voice explained. Now, even an ordinary farmer could roughly understand the course of the war. Then the image on the screen changed to the Church of Light. The voice explained again. The army of the dead at Mount Akreya is holding back the Protoss, and Mr. Zhao Hai is now leading another army of the dead. They have circled around the back of the Church of Light from the sea, ready to attack the Protoss in the Kingdom of the Church of Light from here, and then kill their way out from here. As he was speaking, the red arrow representing Zhao Hai and the others on the screen moved quickly. It was a diagonal line that went straight from the southeast to the northwest of the Church of Light. After explaining, the map on the screen disappeared. Then it showed Zhao Hai's army, which was preparing to attack the Church of Light. The voice continued. What we can see on the continent right now is Mr. Zhao Hai's army that is attacking the Church of Light. The army has already set off. The screen even zoomed in on Zhao Hai. He was wearing a black magic cannon, standing on a big sword, flying in front of the team. His clothes were fluttering in the wind like a god. The people on the continent could not help but feel a sense of respect for him. Zhao Hai's expression was calm. He carefully observed the area in front of him. They had already entered the territory of the Church of Light. The god race had not expected Zhao Hai to attack from here, so they had not left any defensive forces in the cities along the coastline. However, Zhao Hai did not let his guard down. The entire country of light was now a huge magic array. Although the magic array was used to break the spatial barrier, who knew if it had other uses? Hence, Zhao Hai was very careful. Zhao Hai also knew that they were broadcasting the situation to the people on the Ark continent. This was what Kai told him, and they had discussed it before. This was to better highlight Zhao Hai's positive image and raise his status in the hearts of the people on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai, who was moving forward, noticed that there was a city in front of him with Protoss troops. However, it was a small city, and there were not many people. There were many gnomes working outside the city. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He waved his hand and led the army forward. The people watching the screen saw the army charge toward the city occupied by the Protoss with Zhao Hai as the arrowhead. Everyone held their breath and looked at the screen carefully. The Protoss in the small city also saw Zhao Hai's army. They couldn't help but panic. They could not help but panic because their small city did not have any defensive power at all. Even the magic cannons on the city walls were not accurate. In fact, this was just a slave farm, a place where the Protoss specially managed slaves. Moreover, the Protoss did not think that anyone could attack here, so there was almost no defense power here. However, Zhao Hai wasn't going to be polite. He led the barbarian cavalrymen straight into the city, while the winged horse cavalrymen charged toward the gnomes who were working outside the city. The gnomes looked at the winged horse cavalrymen who were charging toward them with panic. These gnomes didn't know that the winged horse riders had become undead creatures. They didn't learn magic or battle energy, so their senses couldn't be that sensitive. Although they were very afraid of the winged horse cavalry, they didn't run. They knew that even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. If they ran and were caught by the god race, they would die, so no one dared to run. As for the winged horse death knights, each of them was at level 9. It was a piece of cake for them to deal with these powerless earth spirits. As soon as they flew past the earth spirits, the gnomes were caught in their hands. So the winged horse death knights who caught the earth spirits were immediately put into the space. This space was an ordinary space that neither the demons nor the people of the Ark continent had ever been to. Of course, the people on the Ark continent did not see such a scene on the projection. The projection only showed Zhao Hai leading the barbarians to attack the gods. The weapons that the barbarian race was equipped with were javelins and blood thunder bead javelins. Zhao Hai thought that among these races, the barbarian race was the one that could exert the power of the blood thunder bead javelins to the greatest extent. The barbarian race had great manpower. They might not be able to use bows and arrows well, but they were much better with javelins. Javelins were accurate and ruthless. They had a long range and were fast. If it weren't for the fear of angering the barbarian elites, Zhao Hai would have sent the barbarian race to deal with the Protoss army. However, this was good for them. The barbarian cavalrymen followed behind Zhao Hai and attacked the city of the Cult of Light. When they reached the sky above the city, a few god race people flew up and set up their own domains. These god race people were all god-grade experts, so they naturally also set up their domains. However, their strength was nothing in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stopped and waved his hand. The blood-red sword under his feet flew out and stabbed toward the few gods race people. The speed of the blood sword was extremely fast. With a flash of red light in the sky, the domains of the Protoss were broken and blood appeared on their chests. The blood grew larger and larger. The Protoss looked at Zhao Hai in shock, then looked down at the blood on their chests. Zhao Hai's sword had pierced through their chests, shattering their hearts. They clearly wouldn't survive. As soon as the Protoss died, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand and put them into his dimension. He then released them at the Aklea defense line. They had become undead creatures. The entire process happened very quickly. It only took a few blinks of the eyes to complete. However, everything was clearly recorded on the screen. It was even shown in a close-up so that everyone on the Ark could see clearly. The people on the Ark cheered when they saw Zhao Hai kill a few Protoss with a wave of his hand. Then they saw a rain of spears falling from the sky. All the Protoss in the city were killed in an instant. After killing the Protoss, Zhao Hai did not leave. Instead, he found some more gnomes in the small city and released them. Other than that, Zhao Hai was also searching for something else through the space. It was none other than the dried corpses of the people from the Cult of Light who were used as blood sacrifices by the God clan. Zhao Hai did not do this for no reason. He found the goblin slaves to let the people on the Ark know how the god race treated the people they had conquered. Zhao Hai wanted to find the dried corpses of the people of the Church of Light to show the people on the Ark continent how the god race treated the people on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai had done this because he knew the importance of publicity. If he wanted to become the god of the people of the Ark continent, he had to do a good job of publicity. He had to maintain a sense of mystery while promoting. This was necessary. This was a long-term plan, but with the realm, Zhao Hai did not think it would take long to complete the plan. The realm had the ability to change people's minds. Zhao Hai believed that with this ability, it would not take long for the people of the Ark continent to worship him like a god. When Zhao Hai rescued the gnomes, he purposely gave them a close-up shot. The gnomes' expressions were neither happy nor sad. They were only numb. They looked dazed and resigned to their fate. The people on the ark who saw this scene felt their hearts tremble. The eyes of the gnomes were especially lifeless. They looked like Zhao Hai's undead creatures. They didn't look like living beings at all. They were eyes that shouldn't appear on living beings. The gnomes were short, even shorter than the dwarves, so when they stood beside Zhao Hai, they looked like children standing beside an adult. However, the more they looked like this, the more impressive they were. These gnomes were clearly malnourished, so they all looked like big-headed dolls. Their heads were big, but their bodies were small, like little radish heads. When the people on the Ark continent saw the gnomes, they thought of their children. When they thought of their children, they couldn't help but think of their own children. If the Ark continent was really conquered by the gods, their children might become like the gnomes in the future. They would be small but have big heads. Zhao Hai kept all the goblins into his realm and flew out of the city. The people in the Ark didn't know what Zhao Hai was up to, but they soon found out that Zhao Hai had come to a ditch in a mountain. There was a pile of dried corpses. When the people in the Ark saw the mummified corpses, they could not help but exclaim. Some of the more timid ones even closed their eyes, not daring to look anymore. At this moment, the voice that had explained to them earlier suddenly sounded, "Don't panic, everyone." The corpses you see now are from the former kingdom of the Church of Light, which is the Greenwave dynasty. In order to come to the Ark continent, the god race used the entire Greenwave dynasty as a blood sacrifice. None of the Greenwave dynasty's people were spared, and all of them died. When the god race arrived at the Ark continent, they threw these bodies casually in a ditch outside the city. You can see the appearance of these bodies. Before they were born, they were praying in the Church of Light. They prayed that the god they believed in could bring them a happy life. However, they never thought that the god race would not give them a happy life, but an extermination. When the people in the space of the Ark heard this, those who were timid could not help but open their eyes. What entered their eyes was the kneeling corpses. The people on the Ark continent were even angrier. However, this scene did not last long. Zhao Hai had already buried the ravine with magic. He bowed to the ravine, turned around, and flew up. He led the undead that had finished their work to their next target. This time, they wanted to attack the Protos as fast as possible. Moreover, there were not many Protos left in the kingdom of the Church of Light. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others advanced very quickly. They broke through the cities they came across and took away all the gnomes. They also took away all the magic cannons. They did not leave any usable resources in the cities for the Protos. However, Zhao Hai would find the dried corpses in every city and bury them. After the live broadcast of Zhao Hai's attack on the two cities of the Kingdom of Light, the Ark space no longer broadcasted Zhao Hai's situation. Instead, it switched back to the Akara Mountains. Although the battle at Mount Akrea was still as lively as before, the people in the Ark space now felt a little heavier in their hearts. They were no longer as excited as before. Zhao Hai had no idea how the people in the Ark were feeling. What he needed to do now was to take down the Protos cities one by one and take everything that could be taken away. He didn't want to leave anything for the Protos. Zhao Hai captured all the gnomes he could. He didn't leave a single one alive. This was a blow to the Protos. After all, the gnomes farming provided the Protos army with food and water. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai didn't want the people on land to see too much of it. If the people on the Ark saw that the god in his heart was commanding the undead creatures to plunder the Ark's loot with all their might, it would be embarrassing. Zhao Hai's group advanced very quickly. Although there was some resistance from time to time, with Zhao Hai's presence and the blood thunder beads and javelins, the Protos were annihilated in almost 2 moves. The god's magic cannons, on the other hand, were only average in terms of power. Compared to the magic cannons on the Ark continent, which used crystals, the power of the cannons was much weaker. After all, the god's cannons did not use such crystals. Apparently, the Protos did not expect that someone would come here to cause trouble, so their reaction was a little slow. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, the Protos did not have many troops in the Church of Light. To deal with Zhao Hai's army of nearly 20 million, they could only transfer some troops from the Protos, or ask the third prince and the others to come back and help. However, the third prince and the others were currently fighting the Ark army at Mount Akrea. Even if the Protos army arrived, they would not be able to return so quickly, so they had to go to the Divine Realm to mobilize the army. However, by the time they had mobilized the army from the divinity, Zhao Hai and the others had already left the territory of the Cult of Light and returned to the medium. The operation this time took 2 days and 1 night, and they fought non-stop all night. If not for the undead creatures, even ordinary god-grade powerhouses wouldn't be able to keep an eye on them. Zhao Hai did a quick count. They had obtained 50 million gnomes, 3,200 giant magic cannons, and countless other resources from the Protos. Zhao Hai arranged for the gnomes to stay in an empty background. After he was done with the inventory, he entered the background. The gnomes looked much better than when they first entered the dimension. Their numb expressions had also loosened up. The gnomes were not stupid. They realized that they had come to a very strange place. The environment here was much better than the Ark continent, and it was also much better than the realm of God. They were surrounded by their own companions, and there was not a single Protos. When they thought about Zhao Hai's battle with the Protos, the gnomes realized that they had been captured by the people of the Ark Continent. When the gods sent the gnomes to the Ark Continent, they had already told them where they were. After all, the existence of the Ark Continent was no secret in the Divine Realm. The people of the Ark Continent had ascended to the Divine Realm in the past, so the Divine Realm was more familiar with the Ark Continent than the other continents. The gnomes knew what kind of place the Ark Continent was, but they didn't expect the people there to be so strong. They could defeat the gods and even cause trouble in their territory. This was something they didn't even dare to dream of. 2 days and 1 night wasn't a short time. When the gnomes first opened the realm, they were very afraid and didn't dare to move around. However, after 2 days and 1 night, they would be hungry and would look for food. In this realm, Zhao Hai had planted many breadfruit trees. When the gnomes found that breadfruit could be eaten, they all ate until they were full. These gnomes didn't know how long it had been since they had a full meal. The gnomes who had been slaves since they were young were still fine, as they had never had a full meal. However, the gnomes who were captured later all cried emotionally. In order to avoid being captured by the Protos, the goblins used to hide in poor places. However, the environment of the Protos was better than that of the Ark Continent, so even the poor places in the Protos' eyes were not too bad. Therefore, the goblins used to be able to eat, but ever since they were captured by the Protos, they had never had a full meal. There were many breadfruit trees in this world. Zhao Hai no longer had to give the breadfruit to the people on the Ark Continent as food. After the people on the Ark entered the space, they could not even finish the food they grew. Of course, they did not need Zhao Hai to provide them. Zhao Hai was buying breadfruits to sell them to the realm, but to be honest, the price he paid for the realm was pathetically low. He didn't feel any heartache at all when the gnomes ate them. The heads of these gnomes were small, and their stomachs had contracted after a long period of starvation. They couldn't eat much at all. 1 breadfruit was enough for 3 gnomes to eat. When Zhao Hai arrived, the gnomes were collecting breadfruits. When they saw Zhao Hai, they knelt down in fear. Zhao Hai looked at the gnomes and said in a deep voice, "You will live here from now on. There will be no god race in this space, but let me tell you, I am your god because this space is mine. I will not treat you like slaves, but you must do what I tell you. As long as you do what I tell you, I will give you what you want." Zhao Hai knew very well that the goblins had been oppressed by the Protos for a long time. If you talked about equality with them now, they wouldn't understand, so he had to use this method. As expected, the gnomes accepted Zhao Hai's method. Not only were they not disappointed, they were excited. The environment of this space was very good. Zhao Hai did not have the money to change everything in this space, so he did not build a place for the gnomes to live. He just looked at the gnomes and said, "The breadfruit on the breadfruit tree in this space is for you to eat. You can build your own house here. I will also put some low-level magic beasts here so you can catch them to eat. If you have anything you need, you can pick breadfruit and exchange it there." After explaining, Zhao Hai pointed to a place not far away. The ground there shook, and a church-like building rose from the ground. The building wasn't very big, but it looked very grand. Zhao Hai looked at the gnomes and said, "That's your temple. If you need anything, you can pick breadfruits or catch magical beasts to exchange for them. If you want to exchange for something, you just need to bring the breadfruits and magical beasts into that house and tell them what you want to exchange. Do you understand?" Some of the gnomes nodded and some shouted to stop. Zhao Hai nodded and left in a flash. He didn't want to care about these gnomes for now. He would definitely go to the divinity in the future. When that time came, more and more gnomes would come. It would all depend on their own development. The moment Zhao Hai left, the land spirits immediately got up from the ground. A few of the gnomes, who had a sense of leadership, immediately gathered the people around them and went to pick breadfruits. In any group, there would be some people who were born with leadership talents, and the goblins were no exception. Some goblins were born with a convincing ability, but they had been locked up by the Protos and did not show this ability. Now that they were in such a place, these earth spirits had a use. They gathered the goblins who were willing to listen to them and gathered them to pick breadfruits. Then they prepared to bring them to the church to exchange for items. This was how a faction was slowly formed. Zhao Hai's laissez-faire attitude was very beneficial to the current gnomes. The gnomes had lost almost all of their cultural heritage. If they were to accept too many things at once, they would definitely not be able to accept it. Letting the goblins do as they pleased was the best choice. The situation of the gnomes was different from that of the Ark Continent. The entire Ark Continent had been moved into the Ark space. The civilization on the Ark Continent had not been damaged at all. It had been preserved completely. However, the goblins were different. In the past, the goblins had a strong foundation in magic and machinery. They might have been much stronger than the ones on the Ark Continent. However, it was useless now. Their civilization had been wiped out, and there were no more gnomes who could read. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for Zhao Hai to make them learn too many things or help him with difficult tasks. The reason why Zhao Hai created the church and even got the gnomes to exchange their items was to let the gnomes understand that bringing them to the realm was not like bringing them to heaven. They still needed to work in order to get what they wanted. It It was not that Zhao Hai was cruel, but he did not want the goblins to develop the habit of being lazy. He wanted them to know that one should reap what they sow. Zhao Hai had asked Kai to build the church. The church was actually a server controlled by Kai. As long as the gnomes brought something into the church, they could exchange it for what they needed. Zhao Hai could get it for them. Of course, there was a price to the items. For example, an ordinary iron axe would cost the gnomes at least 50 kilograms of breadfruit. This was the price that Kai had come up with after she had bought things from the realm, and then bought things from the realm. She had calculated the prices of the items in the Ark continent, and this price seemed to be eternally unchanging. He wasn't afraid that the goblins wanted to exchange for something extraordinary. With the things in the dimension that the goblins were in, even if they wanted to exchange for something more advanced, they couldn't take out anything to exchange. The dimension the gnomes were in produced breadfruit the most. Even if they collected all the breadfruit in the dimension, they wouldn't be able to get a single crystal. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. After dealing with the gnomes, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains. The battle was still ongoing there. Yun Tianlei and the others had no idea that Zhao Hai had already ransacked the Church of Light's territory. However, it was no longer possible for Zhao Hai to enter the Church of Light and rob them. The Protos had already sent reinforcements from the Divine Realm to the Church of Light. Hence, Zhao Hai was now prepared to deal with the Protos army that was besieging the defensive line at Mount Aklea. However, there was a problem. They didn't have enough manpower. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of undead creatures, he didn't plan to use the undead creatures of the barbarian race and the winged horse race. If he used the undead creatures of the barbarian race and the winged horse race, it might anger the barbarian race and the winged horse race. If he pushed these two races to the side of the gods' race, Zhao Hai would be in deep trouble. Zhao Hai had a grudge against the gods, but he didn't have any grudges against the barbarian race and the winged horse race. To be honest, Zhao Hai did sympathize with these two races. It was because of this that when Zhao Hai found out that the barbarian race and the winged horse race were perfunctory with the orders of the gods, he decisively ordered them not to launch a large-scale attack on the barbarian race and the winged horse race. He wanted them to know that the people on the Ark continent treated them differently from the gods. It had to be acknowledged that Zhao Hai's plan had been very successful. The elite barbarians and winged horse race had not put in much effort in the battle against the Ark continent. This had also relieved the pressure on the Aklea mountain defense line. However, this meant that Zhao Hai did not have enough power to deal with the Protos. The people on the Ark continent had just settled down in the Ark space. If he sent out troops now, it would cause the people on the Ark to be resentful. Zhao Hai would not do such a thing. However, if he didn't allow them to send out their troops, Zhao Hai didn't have any other troops. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a movement in one of his messages. Zhao Hai took out the message fish and saw that it was a good message for the Great Demon King. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. After the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King had discussed the future movements of the demon race, they were ready to return to the demon world. However, before returning to the demon world, the Great Demon King still had some things to do. First, he had to wait for news from the Demon Vulture race. As long as he had news from the Demon Vulture race, he could carry out the second step. The Demon Vulture race had been gone for 3 days before returning. As soon as he returned to the demon capital, he immediately went to see the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King naturally knew what had happened, so he didn't summon the Demon Vulture race man alone. Instead, he invited all the reputable demon race people in the demon race city. When all the demon race clansmen had arrived, the Great Demon King let them in. The demon puppet clansman had a tired face as he saluted everyone present. The Great Demon King then said, "All right, tell me." The Demon Vulture clansman replied, "Yes, your majesty. This time I set off from the magic city. After passing through the Aklea Mountains, I entered the Leon Empire, the Rosen Empire, and the Arcas Empire before entering the Orc Prairies. Your majesty, there is no one on the Ark continent. All the people on the Ark continent have moved away, and I saw the underworld's poisonous fog on the Orc Prairies. It is definitely the underworld's poisonous fog. I also saw many undead creatures moving around in the poisonous fog." When the demons in the hall heard what the demon Phoenix said, they were in an uproar. They did not expect the people on the Ark continent to have really moved away, and the people from the underworld had really appeared. The devil race wasn't afraid of any other race, but they were the most afraid of the netherworld. This was something that couldn't be helped. The netherworld was filled with cold-blooded and heartless creatures. The devil race would be at a great disadvantage if they were to face them. The Great Demon King looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Quiet down, what's with the noise?" The hall fell silent. No one dared to speak. The Great Demon King's prestige was there, and none of these people dared to disrespect him. When the Great Demon King saw that everyone was silent, he turned to the Demon Vulture clansman and said, "All right, you may leave." The Demon Vulture clansman responded and turned to leave. The Great Demon King turned to look at the crowd and said, "It looks like Mr. Zhao Hai didn't lie to us. I had a deep conversation with him before, and he was very sincere. He brought me to the place where the people from the Ark continent live. To be honest, when I got there, I really thought he was lying to me. The terrain there is exactly the same as the one on the Ark continent. There is no difference. The people from the Ark continent live there, and there are no wars. Everyone looked at the Demon King, not knowing what he was going to say. The Demon King looked at everyone and said, Mr. Zhao Hai told me. He said he doesn't hate us demons. We invaded the Ark continent in search of a better life, so he doesn't hate us. Plus, we didn't cause any real harm to the Ark continent, so he still understands us. He then took me to a space with a very good environment. The environment there is even better than the Ark continent. Mr. Zhao Hai said that if we demons want to, we can move to that space. Although the Great Demon King's words had suppressed them, these people still couldn't help but make a sound. The key was that the news the Great Demon King had just said was really too shocking. The Great Demon King looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, everyone must be curious as to why Mr. Zhao Hai is doing this. Well, I'll explain it to you. The space that Mr. Zhao Hai mentioned is actually his own space. He has a special technique that allows him to open up a few spaces of his own. In those spaces, he is God, and his words are the will of God. In other words, if we demons enter that space, Mr. Zhao Hai can do whatever he wants to us. Do you all understand? When the devils heard the Great Demon King's words, they all lost their voices. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. Everyone looked at the Great Demon King in shock. The Great Demon King looked at everyone's expressions and continued, Mr. Zhao Hai promised me that if we, the demon race, enter that space, he will not oppress us for no reason. He will not meddle in the internal affairs of the demon race, nor will he use his power to enslave us. He just thinks that we are not bad, and he doesn't want us to be destroyed by the underworld. Speaking of this, the Great Demon King sighed and said, in the previous battles between the underworld and the devil realm, although we managed to defeat the underworld, we also paid a heavy price. Also, everyone, we were fighting in the devil realm at that time. We could still find a way to seal the portal to the underworld, but it's different now. This is the Ark continent, and the portal between us and the Ark continent has been completely opened. The portal between the underworld and the Ark continent has been completely opened. This portal can't be sealed, which means that the Nephilims and the underworld are forever connected through the Ark continent. Speaking of this, the Great Demon King glanced at the demons and continued, in the past, we repelled the netherworld and kept the devil world safe because we could seal the space passage. If the space passage was not sealed, it would definitely be a disaster for our devil world. Those devils were not stupid. They understood the Great Devil King's meaning. Once the space passage could not be sealed, the devil world would be destroyed by the underworld sooner or later. This was the biggest threat. If we enter Mr. Zhao Hai's dimension, we won't have to worry about the underworld anymore, the Demon King said. Besides, Mr. Zhao Hai didn't ask us to enter that dimension out of goodwill. We demons are still useful to him. The demon race's people all calmed down. What they were most worried about was not entering that space. Just like what Bailey had said, the demon race was too eager for a good living environment. For a good living environment, they were willing to pay a lot of things. What the demon race people were afraid of was that they would be of no use to Zhao Hai. That space belonged to Zhao Hai, and if they were of no use to him, it would definitely not be good news for them. If they were of no use to Zhao Hai, would he still use that space to keep them? That was impossible. No one would do that. This was just like the demon race's grazing. If the magic beasts they raised were of no use to them, they would not raise them. Now that they heard the Great Demon King say that the demon race would be of great use to Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be tempted. The Great Demon King looked at the crowd and said, I think everyone knows Mr. Zhao Hai's strength. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if I use the Demon War Chariot, I might not be Mr. Zhao Hai's opponent. Also, I want to tell you one thing. Don't think that our demon world is just a high-level dimension. There are still dimensions that are higher than our demon world. Hearing the Great Demon King's words, the demon race people became excited. They all knew what this high-level plane meant, and the only reason they knew this word was because of their understanding of Fangzhou. They knew that the Ark continent was a low-level plane. In the past, there had never been any god-tier powerhouses on the Ark continent. All the god-tier powerhouses on the Ark continent had ascended to the Divine Realm. Compared to the Divine Realm, the Ark continent was a low-level plane. They had always thought that the Devil Realm and the God Realm were the highest level of planes, because these two planes could produce their own god-ranked powerhouses. Now that they heard the Great Demon King say that there was a higher realm above them, they couldn't sit still anymore and started discussing. The demonic Dragon King knew what was going on. Hence, he looked at everyone and shouted silence. His shout finally calmed the devils down. The Great Devil King looked at them and said in a deep voice, I've learned a little about the higher planes over the past few days. The reason why I didn't tell you was because this matter was too shocking, so I didn't tell you. Devil Race's people quieted down. The Great Devil King had done a lot for the Devil Race over the years, and they all knew that he would not lie to them. Because of this, they all believed in his words. Now that they heard what he said, although they were very surprised, they were more curious. The great demon king looked at the crowd and said, "The demonic god that we believe in is actually a cultivator from a higher plane. Moreover, he doesn't look like the demonic god we see now. The real him should look like this." After saying that, the devil took out the photo of Lu Wei that Zhao Hai had printed out. Even the demon dragon king had never seen this photo before. Now that they heard the great demon king say this, they all took the photo and looked at it with great curiosity. After everyone had seen the photos, the great demon king said to them, "In the entire devil world, no one knows that I actually have the Eye of Truth skill, except for the demon dragon. When I became the great devil king, the demon god once appeared and bestowed it to me. At that time I saw that the demonic beast was not what we saw. His true form was actually like this. He changed into that form to make us believe that he was the demon god. Then the great demon king told him how he found out that the devil was not the real devil and how he started to investigate. He also told him how he found the magic array in the devil's statue that collected the power of faith." After the great demon king finished speaking, everyone in the room, except for the demon dragon king, sat there in a daze. What the great demon king said was beyond their understanding. They didn't know what to say for a while. The great demon king looked at them and sighed. At that time, there weren't many people who knew about this matter. However, it wasn't like there weren't any. Other than the devil dragon king, there were also a few top experts in the divine realm who knew about this matter. After we found out about this matter, the only thought we had was to break free from this person's control over the devil race. Speaking of this, the great demon king became excited. He looked at all the demon race people sitting in the hall and said loudly, "Tell us, what did the demonic god give us all these years? We still have to fight magical beasts and our own kind every day in the terrible environment of the devil world, just to survive. Even so, we still have to believe in the devil god, so why should we provide him with the power of belief? Why is it that we've put in so much effort, yet we can't get anything in return?" The great demon king's words had directly hit the nail on the head of the demon race. These people had long been tortured by the environment of the demon race, and now that they heard the great demon king's words, the resentment in their hearts erupted. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eyes turned red. The devil race was not afraid of death, although they believed in the devil god. For people like them who had been through life and death situations all year round, their belief in the devil god was not very strong. They believed in themselves more. The great demon king looked at these demon race people and knew that it was about time. He continued, "To be honest, I invaded the Ark continent this time to break free from that person's control over the demons. But I didn't expect to hear about this person from Mr. Zhao Hai while I was talking to him." Then, the great demon king told them how Zhao Hai discovered Lu Wei and how he defeated Lu Wei. After that, the great demon king said in a deep voice, "It's because of this that I've decided to let the demons move into Mr. Zhao Hai's space. Mr. Zhao Hai is very powerful, and he will be even more powerful in the future. By then, he will have a chance to ascend to a higher space and meet this person. This person has lied to us for so many years, and I can't take it lying down. If Mr. Zhao Hai can really bring us to that higher space through the space, I'm afraid that we will have to face this person. Then we can personally find that person to take revenge." As soon as he heard the great demon king's words, the killing intent of the devil king's men suddenly emerged. The devil race was never afraid of death, but they hated it the most when others lied to them. Therefore, after knowing about Lu Wei's matter, these people hated Lu Wei very much. Now that the great demon king said that they could use this method to take revenge, of course they were happy. The great demon king looked at the crowd and said, "Is there anything else you want to say? If you don't want to enter Mr. Zhao Hai's dimension, I have no objections." Mr. Zhao Hai said that it's up to you whether you want to enter that dimension or not. Even if you do, it's up to you to decide whether you want to believe in him or not. As soon as the great demon king spoke, a man from the power demon race stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Of course we have to enter that space. Not only is the environment there good, but we can also take revenge. Why not?" After he finished speaking, the other power demon race members did the same. They all loudly said that they wanted to enter the space, and then the other races all agreed to enter. They entered the space not only because of the better environment, but also because they could take revenge in the future. When the great demon king saw everyone's reaction, he continued, "Okay, everyone agrees. Then it's settled. I'll contact Mr. Zhao Hai right away, but before we enter his dimension, we have to help him with something. We'll fight the Protos together." When everyone heard this, they cheered loudly. They had no reason to object. In their opinion, the God Clan was Lu Wei's most loyal dog. Now that they couldn't beat Lu Wei, it wasn't a bad idea to clean up the divine cluster. The great demon king looked at everyone's expressions and waved his hand. "All right, everyone can go back first. I'll make some arrangements here. I'll go to the demonic realm to organize the people and then enter Mr. Zhao Hai's dimension. You guys stay here and listen to the mystic dragon's command. Help Mr. Zhao Hai take care of the Protos. Understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty," the crowd replied in unison. The great demon king nodded and waved his hand, letting everyone leave. However, he still left the demon dragon king behind. The great demon king only heaved a sigh of relief after everyone had straightened up. She turned to the demonic dragon king and said, "Mystic dragon, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll contact Mr. Zhao Hai in a while and you'll be in direct contact with him." The demonic dragon king responded. The great demon king did not carry him. Instead, he took out the message fish that Zhao Hai had given him. He first looked at the message fish curiously and found that there was nothing special about it. It swam around in the small bottle, and he could not see anything special about it. The demon dragon king also looked at the great demon king curiously, not knowing what he was going to do with such a small fish. The great demon king looked at the demon dragon king and smiled. Then he said to the small fish, "Mr. Zhao Hai, can you hear me?" The demonic dragon king looked at the great demon king in a daze. He really suspected that the great demon king had gone crazy. If not, why would he shout for Zhao Hai to fish? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Your Majesty, the demon king, I didn't expect you to contact me so soon. I hope you can bring me good news." The demonic dragon king and the great demon king looked at the message fish in a daze. The message fish was still swimming around, but Zhao Hai's voice really came from the fish. It was the great demon king who reacted first, and he immediately said, "I've come to find you with good news. Sir, we demons have agreed to enter your space." "Do you welcome us now?" Zhao Hai said, "Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Of course you're welcome. However, your Majesty, you should go back to the devil realm and organize your people. I'm in the middle of a war with the god race, so I can't leave. When you're ready in the devil realm, I'll go there again. Then I can bring all of you into the space." When the great demon king heard Zhao Hai's words, he was slightly stunned. Then his eyes lit up. "Sir, are you fighting against the Shen clan? How's the battle going?" The demonic dragon king also perked up his ears. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Very well. I just went to the kingdom of the Church of Light and destroyed the old Protoss lair. Now I'm preparing to gather my forces and annihilate the Protoss at the Aklea mountain defense line." The great demon king's eyes brightened even more. He said in a deep voice, "I wonder if Mr. can use our demon race to send troops." Zhao Hai was silent for a moment. The great demon king and the demonic dragon king looked at the little fish nervously, waiting for Zhao Hai's reply. After a while, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "To tell you the truth, I don't have enough soldiers at the moment. I originally had more than 20 million undead creatures, but these undead creatures are barbarians and winged horses, which are the heavy armored cavalrymen and light Pegasus cavalrymen of the Protoss. These two races are not native to the Protoss. They were also born in a small plane like the Ark continent. However, the Protoss later conquered their plane, so they wanted to attack someone for the first time. In the past, I didn't know about this matter and dealt them a heavy blow. But now that I know, I don't want to deal with them anymore. Moreover, these two races also have enmity with the god race, so they didn't put in much effort in this attack. Of course, I let them off. But in this case, the 20 million undead creatures in my hands can't be used, so I'm really short on manpower. However, even though I'm short on manpower, I can't ask your Majesty to send out troops. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that you've spent a lot of effort to persuade the demons to enter that space. If I ask your Majesty to send out troops now, it might put your Majesty in a difficult position. Forget it, I'll spare the gods race this time. After this war, I'll contact the barbarian race and the winged horse race to see if we can join forces to deal with the gods race." Although Zhao Hai had said a lot, he had told the great demon king about his recent actions and future plans. The great demon king and the demon dragon king couldn't help but feel surprised and touched. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so considerate at this time. This was really rare. Hearing the great demon king say this, Zhao Hai was stunned. "There's enmity between the god race and the demon race. How come I didn't know about this? Your Majesty, you don't have to help me like this. I've let the gods race off this time, but it won't do much. I'll still deal with the gods race in the future anyway." The great demon king laughed as he told Zhao Hai his thoughts. When Zhao Hai heard the great demon king's words, he finally understood what the great demon king meant when she said that she had a grudge against the Protoss. He couldn't help but chuckle. "So that's what it is. It makes sense, but your Majesty, you should know the strength of the Protoss. This time, the Protoss sent their most elite soldiers. To be honest, the Nephilims won't have an advantage against them. If the Nephilims really want to help me attack the Protoss, I can agree to it, but I want to ask the Protoss army to change their equipment in the realm first. They want to change into equipment that is more lethal to the Protoss. It's the space you were in before." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Okay, how about this? Tomorrow, I will open a space crack in Shanghai. I will ask the Demon Dragon King to organize the army of the demon race into the space. When they are in the space, I will send you the equipment that you want to change. Is that okay?" The great demon king nodded and said, "All right, it's a deal then. Demonic dragon, say something." The demonic dragon king walked to the table and said to the messenger fish, "Don't worry, sir. I'll definitely get this done by tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled and said, Demon Dragon King, we can be considered old friends. I believe in you. Tomorrow afternoon, a spatial crack will appear in Shanghai. I will leave it to you. The demonic Dragon King responded, and Zhao Hai told them to meet again. When there was no more sound from Zhao Hai's end, the great Demon King then turned to the Demon Dragon King and said, All right, since the matter has been settled, I won't stay here any longer. Mystic Dragon, find those guys and I'll tell them about the matter. Tomorrow you guys can go to that space to have a look. Remember, your opponent this time is the Protoss. You must choose some elite soldiers. Don't bring the weaker soldiers. Let them familiarize themselves with the environment in that space first. That will be our home in the future. The Devil Dragon King's heart warmed up and she nodded her head vigorously. She then called for people to call those reputable devil race people back to the hall. Those people were also a little confused. They didn't know why the Great Demon King had called them back after they had just left. The Great Demon King looked at them and said in a deep voice, I just contacted Mr. Zhao Hai. He's currently at war with the Protoss, so he doesn't have time to see us. However, I've already told Mr. Zhao Hai that we're going to send troops to deal with the Protoss. He didn't agree at first, but after the demonic dragon and I persuaded him, he agreed. What do you think? Hearing the Great Demon King say this, the demon race people became excited. The power demon race man shouted, What opinion can I have? FCK, those God clan bastards, I've never liked them. Your Majesty, when are we going to send out our troops? The others also agreed. The Great Demon King smiled and said, Sir has said that it's not that easy to send troops. Those Protoss guys are all God-grade powerhouses. With our current combat power, it's still a little difficult to deal with the Protoss. So what Sir means is that it's not impossible for you to fight the Protoss, but you have to change some equipment. Sir will send us some more powerful equipment, and then we can take these equipment to fight the Protoss. Everyone cheered, and the man from the Force Demon race even shouted, That's good. When we were fighting with Sir, their explosive javelins made us suffer a lot. If Sir is willing to provide us with those javelins, our combat power will at least increase by a few levels. Most of the demon race people present had fought with Zhao Hai before. The last time they had been ruthlessly beaten up by Zhao Hai. To be honest, these people were a little afraid of Zhao Hai. The Great Demon King smiled and said, At noon tomorrow, Mr. Zhao will open a spatial rift outside Shanghai. You will all enter that space. Mr. Zhao Hai has promised us that we will live in that space, so you will not only go to that space to exchange equipment. More importantly, you will need to understand that space. I have already told Mystic Dragon that after you go to that space, you will select some elite soldiers to help Mr. Zhao Hai fight against the Protoss. The rest of you, stay in the space and familiarize yourself with the environment. That will be our home from now on. The Great Demon King's words made the demon race people excited. Although they had heard from the Great Demon King that Zhao Hai had given them a space to live in, they had never seen what that space looked like, so they weren't sure. Now they would know what that space looked like tomorrow, which was definitely good news for them. The Great Demon King looked at them and coughed. Everyone immediately quieted down. The Great Demon King then nodded and said, We'll go back to the demonic race in a bit and organize Dekong to deal with us. We're moving, so it's up to you. But I want you to remember two things. First, it depends on Mr. Zhao Hai's attitude towards you. If he's too proud and doesn't treat us as humans, we won't enter his dimension. We demonic race aren't that low. Everyone nodded. This was what they were worried about. The Great Demon King continued. The second point is, if Mr. Zhao Hai's attitude is fine, you will go out and deal with the Celestials. But you have to remember that this is related to the face of the demonic race. If anyone disgraces the demonic race, I will deal with him. Everyone agreed in unison. The people of the demon race were extremely prideful. If they really lost their face in front of Zhao Hai, it would affect the entire demon race. Not only would the Great Demon King not let him off, but the other demon race members would not let him off either. The Great Demon King looked at the crowd and continued, All right, you guys just need to get ready. I'll immediately head back to the demon race. Remember, leave this matter to the demon dragon. If any of you dare to disobey him, just watch how I'll deal with you. Liba, especially the few of you, do you understand? The few men from the Strength Tribe didn't mind and laughed in response. The Great Demon King couldn't do anything to them. These people from the Strength Tribe were like this. You couldn't get angry with them. The Great Demon King glared at the few of them and didn't care anymore. He stood up and looked at the demonic Dragon King and the others. Remember, this is the biggest reform of our demon race in the past 1 million years. We can't tolerate any mistake. If we make any mistake, you and I will become the sinners of the demon race. However, this event might also be an opportunity to change the demon race. Whether our descendants will still live in the demon race depends on this event. Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison. The Great Demon King nodded and walked out. When he was outside, he got on the demon war chariot and led the 100,000 elite soldiers back to the demon world. The reason why the Great Demon King had brought so many people was that he was afraid that there would be trouble in the demon world, so he had brought these guards. The Great Demon King's devil trouble didn't refer to the devil race in the devil world, but the devil beasts in the devil world. The demonic beasts in the devil realm were very powerful and would attack the people of the devil race from time to time. The main purpose of leading this army was to deal with those demonic beasts. After the great demon king left, the demonic dragon king immediately ordered everyone to bring their supplies and prepare to move them into Zhao Hai's space the next day. Looking at the busy clansmen outside, the demonic dragon king understood that this night would be a sleepless one. Zhao Hai put down the messenger fish in his hand and smiled. He had been worried about the lack of troops. He didn't expect the demons to send troops at this time. This was just too timely for Zhao Hai and the others. Although the battle at Mount Acrea was still ongoing, the Protoss would not be able to take it down for the time being. Moreover, it was not easy to send a message from the Church of Light to the Protoss army. They still needed Zhao Hai's permission to do so. Therefore, it was not impossible for them to wait 2 days for the Nephilim army to deal with the Protoss. Zhao Hai went downstairs and took a look at Becky and Meljan. They had been working very hard these days. The Protoss were like crazy, constantly attacking the Aclea defense line. Even though they took turns to rest, they were still exhausted. There were a few times when the Protoss wanted to send out their army and split up their forces to attack. They opened up an opening from another place and passed through the defense line at Mount Acrea, but they were all beaten back by Becky and Meljan. Yun Tianlei was also looking at the defensive line at the Aclea mountain with bloodshot eyes. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. The undead army was too powerful. It wasn't an ordinary army that could withstand their attacks for so many days. Although the soldiers in the Protoss army were all god-grade powerhouses, they couldn't fight for so many days in a row. They also needed to rest, so Yun Tianlei had to arrange for the soldiers to take turns to rest in order to maintain the pace of the attack. In fact, this wasn't what made Yun Tianlei most depressed. What made him most depressed was that he had already fought against the Ark army twice, but he didn't see Zhao Hai's shadow in both battles. The undead army on the Ark continent was under Zhao Hai's command. Zhao Hai was the strongest combat force on the Ark continent, but he didn't see Zhao Hai in the 2 battles. What did this mean? This meant that the Ark continent had not used their full strength yet. How could he, the Thunder God General of the Protoss, bear this? Now Yun Tianlei was losing his mind. He was like a gambler who had lost so much that his eyes were red. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to break through the Aclea mountain line of defense. The god race's 3rd prince was dumbfounded. He sat in the sword carriage and stared blankly in the direction of Mount Aclea. He didn't say a word and just stared blankly. He was about to go crazy from the huge contrast. In the 3rd prince's opinion, the Ark army was vulnerable and he could destroy them at any time. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The undead creatures on the Ark continent were very powerful. In the face of such an enemy, the gods would not be at an advantage. This was completely different from what he had thought. The 3rd prince had been watching the attacks for the past few days. He watched the Protoss warriors charge forward again and again, but they were beaten back again and again. Every time the Protoss retreated, it was like a heavy blow to his head, making him almost lose the ability to think. The 3rd prince had been completely crippled. It was his first time leading an army to war, and he had suffered such a huge blow. He had completely lost the ability to command the army to fight. Of course, the generals of the god race knew this. In order to not let their soldiers die in vain, and for the safety of the 3rd prince, they had to ask Yun Tianlei to command the battle. Therefore, except for the first few attacks on the defensive line at Mount Aclea, Yun Tianlei was the commander of the rest of the battles. Although Yun Tianlei's token had been taken away by the 3rd prince and he was not allowed to lead the army, the Protoss were still very clear about his ability. Therefore, after the 3rd prince was crippled, they had no choice but to ask Yun Tianlei to lead the army. However, they didn't know that Yun Tianlei had suffered as much as the 3rd prince. He was on the verge of collapse. Under such circumstances, although the Protoss attack was still very organized, it had not reached its best state. Yun Tianlei had no choice but to attack. He was almost certain that the Church of Light had been attacked by Zhao Hai. If they could not break through the Aclea line of defense and enter the Ark continent, they would be finished. Divine King Golden Bull would not let him go. Even the Marshal would not be able to protect him. Yun Tianlei knew very well that from the moment they started fighting with the undead army on the Akara Mountains, they had no way out. Zhao Hai would not let them return to the Church of Light easily. Although it had only been less than 4 days since they came from the Church of Light, if they wanted to return to the Church of Light from here, they would need time and not 4 days. They might not be able to return to the kingdom of the Church of Light even after half a month, and by then, it would be too late for anything. Yun Tianlei knew all too well what it meant for Zhao Hai to enter the Church of Light. Ever since the Golden Bull celestial race started to protect the realm, there had never been an attack on his rear. However, this had happened in his hands. He knew that the 3rd prince was finished, and so was he. Now Yun Tianlei only hoped that he could quickly attack the defensive line at Mount Acrea and enter the Ark continent. That way, the old king might give them a lighter punishment for their actions. 3 days had passed. They had been blocked by the undead army at the Aklea Mountain defense line for 3 days. They had launched countless attacks, but it was useless. They just couldn't break through the defense line. This made Yun Tianlei's mood worse. He knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Yun Tianlei had also noticed that the barbarian and winged horse race were obviously not doing their best. However, he didn't dare to turn hostile against them now. After all, the barbarian and winged horse race had attracted the attention of a lot of the undead army. It would be unwise to turn hostile against the barbarian and winged horse race at this time. However, Tianlei remembered these two races. He was thinking that when he returned, if he wanted to deal with these two races, he would have to get the gods' race to suppress them. Of course, Zhao Hai did not know what Yun Tianlei was thinking. When he came to the living room, the god army was still attacking. Meljin was commanding the battle, while Li Jai had gone to rest. Meljin glanced at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Big brother Hai, you're back. Have you finished your business there?" Although the battle should be handed over to Meljin, she didn't need to command them. The undead creatures weren't stupid and were very smart. Meljin only needed to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. She didn't need to care too much about the normal battle. Meljin smiled and nodded. "Okay, no problem." The god race is going crazy now. They only know how to attack with all their might. It's a lot easier for us. It's not like 2 days ago when they would attack in groups from time to time. That's more troublesome. Zhao Hai's heart ached as he looked at Meljin. "It's been hard on you these past few days. Don't worry, I won't let them have an easy time. The Nephilims have agreed to enter the space. I went to pick them up yesterday and gave them some weapons. Then they will join us to fight against the Protoss. As long as we exterminate these Protoss, we will have more time. Then we can keep the Nephilims in the space. That way we will be stronger." Meljin nodded and turned to look at Zhao Hai. "Big brother Hai, are you saying that you want to launch a counterattack to the Divine Realm?" "Why not?" Zhao Hai said coldly. "Hundreds of millions of vengeful souls are still wailing in the Church of Light. If I don't avenge them, I won't feel at ease. Moreover, I want to get more gnomes and put them in the medium." Meljin laughed. She gently leaned into Zhao Hai's arms and looked at the battle scene on the screen. She whispered to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, when do you think we don't have to fight anymore? We can just sit here quietly like this, and the scenes on the screen aren't like this." "How nice would that be?" Zhao Hai gently hugged Meljin and said in a deep voice, "We don't want to fight, but there will always be people who want to fight us. Don't forget that our current enemies are not only the divine race. That person from the netherworld will not let us off so easily. There's also that Lu Wei. Last time we only dealt with his projection. His true body was not damaged at all. I'm afraid we will have to face him in the future." Meljin sighed softly. She knew that Zhao Hai was right. Although they were getting stronger and stronger, their enemies were also getting stronger. This was why she was sighing. NBSP. The day's battle passed quickly. The god race didn't know what had happened in the Church of Light. They only knew how to attack, and attack. Zhao Hai also went to have a good rest, leaving only Laura and the others to train Meljin. The Protoss would attack at night, so Meljin and the others did not have time to rest. Zhao Hai did not want Meljin to sit there alone and command the undead creatures to fight against the Protoss. The feeling of loneliness was very unpleasant. The next morning, Zhao Hai started to make preparations after he woke up. He first transferred a large amount of supplies into the demonic dimension. Some of the supplies were weapons, but most of them were ordinary living supplies. The demonic humans wanted to enter that space, but Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of houses they liked to live in. Therefore, he didn't change the structure of the space, nor did he have the spare money. He just moved a large number of resources into the space and put some low-level demonic beasts in it. There really weren't any low-level demonic beasts in his boundless space. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the demonic beasts in his boundless space could adjust their levels. For example, if you wanted to turn a long-tailed chicken or a blue-eyed rabbit into a level 9 demonic beast, you could also turn them into a normal level 0 demonic beast. However, for a beast like the Raging Bull, which was set as a level 1 magical beast by the realm, you could only adjust it to a level 1 at the very least. It was impossible to adjust it to another level. In other words, all the magical beasts in the realm were adjusted between level 9 and their original level. It was impossible to adjust their level too low. This function was quite interesting. Although the people in the space were very powerful, they couldn't kill 9th grade magic beasts every day right. Lowering the level of the magical beasts that were used to eat meat was still very beneficial. By the time Zhao Hai was done, it was almost noon. He returned to his small room and looked at the screen. He saw that the magical orcs had already arranged themselves in formation and were standing there waiting. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand, and a spatial crack appeared outside Shanghai. The Demon Dragon King and the others were already prepared. They woke up very early in the morning because they didn't sleep at all last night. Today was really too important for the demon race. Perhaps from today onwards, they would be able to escape the cruel living environment of the demon world forever. By the time the Demonic Dragon King and the rest were done packing, it was already past 9 in the morning. However, none of them went to rest. They all stood there, waiting for the moment to arrive. As time passed, the demonic Dragon King and the others were extremely anxious. It was getting closer and closer to noon, but the spatial rift had yet to appear. Just as the demonic Dragon King was extremely anxious, a spatial crack suddenly appeared outside the demonic city. The demonic race people couldn't help but suck in a breath of joy. Zhao Hai slowly flew out from the spatial crack. The moment the demonic Dragon King saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went up to him. Zhao Hai bowed slightly to the demonic Dragon King and said, "I've made your excellency Devil Dragon King wait for a long time. I've prepared some things for everyone in the space, so I'm a little late. Please forgive me." Demonic Dragon King didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so polite. He quickly returned the gesture and said, "You're too kind, sir. It's not the appointed time yet. We were too anxious." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I can understand everyone's feelings. Your Excellency, please arrange the following matters. The place you are entering will belong to the demon race in the future." The demonic Dragon King nodded with a slightly excited expression. He waved his hand at the people behind him, and very quickly, a group of demonic humans entered the spatial crack. This group of people were all from the power demon race. The demon Dragon King had asked them to go in and take a look at the environment. If the environment was really good, then they would go in. If the environment wasn't good, then they wouldn't go in. Zhao Hai did not take the demon Dragon King's little scheme to heart. He knew that it was not easy to get the entire world to move. He was highly respected on the Ark continent and had good relations with the major races. He had also gone through so many twists and turns to move. The demon race used to be his subordinate. It was impossible to get them to trust him completely. Zhao Hai knew why the demons had agreed to let him enter the realm so quickly. It was because of the threat and the benefit that forced the demons to make this choice. However, the Asmodeans were a bloodthirsty race. They wanted to see if Zhao Hai had lied to them. If he had, Zhao Hai believed that the Asmodeans would immediately come after him. The demonic Dragon King couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhao Hai anymore. He looked at the spatial crack with a nervous expression, waiting for the strength demon to return and report. Not long after the Energy Devil tribe members entered the space, one of the god-level Energy Devil tribe members ran out. He looked at the demon Dragon King with an excited expression and said, "Magic Dragon, this is great. It's so great inside. It's much more beautiful than the Ark continent. You can go and take a look if you don't believe me." The demon Dragon King knew that the energy demons were not good at lying. Even if they were lying, they would be seen through immediately. So when he heard this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Only then did the demonic Dragon King remember that Zhao Hai was right beside him. He was doing this because he clearly didn't trust Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would be angry, so he turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai in fear. However, he did not expect Zhao Hai to be looking at him with a smile. He did not look angry at all. The demonic Dragon King let out a long breath. She turned around and cupped her fists at Zhao Hai, saying, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself, sir. Please forgive the mystic dragon's presumptuousness." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's not your fault. This is a big matter for the demon race. It's only right for you to be careful. Please organize people to enter the realm." To be honest with you, don't be fooled by the surface of the realm. There's no place to live in the realm now. You have to build everything yourself. Last time, I helped the people from the Ark continent to transform the realm, but I have to pay a huge price for this. For now, I no longer have the ability to help the demons modify this space, so it's equivalent to you giving up everything you originally had and starting anew in this space. The demonic Dragon King laughed out loud and said, "I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you, sir. In the demonic realm, other than a few stone houses, we really don't have anything good. To us, the demonic race, things like gold and silver are all useless. To be able to have a good environment for us to survive is more important than anything else." Zhao Hai smiled. "Then you won't be disappointed. I've left some supplies in that space. You can live there after you go in. I believe it won't take long for you to build your own home." The demonic Dragon King looked at the spatial crack and said, "I believe they will." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the people around him immediately moved and entered the space crack in an orderly manner. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He stood there and looked at the demon race people. The demon Dragon King was beside him. It was impossible for tens of millions of people to enter the space quickly. Although Zhao Hai had already expanded the space crack to a large size, it was already getting late by the time the demon race people had entered the space. Zhao Hai and the Devil Dragon King were the last to enter the medium. The sky outside was almost dark, but the space was still bright. The Devil Dragon King fell in love with the place as soon as she entered the medium. It was really beautiful. The blue sky, white clouds, and green grass were even better than the Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked at Devil Dragon King and turned to him, "Sir, I'll leave the matters here to you. I still have some matters to attend to. I wonder when you'll be able to gather your army to deal with the gods' race." Only then did the demonic Dragon King come back to his senses. He looked at his surroundings and said in a deep voice, "We could have set off yesterday. Don't worry, sir. We won't delay your business." Zhao Hai nodded and took out a messenger fish to give to Devil Dragon King. I'll give you this information, fish. If you need anything, you can contact me through him. I'm leaving. The demonic Dragon King had seen the great Demon King use messenger fish before, so he knew how magical this little fish was. He nodded his head and didn't say anything else. After taking the messenger fish, Zhao Hai disappeared from the medium in a flash. The demonic Dragon King looked at the small fish in her hand and kept it very seriously. Then she turned to look at everything in the space city. This place was so beautiful, more beautiful than any place he had ever visited. He thought the Ark continent was the best environment, but it was far worse than the realm. At this time, a wave of welcoming sounds came from afar. The demon Dragon King immediately went over to welcome them. When he arrived, he discovered that there was a large batch of resources in an orderly manner. These resources were piled there, and they had almost become a small mountain. These supplies were very ordinary living supplies, not weapons. The weapons were placed separately not far away, bundles of javelins. It had just been a forced demon trying out a javelin. After the javelin was thrown, it blew up a big hole in the ground in the distance, causing a burst of cheers. When the demonic Dragon King saw this, she shook her head gently and smiled. Then she said in a deep voice, "All right, stop playing. These javelins were left for us to deal with the god race. Don't forget His Majesty's orders. Get familiar with the surrounding environment first. This is about the survival of our demon race." Everyone responded, turned around, and left. The demon Dragon King gathered all the important people in the demon race together to discuss the matter of sending troops tomorrow. After those people were gathered by the Devil Dragon King, the Devil Dragon King looked at them and said, "I've already promised, sir, that we'll send troops to deal with the demons tomorrow. What do you think?" The demon race people didn't say anything. The Demon Dragon King said in a deep voice, "If you have any thoughts, say them." The forced demon loudly said, "What thoughts can we have? No thoughts at all. Sir gave us such a good place, so of course we have to help him destroy the god's cluster. Furthermore, those bastards of the god race are that bastard's lackeys. If we don't destroy him, who else should we destroy?" The followers all chimed in. The demonic Dragon King nodded and said, "Okay, that's a deal." But His Majesty also said that the soldiers sent out this time don't have to be many, but they must be elites. I think it's better to let the demon army go. Those guys have rolled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His Majesty said that they have already hidden after killing people. If they are not allowed to kill for a long time, they may go crazy. This is a good opportunity to let them go. They originally had 10 million people, but now His Majesty has taken away 100,000. The rest are still here. This time when they go out, we have to gather some experts to follow them. I believe that 10 million people will be enough to deal with the god's race. What do you think? The demonic army that the demonic Dragon King was talking about was actually the lifeless army that Zhao Hai had paid special attention to. Just as the demonic Dragon King had said, this army had rolled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were true demons, demons that had killed people in secret. If they were not allowed to fight for a long time, they might really go crazy. In fact, it was a mental illness. They had been on the battlefield for a long time and were used to killing. They were no longer suitable for normal life. No one objected. The demonic Dragon King continued, "After the demon army goes out, the rest of you will have to build this place as soon as possible. This will be our home from now on. Sir has told us that he has paid a lot to help the people of the Ark modify this space, so he can't help us with it now. It's up to us how it will turn out. I don't think it's a big deal, sir, since he gave us such a good place. Could it be that we can't build it ourselves? I'll still be leading you in the battle tomorrow, but a few people will have to stay behind to manage the space. I think Mokayo and Shidaki will stay. Do you two have any objections?" Mokayo wasn't very tall. Compared to the other demons, he was rather good-looking. Although he was also a god-grade powerhouse, his killing intent wasn't as strong as the other demons. Meanwhile, Shidak was a demon that wasn't very tall. However, this demon was very strong. He had a big beard and looked like an enlarged version of a dwarf. The two of them looked at each other, stood up, and said, "Your Honor." The demonic Dragon King nodded and said, "I'll leave the realm to you. You have to choose a good location. First, build His Majesty's palace. Then draw a map of the realm as soon as possible. This will make it convenient for Anjai and the others when our people come in the future." None of the demons objected to the demon Dragon King's words. The position of the great demon king in their hearts was too high. No one would object to building a palace for the great demon king first. When the demonic Dragon King saw that everyone had agreed, she continued, "All right, the demon army can go and rest. The rest of you, get to work. We need to understand this place as soon as possible." Everyone responded in unison. The Devil Dragon King sat there without moving. He let out a long breath and looked around. The environment here was really too good. As far as the eye could see, there was a large plain. However, they could see green mountains and clear waters in the distance. This was the good environment that they had been thinking about for many years. The Demon Dragon King took a deep breath. He seemed to have smelled the fragrance of the green grass. This smell was too good. The Demon Dragon King could not help but stand up and walk down from the black dragon war chariot. He stepped lightly on the grass. The feeling was as soft as a blanket, and he could not help but walk lightly. After walking for a while, the demonic Dragon King arrived at a small river. The river water was clear, and he could even see small fish swimming in it. The demonic Dragon King squatted down, scooped up some water from the small river, and sent it into her mouth. It was sweet. This water was actually sweet. The demon Dragon King gently closed his eyes, and tears rolled down his face. Such a good place. For the demon race, this was heaven. After a while, the devil Dragon King stood up and looked around. He realized that those devil race people were still flying around in excitement. They were too excited, and the devil Dragon King didn't ask them to stop. He could understand their feelings. To be honest, if it wasn't for his status, he would also want to be like those people, flying around and looking around. The demonic Dragon King woke up. He felt that he had never had such a good sleep since he was born. This sleep was really too good. The demonic Dragon King did not sleep in any luxurious room. The place he was lying on was not a high-grade bed. It was just a patch of grass, a green patch of grass. If it was an earthling who had fallen asleep on the grass, they might have fallen sick after waking up. However, for the demon race, this was impossible. Not to mention the grass, even if they fell asleep on a big stone, they would not be affected. Their bodies were strong and no worse than the magical beasts. The demonic Dragon King didn't open his eyes immediately. He laid there quietly and smelled the fresh scent of the grass. He felt so comfortable from the inside out. After a long while, the devil Dragon King opened his eyes. He looked around and realized that many of the devil race had already woken up. They were walking around, touching here and looking there. They all had warm smiles on their faces. The demonic Dragon King stood up and looked around quietly. She then said in a deep voice, "Demon army, gather." As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the demon army stood up and quickly got into formation. They were so fast that it was as if they had just finished training. The demon Dragon King was not surprised. If the demon army did not have such an ability, they would not be called the #1 army in the demon world. The demon Dragon King walked in front of the demon army and said loudly to them, "Today, we will be going out to deal with the demons. In a while, we will give you weapons. It's that kind of javelin. You have seen the power of that javelin. Use it carefully. Now go and get your weapons." The demon army did not say a word. They lined up to get their weapons. Each of them had 6 javelins. After they had collected their weapons, the demonic Dragon King then shouted, "Take your weapons and go eat. Come back and gather after you're done." The demon army responded and went to prepare food. The demon army had their own logistics team. Their food was usually taken care of by their own logistics team. They ate the best food in the entire demon race. At the very least, they had magical beast meat soup to drink for every meal. At that moment, Zhao Hai appeared beside the demonic Dragon King. The moment the demonic Dragon King saw Zhao Hai, he was slightly stunned. Then he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, are we late?" Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm not late." "Why, is this what you guys eat?" Zhao Hai looked at the food the demon army was eating and could not help but frown. The demonic army had meat soup to drink, but meat was not their main course. Their main course was something green, like vegetable balls. The demon Dragon King looked at the food in the hands of the Fiend clan and nodded. "Yes, this is the most common food of our demon race, the holy flower ball." When Zhao Hai heard the demonic Dragon King's words, he immediately understood. The things that the demonic tribe ate were actually vegetable balls made from Kai-Er's leaves. To be honest, when Kai-Er said that his leaves were edible, Zhao Hai and the others had also tried them once. They didn't taste good, and some of the grass was very bitter. They didn't expect that the most powerful demon army would eat such things. Zhao Hai shook his head and pointed at the trees on the mountain. "Mystic Dragon, there's a bread village on the mountain. The breadfruits on the breadfruit trees are edible. You just have to pick some breadfruits and break their hard shells. That's the food I've prepared for you." The devil Dragon King was stunned for a moment, but she immediately sent someone to pick some breadfruit from the mountain. They had seen this kind of fruit yesterday, but they didn't know if it was edible. In the devil world, if you ate the fruit you saw, you wouldn't even know how you died. In the devil world, some fruits could even poison a god-grade powerhouse to death. Because of this, the devil race had developed a habit. He would never eat the fruits on the tree easily. This habit had not changed since he came to the medium. After a while, the demons returned with some breadfruit. Zhao Hai asked them to give him one. After taking it, he gently opened the outer shell, and the flesh inside burst open. Zhao Hai tore a piece and put it in his mouth. He nodded and said, "Not bad, but this fruit isn't completely ripe yet. Next time when you pick breadfruit, try to pick the yellow ones. Yellow fruits are completely ripe. Not only are they bigger, but they also taste better. Try them." The demonic Dragon King took the breadfruit and, like Zhao Hai, tore a piece and put it in his mouth. A sweet fragrance filled his mouth, and he swallowed it in a few bites. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you're saying that these fruits are food prepared for us?" "Yes," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "This is the highest produced food I have at the moment. It's to help you tide over this crisis. When you've settled down, you can plant other crops like bamboo, rice, and corn. I believe you'll like those more." The demonic dragon king looked at Zhao Hai excitedly. He only reacted after a while. He bent down and was about to kneel down in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly extended his hand and stopped him. All right, let's stop with the formalities. There's no need for that. From now on, you'll be living here, so we'll be considered family. Don't think too much about it. Just settle down your clansmen. The demonic dragon king bowed to Zhao Hai excitedly before turning around and leaving. He wanted to tell his people that the fruits were edible. However, the demon army's grass meal for the day remained the same as it was too late for them to eat breadfruit. After having breakfast, the demon dragon king gathered the demon army once again. Zhao Hai looked at the lifeless army in front of him and muttered to himself. The demonic dragon king walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Sir, this is the most powerful army of our demon race, the demon army. This army has been through hundreds of battles, and each of them has walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They are very powerful. They are the army that will follow you to fight this time. I will temporarily command them. There is one more thing that I want to tell you, sir. This army has too much killing intent. They are only suitable for conquest and can't do anything else. If they don't fight for a long time, they will go crazy and kill everyone around them. It's extremely dangerous." Zhao Hai nodded. From the demonic dragon king's introduction, he already knew how powerful this army was. It seemed that this was a terrifying army that had contracted the war sickness. However, this was good. If they followed him, they would not have to worry about not being able to fight. Moreover, with such an army in his hands, together with the undead army, he would have two king-level armies. When the demonic dragon king saw that Zhao Hai had not spoken for a long time, she could not help but feel a little nervous. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Do they all know how to ride horses?" The demonic dragon king was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said, "Yes, they all know how to ride horses." "What do you mean, sir?" "I'm going to turn them into cavalrymen," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "and the weapons in their hands will also need to be changed. Let's do it now." With a wave of his hand, a large number of weapons appeared in front of him. The weapons were divided into a few piles. One pile was armor, one pile was a knight's spear, and one pile was a scimitar. Zhao Hai did not prepare a large shield, as it was too heavy and would affect their speed. "Let them change." Zhao Hai turned to the demonic dragon king and said. The demon dragon king responded and immediately commanded the demon army to change their equipment. At first, Zhao Hai was afraid that these people would not be used to their new equipment. However, Zhao Hai quickly realized that he was wrong. These people were born to kill. After picking up their weapons, they quickly equipped themselves. Zhao Hai also realized that they had prepared their weapons in the easiest position to draw. Those who knew how to do this would definitely be familiar with weapons. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He then released a large number of Fergana horses and equipped them all. By the time they were all dressed, they were almost in the middle. Now, these people were holding knight's spears in their hands, and there were 2 javelin bags hanging on the saddles. There were 12 javelins in the bags and curved bows at their waists. They really did have that kind of feeling. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. He didn't say anything. Then he waved his hand and a space crack appeared. Zhao Hai led 10 million demons out of the space. Zhao Hai's group had appeared behind the Protos army. Not far from them was the Protos army that was desperately attacking the Aklea Mountains. The demonic dragon king stood beside Zhao Hai, looking in the direction of the demonic army. Zhao Hai was standing on the demonic dragon king's black dragon war chariot. The two of them stood side by side. This was also the intention of the demonic dragon king. He felt that Zhao Hai flying by himself was not very impressive, so he let Zhao Hai get on the black dragon war chariot. Zhao Hai didn't refuse. He stood on the black dragon war chariot and looked at the Protos army in the distance. The Protos seemed to have gone crazy. In their eyes, there was only the Aklea defensive line. Their army of 10 million had appeared behind the Protos army without anyone noticing. Zhao Hai looked at the Protos army and then at the demon army behind him. He said in a deep voice, "Brothers of the demon race, the people in front of us are from the god race. They are high and mighty, and they usually look holy. However, under their holy appearance, they are cold-blooded and cruel. They actually used hundreds of millions of people on the Ark continent as blood sacrifices, and finally changed the laws of heaven and earth to come to the Ark continent. It was because they changed the laws of heaven and earth that the underworld broke through the space and came to the Ark continent. They are also the most loyal dogs of the immortal cultivators. They clearly know the identity of the immortal cultivators, but they still work for them. Not only do they want to work for the immortal cultivators, but they also want to conquer all the planes and work for the immortal cultivators together. And we have decided not to agree." Although Zhao Hai's voice wasn't loud, the army of over 10 million could hear him clearly. Although the demon army didn't say anything, the killing intent in their eyes became more obvious. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "You are the most elite army of the devil race. Today, it is time for you to show the strength of the god race. You must let the god race know that they are not the strongest. The army of the devil race is stronger than them. Kill, kill." A blood-red spear appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. It wasn't Zhao Hai's blood staff, but the beast god spear of the orc tribe. The orc spear, the elf bow, and the dwarf's iron hammer had been handed over to Zhao Hai ever since they entered the space gate. The three godly weapons were also handed over to Zhao Hai. The three godly weapons of the Church of Light were also handed over to Zhao Hai. However, they were not good enough for him to use, so Zhao Hai only carried the sword with him and gave the rest to Laura. As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the demon army also shouted in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." It was not just the demon army. Even the demon dragon king and the rest felt their blood boiling when they heard it. Zhao Hai turned around and raised the spear in his hand. He shouted, "Kill." After saying that, the black dragon war chariot had already charged directly behind the army of the god race. Some of the Protoss troops who were resting finally noticed Zhao Hai's group. They hurriedly got into formation and prepared to block Zhao Hai's attack. At the same time, they gave orders to the barbarian race and the winged horse race on the two wings to meet the demonic army from the two wings. At the same time, they also gave a warning to the Protoss army that was attacking the Akara mountain defense line. It had to be said that the quality of the Protoss army was still very high. It was not easy for them to achieve this in such a short time. Unfortunately, he had been tricked by his own people. The Protoss army had originally planned to use the barbarian and winged horse cavalrymen to hold off the demonic army so that Yun Tianlei could command the Protoss army that was attacking Mount Aklea to withdraw and join the defense. However, they had never expected that the barbarian and winged horse would not go forward to stop Zhao Hai and the demonic army. Instead, they turned their mounts and ran far away. They didn't even come into contact with Zhao Hai and the others. This huge contrast made the members of the gods race so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, they had no choice but to stand in front of Zhao Hai. This was because the army behind them had yet to recover. If they couldn't stop Zhao Hai now, the Protoss army would scatter. By then, even if the true gods came, they wouldn't be able to stop their defeat. However, these Protoss had forgotten that Zhao Hai had a blood thunder bead javelin in his hand. Before he even entered the shooting range, Zhao Hai shouted, "Prepare the javelins." Closely after his order, all the demons put their lances onto the victory hooks on their saddles and pulled out 2 javelins in each hand. As soon as they entered the range of the javelin, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, 3 rounds of fire." The demon race soldiers immediately threw out the 2 javelins in their hands, then took out 2 more and threw them out as fast as they could, and then 2 more. 3 consecutive shots didn't mean throwing 3 javelins, but 6 javelins. So everyone had 2 hands, each holding a javelin. This was considered a round of attack. The javelins thrown by demons were slightly further than those thrown by ordinary 9th-tier powerhouses, with a range of about 11,000 meters. However, this 1,100-meter distance was simply too close for the Fergana horses, which were already 9th-tier magical beasts. They could cover it in a few breaths. As a result, there was a certain degree of difficulty in the 3 rounds of shooting. The javelin throwers had to be fast and neat. Only in this way could the javelins be thrown out with the greatest lethality. Zhao Hai didn't slow down as he threw the javelins. He charged toward the Protoss army and threw the javelins non-stop. Fortunately, the people behind Zhao Hai were the most elite Nephilim troops. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to meet Zhao Hai's requirements. After 3 rounds of javelin attacks, the Protoss army in front of Zhao Hai's group had a few holes blown up by the javelins. At this time, Zhao Hai's group also rushed over. There was no need to talk about Zhao Hai. He stood beside the black dragon war chariot and kept waving the beast spear in his hand. Every time he moved, a Protoss would be killed. The black dragon beside him also took out his own weapon. His weapon was a big sword. With the 2 of them as the arrowhead, the entire demon army charged into the Protoss army. Just as the Protoss who wanted to stop Zhao Hai thought if they could not stop Zhao Hai's attack, Zhao Hai would cause trouble for the entire army. When the undead army at the Aklea mountain defense line rushed out, the Protoss army would be in a difficult situation. Of course, Zhao Hai was not just randomly charging around. His target this time was very clear, which was the sword chariot. Zhao Hai wanted to control the sword chariot before he talked about anything else. The 10 million strong army charged towards the sword chariots with Zhao Hai at the head. The sword chariots were originally protected by cavalrymen, but the battle in the past few days had been too intense. The cavalrymen had also joined the attack on the Aklea mountain defense line, so the defensive power of the sword chariots had been greatly reduced. If it was someone else sitting in the sword carriage would be fine. After all, the sword carriage was also a territory weapon. However, the person sitting in the sword carriage was the 3rd prince who had been beaten silly. No matter how good the weapon was, if it was given to someone who could not use it, it would be useless. The sword carriage was like that. At the same time, Yun Tianlei was commanding the battle at the front line. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly attack and go straight to the sword chariot. At the moment, there were only 100,000 Thunder tribesmen guarding Yun Tianlei. The rest of them had already gone to attack the Akara line of defense. Yun Tianlei still had some trust in the Thunder tribesmen. When Zhao Hai's group arrived, Yun Tianlei was stunned. By the time he reacted and was ready to return to his army to deal with Zhao Hai, it was already too late. Zhao Hai had already led his army toward the sword chariots. Even if Yun Tianlei wanted to help, it was too late. At that moment, Zhao Hai had already reached the outside of the sword carriage. The door had already closed. Zhao Hai took a closer look and realized that the door was actually a sliding door. It was pulled on both sides. Zhao Hai took out the blood-red staff and turned it into the shape of a sword. He inserted it into the door. Then the middle part of the blood-red staff started to expand, causing the door of the sword carriage to open. As soon as the door of the sword carriage opened, a sword light stabbed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't move at all. His body instantly crystallized and the sword stabbed into his face. Clang, the sword bounced off. Zhao Hai looked into the carriage and saw a person dressed like a maidservant. She was holding a sword and looking at Zhao Hai in shock. Zhao Hai had also noticed that this maidservant's level was not high, only LV9. With such a strength, she could not pose any threat to him at all. After taking a glance at the maidservant, Zhao Hai entered the sword carriage in a flash. The sword carriage was not small. Moreover, unlike the demon chariot that the great demon king was in, the decorations inside the sword carriage were very luxurious. The few maids of the Protos in the sword carriage were standing there with their swords in their hands. However, they were all looking at Zhao Hai in fear. Zhao Hai would smile and wave his hand. A few undead creatures would suddenly appear behind the maids and take control of them. Then, with a wave of his hand, he would keep the maids into his origin space. In the sword-drawn carriage, there was one person who had not moved at all. That person was the third prince. The third prince had long since lost the high-spirited spirit he had when he first came out of the Protos. He was now sitting there in a daze, looking like a wooden man. Zhao Hai glanced at the third prince and tried to see if he could put him into the medium. He didn't expect to succeed immediately. The third prince didn't resist at all, which surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew very well that if the space wanted to keep an intelligent life in it, it had to keep the life in place. If the life could move freely but didn't want to enter the space wouldn't be able to keep it. However, the third prince seemed to have lost his soul. He did not even have the will to resist. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, he didn't have time to study that. Zhao Hai looked inside the sword chariot. As expected, the sword chariot was a domain weapon. It would be a pity if he didn't make use of it. Zhao Hai moved and put the sword chariot into the origin space. He wanted to see if the realm had any value for this item. If it did, it would be great. It was no big deal to take it out again. The sword chariot didn't disappoint Zhao Hai. As soon as he entered the origin space, a system announcement came from the origin space, discovered a weapon made of special material that can transmit energy. Level low. User can use it while in the domain state. Usage method: after activating the domain, turn into human form and use it like a normal weapon. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he still took out the sword chariot immediately. Then he activated his territory, and an enlarged Zhao Hai appeared. The enlarged Zhao Hai grabbed the sword chariot. The sword chariot flashed with a white light, and all the extra items on the chariot were removed. The enlarged Zhao Hai then charged towards the Protos with the shining sword in his hand. Yun Tianlei's face turned pale when he saw Zhao Hai controlling the sword chariot. He knew that they were finished. A high god who could use a domain weapon was definitely a terrifying existence. He could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Unless there was another person with a domain weapon to fight him, there was only one outcome for the rest of them: death. Yun Tianlei knew that he was doomed, but he didn't want to let Zhao Hai have an easy time. It was like a man who was going to die, and he wanted to drag someone down with him. Yun Tianlei turned around and said to the Thunder clansman beside him, "Ready, strike like lightning. Target, Zhao Hai." The Thunder tribesmen behind him responded and immediately gathered together to form a square array. Then, they raised the totems in their hands and began to chant an incantation. However, Yun Tianlei soon found that something was wrong. After ruling the Thunder clan for so many years, Yun Tianlei was very familiar with their various attacks. From the looks of these people, they were indeed going to use their Thunder family special technique, but it didn't seem to be a thunderbolt strike as Yun Tianlei had said. While Yun Tianlei was still confused, a huge lightning net was formed above the members of the Thunder clan. Yun Tianlei was bewildered for a moment and immediately shouted at them. However, he found that those Thunder clansmen waved their hands, and the huge lightning net immediately pounced on those God clansmen who were resisting. That's right, the Thunder tribesmen weren't attacking Zhao Hai, but the God's race tribesmen who were resisting. The God's race tribesmen had never expected that the Thunder tribesmen would make such a move. They couldn't even defend themselves, and a large number of God's race tribesmen were turned into ashes by the huge lightning net. Yun Tianlei was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. At this moment, the barbarian and winged horse tribesmen, who had just hidden far away, rushed over again and launched an attack on the God's race. Yun Tianlei was dumbfounded by the series of unexpected events. He looked at the Thunder tribesmen, the barbarian tribesmen, and the winged horse tribesmen with a puzzled look. He really had no idea why they were doing this. However, at this moment, Yun Tianlei noticed that a man had appeared among the people of the Lei clan. This man was obviously much smaller than the average people of the Lei clan, but Yun Tianlei was very familiar with this man. This man was none other than his former guard and the person he trusted the most, Heir. As soon as he saw Heir, Yun Tianlei could feel his blood rushing up. At the same time, he realized that Heir had returned long ago and had been waiting for this moment. Yun Tianlei's guess was right. Heir had come back a long time ago, and he had been waiting for this moment. Heir would know what was going on when he went to the general's mansion of the Shen clan and asked. If he had come back at that time, Yun Tianlei would have been able to take over the entire army smoothly, and perhaps the situation today would not have happened. But Hiko didn't do that. He first went back to the Protos territory, then to the Barbarian territory and the Winged Horse territory. After contacting these two territories, he returned to the Ark continent and secretly snuck back to the Thunder Tribe's main group. He had the Thunder Tribe prepare in secret, waiting for this moment to deal a fatal blow to the Protos. Yun Tianlei looked at Heir with bloodshot eyes and shouted, Heir, you dare to betray me. Who gave you the guts to do that? Heir looked at Yun Tianlei and said in a deep voice, Yun Tianlei, I didn't betray you because I have never truly surrendered to you. That year, your god clan used bloody means to occupy our Thunder God continent and kill our people. We have been waiting for the chance to take revenge. The reason why I came to your side is to find out more about the God clan. Now is the time for us to counterattack. That's right, Heir said in a deep voice. My Thunder race has an irreconcilable enmity with your God's race. How can we rely on you? This time I'm going to contact the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race. We'll work together with my Thunder race to resist the God's race. Yun Tianlei's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Heir with a ferocious expression and said, Who gave you the guts to do this? Aren't you afraid that my God's race's army will annihilate you? Heir smiled and pointed at the enlarged Zhao Hai. He gave us the courage to deal with your God's race. Although he doesn't have much power now, with the addition of our 3 races, it's enough to deal with your God's race. Yun Tianlei was stunned for a moment. He turned around and looked at Zhao Hai, who was killing in all directions. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai had dealt a great blow to the God clan. He had to admit it. However, Yun Tianlei still turned to Heir and said, Why did the Barbarian and Winged Horse people agree to cooperate with Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai has killed many of their people. Did Zhao Hai kill as many people as you God's race? Heir sneered. NBSB moreover, it was because Zhao Hai had been killing for so many years that the two of them were working together. This was Zhao Hai's display of strength. And you didn't forget one thing, right? To the Barbarian and Winged Horse race, the undead aren't anything scary. It's just another form of life. Although they won't take the initiative to turn themselves into undead, if someone becomes an undead, that person is still alive to them. Have you forgotten? Yun Tianlei was stunned for a moment. Then his expression became very difficult to control. Indeed, the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race had a very strange faith. They did have such a thought. Even if a person turned into an undead, it was not a blasphemy to that person. It was just another manifestation of life. Because of this, it was not unacceptable for the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race to turn those Barbarians and Winged Horse race into undead creatures. Heir also knew this, which was why he had joined forces with the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race. Just as Zhao Hai had thought, the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race's hatred for the Protos was much stronger than Zhao Hai's. In addition, Zhao Hai did not launch a large-scale attack on the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race in this war, so the hatred between the two races and Zhao Hai could be said to be very light. Zhao Hai didn't know that the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race had such a custom, so he didn't dare to use the undead creatures of these two races in front of the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race, which would cause him to be short of troops. Yun Tianlei looked at Heir. He couldn't see any trace of gentleness in Heir. Now, Heir and the others were looking at him with hatred in their eyes, which Yun Tianlei had never noticed before. Heir didn't want to say anything more to Yun Tianlei. He looked at Yun Tianlei and said, You Protos have been fighting all these years, but you didn't expect to be rebuffed by the Ark continent. Hahaha, we didn't expect this opportunity to come so soon, but we didn't expect it to come so soon. Then we won't be polite anymore. My master, I'm sorry. Kill. The people of the Thunder race immediately launched an attack on all the gods' race. They were still controlling the electric net and were sweeping the gods' race in all directions. The situation on the battlefield was one-sided. The Barbarian race, the Winged Horse race, the Thunder race, the Demon race, and the Undead army had joined forces to hunt down the gods' race. Now, the gods' race could no longer form a large-scale resistance. When Zhao Hai saw this, he moved and dispelled his domain. He then entered the sword chariot and watched the situation on the battlefield. Those god clansmen already knew that they had no hope today. However, they didn't surrender. They were still resisting with all their might. Even if there was only one of them left, they were still fighting. At the same time, some of them were preparing to break through the encirclement and rush towards the Cult of Light Kingdom. The battle had been one-sided from the very beginning. The Protoss had been under too much pressure when they attacked the Aklea Mountains. Although they took turns to rest, they were already extremely exhausted. Their current combat strength was not even at the 6th level of their peak. Under such circumstances, how could they resist the reinforcements of the major races? From day to night, the battle finally came to an end. Almost all the Protoss had been annihilated. Zhao Hai had turned them into undead creatures. There were about 30 million of them in total. Some of them managed to break out of the encirclement. After all, the Protoss had not discussed how to deal with the Protoss in advance, so there were still many problems in their cooperation. The battle had ended, but the scene was a little strange. The barbarian race, winged horse race, and the thunder race had gathered together, carefully watching the undead army and the demon army. During the battle just now, the barbarian race had already discovered the combat power of the demon army and the undead army. In addition, Zhao Hai was the one who controlled the domain weapon. All of these made them have no choice but to be on guard against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai rode the sword chariot to the front of the two armies. He put away the sword chariot and flew toward the allied army. Heir, the barbarians, and the winged horse race also flew over. They stood about 50 meters apart. Heir looked at Zhao Hai. This was the first time he had seen Zhao Hai. He had only seen a portrait of Zhao Hai when he was with Yun Tianlei, so he recognized him immediately. Zhao Hai looked at Heir. He knew Heir. He had seen Heir by Yun Tianlei's side when he was watching him. Zhao Hai smiled at Heir and said, "You and I have the same goal, so we don't need to thank each other." At this time, the barbarian beside him said, "I don't know what you did to the barbarians who came last time. Is it really like what the Protoss said that you turned them into undead creatures?" Zhao Hai looked at the tall barbarian. He didn't deny it but nodded. "Yes, we were enemies back then. I, Zhao Hai, will never hold back against my enemies. Sir, can you release your people so we can meet them?" The barbarian asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the barbarian and the winged horse with a strange look. After hearing that he had turned their people into undead creatures, their reactions seemed to be a little too calm. However, since he had already reached this stage, he might as well just let it be. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. The winged horse and barbarian undead creatures appeared behind Zhao Hai. They didn't appear in the form of skeletons, but in the form of zombies. In any case, the zombies in the boundless space were much more pleasing to the eye than the skeletons. The barbarian and winged horse tribesmen glanced at their dead tribesmen. The two tribesmen nodded and didn't say anything. NBSB Zhao Hai looked at the two races in confusion. He thought that they would fight to the death, but it didn't seem like that was the case. Heir saw Zhao Hai's confusion and said in a low voice, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. The barbarian and winged horse tribes have such a custom. They believe that those who have become undead creatures live in another way, so they don't hate you. If you didn't turn their people into undead creatures, they would really hate you." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that the winged horse and barbarian race would have such an eye-opening idea. This was really beyond his expectations. However, Zhao Hai still bowed to the two races and said, "Zhao Hai didn't know about your plan and treated them as enemies. I'd like to apologize." Heir waved his hand and looked at Zhao Hai. "I wonder what plans you have next. Are you planning to defend the Ark continent, or are you going to deal with the God race?" Zhao Hai looked at Hiko and said in a deep voice, "We can't defend the Ark continent. Now that the undead creatures of the underworld have appeared on the Ark continent, there's no point in defending the Ark continent. Besides, the Ark continent has an irreconcilable grudge with the Protoss. We will not let them off the hook. That's why I plan to attack them." Hiko was stunned for a moment. He had thought that Zhao Hai would not attack the God's race. He had planned to persuade Zhao Hai, but now it seemed like there was no need. He said in a low voice, "That's for the best. Then we can have a good talk with you about the cooperation." Zhao Hai looked at Heir and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the sword chariot appeared again. He then said to Heir and the others, "Please come in. We'll talk inside. Mo Long, you come too." The demonic dragon king, who had been standing behind Zhao Hai all this while, responded. He followed Zhao Hai and stood beside the door of the sword chariot. Heir, the barbarians, and the winged horse clansmen didn't hesitate. They jumped down from their mounts and entered the carriage. Although the sword carriage had gone through a huge battle, it was not chaotic at all. As soon as they entered the sword carriage, they found a few women packing things inside. These women were none other than Laura and the others. The maidservants and the third prince that Zhao Hai had taken away from the sword chariot were still locked up in the origin space. Zhao Hai didn't have time to deal with them. After they entered the carriage, Zhao Hai introduced Laura and the other girls to Heir and the others. Laura and the other girls then went to prepare drinks for them. After everyone was seated, Zhao Hai said to Hiko, "I'm Zhao Hai. I think all of you know me. This is the representative of the demonic dragon king. Now that the demonic dragon has cooperated with me, please introduce yourselves." Heir nodded. "I'm the Thunder Clan's Heir. I'm their representative. Man Dingshan of the barbarian race," the barbarian replied in a deep voice. "Winged horse race, Zhan Yue," the man replied. "That's right," Zhao Hai nodded. "Now that you've all introduced yourselves, can you tell me why you've suddenly started to deal with the Protoss?" Ever since we were conquered by the Protoss, Heir said in a deep voice, we've been secretly amassing our strength, preparing to overthrow the Protoss rule. However, the Protoss power is too strong. Even if we combine our strength, we might not be a match for them, so we haven't made a move. At this point, Heir fell silent. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, we didn't want to work with you at first. After all, you're from the Ark Continent. To put it bluntly, the Ark Continent is the weakest of all planes. You don't even have a god-tier master, so what do you have to fight against the god race? The first partner we wanted to work with was actually the demon race. Zhao Hai and the Demon Dragon King nodded. They could understand Heir's actions. Just like Heir had said, the Ark Continent's level was too low. They did not even have their own god-grade powerhouses, so they had no way of fighting against the Protoss. However, no one had expected a freak like Zhao Hai to appear. The demonic Dragon King looked at Heir and asked, where did you guys hear about the demonic race? Our demon race has never heard of you. Heir said in a low voice, I've heard from the gods that they hate the Ark Continent to the core, but it's not easy to deal with them. The laws of the world here forbid the existence of god-tier elites, so it's impossible for the gods to send an army to deal with the Ark Continent. In the end, they came up with one solution, which was to use the magic array to change the laws of the world here. Then they sent an army to destroy the Ark Continent in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai nodded. He had already thought of this. Hiko continued, but it's not that easy to set up this magic seal. It seems that the god race has only obtained this magic seal not long ago, and the number of blood sacrifices required to activate it is too high, so the god race has never set up this magic seal. However, they have never stopped collecting information about the Ark Continent. Among the information, there was some information about the Nephilims, which is how we learned about the existence of the Nephilims. The demonic Dragon King nodded. This was not surprising. The demonic race had a battle with the Ark Continent before, so there were naturally some records about the demonic race on the Ark Continent. It was normal for the god race to collect some information about the demonic race. Hiko looked at the two of them and said, in the information, the Nephilims were written to be very strong. They were at least stronger than the people on the Ark Continent, so we wanted to cooperate with the Nephilims and fight the gods together. We wanted to break free from the gods' control over us. We knew that the gods would fight the Nephilims one day. The gods are a greedy race, and they would not let go of any opportunity to expand. Zhao Hai and the Devil Dragon King did not say anything. They had already seen through the way the gods' race did things. They were tyrannical and overbearing. What they wanted was for all the planes to submit to them. Therefore, it was not strange for Heir to say this. Heir looked at Zhao Hai and said, we just didn't expect someone like you to appear on the Ark Continent. You were able to fend off the attacks of the Protoss and Nephilims all by yourself. To be honest, your strength is truly shocking. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He was confident in his own strength. Heir continued, when the third prince arrived on the Ark Continent, we realized that things might have taken a turn for the better. As soon as the third prince arrived, he immediately removed Yun Tianlei's military power, which made Yun Tianlei very uneasy. He immediately sent someone to the Protoss to find out if something had happened there. I didn't go to the Protoss immediately. I believed him. I contacted the barbarian race and the winged horse race and asked them to save their strength and not to go against you. Then I went to the Protoss. When I arrived at the gods' race, I found out that nothing had happened there. All of this was just the idiotic third prince's self-righteous decision. However, this also made me realize that this was an opportunity to deal with the gods' race. Zhao Hai and Devil Dragon King listened to Heir's words seriously. The moment they heard Heir's words, the two of them looked at him in confusion. Heir looked at the two of them and said, I know the third prince. He doesn't have a good reputation among the Protoss, but he's very well liked by the King of Gods. He's not good at commanding, and he's very headstrong and doesn't listen to others. With such a person as a leader, you'll definitely be no match for him. The army that the Protoss have sent to the Ark Continent is already 1/3 of their total army. If we can keep all of them here, it'll be a great boost to the Protoss. That's why I secretly contacted the barbarian race and the winged horse race. The three of us will help you to keep the army of the god race in the Ark Continent, and then join forces with you to deal with the god race. So after contacting the two races, I secretly returned to the Ark Continent, got in touch with the barbarian race and the winged horse race, and made a plan to betray you. Zhao Hai nodded. He could understand what Hiko was doing. This was indeed a good opportunity to deal with the Protoss. The Protoss had sent 1/3 of their forces to the Ark Continent. It seemed like they really valued the Ark Continent. Now that they had annihilated the entire army, it would be a huge blow to the Protoss. Heir looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sir, now is the time when the Golden Bull celestial race is at its weakest. It is the best time for us to strike back. You will head out from the Ark Continent, and the other races will head out from our own planes to attack the celestial race. I believe we can destroy the Golden Bull celestial race in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai looked at Heir and frowned. However, you must know that the Golden Bull celestial race isn't the only celestial race continent in the divine world. They have a total of 13 continents. Other than 3 that are controlled by the foreign gods, the other 10 great formations are all controlled by the celestial race. Even if we attack the celestial race, we might not only face the Golden Bull celestial race's attack, they might even get some reinforcements from the other celestial races. If the armies of the 10 continents of the god race all come, can we still stop them? Have you guys thought about this? Hiko was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know so much about the god's race. He even knew about the 13 continents of the god's race. However, he had already considered this matter, so he nodded and said, "I've thought about it, but don't worry, sir. The Protoss aren't as peaceful as they look. They're at war too." If it weren't for that, the 3 continents controlled by the foreign gods would have been conquered by the Protoss long ago. Please continue, Zhao Hai nodded. Hiko nodded. To talk about the division of the god race's forces, we have to start from the terrain of the god world. The god world's 13 large pieces are centered around the central continent and are arranged outwards in a star-like shape. Central continent is in the middle, and around the central continent are 5 continents, which are the Lion continent, the Gemini continent, the Scorpion continent, the Demon Ram continent, and the Giant Crab continent. The continents below and around these continents are the Aries continent, the Goddess continent, and the Balanced Scale continent. The Golden Bull continent, Aquarius continent, Pisces continent, and Archer continent are also peripheral continents controlled by the god race. However, these 4 continents are not very peaceful. The Golden Bull god race has always been very rude and unreasonable in the god world, so they can't get along well with the other god races. If we deal with them, the other god races might not send troops. Zhao Hai frowned. It's unlikely that they'll send their troops. It's just a possibility. If the Protoss really do send their troops, how are we going to deal with them? Heir said in a deep voice, "We've already thought about this. As soon as we start here, our Thunder Clan will immediately send people to contact the 3 foreign gods and ask them to send their troops to deal with the Golden Bull continent together. By then, we don't have to worry about the other god clans." Zhao Hai frowned. That's not good. If we were the ones dealing with the Golden Bull celestial race, the other celestial races would just watch from the side and wait for us to do something to the Golden Bull celestial race. They would then come and take advantage of us. However, if we were to invite the 3 great foreign gods, the situation would be different. The 3 great foreign gods have always been mortal enemies with the other celestial races in the celestial world. If they were to participate in this, the other celestial races and continents, which originally wouldn't send out their troops, would definitely send out their troops. At that time, our days would only be even worse. This is not good. Heir was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Then his expression changed as he lowered his head and fell into deep thought. What Zhao Hai said made sense. If they were to deal with the Golden Bull celestial race, the other celestial races might just watch. In the eyes of those celestial races, so what if they annihilated the Golden Bull celestial race? They didn't like the Golden Bull celestial race anyway. If they could annihilate the Golden Bull celestial race, the other celestial races would have an excuse to send troops to deal with them. This way, he would be able to openly take over the Golden Bull celestial race's territory. However, if the 3 foreign gods were involved, the nature of the matter would change. The 3 foreign gods were the common enemy of all the Protoss. Once the 3 foreign gods joined in, the Protoss would have a reason to unite against a common enemy. At that time, the other Protoss would definitely send out their troops, and they would have even less of a good life. Zhao Hai looked at Heir and said in a deep voice, "We definitely have to deal with the gods' race, but it's best not to involve the 3 foreign gods in this matter. Once we've exterminated the Golden Bull god race and have a firm foothold in the god world, it won't be a problem for us to contact the 3 foreign gods. Also, don't forget that I can turn the dead into undead creatures. My undead army will become stronger and stronger as we fight. At that time, we'll have an undead army that's equivalent to all of the Golden Bull god race's forces, as well as your races. It won't be a problem for us to gain a firm foothold in the god's race." Hiko nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. "Sir is right. It seems that we've thought too simply of this matter. All right, we'll do as Sir says. We won't contact the 3 foreign gods, but this way the pressure we'll face will be extremely great." "Sir, you have to be prepared." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "I already thought about dealing with the Protoss before you joined us. Now that you're here, our chances of success are much higher. We have the Ark continent and the Devil realm as our strategic fortifications. It's only a matter of time before we drag the Protoss to their deaths. The problem lies with your 3 races. If you can't hold on, it won't affect me much, but it won't be good for your own people." "You don't have to worry about that, sir," Heir said in a deep voice. "We've already made all the necessary preparations. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said that's for the best. "However, we'll have to push back the launch date. Right now, I still have some things to deal with in the Devil world. After we're done with our things here, we can take action. What do you think?" Heir frowned and asked, "How long do we have to wait? We'd better hurry. We've annihilated the entire Protoss race here, but a portion of them managed to escape. They'll go back and tell the Golden Bull celestial race, and the Golden Bull celestial race will be prepared. They might even withdraw their troops from the Ark continent and deal with us first. If that happens, the situation will be very bad. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, how about this? We will attack the Protoss as usual. However, I have some things to deal with. It won't take long, just a few days. However, I can send out the Undead Army and the Nephilim Army to act with you. We will deal with the Protoss Army and the Cult of Light first. What do you think, sir? Are you saying that you're the only one not participating? Heir asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, only me. And it won't take me more than a few days. I'll be done here in no time. Once I'm done, I'll be back immediately. I'll have the Undead Army and the Nephilims help you deal with the Protoss. What do you think? Hiko nodded and said, sure, but sir, you'd better be quick. You have a domain weapon in your hands now, and a domain weapon is still a great deterrent to the Protoss. With you around, it may be easier to deal with the Protoss army. I'll be quick. Zhao Hai nodded. When do we start attacking the Protoss in the Cult of Light? Heir thought for a while and said, we've just gone through a big battle. Although the troops are taking a break, I think we should rest for 2 days. Then we'll launch an attack on the Church of Light. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's fine, but I'll see what you're thinking. We'll head to the Church of Light now. Don't go too fast. We'll rest and reorganize while we're walking. This can save us a lot of time. Perhaps I'll have already settled everything by the time you arrive at the Church of Light. Heir nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. We'll leave now, but we'd like to ask you to help us with some supplies. Our supplies were all provided by the gods' race, but they won't be giving us anything now, so we'll have some problems with our supplies. Zhao Hai laughed out loud. That's not a problem. You can find it now. Find some big cities to rest along the way. I'll send the food to them when you rest in those big cities. Even though Heir did not understand why Zhao Hai was so confident, he knew that Zhao Hai was very strong and would not joke about this matter. Therefore, Heir only nodded and did not say anything else. On the other hand, the demonic Dragon King understood why Zhao Hai was so confident. Yesterday, they entered the space through the demonic city. Today, they came out and arrived at the Aklea mountain line of defense. No matter how stupid he was, he understood that the space had a teleportation function. Thus, it made sense for Zhao Hai to say this. What touched the demonic Dragon King the most was that he knew exactly what Zhao Hai meant by something to take care of. There was nothing left for Zhao Hai to take care of on the Ark continent. All Zhao Hai had to do was to head to the demonic realm and bring the demons into the space. Seeing Zhao Hai agree so readily, Heir also nodded. All right, then we'll be counting on you, sir. You have a lot of things to deal with here, so we'll take our leave first. We'll rest here for the night and leave for the Church of Light tomorrow morning. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, that's it then. By the way, I'll get the undead creatures to send you some things. No matter what, you have to have a good rest after eating. Zhao Hai also stood up and smiled at them. Don't be so polite. We're already considered allies. You guys should go back and deal with your own matters first. Heir and the other two bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After Heir and the other two left, Zhao Hai turned around and said to Demonic Dragon King, make some arrangements for everyone to go back to the medium to rest and reorganize. Then you prepare and take me to the Devil Realm. You don't have to worry about them. The main thing we have to do now is to bring the people from the Devil Realm into the medium. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, don't be so polite. Go and organize the team. I'll send everyone into the space. I've already sent someone to inform the space. You can have a good meal and rest in the space. By the way, have you calculated the casualties? The demonic Dragon King nodded and said, the statistics are out. There are 543,000 injured and 652,000 dead. According to your request, these people did not self-destruct. Zhao Hai nodded. It's best that they didn't self-destruct. Although the power of the self-destruction is very strong, they won't have any thoughts after the self-destruction. At least there are still bodies left. Let's bury them. Zhao Hai was a traditional China. Although he didn't advocate for burial, he still wanted the body to be left behind. Even if he was cremated or buried, at least there would be more than a cenotaph. The demonic Dragon King shook her head and said, sir, if it's possible, turn them into undead creatures. We demons take pride in becoming warriors. If they die like this and are buried, they will be laughed at. Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't know that the demons had such a custom. He frowned and said, don't tell me that since you've been defeated, self-destruction is the best option. The demonic Dragon King nodded. That's right. We lose, we have to self-destruct and die together with our enemies. This is the true nature of the men of the demon race. Zhao Hai was speechless. This demon race man was really unyielding. He frowned and said, but if I turn them into undead creatures now, won't the others blame me? The demonic Dragon King laughed and said, we won't. Don't worry, sir. To be able to continue fighting after death has always been the dream of the demonic tribe. However, we don't want to fight for the enemy after death. Therefore, most of the time, we will self-destruct in battle, unless there is a powerful Lick tribe on our side. Zhao Hai realized that he didn't know how to communicate with the demonic Dragon King. Something that he thought was outrageous actually turned into a good thing when it came to the demonic race. Zhao Hai sighed, all right, I'll turn those people into undead creatures. All right, you can go and arrange for the others. The demonic Dragon King responded, turned around, and left. Although the demonic Dragon King had left, his words reminded Zhao Hai that there were more and more races in his boundless space. The first race all had their own unique customs and habits. These customs and habits were developed over the years and were closely related to their life and beliefs. If Zhao Hai were to change their habits casually, it would cause them to be disgusted. Therefore, the only thing he had to do was to respect their living habits as much as possible. Although the realm could slowly change people's minds and make them completely loyal to Zhao Hai, it would take a long time. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he made them feel disgusted, their loyalty would be delayed. It would be a huge loss. In fact, Zhao Hai's guess was right. If he really wanted to change the habits of the demon race, he would arouse their resentment. In that case, it would take more time for the realm to make the demon race loyal to Zhao Hai. This was a matter of favorability. If a person had a good favorability with Zhao Hai, he would soon become loyal to Zhao Hai after entering the realm. However, if a person was Zhao Hai's enemy, it would be very difficult for the realm to change his mind, unless he was turned into an undead creature. Seeing that the demonic Dragon King had left, Laura and the others walked over and sat beside Zhao Hai. Big brother Hai, are we really going to attack the Proto so quickly? Zhao Hai smiled. This is a good opportunity. If we give it up this time, it'll be the same as not helping the Thunder race and the other two races. This won't do us any good. In any case, we're going against the gods' race. It's the same at any time. Lola nodded and said, I just think things are too urgent. That Heir is really something. She didn't even tell us about it. We're so busy now. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. These guys are crazy about revenge. Forget it, I'll cooperate with them this time. Speaking of which, these guys' combat power is really good. With their strength and our current strength, even if all the members of the god race came, they wouldn't be able to wipe us out, let alone the Golden Bull god race. Laura smiled and said, come on, you're wrong. What do you mean you can't kill us all at once? They can't kill us at all. You alone are enough to deal with the Protoss. By the way, brother Hai, what about the captured Protoss? The third prince seems to have gone crazy. And those maids, what do you think? Zhao Hai frowned and said, I think we should set up a small island in the Ark for them to live on. We don't want to lack their food and supplies. As long as they can't perform well and can't leave the island, it'll be fine. Let them stay there for a while. Laura didn't have any good ideas. After all, the other party was a group of people who couldn't resist, and they couldn't bear to kill them. Besides, the third prince might have been too shocked, so he had been in a daze the whole time. He didn't speak or move. If it weren't for the few maids taking care of him, he might have starved to death. Zhao Hai sighed. All right, let's go back to the realm. There are many things to take care of after the battle. By the way, was the battle just now broadcasted on the Ark? Laura and the others frowned and said, I didn't broadcast this. Because there were demons who just participated in the war, I didn't dare to broadcast it. Why do we broadcast it? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, let's do it. We can't hide this matter anyway. We'll explain it to them after the broadcast. No matter what, we defeated the god race and subdued the infernals at the same time. Lola furrowed her brows. How about this? We'll ask Heir to get some information about the underworld and broadcast it in the realm. It'll prevent the people in the realm from thinking that we're just trying to trick them into the realm. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood why Laura wanted to do this. Everyone had their own stories. The space on the Ark was a good place, but people still missed their lives on the Ark continent. If they didn't understand why the Ark continent couldn't be defended, they might have some opinions about Zhao Hai. They might think that Zhao Hai was trying to trick them into the space, which was why he exaggerated the matter. After all, Zhao Hai had successfully pulled the demons to his side. They had also annihilated the gods' race in one fell swoop. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. Zhao Hai returned to the origin space to plan the battle results. He had collected nearly 30 million undead creatures this time. Adding on the original undead creatures, Zhao Hai now had almost 70 million undead creatures. Originally, he could have had more undead creatures, but the attacks of the gods were too fierce. When the undead army retaliated, they used a lot of blood thunder beads. Almost all the gods who were attacked by the blood thunder beads were vaporized, so there was no way to turn those people into undead creatures. Therefore, Zhao Hai lost a lot of undead creatures, but even so, he still made a big profit. The addition of these soldiers increased Zhao Hai's combat strength by a large margin. Don't forget that these Protoss were all experts given by the gods, and were much stronger than the undead creatures that Zhao Hai had previously encountered. What Zhao Hai felt most regretful about was that Yun Tianlei wasn't captured by him, and he wasn't turned into an undead creature either. At the last moment, Yun Tianlei had attacked Heir and the others, but they had killed him with their lightning magic. Yun Tianlei had turned into ashes, but Zhao Hai couldn't turn a pile of ashes into an undead creature. This made Zhao Hai feel a little regretful. Even so, Zhao Hai still had a lot of things to do. First, he brought the Nephilims into the boundless space. Then he sent the undead creatures to Heir and the others to feed them. These things would be enough to keep them busy for a while. However, Zhao Hai handed these things over to Laura and the others while he went to the demon's background. The demonic Dragon King had already brought the demonic army back to the demonic dimension. Of course, they would not do so in front of Hiko and the others. In reality, Zhao Hai had opened a spatial crack in the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains. On the surface, it looked as if they had entered the defensive line at the Aklea Mountains. However, in reality, they had entered a space. The moment they entered the space, the demonic Dragon King and the rest smelled a fragrance. It was the fragrance of meat. The demonic Dragon King took a look inside the space. Indeed, there were many large woks in the space. These large woks were military stoves, and meat soup was being cooked inside. The fragrance of the meat soup filled the entire space. The demon Dragon King was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Mokayo and Shidek walked in front of the demon Dragon King. The two of them bowed to the demon Dragon King. Mokayo smiled and said, "Mo Long, I'm sorry. You guys are fighting outside, so you have to eat after this meal. We have already eaten. These are for you." The demonic Dragon King looked at the large cauldrons and smiled. "Did Sir send someone to inform you? Where did all this meat come from? Did Sir send it over?" Mokayo nodded and smiled. "Yes, Sir sent someone to deliver it. Mo Long, I saw that there are a lot of breadfruits in this space. Even if all of our people were to move in, it would be enough to eat. There are also many magical beasts. These magical beasts are not high level, but their reproductive ability is very strong. They can provide us with an abundance of food. This space is really a good place." The demonic Dragon King nodded and smiled. "Of course this space is good. Otherwise, Her Majesty wouldn't have immediately agreed to Sir's words to move our entire clan here. In the future, we'll just wait to enjoy life." Mokayo nodded. Today, he had gained a deeper understanding of this space. This space was really good. There was grass fertilizer, beautiful water, many magical beasts, and breadfruit trees. Even if the demon race came to this space, they wouldn't need to do anything. Just the things produced in the space would be enough to keep them from starving to death. This was absolutely impossible in the demon world. The demonic Dragon King did not say anything else. He turned around and looked at the demon army before shouting, "Those who are injured, go and treat your injuries first. After you've recovered, come out to eat. After eating, rest well. There will be a battle in a few days." The demon army responded and turned to leave. Those who were injured went to treat their injuries, while those who were not injured went to the river to wash up. Then they took off their armor and went to eat. In this space, they could relax completely without worrying about being attacked. It was a rare experience for the demon army. It was true that the members of the demon battle formation were all killing gods. It was also because of this that they had developed the war syndrome, feeling as if they were on the battlefield at any time. It was precisely because of this that they appeared particularly cold-blooded. On the battlefield, one could encounter an enemy at any time, so they were always on guard. But it was different in the space. In the space, apart from their clansmen, there were no enemies. Even the magic beasts that could pose a threat to them didn't exist, so they could relax. In fact, they didn't know that the space had some minor healing functions, especially for mental illnesses like war syndrome. The effect would be more obvious. However, the mental illness of the demon army was very serious, so there was no visible effect in the short term. Therefore, the demon Dragon King did not pay attention to it. He went to the river to wash his face and came to a military stove. Looking at the meat soup in the pot, he smiled and said to Mokayo, "Mokayo, you guys are really good at cooking. This broth seems to be very fragrant." Mokayo took a piece of breadfruit and said, "It's not because I'm good at cooking. It's because Sir gave me everything. You didn't see it. It turns out that the space is not the only place with supplies. There are also large amounts of supplies in other places. It's complete." The demonic Dragon King took a bite of breadfruit, then picked up a bowl beside the military stove and filled it with meat soup. She took a sip and said, "Sir is very thoughtful. Although they are currently in many places, we demons can't always live together. It's not realistic. In the end, we will still be separated, so he put the supplies in other places. When our clansmen come in the future, they can get the supplies nearby. By the way, you have to pay more attention to the things in the space these 2 days. I have to lead Sir back to the demon world and quickly bring the clansmen into the space." Mokayo responded. He then said to the Devil Dragon King, "I've already let the people of all the clans out today to choose a piece of land for their clans. If they like it, they can stay there and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. When their clansmen enter the space in the future, they can have a better life." The demonic Dragon King put down the bowl of soup and frowned. Will this cause a conflict? If 2 races take a fancy to the same place, there might be a conflict. Mokayo smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be such a thing. In the devil world, people fought for territory because everyone's territory wasn't good, so they wanted to grab a better piece of land. But it's different here. Almost all the places here are the same, and each has its own advantages. Take this place as an example. The advantage here is that there are many breadfruits which can't be finished. There aren't many breadfruits there, but the grass is very good and there are many magical beasts there. Everyone can choose a place that they think is the best based on their own habits." The demonic Dragon King nodded and let out a long sigh. "Looks like the good days of the Nephilims are here. Mr. Zhao Hai is going to send troops to the Protos in a few days. We'll be able to counterattack and reach them." so fast. Mokairo was stunned. The demonic dragon king smiled and said, "It won't be too soon. Mr. Zhao Hai is working with someone else this time. We don't need to send too many soldiers. We won't suffer any losses." Mokairo smiled and said, "I'm not worried about that. I just think that Mr. Zhao Hai is working too hard. Look, ever since we arrived on the Ark continent, has he been idle for even a moment? He's either fighting us or the god race." Then the netherworld appeared, and now he's going to attack the god race. He's too busy. The mystic dragon smiled bitterly and said, "What can he do if he's not busy?" Back then, he was busy for the Ark continent, so he had to be busy even if he didn't want to. But this time, he has no choice even if he doesn't want to be busy. The three biggest races that have been captured by the Protoss, the Thunder race, the Winged Horse race, and the Barbarian race, are going to join forces to rebel against the Protoss. They even want Mr. Zhao Hai to participate. How can Mr. Zhao Hai not participate? Don't forget, Sir has a great enmity with the gods' race. He won't let go of this opportunity. Mokairo nodded and stopped talking. The Devil Dragon King was almost done eating. He put down the bowl and said, "However, Your Majesty is right. If we didn't send out the demon army this time, we would have really embarrassed the demon race. There's no need to talk about Mr. Zhao Hai's undead army. Their combat power is unparalleled. Even the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race's combat power is beyond my expectations. If we are defeated by these three races, we will lose face in front of Mr. Zhao Hai." Mokairo smiled wryly. "It seems that we have underestimated the gods. I thought that the gods were about the same level as us, but now it seems that the gods are indeed stronger than us." The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "You're right. The god race is indeed much stronger than us. Only one of the god race attacked the Ark continent this time. The god race was originally divided into 13 continents, and 3 of them were controlled by the gods of other races who had ascended to the Ark continent. They were the elves, orcs, and dwarves. These 3 races were not on good terms with the god race. They were enemies for generations and often had conflicts with each other. The remaining 10 continents were controlled by the god race, and they are now attacking the Ark continent. It's just a branch of the god's race, the Golden Bull god race." Mokaio was stunned for a moment. Then her expression changed and she frowned. "Sir, you know about this?" The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "Yes, I do. It seems like I've known about it for a long time. NBSB. Mokairo's brows furrowed even more and she said in a low voice, "Sir, if you know, why are you still attacking the god's race? This doesn't seem like his character." Molong smiled and told Mokairo everything. After that, Molong King said, "It's precisely because of this that I want to lead the students to the demon race as soon as possible and bring all of our clansmen in. We can't let them hold teacher back." Mokairo nodded. "So that's how it is. This really is an opportunity. But Sir can't possibly force all of us into the space in such a short time. Won't this delay his plans?" The demonic dragon king shook her head and said, "No, I think Sir knows what he's doing. Furthermore, this space of his is extremely magical. I don't think he'll miss anything." Mokairo nodded. "Molong," she said, "do you want to send a letter to His Majesty and inform him in advance?" The demonic dragon king frowned and said, "But I don't have any way to contact His Majesty." NBSB. At this moment, Zhao Hai's voice could be heard. "What's wrong? Is there something you need from the great demon king?" The devil dragon king and Mokairo turned around and saw Zhao Hai standing behind them. The two of them immediately stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I haven't eaten yet, so I'll eat here today. By the way, Mystic Dragon, this is for you. If you need anything, just look for the Demon King." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a messenger fish and gave it to Devil Dragon King. The demonic Dragon King knew that Zhao Hai didn't like to be polite. He took the message fish, thanked Zhao Hai, and left. Zhao Hai sat there and filled a bowl of meat soup for himself. He chatted with Mokaio as he drank. Although Zhao Hai was very casual now, Mokaio still felt a lot of pressure. There was no other way. Zhao Hai was already their bread and butter. He didn't dare to be too casual. This was the difference between a superior and an ordinary person. If an ordinary person ate meat and drank soup with you, you might become friends with him. However, if a superior did this, you would only think that he was more approachable and would not dare to treat him as a friend. Heir and his clansmen sat there, looking at the military stove in front of them. Their food was the same as the demons: meat, soup, and breadfruit. All these things were sent by the undead creatures. Although these things looked very ordinary, Heir felt that they were not ordinary at all. What was this place? This was the front line. Yes, there was no problem with using military stoves at the front line, but how could someone who commanded the undead to fight have so much food? And they were all hot, wasn't that too strange? In addition, Hiko had gained a certain understanding of Zhao Hai's actions during this period of time. He had single-handedly stopped the attacks of the god race and infernals. Now, not only had he wiped out the god race's army, but he had also subdued the infernals. To be honest, when Heir saw Zhao Hai leading the demonic army here, he felt as if his heart was about to stop. It was the demonic race. They had always wanted to form an alliance with the demonic race so that they could deal with the god race together. In their opinion, the demonic race had the strength to fight against the god race. However, such a race had been subdued by Zhao Hai. This was unbelievable. When Fei recalled what Zhao Hai had done, he could only describe it in one sentence. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. It was too miraculous. It was precisely because of Zhao Hai's performance that Hiko was determined to work with him. He believed that with Zhao Hai's strength, he would have no problem dealing with the Protoss. Fei looked at the barbarian race and the winged horse race not far away. The three races had never heard of each other before, but now they had become the most solid allies, for no other reason than to break away from the rule of the gods' race. Fei also knew that this wasn't an easy task. He knew a lot about the gods' race, and it was precisely because of this that he knew how difficult it was to break away from the gods' race's rule. Just the Golden Bull god race alone could exterminate the barbarian race, the winged horse race, and their thunder race, three races that weren't considered weak. Although the Golden Bull god race was very overbearing in the gods' race, they weren't the strongest in terms of strength. There were a few other celestial races that were stronger than the Golden Bull celestial race. Any one of them would be able to exterminate the thunder race dozens of times over. Therefore, if they wanted to break away from the gods' race's rule, they didn't just have to deal with the Golden Bull god race. They also had to pay attention to the reactions of the other god races. Even if they dealt with the Golden Bull god race, another god race would be able to annihilate them and rule them. It was precisely because of this thought that Fei wanted to join forces with the three foreign gods to deal with the Golden Bull god race. This way, the other god races would be afraid of them and not dare to deal with them. However, after Zhao Hai's words, he realized that this plan had a fatal flaw. If they really allied with the three foreign gods, they would immediately be attacked by the entire Protoss race. At that time, even if the three foreign gods didn't do anything, the three races would be doomed. The thought of this, Hiko couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, he had already sent someone to inform the clan to not act according to the original plan, hoping that this remedy would be in time. It was because of this incident that he saw Zhao Hai even more highly. He believed that working with Zhao Hai was the best decision. However, he still wanted to see Zhao Hai's ability. Although he didn't know what had happened to Zhao Hai these few days, he knew that it must be related to the demons. Since Zhao Hai had promised to give them animals, Fei wanted to see how Zhao Hai was doing. If Zhao Hai did well, he would cooperate with Zhao Hai with all his might. If Zhao Hai had problems with the animals, Fei would cooperate with him. He would have to hold back and even make multiple preparations. Although Fei was young and wasn't the tallest in the Thunder Clan, he had always been a candidate for the next patriarch of the Thunder Clan. Yun Tianlei knew about this. It could be said that Yun Tianlei was the one who had made him the next patriarch. Yun Tianlei had done this to better control the Thunder Clan. In Yun Tianlei's opinion, Fei was absolutely loyal to him. If Fei were to be the next patriarch of the Thunder Clan, it would be more beneficial for him to control the Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, Yun Tianlei didn't know that Fei was a bomb that the Thunder Clan had placed beside him. Fei was the next candidate for the patriarch of the Thunder Clan. As soon as Yun Tianlei mentioned it, the Thunder Clan agreed to it. This gave Yun Tianlei a feeling that the Thunder Clan was very obedient. It was because of this that Yun Tianlei had selected some people from the Thunder Clan to become his guards. The reason why Fei could become the next clan leader of the Thunder Clan was not because of his strength, but because of his intelligence. It was because of his intelligence that the Thunder Clan sent him to Yun Tianlei's side. It was precisely because of these traits that Fei's words carried a lot of weight in the Thunder Clan. Otherwise, the Thunder Clan wouldn't have agreed to their cooperation with Zhao Hai. At this time, the barbarians and the Winged Horse tribe also had their own thoughts. Although they didn't hate Zhao Hai, because their tribe had such a custom that if one of their clansmen became an undead creature, the tribe wouldn't think that they were dead, they were still a little angry with Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed silent in the sword carriage. In BSB, however, this didn't affect their cooperation with Zhao Hai. Their main goal was to break free from the god race's rule. Zhao Hai's enmity was a small matter. Zhao Hai didn't know any of this. He stayed with the Nephilims for a while before returning to the origin space. He sat there and watched the screen. Now that the Thunder race and the others had gone to sleep, there was nothing to see. Zhao Hai turned off the screen and turned to look at Laura and the others who were busy. Zhao Hai had a lot of resources in his boundless space, so he wasn't afraid of giving them to the Nephilims and the Thunder Clan. He could buy them over anyway, so why not? Laura and the others didn't have much to do now. They just had to deliver the supplies to the Thunder race and the Demon race. They didn't have to worry about the God race. Seeing that Laura and the others were about to finish their work, Zhao Hai didn't stay there to watch them. He turned around and walked into the kitchen, cooking a meal for them. Zhao Hai had not cooked for a long time. When he was on Earth, he was a food lover. Not only did he like the taste, but he also liked to cook. At that time, his job was to write scripts at home every day, so he had a lot of time at his disposal. In order to relax himself, he also knew how to cook, so his cooking skills were not bad. Of course, he could not compare with those chefs, but it was not a problem for him to cook home-cooked dishes. When he finished cooking, Laura and the others were done with their work. When they saw that Zhao Hai had prepared food for them, they were all surprised. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "All right, stop looking. Come over and eat. Try my cooking." Laura and the others all cheered and ran to wash their hands before sitting down at the table. Although Zhao Hai's dishes weren't as delicious as the ones made by Meg and the others, they still enjoyed them very much. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt that he had let Laura and the others down. Fortunately, they didn't blame him for this. Otherwise, he didn't know if he could continue on. If Laura were angry with him because of this, Zhao Hai would definitely lead her and the others to live in seclusion in the origin space and not fight with anyone. After dinner, they went to the living room and sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them rubbing their stomachs and smiled. "Really, my cooking isn't that good, so why do you have to eat so much?" Lola rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to talk to him. At this time, Heir flew to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, I've already uploaded the results of today's battle into the realm. The Ark people in the realm reacted quite strongly to it, but they don't seem to blame you. Do you want to upload the rest?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it. It's only right to let the people in the Ark understand the situation on the Ark continent. By the way, tell them about our plan to attack the Protoss. When I go to the Devil Realm tomorrow, I'll also put the situation in the Ark space. Let the people in the space know what kind of environment the Devil Realm is like." Lola looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Brother Hai, is this necessary?" "You in the space, you don't need to put in a good word for the demon race, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm not trying to put in a good word for the Nephilims. I just want to let the people in the dimension see what the other worlds are like. In the future, when we reach the Protoss, we will broadcast it too. The people on the Ark continent have too little spiritual life. The things we put in the space can let the people who have nothing to do have something to kill time." Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but wonder if he should make television and movies in the future. This way, it would be more convenient for him to promote anything in the future. Laura and the others didn't think that it was a bad thing, but they felt that it was a little troublesome. However, if Zhao Hai was willing to let it go, then so be it. They wouldn't object. The few of them were a little tired today and had gone to rest early. What they did not know was that the things they had left in the Ark had kept the people in the Ark up all night. Just as Zhao Hai had said, the people in the inner space lacked a spiritual life. The things that Zhao Hai was playing were all real. It was a huge battle, and it was more eye-catching than any battle movie or television. Therefore, they didn't have the face to sleep. They just watched the images on the projection. The projection continued from the end of the battle to the negotiations between Zhao Hai and Heir. This was Zhao Hai's idea. He had added the negotiations between him and Heir. After the negotiation, the projection changed to the Orc grassland. The black mist and the undead creatures made the people in the origin space understand why Zhao Hai wanted them to enter the origin space. It could be said that this projection was very useful. It allowed all the races in the space to have a better understanding of the god race and demon race, especially the god race. The people in the space had never thought that the god race would be so powerful. The one who attacked them was just one of the 10 continents of the god race. By the time all the content was finished, it was almost bright. People felt a little dizzy and immediately went home to sleep. However, they tried hard to remember the content of the projection in their hearts. At this time, Zhao Hai had already woken up. After having breakfast in the dimension, he asked Laura and the others to arrange for someone to send breakfast to Heir and the others. As for him, he went to the demonic dimension and prepared to go to the demonic world with the demonic Dragon King. To be honest, Zhao Hai was still very curious about the god race. Although Kai had told him a lot about the devil world, he was still very curious. He wanted to see what kind of world it was. When Zhao Hai arrived at the demonic dimension, the demonic Dragon King was already up. The other members of the demonic race were also up. The demonic Dragon King was waiting for Zhao Hai, while the other members of the demonic race were busy with other things. When the demonic Dragon King saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he hurriedly went up to him and bowed to him. "Sir, you're here. When do we leave?" Zhao Hai glanced at the busy demon race people and smiled. "We'll leave immediately." "Oh right, if you need anything here, don't forget to let me know. I'll definitely prepare everything I can for you." Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at the Devil Dragon King in confusion and asked, "Stone, why did he prepare the stones? There are so many mountains in this space and all of them are rocks. You can just pick them." The demonic Dragon King said embarrassedly, "I won't hide it from you, sir. The environment here is too good. We can't bear to destroy it. If we were to open up the mountain and mine for stones, the trees on the mountain would die. We can't bear to do it." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that the demons were really afraid of the harsh environment. Now they had learned how to protect the environment. However, this was good, At least he didn't have to worry about them causing any damage to the space. When the demonic Dragon King saw that Zhao Hai did not say anything, he thought that Zhao Hai was angry. He quickly said, "If you think it's difficult, then forget it. When we return to the devil world, I'll let everyone put a stone into the space at a time." When Zhao Hai heard what the demonic Dragon King said, he couldn't help but feel happy. He smiled and said, "There's no need for that. How about this? The undead creatures in my realm are idle, so I'll let them help you collect some stones." You did the right thing. It's better not to destroy the environment here in the realm. When the Devil Dragon King heard Zhao Hai's words, he nodded his head happily. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else and brought the Devil Dragon King to the spatial crack in the Devil Abyss. The two of them flew into the Devil world. It was a world of red. The sky was red, dark red, like sticky blood. It was daytime, and there was a sun in the sky, but it looked like it was wrapped in a red cloth. It only gave off a dim red light, which was not as bright as the moon on the ark at night. In addition to the dark red sky, there was black and red land. The land had turned into a desert with some short plants growing on it. Although the leaves of the plants were green, they also had an abnormal green color. Although the grass looked green, Zhao Hai felt that it was like a venomous snake, ready to bite at any moment. In addition to some short grass, the most common things in the devil world were stones and some sand. There was almost nothing else. Even if there were a few trees occasionally, they were not tall. They looked the same as the grass. Although they were only plants, they gave people a feeling that they were not to be trifled with. At this moment, the demonic Dragon King sighed and said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, there is a saying in the devil realm. Don't underestimate even a blade of grass, because it may be a blade of grass that can take the life of a devil god-level expert." Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the Devil Dragon King. He was a little puzzled. The Devil Dragon King said in a deep voice, "In the divine race, almost all the plants are poisonous, but the degree of toxicity is different. In the devil world, we treat the seven-colored flower as food because the leaves of the seven-colored flower are the least poisonous among all the plants in the devil world. As for the other plants, even if there are two plants that look the same, one may not be poisonous and the other may be poisonous, and it may be a very powerful poison." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before sighing. "I didn't expect this. No wonder the demon race wants to conquer the Ark continent. The environment here is really bad." At this time, the realm faithfully recorded everything that happened in the devil world and then played the situation in the Ark space. The people in the interspace were used to looking at the projection every day. However, the contents of the projection that day surprised them. They had never seen such an environment before. For a moment, the people in the interspace thought that the projection was showing the underworld. However, the commentary that followed made them understand that it was not the netherworld, but the demon world. Everyone in the origin space knew that demonic realm had sided with Zhao Hai and was on their side. To the people in the origin space, this news was quite exciting. However, they did not have much of a grudge against the devil world. This was mainly because Zhao Hai was the one who fought against the devil world. The Ark continent did not suffer many losses. Zhao Hai didn't know any of this. He was flying forward with the Devil Dragon King. This time, only the two of them entered the devil world and they didn't bring any other people. Zhao Hai looked at the devil world's environment. The situation was almost the same. Even if they occasionally encountered one or two devils, they were all extremely fierce. They wanted to attack them as soon as they saw them. Fortunately, they only encountered some devils that couldn't fly. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Their speed wasn't very fast. Zhao Hai looked around and said to the demonic Dragon King, "Demonic Dragon, does the great demon king usually live there?" The demonic Dragon King said, "It's in the demonic city. It's the biggest city in the demonic realm. It's also the toughest city in the demonic realm. Most importantly, the biggest spatial crack between the demonic realm and the underworld is sealed under the demonic city. How long will it take us to get to Shanghai from here?" Zhao Hai nodded. The demonic Dragon King said, "It won't take long. If we fly a little faster, we'll be there in about 2 hours. Even if we fly a little slower, it'll take about 4 hours." Zhao Hai pondered for a while. He glanced at a grass, then waved his hand. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the grass, sending it into his space. The demonic Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing what he was trying to do. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wanted to see what was the difference between the plants of the demonic race and ordinary plants. As soon as the grass entered the medium, a prompt came from the medium, found to contain intense toxicity. Grass of darkness attribute, not suitable for growing in normal space, not suitable for growing in general demon era type space, suitable for growing in hell space, helps to perfect hell space. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the notification. He didn't think that this thing could only grow in hell, it could even perfect hell. This was a pleasant surprise for Zhao Hai. The demonic Dragon King had been looking at Zhao Hai the whole time. When she saw the joy on Zhao Hai's face, she couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong, sir? Is there something you're happy about?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly. "I am really happy about something. By the way, can you ask your demon dweller to help me collect plants and demonic beasts from the demon world? There are all kinds of them. Whether they are poisonous or not, they must be alive." The demonic dragon king was stunned for a moment. Then he asked Zhao Hai in confusion, "Sir, why are you collecting those things? Those things shouldn't be of any use to you, right?" Zhao Hai smiled. "You're wrong. That thing is still useful to me. If I use it well, it can become a good medicine. How about it? Can I?" The demonic dragon king nodded and said, "No problem. How about this? When we meet His Majesty, we will inform him. Everyone who enters the space will bring a plant with them. Wouldn't that be enough?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, plants and demonic beasts are fine. However, we don't want to hurt anyone. We don't want those aggressive demonic beasts or plants." The demonic dragon king smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, sir. It'll be fine. We demons have lived in the demonic realm for so many years. Unless it's a large-scale beast tide, it won't pose any threat to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, as long as you're confident." "It's decided then. Let's go and see His Majesty. I wonder how His Majesty is doing. After all, the time is too short." The demonic dragon king smiled. "It should be fine. With His Majesty's ability to rally supporters, as long as he says the word, the entire demonic realm will immediately be prepared." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. However, the two of them increased their speed. Along the way, Zhao Hai and the others came across a few small cities. They were not very big, and it seemed that there were only tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people living in them. However, these small cities were built very firmly. The walls were very thick and tall. It was obvious that they were used for war. The Devil Dragon King pointed at the small cities and said, "Almost all the places where people live in the Devil realm have to be built like this. There are too many devil beasts here. From time to time, there will be a beast tide. If the cities are not built like this, the people of the devil race will not be able to survive." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled bitterly. To be honest, the devil world was the worst environment he had ever seen. He was sure that the air in the devil world must contain a certain amount of poison. However, since Heir had entered the medium, he had already developed a resistance to the poison in the devil world. Therefore, the medium had not given him any hints. At the same time, Zhao Hai also understood why the people of the devil race looked like this. It was because the environment in the devil world was too bad. In order to suit the environment, the people of the devil world slowly grew up like this. It was all because of the environment. All things compete with the heavens, survival of the fittest. This was the law of nature, and in order to adapt to the environment here, the demon race had undergone countless years of evolution, finally growing into their current appearance. The two of them picked up their pace, and sure enough, 2 hours later, a huge city appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. The city was as big as the capital cities of the other empires on the Ark continent. It was built with a dark red stone and looked very majestic. Before they reached the city, they noticed the demon war chariot above the city. Zhao Hai immediately knew that the demon king was pulling them. The two of them quickly went up to the war chariot. Sure enough, the demon king was already waiting for Zhao Hai in front of it. When the great demon king saw Zhao Hai, he laughed and said, "I didn't expect Sir to take care of the gods' race so quickly. It's really a cause for celebration. Sir, please." Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony. He bowed to the great demon king and entered the war chariot. The demonic dragon king also quickly ran in. Zhao Hai entered the war chariot to take a look. The decorations in the war chariot were still the same. There was a small table, a few dishes, and a pot of wine. Nothing seemed to have changed. Zhao Hai smiled. "It's nothing. They'll have to wait a few more times anyway. There's no rush. How are the preparations going, Your Majesty?" The great demon king smiled. "It's almost ready. Don't worry, sir. As long as your space crack opens, we can move in at any time." Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, there's one more thing I need to trouble Your Majesty with. Your Majesty, I want to collect some plants and animals from the devil realm, so I would like to ask Your Majesty for help. What do you think, Your Majesty?" The great demon king was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned and said, "Sir, do you have any more specific requirements?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I don't have too many requirements. First, I want them alive. Second, the more varieties there are, the better. Of course, if it's too dangerous, there's no need to collect them. That's all." The great demon king heaved a sigh of relief. "That's easy. But sir, when can you open the space crack?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Anything is fine. I just saw that there are many demon race people rushing towards Shanghai. I don't think there is a need for this. I will open a spatial crack here and let the people here enter the space first. Then I will leave the blood magic staff. As long as Your Majesty takes the blood magic staff and goes to other cities, you can open a spatial crack in that city. This will save everyone time on the road." The great demon king was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's the best. I think you should open the spatial rift right now, sir. I'll immediately arrange for people to enter the space." Zhao Hai didn't object. He nodded and waved his hand. A huge space crack appeared outside the city. The great demon king didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "All right, you're really a straightforward person. All right, I won't stand on ceremony. Please sit here for a while. I won't go outside to make arrangements." He was about to stand up when Zhao Hai said, "Your Majesty, I won't stay here any longer. I have to go back to the space to arrange some things. Your Majesty, take this blood staff. When you reach any city in the future, you can contact me with the message fish. Then I can open a space crack in that city. Mystic Dragon, stay and help your majesty. There are no battles these 2 days. I'm mainly helping you demons move. The Demon King took the staff and looked at it. The staff was now in the shape of a skeleton, and it was obvious that it was not used by a righteous person. However, the Demon King knew that this staff must not be simple to Zhao Hai. He was very touched that Zhao Hai would give him such an important thing. The great Demon King nodded and said, "That's for the best. We won't stand on ceremony. If you have anything to do, please go ahead. The Demon Dragon and I will be fine here." Zhao Hai nodded and said to the Demon King, "I'll have to trouble your majesty then. The realm has already made preparations over the past few days. Your majesty, you can rest assured." The Demon King thanked him again, and Zhao Hai left the chariot in a flash, returning to the origin space. The reason why Zhao Hai was in such a hurry was because he wanted to get in touch with the Thunder Tribe, Barbarian Tribe, and Winged Horse Tribe. No matter what, they would be allies in the future. It would be good to get in touch with them more often, and it would also be easier for them to cooperate in the future. Zhao Hai had wanted to take a good look at the Devil World, and he didn't want to reveal too many things, so he didn't think of giving the blood staff to the Great Devil. However, after thinking about it, he decided that since the people from the Devil World were about to enter the realm and the Great Demon King, and the others couldn't use the blood staff, it was fine to give it to them. It wasn't a big deal. So Zhao Hai finally decided to give the blood staff to the Great Demon King after meeting him. Then he would be able to leave and interact more with the Thunder Clan and the others. He wanted to discuss how to deal with the Protoss. Zhao Hai returned to the origin space. Laura and the others were looking at the screen, which was showing the situation in the Devil World. To be honest, Laura and the others didn't expect the Devil World to be like this. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura immediately went up to him and said, "Why did you come back so quickly? Didn't you say you were going to wait in the Devil Realm for a few days?" "There's no need for that," Zhao Hai said in a low voice. "There's no use for me to wait in the demonic realm. I might as well get back to business. I want to get in touch with the Thunder Clan. Oh, I'll leave the blood staff with the Great Demon King." Lola froze for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's good to leave it to the Great Demon King. He can't use the blood staff anyway. He can take it with him and put the map of the demon world into the medium." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "How's the Thunder Clan? Did anything happen?" Lola shook her head and said, "Everything is normal on their side. Nothing happened. Don't worry, don't worry. Lunch has been arranged for them. They're almost ready to eat." Zhao Hai nodded and sat down on the sofa. He let out a long sigh and said, "What about the space? Did the people also see the situation in the Devil Realm? What was their reaction?" Laura smiled. "There's no reaction. People don't seem to be very disgusted with the demon race. They just see the demon world as a story." Zhao Hai was completely at ease now. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you're not angry. I thought that it would take more time to change people's views on the demon race, but now it's all good. There's no need to worry. Oh right, send me outside to take a look. I want to talk to Heir." Laura nodded her head and Heir waved her hand. Zhao Hai appeared in a city in the Stupa Empire. It was not a big city, so it could not hold tens of millions of soldiers. Most of the soldiers were resting outside the city, but they had eaten a lot. Heir, Mandingshan, Zhan Yue, and the others were all resting in the city. Zhao Hai's sudden appearance in the city attracted the attention of the warriors. A few of them even surrounded him, but when they saw him, they immediately turned around and reported to Hiko. Zhao Hai didn't stop them and just stood there quietly. Soon Heir arrived, but Mandingshan and Zhan Yue didn't. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but frown. He had felt that Mandingshan and Zhan Yue didn't seem to like him. It seemed like that was the case. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood why. He had killed so many people from the two races. Although they did not become mortal enemies because of the customs of the two races, there was still enmity between them. Therefore, it was completely reasonable for the two races to have some opinions about him. At this moment, Hiko arrived in front of Zhao Hai and bowed. "Greetings, Mr. Zhao Hai. I didn't expect you to come and see us. Isn't you busy? I'll take a look when I'm free." "Let's talk inside," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Yes," Hiko responded and led Zhao Hai to his resting place, which was the City Lord's mansion. In fact, there was nothing left in the City Lord's mansion. Everything that could be used had been moved away by Zhao Hai, leaving only an empty house. Other than looking a little bigger, there was nothing special about the City Lord's mansion. Fortunately, Hiko and the others were not ordinary people. Their bodies were very strong, so they did not mind this place. Heir was resting in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. He did not go to the bedroom. There was no bed in the bedroom anyway, so it would be the same there. The two of them entered the empty hall. Zhao Hai could not help but smile. He turned to Heir and said, "Mr. Heir, I'm sorry. I've already taken everything away from the City Lord's mansion." I'm sorry." Heir smiled. "It's nothing. Actually, we're already used to it. This is good. Why did you suddenly come today, sir? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai nodded and looked at Heir. "Mr. Heir, do the barbarians and the Winged Horse Tribe have any complaints about me?" Heir didn't expect Zhao Hai to ask this question. He forced a smile. Of course, he knew that the barbarian race and the winged horse race were interested in Zhao Hai. However, he believed that the barbarian race and the winged horse race wouldn't seek revenge on Zhao Hai because they had a bigger enemy to deal with. But now that Zhao Hai had asked, he didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at Hiko's expression and sighed. I know why they have a problem with me. It's because I've killed so many of their people. I don't deny this. It's only right for them to hate me. However, I hope this won't affect our cooperation. Don't worry about that, sir, Fei quickly said. This matter will definitely not affect our cooperation. Don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded and sighed. I didn't regret what I did back then because I didn't know that the barbarian race and the winged horse race weren't native to the god race. I thought they were the god race's army. NBSP Fei looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. When he spoke to Zhao Hai in the past, he noticed that Zhao Hai was very familiar with the god's race. If that was the case, he should have known about this. Zhao Hai looked at Fei and smiled bitterly. You think I'm very familiar with the divine realm, don't you? Fei nodded. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. I am very familiar with the divine realm, but don't forget what I do for a living. I am a black mage. After I kill the people of the god race and turn them into undead creatures, I can ask some things about the god race. There is nothing strange about that. When Hiko heard Zhao Hai's words, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten that Zhao Hai was a black magician. That's right, black magicians could turn some people into undead creatures and then ask him for information. Zhao Hai looked at Fei and smiled bitterly. Later, I found out about the barbarian race and the winged horse race, but I didn't think too much about it. The barbarian race and the winged horse race had been conquered by the god race for a long time. I didn't know if they were completely enslaved by the god race or if they still hated the god race. At that time, I had the entire Arc continent behind me. I couldn't take any risks, so I didn't show mercy to the barbarian race and the winged horse race. I couldn't show mercy. Just as Fei had said, the first person they wanted to form an alliance with was not Zhao Hai, but the demons. Therefore, they would not be polite to the people on the Arc continent, whether they were barbarians or winged horse race. Even if they were the thunder race, they would not be polite. If Zhao Hai wasn't so powerful, he wouldn't even have the chance to sit here and talk to them. Strength determined everything, and this was something that Fei knew. Zhao Hai looked at Fei and said in a deep voice, we can't afford to be too slow in dealing with the Protoss this time. A spatial rift has appeared north of the Arc continent, and the undead creatures have already emerged from it. If we act now, the undead and the Protoss will attack us from both the front and back. We'll be finished then. Fei nodded with a serious expression. Although he believed that they had the strength to deal with the gods, he didn't dare to underestimate the gods, especially those who were willing to risk their lives. Not to mention, there were 9 other god clans like the Golden Bull God clan in the god world. Now that they had started a war with the Golden Bull God clan, he didn't know how the other god clans would react. Everything that had happened before was just a guess, and it couldn't be accurate. If the other 9 god races sent reinforcements to the Golden Bull God race, then this battle would be difficult to fight. There was no need for all 9 god races to send reinforcements. As long as one god race sent reinforcements, it would be enough to make things difficult for them. Then what do you mean, sir? Fei turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, if we're going to attack, we'll attack together. We'll attack with all our strength. In the shortest time possible, we'll beat the Golden Bull celestial race until they can't fight back. We'll gain a firm foothold on the Golden Bull continent. Only then will we have a chance to fight against the other celestial races in the divine realm. Hiko furrowed his brows. Of course we have to do our best in this attack. However, if we use too much strength in the beginning, we might not have enough strength later on. When the god races from other continents attack, we might not even have the chance to fight back. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, if we don't attack, it will be a bad thing. The Protoss should have received the news by now. They might be prepared. If we don't attack more fiercely, we will be in big trouble. Hiko thought for a moment and nodded. We don't have any problems here, but you said it yourself. The god's race might have received the news by now and will be prepared. At this time, I have no way of contacting the race and informing them of our decision. When the time comes, I'm afraid they won't be able to cooperate. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, once we defeat the Protoss that invaded the Arc continent, we'll send someone to contact your people. By the way, this is for you. This is a messenger fish. You can use this to contact me. If you need anything, just call me directly at this fish, and I'll hear you. Hiko was stunned for a moment, but he took the message fish and looked at it curiously. Zhao Hai did not say anything else and took out 2 more message fish for Hiko. Help me deliver these 2 message fish to the barbarian tribe and the winged horse tribe. No matter what, we are now allies. Fei nodded and took the messenger fish from Zhao Hai's hands. He looked at Zhao Hai seriously and said, Mr. is indeed broad-minded. Fei is impressed. Please rest assured, Mr. Fei will definitely talk to Mandingshan and Zhan Yue so that they won't hold a grudge against you. Zhao Hai shook his head and forced a smile. It won't be that easy. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Mr. Heir, do you have any good weapons to deal with the Protoss? Do you want me to give you some blood thunder beads and javelins? Hiko was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. That's for the best. Sir's blood thunder bead javelins are even more powerful than the blood thunder beads shot by the Protoss. We admire them very much. Zhao Hai smiled, but his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and said to Heir, Mr. Heir, don't worry. I'll definitely hand over the javelin to you when we fight the Protoss. I still have some things to do, so I can't stay any longer. Goodbye. When Hiko saw Zhao Hai's expression, he could not help but be stunned. However, he still stood up and said, Sure, please help yourself, sir. Zhao Hai nodded and disappeared from the house. In the next second, Zhao Hai appeared in the villa. He looked at the screen and said, What's going on? Lola forced a smile and said it was Heir who discovered it. Since the last time the people of the underworld appeared on the Orc grassland without a sound, Heir has been monitoring all the places on the spatial map. Every day she would pay attention to all the places on the continent to see if there was anything wrong. Today, she discovered an unusual place, the Flame Island. While Laura was talking, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the screen. The scene on the screen was of the Fiery Island. The situation on the Fiery Island really puzzled Zhao Hai. Originally, the island was filled with volcanoes, fire elemental magical beasts, and fire elemental plants. Although Zhao Hai had taken away the heart of Earthfire and the river of Earthfire, the island's temperature was still very high. The only difference was that the volcanoes had stopped erupting, and the fire elemental magical beasts were living a more carefree life. But now there were few things on the island that did not belong to the island. Not only did they not belong to the island, but they did not even belong to the Arc continent. They were a few huge metal men. Zhao Hai looked at the giant metal men. The first one was over 10 meters tall and was exquisitely made. The parts on its body were all shining. Most importantly, all of them were covered in various magic arrays. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed when he saw the magic arrays. He had some understanding of the Ark's magic arrays, but he had never seen them before. They were too complicated. Young master, the spatial spirit has recorded their appearance when they first arrived on the island. I'll show it to you, Kai said. After he finished speaking, the image on the screen changed. A few black dots in the sky were seen flying toward the Fiery Island. The black dots were extremely fast. In just a short while, the black dots had reached the sky above the Fiery Island. Only then did Zhao Hai see that the black dots were actually a few planes. That's right, Zhao Hai swore that he was not mistaken. There were a few planes. Zhao Hai stood up immediately, his eyes fixed on the screen. He was too excited. But what happened next made him even more excited. He saw the planes fly over the island and circle it a few times. Then, the planes twisted and the metal parts on them moved. In an instant, the planes turned into a huge metal man. Zhao Hai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was really excited to see the plane because planes should only exist on Earth. The appearance of these planes made him think that there was some kind of connection between the Ark and Earth. However, when the airplane transformed, Zhao Hai was stunned. That was an airplane. It was clearly a transformer. What was going on? Flames shot out from the legs, palms, and backs of the transformers, and they slowly landed on the Fiery Island. The fire magical beasts and fire demons on the island immediately discovered the transformers and rushed toward them, trying to attack them. However, they didn't expect that these transformers would raise their hands and shoot out white light from their palms. When the white light hit the demonic beasts, they were immediately cut into pieces and disintegrated into particles. Although the fire beasts blocked it a few times, they didn't hold on for long and disappeared after a while. Then the few transformers clenched their fists and retracted the white light. The metal armor on their chests suddenly lifted up, and a person walked out of the body of the transformer. At this point, Zhao Haikun finally understood. This was not a transformer. This was a machine controlled by humans, just like the mechas in the novels he had read on Earth. However, that was not entirely true. The machines in novels were generally pure technological products. However, there were many magic arrays drawn on these machines. What was going on? Laura and the others were even more surprised than Zhao Hai. They did not have Zhao Hai's experience and had never heard of such a thing before. Therefore, they were all looking at the screen in shock. Zhao Hai sat down slowly and closed his eyes. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. It was something that he had never seen in novels before. Metal puppets. These items were too similar to the metal magic puppets described in novels. However, he had to say that these items were the common product of metal magic puppets, transformers, and mechas. He really couldn't tell what they were. Zhao Hai waved his hand and summoned a high-level undead creature. He then commanded the metal puppets on the screen to speak to the high-level undead creature. Have you ever seen this thing before? Or have you ever heard of this thing appearing in that space? The Protoss looked at the metal magic puppets and thought for a moment. I've seen similar things before. The gnomes made similar things before, but they weren't as refined as this. They moved very slowly and they weren't very useful. I've never heard of such things appearing in the dimension that's similar to the god race. I've never heard of it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and recalled the undead creature. He heaved a long sigh and said, "It seems like a new plane has appeared on the Ark continent. This is really a F-seeking market." Lola and the others looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The appearance of this thing was another variable for them. Moreover, from the situation when this thing first attacked, its combat power was also very strong. It should be known that the fire demons on the Flame Island were almost all grade 9. However, that fire demon could not withstand a few attacks from this thing. It could be seen how strong this thing was. Laura and the others also knew why Zhao Hai was so angry. This matter was truly infuriating. Up until now, Zhao Hai had yet to come up with a solution to the matter in the underworld. Now, this thing had appeared. How was Zhao Hai supposed to deal with it? This was too much. Laura let out a long sigh and said, "Another space has appeared. What's going on with the Ark continent? Could it be that the space barrier on the Ark continent has become a sieve?" They all smiled bitterly. They had the same feeling as Laura. The space barrier of the Ark continent had probably become a sieve. Zhao Hai suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going to see them and see if I can communicate with them. If I can, I'd like to ask them what they are doing on the Ark continent." Laura's and the others' faces all changed. Laura even said, "No, Big Brother Hai, this is too threatening. You saw the attacks from those people just now. Their attacks are too powerful. I won't let you go." Zhao Hai patted Laura's hand and said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. You all know how strong I am. With just a few people, they can't do anything to us. Don't worry." Laura was confident in Zhao Hai's strength. However, she was still worried. The attacks from the magic puppets were too strange. After a flash of white light, the magic beasts disappeared. She had never seen such an attack before. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "Okay, don't worry. I promise you that if they really want to attack me, I will come back to the space at the first moment. Is that okay?" When Laura saw Zhao Hai's expression, she knew that she could not stop him. She could only say, "Big Brother Hai, you have to promise me that if they really want to attack you, you have to immediately return to the origin space and not fight with them." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, don't worry. I promise I'll go." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared from the origin space. Laura and the others immediately turned to look at the screen. They wanted to know Zhao Hai's situation. Zhao Hai didn't appear directly at the fiery island. Instead, he appeared on the surface of the sea some distance away from the fiery island. Then he slowly flew toward the fiery island. Zhao Hai had already noticed that those people weren't very strong. Their combat power was concentrated on the metal puppets. Now that the man was resting on the island and had come out of the metal puppets, he shouldn't be a threat to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slowly flew toward the fiery island. At the same time, he instructed Kai to pay attention to the movements of the people on the island. The people on the island were resting. They seemed to have brought their own food and were chatting and laughing. Just as Zhao Hai was about to reach the island, the people on the island suddenly moved. They ran back to their magic puppet and stepped on a few spots on it. They jumped into the magic puppet and activated it. However, they did not move. Instead, they stood there quietly waiting for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't stop after hearing about the situation from Kai. On the contrary, he sped up. He knew very well that those people wouldn't attack him as soon as they saw him. They would definitely want to know where this place was, so they would definitely communicate with him. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived at the island. He saw the huge magic puppets, but he did not act like he had noticed them earlier. Instead, he acted like he had been shocked and curious when he first saw them. He slowly landed on the island and looked at the metal magic puppets from a distance. He tentatively took 2 steps forward and then came back. He began to circle around the metal magic puppets as if he had discovered something new, but he didn't know if it was dangerous. He was just observing it. Of course, Zhao Hai was putting on an act. He wanted to make those people think that he had come here by chance and found them by coincidence. He didn't come especially for them. Just as Zhao Hai was still acting, the people in the magic puppets could not wait any longer. One of the magic puppets suddenly spoke. Zhao Hai's heart sank when he heard the voice. He couldn't understand what the person was saying. If he couldn't understand, it would be difficult to communicate with him. If there was no way to communicate, it was likely that there would be a misunderstanding. If there really was a misunderstanding, it might lead to a feud. However, Zhao Hai still pretended to be shocked and jumped back. He then shouted, "What are you all like? Why did you come to the fiery island?" Zhao Hai knew that the other party might not understand what he was saying, but for the sake of acting, he had to shout this sentence. Just as Zhao Hai expected, the other party was silent for a while. Just as Zhao Hai was wondering how the other party would react, the magic puppet suddenly said, "Hello, may I know what this place is?" They were speaking the language of the Ark continent, but their tone was very stiff, like foreigners who had just learned China. Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect the man to be able to speak the language of the Ark continent. He looked at the magic puppets and said in a deep voice, "Who are you people? How did you end up on the fiery island?" Apparently, they had seen Zhao Hai flying towards them. Therefore, they moved their huge metal puppets and stood in a row. One of them opened its chest plate as a person walked out of it. He then bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "This gentleman, please. I'm the 5th Squadron of the Atlan Continent's Flying Magic Armor Squadron, the captain of the Eagle Squadron, Akias. We've unintentionally come here through a spatial crack. May I ask, sir, what is this place? Zhao Hai looked at the man and bowed. Hello, sir. This is the Ark Continent. This is the fiery island to the south of the Ark Continent. I am Zhao Hai Buddha, the head of the Buddha family from the Ark Continent. The man looked at Zhao Hai and said, so it's a family head. Please don't worry, family head. We really have no ill intentions. Please come and sit. He took a few steps forward and pointed to an empty space. Zhao Hai looked at the magic puppets that were still standing there. He didn't say anything, but he still walked over and sat down. Akia sat down as well. With a flip of his hand, 2 pieces of dried meat appeared. He handed one to Zhao Hai and said, because we're out, there's nothing good to eat. This is the dried meat we prepared. If you don't mind, please have some. Zhao Hai could not help but laugh when he saw Akia's smug look. Akias must be feeling smug. He had prepared something in his storage space. Zhao Hai smiled and flipped his hand. 2 bottles of beer appeared in his hand. He gave one to Akias and said, it's the same when we're outside. But how can there be no wine when there's meat? I'll treat sir to the beer brewed by our Buddha family and see if it suits sir's taste. When Akias saw Zhao Hai take out 2 bottles of beer, his eyes could not help but narrow. Zhao Hai's guess was not wrong. This spatial equipment was extremely rare even in the Atlan continent. The reason why Akias had it was because of his identity. Although he was only a small team leader of the magic armor battle team, his other identity was the heir of a large family in the Atlan continent. However, he was an adventurous person by nature. He brought a few of his subordinates and ran over. Of course, Akia's subordinates were not ordinary. They were all famous experts in the Atlan continent. Their magic armors were the more advanced transformation magic armors in the Atlan continent. It was precisely because of Akia's identity that he had an invisible storage equipment. He had wanted to show off and test Zhao Hai's reaction. To Akias, Zhao Hai was the head of the family, and yet he had to do something for him. This was something that was beneath his status. Hence, Akias thought that the Buddha family would not be that powerful. Even if there were spatial equipment on the Ark continent, it was unlikely that Zhao Hai would have won. If Zhao Hai saw his spatial equipment and became greedy, Akias would not be polite to him. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to have an invisible storage device, and Zhao Hai didn't seem to be interested in it at all. Akias could not help but smile wryly in his heart. He had wanted to test Zhao Hai, but he did not want to be stunned. However, he still politely took the beer bottle from Zhao Hai's hand, opened the lid, and took a sip. However, it was obvious that he wasn't used to the taste of beer. He only took a sip and frowned slightly. He put the bottle by his side silently and ate a mouthful of dried meat. Then he said to Zhao Hai, sir, you said this is the Ark continent. I wonder what the situation is like on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai glanced at Akias. From his behavior, he could tell that Akias was not an ordinary soldier or a small captain. His every move was on point. This was something that could only be done by someone who had undergone strict etiquette training. It was obvious that Akias' status was not low. Zhao Hai did not mind Akias' question. He could not tell Akias about the current situation of the Ark continent anyway. There was nothing wrong with telling Akias about the past. Zhao Hai immediately said, this is the Ark continent. There's only one continent in the Ark continent, and this fiery island is only a small island in the south of the Ark continent. In the past, the volcanoes on this island constantly erupted, and there were fire-type magical beasts and fire demon creatures on the island. Those magical beasts and fire demons were very powerful, so it was called one of the most dangerous places on the Ark continent. The Ark continent is divided into 5 big countries: the Radiant Church, the Stupa Empire, the Leon Empire, the Rasen Empire, and the Arksu Empire. There are 4 alien races on the Ark continent. They are the sea race that lives in the sea, the orcs that live in the north of the continent, the dwarves that live in the Iron Mountain, and the elves that live in the Elf Forest. The entire Ark continent is like this. Akias quietly listened to Zhao Hai's introduction. After Zhao Hai finished, Akias looked at him and said, Sir's family is in that empire. With Sir's identity, I'm afraid there are few opponents on the continent, right? My Buddha family is the strongest on the continent, Zhao Hai said arrogantly. We are the hereditary marquises of the Rasen Empire. I am not talented, but I am one of the strongest 9th-rank combatants on the continent. Akias looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, Sir, the strongest person on the Ark continent is a level 9. How do we distinguish them? Zhao Hai laughed and said, on the continent of the Ark, the fighting professions are divided into warriors and mages. Both are divided into 9 levels. Once you reach level 9, you can use your own power to draw in the chi of heaven and earth, allowing you to roam the world and fly. People below level 9 can't do that. Akias' eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He continued, I see. I didn't expect there to be magicians and weapons on the Ark continent. From what you're saying, there are warriors and spellcasters on the Atlan continent. Zhao Hai was stunned. That's right, Akias said proudly. There are 3 types of combat professions in the Atlan continent. They are warriors, mages, and magic armorers. Zhao Hai looked at the magic puppets and said, so this is the magic armor that Sir was talking about. It's really amazing. Such a big metal man can move so far. How amazing. Achaeus replied arrogantly, of course. This magic armor was made by our Atlantic continent after thousands of years of research. Its combat power is extremely strong. However, it's not that easy to become a magic armor master. So that's how it is. It seems like the Atlantic continent is even stronger than our Arc continent. I wonder if you can tell me more about the Atlantic continent, Zhao Hai asked. Achaeus glanced at Zhao Hai and snorted. My Atlantic continent was originally one continent. Later on, after a great war, the powerhouses of the continent forcefully divided the continent into 3 continents. These 3 continents were the Warrior Continent, the Magus Continent, and the Armorous Continent. We are currently in the Atlantic continent's Armorous Continent. The people of my Armorous Continent had to learn how to operate, research, and make magic armors since young. On the other hand, in the Wudu Continent, warriors were trained from a young age. The mages in the Mages Continent have been training their mages since they were young. The first continent of our 3 continents is divided into level 12. It's a little different from the Arc Continent, but one thing's the same. At level 9 you can fly. Level 10, level 11, and level 12 are much stronger than level 9. Once Zhao Hai heard Achaeus' explanation, he understood. The Atlantic continent was probably similar to the god and demon races. It was a dimension that was 1 level higher than the Arc continent. The level 1011 and 12 powerhouses they mentioned were equivalent to pseudo-divine, god, and high divine powerhouses. From the looks of it, the Atlantic continent was not as simple as it seemed. Zhao Hai had already noticed the change in Achaeus' tone when he spoke to him. His condescending tone made Zhao Hai uncomfortable, but he did not say anything. He just listened quietly. After Achaeus finished, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sir, please believe us. The few demonic armors we have are all grade 9 transformation demonic armors. We'll demonstrate them to you today. After saying that, he waved his hand. One of the devil armors spurted out blue flames from its palms and feet and slowly flew up. Then it turned around in the air and turned into an aircraft which soared into the sky. Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. Although he had already seen Achaeus and the others' demonic armor transformation on the screen, it was still on the screen. It was like watching Transformers at home. It felt surreal. But now he was sitting there and watching the demonic armor transform. The shock it brought him was not small, which was why Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. Achaeus had been paying attention to Zhao Hai's expression. When he saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but secretly laugh at Zhao Hai for being a country bumpkin. At the same time, he felt even more pleased with himself. Achaeus did not mention that the people from the Atlantic continent were not good people either. They were powerful and had a profound understanding of magic arrays. They had also broken through a few places, and like the god race, had conquered those few dimensions. At first, they had just arrived at the Arc continent and did not know the strength of the Arc continent, so they were very polite. However, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, Achaeus knew that the strength of the Arc continent was far inferior to that of the Atlantic continent. Therefore, the arrogance in his tone became more and more obvious. He was ready to tell his family to send troops to the Arc continent when he returned.